Chapter 1, Getting Inherited After Being Green. Shanghai City. The sun was blazing, and the air was filled with burning heat. Qin Feng, who was standing in front of his house, however, was chilled all over and could not feel a trace of temperature. Baby, you're so moist. Li, nasty. In the room, the extravagant voices of men and women accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing reached Qin Feng's ears, and Qin Feng's eyes turned red with rage. How could he not hear the voices of these two people? One was his girlfriend Shenfei, who he had been talking about for 4 years, and the other was his good brother Li Pengcheng from college. How could he not have imagined that his good brother had gotten together with his girlfriend? Qin Feng in a curio store as a shopper. Weekdays out early and return late. Today out too anxious he forgot to bring his work permit. Turned his head home to get. Who would have thought? As soon as he arrived at the door of the house, he heard the sound of this pair of dog and girl. He did not even leave home 10 minutes off. Bang! Qin Feng kicked the door open, only to see the pair of dogs and men naked and entangled on the sofa. You pair of dogs, I'll kill you. Qin Feng was enraged and directly picked up a shoe rack on the side and smashed it, copied another chair and walked towards the duo. The pair of dogs and men were startled and separated to dodge. Qin Feng, why have you come back? Shenfei's face turned white as she rolled on the ground, a flash of panic flashing through her pupils. Brother Qin Feng, let's talk things over. I didn't mean for this to happen. You calm down first. We can discuss. I just didn't hold back, but I wore it. I still held on to the last bottom line. Good brother. We know more than 4 years. You just bypassed brother this time. Li Pengcheng was even more directly wilted by the down. Wolfishly fell to the ground, played the emotional card, but the depths of his eyes flashed a touch of viciousness. Li Pengcheng, you still have the nerve to call me brother. Have you ever stepped on a horse to be a brother like this? Don't you know how much I love her? I treat you like a brother. What do you treat me like? I'll kill you today. Qin Feng's eyes turned red as he roared in violent anger. He and Shenfei had been in love for 4 years. These 4 years, he really treated her as a baby, in his mouth for fear of melting, in his hands for fear of breaking. She said that she didn't want to have sex before marriage, and he hadn't forced her, but who knew that he had gotten such an ending? Hateful he had already made up his mind to kill this pair of dogs, then he would turn himself in. Brother, I really know I'm wrong, just let me go. Right, isn't your mom hospitalized and short of money? I can pay for it all. How's that? How about you let brother off this time, so that your mom can be treated properly too? Li Pengcheng was terrified. Although he loved to play, he didn't want to put his life on the line. Now Qin Feng's eyes were too scary. He had no doubt that Qin Feng really wanted to kill him. Money? Give me money? I want to kill you all right now. Qin Feng, who was already occupied by anger in his mind, where to listen to him, directly smashed down with a chair. He wanted a life for a life right now and didn't want to let this pair of dogs live. Bang! At this time, he only heard a loud bang. He felt a pain in the back of his head. He felt the sky spinning, and fell headfirst to the ground. He forced himself to endure the pain and turned his head, shaking his eyelids. In a haze, he only saw Shenfei holding the chair with both hands, panting slightly, with drops and drops of blood dripping from the corner of the chair. Her eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and a flash of determination flashed across her face. Why? He was tempted to ask. Why betray him? Was he not good enough for her? In these 4 years, he had given her almost everything he could, except for her mother's medical expenses. The rest of the money was spent on her, and whatever she wanted, he would do everything he could to make it happen. He really served her like a princess. Just the heaviness in his brain made him unable to open his mouth. He could only open and close his mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Qin Feng, I know you want to ask why. The reason is simple. The life I want you can't give me. Li is about the same age as you and is already the general manager of a listed group, earning several $1 million a year. And you? A crappy shopper, with a monthly salary of 4 or 5,000, and still have to pay for your mom's medical bills. It doesn't satisfy the life I want to live. We are both adults. Being nice to me is not food. I also have to plan for my future. I hope you can understand. Shenfei said with a cold face. Where was her usual gentle and elegant appearance? Bang bang bang. Li Pengcheng walked over and directly kicked Qin Feng severely a few times, spitting a few mouthfuls of saliva as if he wanted to vent out the fear Qin Feng had just caused him. Marred. Qin Feng, I'll tell you, Laozi and her have been together for 4 years. From the first week you talked to her, we were together. All these years did not tell you. Is that Laozi want to try this sense of excitement? What's the matter? Surprise? Surprisingly want to kill me. Dog, old me waiting for you to take revenge on me. Li Pengcheng ruthlessly irritated Qin Feng, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Baby, let's go. This Thai place, it's only 7 or 8 square meters in total. Old me doesn't want to come yet. It's just a pity that this kind of excitement can't be found in the future. Li Pengcheng put on his clothes and said to Shenfei, Brother Li, He won't die. Shenfei also put on her clothes. This time there was some hidden fear. Worried and asked, "Don't worry, this witch can die. Even if it dies I can also set things right. He doesn't have any connections, just a dying mom. When the time comes to deal with him simple and simple. Baby, you just rest assured." "Good, brotherly, then people will be relieved." The footsteps of this pair of dogs and men drifted away. No one noticed that Qin Feng's blood landed on a green jade pendant between his neck. The jade pendant instantly infested into red. A faintly invisible red light flashed and rushed into Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng's consciousness was getting heavier and heavier, but he forced himself to retain consciousness. "I will definitely kill you guys." Hearing those two words, Qin Feng roared in his mind. However, he felt powerless. He had felt his consciousness gradually sinking into a darkness without boundaries and gradually dissipating. Boom! At this time, a light as bright as a shooting star streaked through the dark space, sucking Qin Feng's consciousness in. "Lucky Junior, I am the Tongbao Taoist, using treasure to enter the Tao, specializing in the art of Tongtian treasure. Today you are fortunate enough to have awakened me, so I will pass on all of my inheritance to you. Receiving this inheritance, you must do the right thing. Don't step into the evil path. Don't bring shame to this Taoist." A white-bearded old man wearing a Taoist robe appeared in front of Qin Feng, and after saying this in a solemn tone, he dissipated. Before Qin Feng had the chance to ask anything, he only felt a pain in his mind as huge memories were transmitted into his mind, causing him to resist fainting directly. Chapter 2, Spotting Fakes. After an unknown amount of time, as if it was very long and as if it was just an instant, Qin Feng finally woke up and opened his eyes. He was still at home, and his surroundings were empty. For some reason, he couldn't feel any sense of pain or weakness right now. On the contrary, he only felt that his body was now warm and full of strength, as if he could beat a cow to death. Qin Feng touched the back of his head, and the wound on the back of his head had unexpectedly scarred. The inherited memories in his mind gradually surfaced. Surprisingly, it's real, not a dream. Qin Feng murmured to himself and calmed down after a few minutes. This inheritance memory contained a wide range of things: treasure appreciation, gambling on stones, and even gave him dual pupil mutations that allowed him to see through. If before obtaining the inheritance, he thought in his mind was, a life for a life, even if he died, but also to take away this pair of dogs and girls. But after obtaining this inheritance, he knows that his future is still very wide. Treasure appraisal, stone gambling, which industry is not profiteering? With this inheritance, he could work hard to earn money to help his mom heal, and he could also live a better life. It was too unworthy to trade his life for that pair of dogs. Li Peng Chang, Shen Fei, wait, I'll make you pay. A flash of fierceness flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. He wouldn't let this pair of go, but he wouldn't take a life-for-life approach. He would go to the top step by step and make this pair of pay the price they deserved. The night gave me black eyes, but I used them to find light. Just as Qin Feng was in his reverie, a phone call came through. "Qin Feng, are you still going to work? There's still 5 minutes to go to work. Do you still want to work? Pack up and get out if you don't want to work. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can't make it, get lost." On the other end of the phone, a sharp voice rang out. It was the boss of his Dechuan antique store, Huang Dechuan, usually harsh to the extreme, requiring all employees to go to work 10 minutes early, and at night also require overtime for an hour or two, but do not give any overtime pay. Employees behind the scenes are called him yellow pickpockets. Qin Feng's heart is full of anger. He also happens to not want to do it. With the inheritance, the world is big, where not to go. Just before he could speak, Huang Dechuan hung up the phone. "Forget it, let's go to the antique street in person then." Quit his job, and he'll also go along to try out the inheritance ability he's gained. Qin Feng was running furiously on the road. His body was so full of energy right now that he felt it was no problem to run for a few blocks. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Feng ran to the antique street and arrived at the Dechuan antique shop. In the curio store, a thieving, big-bellied middle-aged man was sitting there, his eyes scanning around, full of vitriol. "Qin Feng, you." When Huang Dechuan saw Qin Feng, his eyes flashed with astonishment, which quickly converged. "Qin Feng, look at you. No motivation at all. People come to work 10 minutes or even half an hour earlier. What about you? How can you earn money like this? Do you not want to work anymore? If you don't want to work, get out as soon as possible." Huang Dechuan got up and chopped his head off. "Boss Huang, I'm here to resign. You settle my wages for these days and I'll leave immediately." Qin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, letting people work overtime every day and not giving them overtime pay. He was really fed up with this kind of present-day Joe pickpocket. "Wages? You still want wages? If you quit suddenly, what about the financial loss you've caused me? Either you get out now, or work hard for me." The moment he heard that he wanted money, Huang Dechuan's face suddenly changed. A living miser who refused to spit out half a cent. His eyes also flashed with a fox's suspicion. Could this Qin Feng have found a good underling? Surprisingly, he was so hard-headed today. Qin Feng still wanted to say something, but he saw that Huang Dachuan had already ignored him, and with a smile on his fat face, he quickly walked towards the door. He turned to look, only to see the doorway. A woman in OL professional outfit walked in. Her body was delicate, slender and sexy. Her features were exquisite. Her pair of beautiful eyes were chilling. A proper iceberg president model. MS. Lin, you're here ah. I'll let someone go fetch the Song Dynasty official kiln you ordered. Huang Dachuan's face was fawning. He knew that the woman in front of him was the eldest Miss Lin Wanting of the Jianghai Lin family, who was only 26 years old and served as the president of the Lin Group, an absolute big shot that he could not afford to offend. Said. Huang Dachuan immediately arranged for someone to go get the Song Dynasty official kiln. Lin Wanting nodded indifferently and looked at a white-haired old man behind her, saying, Elder Chen, I'll have to trouble you to palm your eyes in a while. Chen Songbai said, Miss Lin is polite. This is what I should do. Lin Wanting didn't say anything else. Her eyes even flashed with a trace of worry. Right now, her situation in the company was not good. A few relatives wanted to bring her down. If not for the fact that she had been treating others and herself meticulously, I'm afraid she would have gone down long ago. Even so, those relatives had caused her considerable pressure. She was now in dire need of strong support. In 2 days is the old man's 70th birthday. The old man has no hobbies in his life, especially love song dynasty kills, although the old master had retired. But as the existence that personally created the Lin Group, his influence could not be underestimated, and it could even be said that he was able to completely change the internal pattern of the Lin Group. Whether it was her or those relatives, they were all trying their best to curry favor with the old master. This time, she had cast a wide net, placing orders for Song Dynasty official kills in all sorts of big stores, but no one knew that the place she actually truly intended to take was this type of small place. This was also considered openly repairing the inns, and secretly doing it in the dark. This is the Song Dynasty official kiln. MS. Lin, look. Not long after, an employee brought the tightly packed box and opened it, only to see a greenish-white, high-mouthed porcelain vase lying there. MS. Lin, this is an imperial kiln porcelain from the Song Dynasty. It's worth $20 million. I also bought it from another channel. It's absolutely fine. Huang Dachuan opened his mouth and said. Lin Wanting ignored him and looked at Chen Songbai behind her. Chen Songbai didn't say much, directly walked over, put on his gloves and carefully observed this imperial kiln porcelain. After more than half an hour, Chen Songbai solemnly looked at Lin Wanting and said, MS. Lin, there is no problem. It is indeed an imperial kiln porcelain from the Song Dynasty. Only then did Lin Wanting's tense face relax. Huang Dachuan patted his chest and said, MS. Lin, our store has been open for decades. It's absolutely fair game. Qin Feng, however, froze there because he could tell at a glance, based on the inherited memories in his mind, that this wasn't any Song Dynasty official kiln, but a Qing Dynasty imitation. It was worth at most $500,000. MS. Lin, this isn't a Song Dynasty official kiln. It's a Qing Dynasty imitation. Qin Feng directly stepped forward and said, on the one hand, he was kind and couldn't see anyone being cheated. On the other hand, he also wanted to dismantle Huang Dachuan, antique store's valued reputation the most. Once it was poked and prodded, in the future, Huang Dachuan's antique store would also fall into disrepute. Chapter 3, A Chance to Hitch a Rin Family Ride. When Qin Feng said this, Huang Dachuan couldn't sit still and said urgently, MS. Lin, don't listen to his nonsense. This Song Dynasty official kiln I purchased from a large channel. Absolutely no problem. What's more, Mr. Chen has seen it. With Mr. Chen's ability to see wrong, you should not believe him. Qin Feng, don't mess up here and slander the reputation of my antique store. Be careful, I'll sue you. Huang Dachuan looked at Qin Feng with angry eyes. He was really pissed off. This was his chance to hitch a ride with the Lin family. Being able to brush his favor in front of MS. Lin and hitching a ride on the Lin family's express train would definitely usher in better development for his antique store in the future. He didn't want such a good opportunity to be spoiled by Qin Feng. Chen Songbai, who was on the side, frowned and didn't say anything, but only showed his face in dismay. Qin Feng's words were equivalent to slapping him in the face. You should know that he was a treasure appraiser for decades, with a lot of experience and no mistakes, and this time would naturally be no exception. He thought that this young man obviously had a grudge against Huang Dachuan, and only then did he spit out a lie in a vain attempt to retaliate against Huang Dachuan in this way, but he should never have gotten him involved. This was in a sense slandering his reputation. Elder Chen. This. Lin Wanting hesitated and looked towards Chen Songbai. Chen Songbai snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, Miss Lin, please rest assured, I have carefully looked at it. It is indeed the Song Dynasty official kiln is correct, and it is the imperial kiln porcelain in the palace, which is worth a lot of money. Out of their own image, Chen Songbai did not directly out of the mouth to rebuke Qin Feng, but also can be heard between the words of Qin Feng's strong dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanting did not hesitate and opened her mouth to buy it. After all, for her to trust a stranger, she was more willing to trust Chen Lao. Song Dynasty official kiln tire color is mostly gray-black or dark gray, can form a purple mouth and iron feet. Its glaze is fat, crispy light and precious halo, with a jade texture. In addition, its jade pattern between the pieces of grain marks more fine, known as cattle hair pattern. Qin Feng opened his mouth at this time and spoke eloquently. Young man, I admit that you are right about all of this, but where is this porcelain not right? I hope you can point it out, so that old me can also grow a long memory. Chen Songbai couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted Qin Yu, saying with dissatisfaction. He admitted that what Qin Yu said was right, but he had just seen all of these, and they could all be matched one by one. This young man is just messing around. If he can't say 1, 2, 3, he must let this young man know the consequences of messing around. To know, he mixed in the treasure industry for so many years, also has a lot of contacts in the, as long as he is willing to, can make a person in Jianghai City to stay down. However, the foot of the Song Dynasty official kiln repair tire is relatively rough. The Qing Dynasty imitation is more fine. This is the most people ignore not to pay attention to the place. In addition, this tire color although appears purple-black, but if you look closely, purple-black around a slight gray halo, there is no doubt that this is the Qing Dynasty imitations. Qin Feng continued to speak, with a strong sense of confidence on his face. Chen Songbai and Qin Feng just said the foot repair tire, directly rushed to the kiln porcelain in front of the gloves, turned the porcelain over and looked carefully. He had to admit, just after observing the other, for the foot repair tire, he did not pay much attention, just looked like the Song Dynasty and did not look at it again. Chen Songbai looked at the bottom and then at the tire color, and it took more than half an hour before he raised his head, his eyes filled with shame. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry, this time it was me who looked away. If it wasn't for this young man, I'm afraid I would have really made a mistake. Chen Songbai took a deep breath and spoke. As a matter of fact, this imitation was too successful, even if the foot repairing the tire was also extremely similar, but if one looked closely, one could still see that it was very different from the Song Dynasties. This gentleman, I still don't know how to address you. Thank you for pointing out my mistake. Just now it was me who was proud and arrogant. I hope you cannot mind. Chen Songbai walked to Qin Feng and gave him a direct bow. Everyone was taken aback and didn't react. Old sir, you're welcome, get up. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng hurriedly helped the old man up. His favorability towards Chen Songbai skyrocketed. He didn't expect that this old gentleman would be able to pull off apologizing to him. He had already become a grandmaster in terms of heart. Lin Wanting's pair of beautiful eyes were glowing. She had thought that it was someone who was clamoring for attention and purposely acting in front of her, but she had never thought that she really knew how to identify treasures. But soon, her pair of eyes turned icy cold, looking coldly at Huang Daxuan, saying, Boss Huang, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Ms. Lin, I really don't know. I also looked for channels to purchase it, channels that I wasn't really able to talk about due to the confidentiality agreement, but I also looked for treasure masters to appraise it. All of them have no problem. I really didn't think that it was really a replica. Huang Dachuan panicked, opened his mouth to defend. In his heart, he hated Qin Feng even more. This porcelain he then spent 10 million to buy to find a number of treasure connoisseur appraisal. There is no problem. Waiting for today to sell to Lin wanting to earn a fortune, and ride on the Lin family's express train. But I didn't expect that all of this was ruined by Qin Feng. In his opinion, even if it was an imitation, being able to make so many treasure appraisal masters and Master Chen unable to see it meant that the imitation was extremely good, and as long as no one poked and prodded it, then it was the genuine article, but was poked by Qin Feng, his heart door clear. Qing Dynasty imitations at most worth a few $100,000. He paid 10 million blood loss, and just now there are people in the store, have taken these photos, which means that his chances of selling this imitation in the future are slim to none. I will investigate this matter. Lin Wanting's face was full of frost, and a cold color flashed in her eyes. If it's a coincidence, it's fine, but if someone is behind it, one must know that the old master was very deep in the study of Song Dynasty official kills, and also really liked it. If she took an imitation over and was discovered, she didn't even dare to imagine the consequences of that. Boss Huang, it's a good thing I told you about this imitation, or else when you sell it and people come back to you, the trouble will be even bigger. Seeing as I've helped you solve such a big trouble, settle my wages for the first 20 days or so. Qin Feng patted Huang Dachuan's shoulder at this time, with a look of doing it for your own good. Although Huang Dachuan hated Qin Feng in his heart, he still forced himself to hold back his anger, forced a smile and said, "You're right, but Miss Lin is here, so I won't let Miss Lin see the jokes. We'll deal with our business later." He wore an elder-like kindness on his face, as if Lin Wanting would really settle her wages if she left, but in his heart, he had already cursed, causing him to lose nearly $10 million, and making Ms. Lin have a bad impression of him, and still wanting him to settle the money? Dream on, Boss Huang. How about this? Why don't we just follow my salary? I'll just pick an antique of comparable value at your place and forget about it. How about it? Qin Feng, however, had anticipated this and opened his mouth. Chapter 4. Losses. Qin Feng is clear in his mind. On the Huang Dachuan, this kind of person. Now this identity seems to be very high. Miss Lin still want to drag. When she is gone, it will be even more will not be dealt with. And this idea is also well thought out. Want to make money, he also needs capital. Now he has almost nothing on him, can only come to pay a Huang Dachuan. He also wanted to make Huang Dachuan, this Joe pickpocket, regret. Okay, your previous salary is 2007. Huang Dachuan gritted his teeth and agreed, also reminding Qin Feng of his salary. After all, Ms. Lin was here, and it wasn't a good idea for him to keep dragging it out. Moreover, Qin Feng couldn't get anything good for his salary. He knew very well in his heart that the thousands of dollars in his store were worth tens and tens of dollars packaged up. So what if he was given it? He thought in his heart. It seems that Qin Feng is in a hurry, afraid of not asking for money before this strategy. Dozens of dollars of contraptions? Send him, so what? Qin Feng nodded, didn't say much, walked to the area of a few $1,000s, scanned the area, and seemingly carelessly picked a jade goddess of mercy worth $2,000. See, Qin Feng picked that. Huang Dachuan heart a big sigh of relief. Seriously, he is also afraid if Qin Feng really pick up the leakage to pick up something good. After all, just look at this kid, seems to be really will treasure appreciation. But this jade goddess of mercy he knows very well. Is that he spends dozens of dollars to buy from a family in the countryside? Fake. Even the jade is fake. Not worth money at all. Take it and go. Huang Dachuan spoke coldly. In his heart, he was still dissatisfied. This kid had caused him to lose so much money, and he still had the nerve to take his things. Really damned. Where's the invoice? Qin Feng reached out and said, no matter what, let's get this kind of thing completely in hand first, lest by then Huang Dachuan would be shameless and go back on his word. This kind of thing Huang Dachuan was capable of doing. Huang Dachuan impatiently said, the invoice is for you. Go. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his curses. Lin Wanting naturally could also see that Qin Feng was borrowing her momentum to pressure Huang Dachuan, and seeing as Qin Feng had just helped her identify the treasure, she naturally didn't mind being borrowed. Now that the matter was dealt with, Lin Wanting was also ready to leave. At this time, Qin Feng walked up to her and spoke once again. Ms. Lin, I see that you are quite interested in antiques. I wonder if you have an idea for the Golden Buddha? Lin Wanting glanced at Qin Feng in surprise, not quite understanding what Qin Feng meant. She had little interest in antiques. If it wasn't for the old master, she probably wouldn't have come into contact with this thing in her life. But what Qin Feng was doing now made her feel interested, and she kind of wondered what Qin Feng was going to do next. A golden Buddha? Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, you're stupid. Where did you get a golden Buddha? Before Lin Wanting could even open her mouth, Huang Dachuan couldn't help but mock, saying, if your kid had anything of value on him, would his girlfriend still run away with someone? Swish. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng's gaze was like a knife as he looked at him. Li Pengcheng, that pair of dogs and men happen this kind of thing only 20 to 30 minutes time, has not yet spread. Huang Dachuan is how to know. Suddenly, Huang Dachuan's past meanness, today's difficulties and the necessity to let him leave his job all had an explanation. I'm afraid it's not unrelated to that good brother of his. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Huang Dachuan realized that he had slipped up, but then thought that even if he let this kid know that Li Pengcheng was related to him, so what? This kid has nothing to lose now. What harm can he do to him? I didn't have it before, but I just bought this jade goddess of mercy and now I have it. Qin Feng played with the jade goddess of mercy in his hand and spoke indifferently. Qin Feng, you've lost your mind, haven't you? Or do you want to get rich out of your mind? This is the jade goddess of mercy, not the golden Buddha. Huang Dachuan's mocking voice got louder. Lin Wanting pondered a little and then looked to Chen Songbai, who shook his head with a staring brow. He really didn't see what this jade goddess of mercy had to offer. Chen Songbai all denied. Lin Wanting originally wanted to just leave. After all, she still has a lot of things, but thinking of the performance of Qin Feng just now, she ghostly stayed, slowly said, if there really is a golden Buddha in here, I'll buy it for double the market price. Lin Wanting and Chen Songbai both looked at Qin Feng. They both vaguely felt that this youth seemed to really be able to do it. Huang Dachuan, however, laughed coldly in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. This Qin Feng was really crazy. If there was really something hidden in here, would he not be able to see it? Qin Feng, on the other hand, did not hesitate and brought the Jade Goddess of Mercy close to the ground and smashed it with force. Ka-ching! The Jade Goddess of Mercy instantly cracked and a piece of debris fell. Inside, an irregular piece of green-colored stone was revealed, as if it had been forced into the Jade Goddess of Mercy. This scene caused a disappointment to flash through Lin Wanting's eyes. Miracles really didn't happen that easily. Qin Feng, what else do you have to say? A piece of broken stone you call a golden Buddha? Huang Dachuan spoke again, unable to wait to taunt Qin Feng. Right now, he was in a depressed mood, and only mocking Qin Feng could make him feel better. Qin Feng looked indifferent as he picked up the stone and knocked it on the ground once again. Ka-ching! The stone shattered and a corner of gold was revealed, followed by a golden Buddha statue appearing in front of everyone. This golden Buddha was only 2 to 3 centimeters in height and was very small, but its rich historical flavor forced people to revalue it. How is it possible? Huang Dachuan was baffled. The things in his store, he had personally seen them and also looked for a treasure hunter to see them. There was absolutely no possibility of them being picked up. Not to say that this gold Buddha is not an antique. Just from its gold price, it's more than a few tens of thousands of dollars, even more than 100,000. This is all his money. This is a gold Buddha from the Tang dynasty. Its posture is a meditation seal. If we estimate it according to the market price, it should be around $2 million. Qin Feng spoke indifferently and inadvertently glanced at Huang Dachuan. This golden Buddha was indeed deeply hidden, but naturally, it could not escape his penetrating eyes. Huang Dachuan was struck by lightning. $2 million? $2 million was just given away by him? He couldn't believe it and looked towards Chen Songbai, hoping that Chen Songbai could deny it. Lin Wanting saw the golden Buddha appeared in fact would have believed, but in order to be safe, or I signaling Chen Songbai to go forward to check. After a rigorous view, Chen Songbai finally nodded, said, indeed is the Tang dynasty's Zending seal gold Buddha is right. Huang Dachuan completely dumbfounded. 2 million that's $2 million. That was his money. Okay, I'll buy it. You send me your bank card account number. I'll transfer 4 million to you. Lin Wanting said, looking at him with interest, saying, how about we exchange contact information by the way? She already had a love of talent in her heart, and all signs indicated that this young man's level of treasure appreciation was afraid to be no weaker than or even higher than Chen Lao. Qin Feng naturally agreed. Not long after, Qin Feng had received a transfer of $4 million on his bank card. Looking at the balance on his bank card, he was in a trance for a while. 4 million he had previously not even dared to think of the number. So easily arrived. Chapter 5, The Pressing Heart. Soon after, Qin Feng pressed his excited heart down. He knew that with the inheritance he had received, $4 million was merely a starting point. Qin Feng transferred $1 million to the account of the hospital where his mother was hospitalized on the spot. And with this amount of money, his mother would be able to undergo surgery. Qin Feng, you asshole, that's my money, you transfer it to me. Huang Dachuan was completely unable to sit still and directly lunged at Qin Feng. Qin Feng let out a cold snort and thought that he was weak. Qin Feng directly dodged. Bang! Huang Dachuan fell on his face. This is an invoice. It's already mine. Look closer. Qin Feng waved the invoice in his hand and said. Huang Dachuan became even more furious and looked at Qin Feng with a hateful light in his eyes. Qin Feng naturally paid no attention as he directly turned around and went out the door. After watching the farce, Lin Wanting and Chen Songbai looked at each other and walked out the door as well. Mr. Qin, there's something I'd like to trouble you with. I still have 2 families to appraise in the afternoon. I wonder if I can help. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. I can pay you $200,000 for one appraisal. Do you think it's okay? Lin Wanting walked to Qin Feng and asked. 200,000 How difficult it was to earn money in the past, and it was so easily earned by him. Qin Feng's heart was filled with emotions, and after a little contemplation, he nodded his head and agreed. For one thing, Lin Wanting stayed in the store to help him gas Huang Dachuan, and also gave him twice the price. It is considered a favor. Secondly, Lin Wanting is not an ordinary person. He also has the intention to befriend. The 3 of them got into the car together. Lin Wanting sat on the co-pilot. Qin Feng and Chen Songbai sat on the back seat. Just a few minutes after they set off, Lin Wanting's phone rang, and after saying a few words, Lin Wanting hung up the phone with a frosty face. Go to the Jade Pavilion, Lin Wanting said to the driver, and then turned to look at Qin Feng, with a few apologies in her beautiful eyes, saying, Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, something has happened over at my family's Jade Stone Shen, and I need to deal with it. So if you see that you don't want to go, I'll ask the driver to send you to where you're going. How about it? The Jade Palace? Qin Feng was no stranger to this name. The biggest gambling place in Zhanghai City. The rich people's favorite place to go. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about this kind of place. let alone go there. But now it's different. With his perspective eyes, he's a fish out of water in that place. There's no harm in going there then, Qin Feng said indifferently. His face was cloudy, but in his heart, he was also starting to speculate about Lin Wanting's identity. A property as big as the Jade Stone Shen was even referred to by her as her family, so how horrible her identity had to be. It was really because Qin Feng did not understand the upper echelons of Jianghai City. Otherwise, when he saw Lin Wanting's face, he would have been able to think of her identity. However, no matter how noble Lin Wanting's identity was, right now Qin Feng wouldn't have half a ripple in his heart. He knew that from the moment he obtained his inheritance. He didn't need any identity or background. He alone would be a magnate without having to grovel to anyone. More than half an hour later, the car stopped. A huge building with a grandeur entered the scene, with the 3 big words Jade Stone Xian written on it. Qin Feng was shocked for a moment. He had only heard of this kind of venue in the past and had never seen it. Now that he had seen it, it was inevitable that his heart was shaken. But soon, he regained his normal mind. Mr. Qin, you can stroll around on your own first. I'll deal with some things on my side, and I'll come back for you when I'm done, Lin Wanting said with an anxious face. Qin Feng nodded. This was just what he wanted. He also wanted to wander around by himself. Lin Wanting and Shen Songbai left first, and Qin Feng followed closely behind, walking into the Jade Pavilion. Once inside, it was filled with people in suits, some of whom stood hovering in front of the gray stone, while others stood nervously waiting in front of the stone solver. There were also sounds of hooting and hollering coming from time to time. It could be described as lively. Qin Feng walked to one of the gray stones placed in front of the display case and secretly nodded. This should be the original stone. His eyes catalyzed. One gray original stone became transparent in his eyes, and he could see what was inside at a glance. Found it. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes lit up and he was about to walk towards his target. Qin Feng, you're actually awake? Looks like it's baby you're still too light-handed. Do you know what this place is? Are you worthy to come? Qin Feng's footsteps lurched. How could he not hear this voice? It was none other than his good brother Li Pengchang. Only to see Li Pengchang walking over arrogantly with his arm around Shen Fei's waist. You pair of dogs. Qin Feng was burning with rage. If not for the fact that this place was a public place, he would have rushed up. Qin Feng, you couldn't have chased me all the way here, could you? I've said it all. I can't look at you. You stinking loser. Don't pester me in the future. Shen Fei, however, thought that Qin Feng had come to pester her and was filled with disgust. She felt that it was Qin Feng who had just found out about their sordid affair this morning and that was why he had impulsively made a move. Now Qin Feng must be filled with regret in his heart. After all, someone as good as her, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to find in the future. Qin Feng was now here to pester her. It had to be said that this woman was really shameless to the extreme. If this thought was known by Qin Feng, he was afraid that he would really slap her to death. My coming here has nothing to do with you pair of dogs. Qin Feng was too lazy to bother with them and directly turned around to leave. Good brother. Then what are you doing here? It's not to gamble on stones, is it? Do you have the capital? Li Pengchang, however, stopped him and deliberately said loudly to attract attention. As expected, when he was so loud, the gazes of the people around him focused over. Dressed in such shabby clothes and still dare to come to gamble on stones? What's going on at Jade Pavilion? How can even poor boys be let in? I'm afraid he's not here to dream of getting rich overnight. The surrounding voices were incomparably harsh. Qin Feng's heart, however, quieted down and said, do I have the capital to see if I buy? If you can't afford to pay, naturally, some Jade Pavilion's managers will step in. Oh, looks like you're really here to gamble on stones. Do you understand this? It's not that I'm a brother. You don't have a few dollars left in your body. Don't lose it all, Li Pengchang said in a conspiratorial manner, with a sneer on his face. Where did he come to gamble on stones? He just came to pester me. Qin Feng, just forget about it. I won't betray brother Pengchang. Shen Fei's face was haughty and extremely confident. This woman, Qin Feng didn't even bother to take care of. He turned his gaze to Li Pengchang and asked flatly, oh, Li Pengchang, so you know a lot about stone gambling? Hearing Qin Feng's calm voice, for some reason, Li Pengchang had a feeling that his heart was jumping, but then, he threw this feeling out of his mind. It was just a punk. He must have felt wrong. Not to say I know a lot, at least I know more than you. Li Pengchang spoke, hearing the answer he wanted. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into a smile as he said, since that's the case, how about betting with me? Chapter 6, Impossible. Just bet. Qin Feng has no power and no money, and is poor enough to sell his ass. If he really has any extraordinary skills, he wouldn't have to spend years and years in an antique store to usher in and out. Fear him a dick hair. How do you want to bet? Li Pengchang raised his chin proudly and walked to Qin Feng's side in big strides, trying to overwhelm the other party with his aura. However, This move was not useful to Qin Feng at all. He had just looked around for a week and found that the entire Jade Xian Street was filled with densely packed stones in various stalls. Many merchants or big bosses from all over the world were picking stones with their own knowledge and eyesight. Since we're all here, let's compare stones. Qin Feng pointed at the large and small stones in front of the stall and said with a long upright body and a bland face, "Snort, did I hear you right? Just you Yakuza poor guy. The clothes on your whole body don't add up to more than $100. You actually want to gamble with me on stones? Do you have that kind of money?" Li Pengcheng made a look of disbelief and exaggeratedly took his hand and pulled out his ears. The big bosses surrounding him also broke out into a burst of laughter. "Ego mama, a poor guy actually wants to gamble on stones. Brothers, if you don't have money, don't puff up your face, lest you be even more humiliated." That's right, the cheapest stone in this street of Jade cuisine also costs more than $10,000. Do you have the money? Facing the crowd's questioning and mocking once again, Qin Feng's 8 winds didn't move, his deep black eyes fixedly looking at Li Pengcheng. "After picking the stone, whether I have the money to pay or not is my business. On the contrary, it's you, picking apart the topic again and again. Can't it be that you're afraid?" Seeing that Qin Feng actually dared to talk about Li Pengcheng in such a way, Xinfei was instantly annoyed and gritted her teeth in annoyance. "Qin Feng, what are you talking nonsense about? How could Brother Li be afraid of a punk like you?" "Qin Feng, since you want to die early so badly, I'll fulfill you." How could Li Pengcheng be afraid of a punk in his eyes? He grimaced as he yanked on Qin Feng's collar. "I'll show you today that a little punk like you is nothing more than a piece of rotten mud under my Li's feet." "It's not certain who's a piece of rotten mud," Qin Feng said indifferently and forcefully opened Li Pengcheng's hand. At the edge of the crowd, an old man with white hair and beard slowly walked over on his crutches. Seeing that so many people actually surrounded the entrance of his family's jade store, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What's going on here? Why are so many people surrounding there? Does this business still need to be done?" The white-haired old man asked the assistant behind him to take a look. It didn't take long for the assistant to squeeze out of the crowd. "Elder Yen, I just inquired clearly. There is a kid who wants to gamble with young Master Li Pengcheng." "But that kid," the assistant was a little hard to say. "What's wrong with that kid?" Yen Lao asked casually without much care. After all, this was Jade Pavilion, and things like gambling on stones happen almost every day. That kid is dressed in rags and has a thin description. He's a real pauper. Such a person is gambling with young Master Li Pengcheng on stones. The assistant didn't finish his sentence, but the white-haired old man had a clear understanding in his heart. Gambling this line of work, but all have a bit of vision and strength. Which one is not earn a lot of money, eat a lot of brain fat, can be poor to rags, so that the other party does not have much strength, not much strength, actually dare to bet with Li Pengcheng. This immersed in the stone for many years of veterans. Is the brain problem? Or that there is something out of the dish tricket? Yen Lao immediately came to interest. Bodyguards immediately deployed in front to clear people, and by this time, Qin Feng had already set the gambling rules with Li Pengcheng. 2 out of 3 game system. Whoever cuts out a jade with better texture and higher value, then wins the match. Naturally, Li Pengcheng would have no problem with this, arrogantly sweeping a glance at Qin Feng and sneering. "Winning over a punk Yakuza like you is still a breeze for this young master. I hope you can do what you say you're going to do. Don't punch yourself in the face when the time comes." Qin Feng returned an expressionless gesture. "You." Li Pengcheng was so angry that his brain veins popped. Two people. Right at this moment, Elder Yen walked out from the crowd. The moment he appeared, almost everyone recognized him, except Qin Feng. "Elder Yen." Li Pengcheng was first surprised, but a smile soon piled up on his face. Who didn't know that Elder Yen was a renowned expert in the entire jade world? He has never looked at a stone wrongly in his life. The jade industry under his name is worth tens of billions of dollars. Anyone who can be praised by Mr. Yen will be able to walk horizontally in the entire jade industry in the future. Li Pengcheng's heart was as hot as an iron. He couldn't wait to come in front of Mr. Yen. "Mr. Yen." Elder Yen nodded at him, then turned his head and did not move as he carefully sized up Qin Feng. He was tall and thin, with handsome features, dressed in rags, but his body was straight, and he looked at him with the pride of a green pine that would not bend under the pressure of snow. "Little old man, just heard someone say that you two want to gamble on stones?" Qin Feng didn't know Yen Lao's identity, but seeing that the people around him were very respectful of him, he nodded. "That's just right. The little old man doesn't have anything important to do right now, and I also have a bit of status in this jade world, so why don't I go and be a referee as well as a witness for the two of you? What do the two of you think?" Qin Feng was surprised, but Li Pengcheng was violently ecstatic. To actually come across such a great thing today, this was simply pie in the sky. Not only could he ruthlessly punch Qin Feng in the face and make a name for himself in front of Xinfei and the crowd, but he could also gain Elder Yan's appreciation. And to be able to gain Elder Yan's appreciation, it could be described as a double blessing. Good. Let Elder Yen be our judge for this stone gambling competition. Li Pengcheng eagerly helped Elder Yen to sit on the chair in the middle, and that ass-kissing was one after another. I was originally worried that Brat Qin Feng was playing tricks and making underhanded moves, but with Elder Yen sitting in the center, this young master is much more at ease. I believe that with Elder Yan's fiery eyes and righteousness, he will definitely give the most just and fair verdict on this gambling. One by one, the other wealthy jade merchants on the sidelines nodded their heads in agreement. Yes, Elder Yen is a man who is anxious and righteous. There will definitely be no problem with the stone gambling competition with him ruling on it. Once Elder Yen makes his move, even if someone wants to use an out-of-circuit move, they definitely won't have a chance. At the mention of out-of-circuit tricks, quite a few people looked at Qin Feng secretly, thinking that Qin Feng must be trying to pull some dishonorable trick since he was so confident earlier. Qin Feng was also too lazy to get angry. If he had to get angry like this, then he would have to die of anger 800 times a day. Elder Yen, right? Can we start now? Qin Feng asked with an extremely indifferent expression. Elder Yen also wanted to see if this Qin Feng was a liar or one with real strength, so he nodded. The stone gambling match between Qin Feng and Li Pengcheng officially began. Chapter 7, Gambling and Fighting. The entire street of jade cuisine was lined with all kinds of jade stores. Raw stones, large and small, lay quietly on the ground. Some were piled haphazardly into piles by the store owners, while others were arranged in a neat and tidy manner. Li Pengcheng often came here. Which store head was more powerful and more likely to open good goods? He had a clear idea in his heart. Coldly snorted at Qin Feng. He turned around and walked towards the back of the street. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He didn't know the neighborhood, so he might as well take his time. The penetrating eye was instantly activated. In this instant, the jade flesh wrapped in a greenish-gray or dark-colored skin shell appeared clearly in his eyes. With just a cursory glance, he could tell which piece of jade was worth more and which was worth nothing. The rich merchants from the south and north of the sky also wanted to see if this kid dressed so poorly could turn the tide against the wind or not, so a lot of people are following him. See Qin Feng just like strolling the street to look around, neither on the hand to touch, nor to take high power lamp to hit. All of a sudden, each and every one of them were greatly disappointed. What's the matter? This kid is really a true layman. Yes, he doesn't even know the most basic stone viewing method. I don't think this kid even knows which type of crust is more likely to produce good jade. As soon as these words came out, the rich merchants following Qin Feng all grinned broadly and laughed out loud. Just at this time, Qin Feng suddenly stood still. The piece of material was so translucent that he could see through the skin and even from the surface of the jade flesh all the way to the innermost part. The most important thing was that the entire piece of jade was free of impurities, clear as water, as turquoise as the sky. Such a jade. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he lifted his hand and carried the piece of raw stone, which was only the size of 2 fists of an adult, into his arms. Boss, how do I sell this piece of jade? All the rich merchants following him at this moment were all dumbfounded. Who in the jade world didn't know? Moxisha was the easiest to produce high ice variety and had the highest value. But what was this Qin Feng holding in his arms? The crust of the raw stone was stiff and hard. There was no oiliness to speak of, and the topmost part was lumpy, presenting an extremely unsightly dead grayish-white color. The rich merchants present couldn't hold back any longer and all burst out laughing. Holy, look, this is making us right. This kid doesn't know how to read stones at all. Idiot, just an idiot. He's such a loser, and he still wants to win against young Master Li. It's hilarious. There was even a rich merchant who kindly walked up to Qin Feng and patted his shoulder, smilingly advising, "Kid, if you can't do it, don't try to be strong. It's not too late to admit defeat now, or else you'll be humiliating yourself if you lose both your wife and your money." Right. Kid, we're doing this for your own good, so hurry up and admit defeat. If you count out a young Master Li and admit your mistake, young Master Li Pengcheng, will not bother with you. Looking at the rich merchants who surrounded him and taunted and ridiculed him, Qin Feng calmly smacked away the hand of one of them that was placed on his shoulder. This stone hasn't been cut yet. The winner is not certain. Seeing Qin Feng say this, the surrounding rich merchants laughed even more and the sarcasm on their faces became even more revealing. Look at you guys, he's still talking tough even now. He really doesn't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. I'd say old you. You shouldn't have advised this kid with good intentions. It's really good intentions being treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. What the hell? A big-bellied rich merchant walked up to the middle-aged rich merchant who had previously advised Qin Feng and mocked in a conspiratorial manner. Was this treating himself as a mute? Qin Feng sneered. I don't know if I'm a contraption or not, but there are people who are human-like but really aren't a contraption when it comes to talking and doing things. Rather like the wild dogs in the west end of our village. When they see a stranger, without saying a word, they rush up and woof 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 and bark. When he said this, the big belly rich merchant was furious and red-faced. You're a little yakuza. Who are you saying is the wild dog at the head of the village? Who is not a thing? Whoever answers, that's who. Qin Feng swept the code to pay, bought the raw stone in his arms, and then marched towards Yen Lao's direction. I'll beat you to death. You Yakuza. He was about to pounce when he finished speaking. Ha! The elder yen in your mouth is still here. Are you sure you want to hit me with your hands here? Qin Feng was not slow in his fox-like behavior. The big-bellied rich merchant's face instantly stiffened, and the other rich merchants also surged forward, pulling his arms with 7 hands and 8 feet. Old Guo, forget it. What are you bothering with a flunky for? With his face slapping, there'll be plenty of time for him to cry in a while. Humph. Hearing the crowd say this, Guo's face looked a little better, but he was still a little reluctant in the end. So, unwilling? Qin Feng tapped the raw stone in his hand and said in a nonchalant tone, then why don't you participate in this bet as well? The other rich merchants froze when they saw him say that, while the rich merchant surnamed Guo immediately let out a cold laugh and said, since you want to find death so badly, then I'll fulfill you. Say it. How do you want to bet? Will I lose or win in this bet? I bet I'll win. The bet is $2 million. Do you dare to call? Qin Feng, squinting at him, slightly provocative. Good, but it's only 2 million. I'll bet with you. I'll bet that you, a Yakuza, will lose. Just based on Qin Feng's display of not being able to look at the stone at all, and his appearance of not knowing anything about the original stone, the rich merchant surnamed Guo felt that he was sure to win. Qin Feng laughed, then his gaze motionlessly scanned the other rich merchants around him. Is there anyone else participating in the bet? No one said anything for a while. If I lose, I'll kneel down in front of Li Pengcheng and call out to your ancestors. Betting on something like this, if someone wasn't moved, it only meant that the stakes weren't big enough. Immediately, there were several wealthy merchants whose eyes flashed with a hint of dissimilarity. Although the Li family's jade world wasn't considered top tier, it was at least considered a second-tier powerful family. If they could curry favor with Li Pengcheng by humiliating Qin Feng, it would simply be a profitable deal for them. Good, I'll bet. Immediately, there was a tall and thin man who shouted, I'll bet too, and me. Enough that about 6 or 7 rich merchants stood out from the crowd. This one person is 2 million. 7 people is 14 million, with their original 4 million. TSK. The smile under Qin Feng's eyes became real all of a sudden. You are all heavenly good people, but not good people? Originally, with his capital of $4 million, he could only do a small business, but if he had $18 million, then this business would be more than just a small business. At this instant, Qin Feng only felt that these rich merchants were so kind. Chapter 8, Impossible. The rich merchants only felt strange when they saw Qin Feng's eyes and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over their bodies. What are you looking at? I'm waiting for you to kneel on the ground and call me an ancestor. The rich merchant surnamed Guo cursed in a vicious voice. Qin Feng had achieved all of his goals and didn't bother to dwell on it, striding over to Yen Lao's body. Seeing Qin Feng finally come over, Li Pengcheng, who had long ago picked out a stone to get beside Yen Lao and offer his attentions, immediately straightened up. Ha! But just picking a stone actually took such a long time. A waste is indeed a waste. Facing the other party's malicious disparagement, Qin Feng was not annoyed. He liked to let the bullets fly for a while. Placing the raw stone in his arms on the rosewood table in front of Yen Lao, Qin Feng said courteously to Elder Yen, Elder Yen, I've picked the item. It's this one. In an instant, everyone's gazes gathered on top of the stone that Qin Feng had picked. Those who could come here were basically knowledgeable. In this instant, everyone was silently silent. This piece of raw stone had a stiff skin and thick shell, and there was a very obvious crack on the outside, and the crack didn't look shallow. For a stone like this, even a novice in and out of the jade world wouldn't buy it. Elder Yen was astonished as he looked up at Qin Feng and asked with some uncertainty, You confirmed that you picked this one? Qin Feng nodded without hesitation. Elder Yen also fell silent. He swept Qin Feng's ragged and poor clothes without a trace, and in a rare act of kindness in his life, he politely prompted, Actually, little old me thinks that you can pick it again properly. No need. Just this piece. Qin Feng replied for the second time with the same lack of hesitation and decisiveness. Gotta. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Shao Tsung, go call someone to decipher the stone. Elder Yen commanded to the assistant beside him. The assistant gently clapped his hands at the back, and immediately 2 jade store employees walked over quickly, holding the raw stones picked by Qin Feng and Li Pengcheng towards the store. During the waiting process, the crowd was looking at Qin Feng with an extremely mocking look. Ha ha, Qin Feng, you're going to lose this time. Li Pengcheng laughed up to the sky in triumph. Everyone else also gathered around him and couldn't stop flattering him. That's right, such a fool still wants to win over your young master Li. He doesn't look at how much weight he really has. That's right, young master Pengcheng's stone is genuine moxisha. The skin is thin and oily, and when you shine a light on it, hey, guess what? It's full of green. I think it's definitely an imperial green. Speaking of the emperor force, The people are hard cold and hailed a breath. Eyes cannot help but light. Li Pengcheng, that stone is not small. If really out of the Emperor Green, even if only out of a few pendants or egg surface, that is also worth a lot of money. Ah. Qin Feng, ready to kowtow to me and apologize? Li Pengcheng took his hand and pushed Qin Feng's shoulder one by one. Qin Feng dodged and avoided it, but an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. What are you smiling at? This smile of his instantly caused Li Pengcheng to clench his teeth in great dissatisfaction. I'm laughing at the fact that certain people are blabbering before they've even seen the final result, and aren't afraid that the wind will flash their tongues and they'll have empty joy. Gently taking a step back to avoid Li Pengcheng suddenly going crazy. Li Pengcheng was really enraged. His fists were raised, but he realized that Qin Feng had just managed to retreat to Yen Lao's side, and those eyes of Yen Lao were looking at him without joy or sorrow. Oh no! Having been provoked into anger by this Yakuza, he forgot to control himself. Yen Lao's heart shouldn't have a problem with himself right now, right? Just at this time, the assistant walked over to Yen Lao's side. He first collected an untraceable sweeping glance at Qin Feng before saying softly, Yen Lao, both of their raw stones have been solved. Should we take them out now? Elder Yen nodded. Not long after, the two Jade Store employees each carried a red lacquer-colored wooden plate covered with a layer of red cloth back out. Yen Lao stood up and walked to the side of these two employees, sweeping the crowd with a gentle expression on his face and smiling lightly. I believe that everyone would like to know the final result, and now I, little old me, will unveil this mystery. Everyone might as well guess which piece of this jade with the skin removed is Qin Feng's. Which one is Li Pengcheng's? The crowd nodded their heads in succession, eagerly squeezing another circle forward, staring intently at the two trays in the employees' hands. Li Pengcheng even took the time to sweep a glance at Qin Feng. He felt that he was sure to win. Qin Feng's face, however, was light and breezy from start to finish. As Elder Yen raised his hand, the red cloth on one of the trays was lifted, and in an instant, the jade on the tray came into the eyes of the crowd. This piece of jade is dark green, although not very translucent, but the seed water is clear. The cotton is also all melted away. Because the seed was old enough, it gave a very comfortable and soft feeling. This piece of jade is good. The rich merchant surnamed Guai nodded his head repeatedly. The rich merchant surnamed Yu also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Indeed, it's not bad. This piece of jade can be sold for about $7 million. If we're lucky, it might barely make it to $10 million. The other rich merchants also nodded their heads one after another. After that, everyone's eyes naturally landed on the piece of jade that hadn't yet been unveiled from the red cloth. Elder Yen, don't be so secretive. Hurry up and unveil the red cloth. Seeing that the crowd was so eager to urge him on, Elder Yen smiled, and then unveiled the red cloth. In the next second, the scene was silent and a needle could be heard. One could only feel the penetratingly cool full green embedded into one's heart and spleen, as if the whole person was immersed in a deep lake. Hiss. ITMD didn't see it wrong. The rich merchant surnamed Guo was shocked and pulled the rich merchant surnamed Yu aside. It's actually imperial green. A solid full green. This quality of jade has only appeared once or twice in the last 10 years. Not once or twice, but once. After the initial shock, the rich businessman surnamed Yu said almost instinctively, that time, such a large piece of imperial green appeared in the auction of the Suli group. After the original silence had passed, there were countless undercurrents at this moment. The crowd looked as if it was the same as usual, but in fact, one by one, their hearts were green with excitement. Such a large piece of imperial green, and is solid full green, if there is no crack, enough to carve into 2 ankle bracelets. 1 ankle silk bracelet would be hundreds of millions of dollars. Right, was surnamed rich businessman muttered, felt his whole head suddenly became a little dizzy. The rich merchant surnamed Yu hurriedly went to help him, then the next second, but he suddenly pushed away from the rich merchant surnamed Yu's hand, clanked twice and ran to the front of Li Pengcheng, grabbed his arm, full of excitement, and cried out, Young Master Li, this piece of imperial green the first was jade firm want it. Chapter 9, Winning. After the rich merchant surnamed Guo made this start, the fire that the others suppressed in their hearts quickly boiled up. They looked at the rich merchant surnamed Guo and gritted their teeth straight in their hearts. This old traitor, seeing the benefits, which time is not the first on, back to eat meat, always let others drink soup. Fear that Li Pengcheng really chose the rich merchant surnamed Guo, so the other rich merchants also swarmed up, surrounded Li Pengcheng, all kinds of complimentary words like no money desperately say, Young Master Li, a person with such a discerning eye and amazing talent like you will definitely choose our family's jade firm. Don't you think so? I knew you would win. Young Master Li is a real talent in our jade industry. How could he lose to a little punk? Young Master Li, as long as you're willing to give us this emerald, we're willing to bid $100 million. Get lost. $100 million and you still want such a big piece of emerald? The rich merchant surnamed Yu slammed the other party to the side in a bad mood. then smiled with a respectful face and said, "Young Master Li, we are willing to offer $150 million, and with our store's treasure attached." The Yu family's treasure of the store was a child thousand-handed goddess of mercy. Although it was only glutinous ice, it couldn't help but be large in size. The crowd surrounded Li Pengcheng, and it was so hot and heavy that they were really about to get their heads blown off. Li Pengcheng was so smug that he enjoyed the bawling of the crowd before walking step by step in front of Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you trashy punk, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and kneel in front of this young master like a dog and obediently call your ancestor?" Qin Feng didn't say anything, just looked at him in a salty manner. "Why don't you say anything? Weren't you very sharp-tongued just now?" Li Pengcheng laughed even more complacently and wildly. "Don't worry, it's not a loss for you to recognize Lao Zi as an ancestor. I can reward you, a punk, with a mouthful of rice." The others followed in order to win Li Pengcheng's favor, and they also followed with unbridled sarcasm and humiliation of Qin Feng. "Hey, Qin Feng, didn't you hear what young Master Li said? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down and bark like a dog? Be willing to lose a bet. You didn't want to lose face when I gave it to you. Qin Feng, now you know what regret means, right?" The rich merchant surnamed Guo crossed his waist with one hand and also laughed recklessly. "By the way, when are you going to pay us back for the $2 million each of our bets? Hurry up and kneel down and learn how to bark. We're all waiting to see it." Another person urged Qin Feng to kneel down in order to flatter Li Pengcheng. The group of people couldn't wait to dig at Qin Feng, but no one noticed that Elder Yen, who had heard the assistant's words, suddenly changed his color. "What you just said is true." Yen Lao's face was filled with disbelief. The assistant nodded before glancing at Qin Feng. Yen Lao stopped speaking and just followed his gaze to Qin Feng before his face became complicated. Who would have thought of this peak and turn of events? Watching Qin Feng being surrounded by almost everyone, the rich merchant surnamed Yu sighed long and hard with some uncontrollable looks. "Young man, I told you back then that you couldn't win, but now that it's come to such a state, why are you so bitter?" Qin Feng looked at him faintly, then raised his eyes and walked to Yen Lao. "Yen Lao, if you continue to watch the show, I'll just hold my stone and leave." "Hey, don't!" Such a perfect imperial green. To be honest, Yen Lao hadn't seen it a few times in his life, so he coughed dryly, and after waiting for everyone's attention to turn around, he pointed at the piece of imperial green and said with a smile on his face, "Gentlemen, I think all of you are mistaken. This piece of imperial green is not the one picked out by Li Pengcheng. Rather, it is." Elder Yan's finger pointed at Qin Feng. When he pointed like that, everyone present was confused and filled with bewilderment. "Elder Yan, what are you doing? What are you pointing at this little punk for?" "Yes, Yen." Before this person could finish his words, he reacted violently in the next second, and then both of his eyes stared like bronze bells as he looked at Qin Feng dead in the face. This Emperor Green. Seeing that the crowd finally comprehended his meaning, Yen Lao sighed slightly before saying meaningfully, "This piece of Emperor Green was picked out by this little brother called Qin Feng." There was a clamor. The originally quiet scene instantly clamored like boiling water. This piece of imperial green turned out not to be the one picked out by Li Pengcheng at all. It was the one picked out by Qin Feng. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Li Pengcheng could hardly bear this huge discrepancy and roared with a bloated red face. "Right, impossible." The rich merchant surnamed Guo also followed suit and shouted. Many others were also filled with disbelief. Some were frozen in shock, while others shook their heads repeatedly feeling that it was unacceptable. However, after these emotions, there was a huge, unspeakable remorse that clutched their hearts and minds deeply. What in the world had they just done? To actually sneer at a person who had picked out an Emperor Green that was rare to see in 10 years. Even they, the veterans of the Jade world, might not be able to pick out a piece of Imperial Green in their entire lives. And they actually humiliated Qin Feng for being a waste? Simply ridiculous. They were simply ridiculous to the extreme. At this moment they were so ashamed that they could not wait to transform into ostriches and directly dig a hole in the ground and stuff their heads inside. "No, I don't believe it. I definitely won't believe that this piece of Imperial Green was jumped out by Qin Feng." Requieting the scene again, Li Pengcheng suddenly rushed towards Qin Feng, his hands tightly pinching his shoulders. You quickly say it, you scumbag. Did you use some unseemly means?" The tremendous force caused Qin Feng to cringe in pain. When Elder Yen saw that Li Pengcheng was actually so devoid of connivance, he was so angry that he directly stood up. "What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and pull him away from me." The others also reacted, so they went to pull Li Pengcheng with 7 hands and 8 feet. Young Master Li, calm down. There are inherently losers and winners in something like gambling on stones. Why is young Master Pengcheng so out of sorts?" Under the pull of the crowd, Li Pengcheng finally didn't pounce again. Now no one dared to insult Qin Feng anymore, but it was Qin Feng's turn to settle the score. He first turned to Elder Yen and smiled faintly. So Elder Yen, I won this bet on the stone, right? This was an undoubted fact, and Elder Yen nodded. He looked around the crowd again, and they all left their gazes uncomfortably, cocking his lips and smiling faintly again. Qin Feng said gently, good, then it's my turn to clear the bets now. I'm sure all of you should have no problem with that, right? At this moment, Qin Feng slapped the crowd in the face with absolute strength, so who would dare to have an opinion? Chapter 10. Waste. Qin Feng's eyes swept over the faces of all the people one by one and finally rested on Li Pengchang. There was both the blandness of victory and a hint of imperceptible chill in those eyes. Li Pengchang, according to our previous agreement, if you lose, not only do you have to apologize to me in public, you also have to fulfill your bet, right? Li Pengchang's face was ugly to the extreme. He had never thought that he would fall in front of this little man, not to mention having to be humiliated in public. However, the gazes of the people around him were like knives, causing him to force down the anger in his heart. Humph, I, Li Pengchang, am true to my word. Apologizing is apologizing. Saying that, he turned around extremely reluctantly and barely squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying at Qin Feng. I'm sorry, it's because I have no eyes and shouldn't have underestimated you. Even though his voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, the humiliation was enough to make Li Pengchang remember it for the rest of his life. Qin Feng, however, ignored the other party and turned around to look at a woman in the crowd, who was no other than Lin Wanting. In fact, just now he noticed the other party, only that there were more people, but still waiting to solve the stone, so he did not open his mouth. Now that the matter was settled, he naturally thought of her first. Ms. Lin, do you accept this piece of jade? Qin Feng's tone was polite, even calling it gentle, completely different from earlier. However, his actions drew a chorus of boos, and it was clear that everyone thought that he had been mesmerized by Lin Wanting's beauty and had done such a thing. A flash of joy flashed across Lin Wanting's eyes as she nodded. Of course I'll take it. Hearing this, Qin Feng once again looked at those who had just bet against him. Everyone, a total of 14 million. Do you have a check, or a direct payment? As he said this, Qin Feng swept over the 7 rich merchants who had just screamed the loudest with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, the 7 wealthy merchants looked at each other in dismay. Although they were unwilling, but after all, they had already agreed to do so, and all of them present were dignified figures. At this moment, naturally, it was not good to back out, and they all took out the check binders that they carried with them to write checks, with the rich merchants handing over one check after another to Qin Feng's hands. The atmosphere in the venue subtly eased for a few points. Qin Feng collected the checks one by one, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Lin Wanting quietly watched Qin Feng from the sidelines, and in addition to the initial joy in her eyes, there were a few more complicated emotions in her eyes. She hadn't expected that a person she had pulled over would actually give her such a big surprise. This temperament made her unable to help but develop a deeper interest in Qin Feng. Let's go with the market price for that piece of jade, $150 million. You give me the card number later and I'll call you directly. Lin Wanting opened her mouth at the right time, revealing her keenness and determination as a businessman. After all, her family also had an antique store and a jewelry store, and it would be correct to have a good relationship with Qin Feng. At this moment, Li Pengchang, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, had already left in disgrace, fearing that Qin Feng would make another mess for him. The others had dispersed when they saw that Qin Feng wanted to sell the jade to Lin Wanting. What's the point of staying here when you can't collect it already? Good. By the way, please help get these checks as well. When the time comes, they will be directly credited to this account. Qin Feng did not make any pretense, otherwise he would have to make another trip to the bank. Elder Yen came to their side at some point. Ha ha, Lin girl, so you brought this young man here. What? No introduction? Qin Feng twisted his head. Then he found Yen Lao standing in front of him with a smile on his face, and instantly realized that the other party had probably come a long time ago. This is Qin Feng. He came with me to take a look. Lin Wanting obediently replied back with a very humble attitude. Qin Feng, nice to meet you. Elder Yen arched his hand at Qin Feng with a very friendly attitude. You are too kind. Qin Feng also politely returned. To be able to possess such superior skills at such a young age is truly admirable. Elder Yen marveled. Elder Yen is too kind. The younger generation is just a fluke. But it's Elder Yan's attainments in jade that is truly admirable. Through what those people had just said, this Yen Lao's status in the jade world was definitely at the level of an old-timer. So Qin Feng naturally wouldn't hold back. By the way, Ms. Lin, has your matter been resolved? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw that the other party always had a lost expression on her face. Lin Wanting shook her head and smiled bitterly. I was pitted by a raw stone plate. It was said to be from an old pit, but in fact, it's all just some edges. Saying that, she glanced at the several pieces of waste stones in the distance again. Her pretty brows knit lightly. Yen Lao had wanted to ask as well, but when he saw Qin Feng asking, he followed and listened, but he didn't expect to be pitted. Can I go over and take a look? Qin Feng opened his mouth to ask after a brief moment of contemplation. Hearing this, Lin Wanting froze for a moment, then hurriedly said, yes, but, she actually wanted to say that it was all just some scraps, so what was the difference between looking and not looking? But noticing Qin Feng's look of interest, she was unwilling to lose the mood, any more than that the person had just provided a piece of imperial green. Throwing away the cost and handmade fee, she could still make at least a few tens of millions of dollars, and if she bumped into a few big patrons, hundreds of millions wouldn't be a problem. Let's go, take a look, it just so happens that I have nothing to do. Yen Lao waved his hand, signaling that he was fine with it, and Lin Wanting could only nod her head. With that, the three of them walked towards the piece of wool. Lin Wanting walked at the front, and soon, they arrived at the edge of the pile of wool. Since it was a side piece of wool, there wasn't any specialized equipment, just a protective cloth placed to cover it. Qin Feng looked at the piece of wool, his gaze scanning the exterior of the wool for half a day before finally resting on the center of the wool, a jadeite raw stone that had been cut 2/3 of the way through. These are all scraps? Qin Feng asked as he pointed at the pile of scrap stones. Lin Wanting let out a soft looking a little disappointed. Yen Lao didn't know why, but he always felt that there was something in this kid's words and looked at Qin Feng with interest. I'll offer $1 million. Can you sell me these materials? Lin Wanting froze. How could she not expect Qin Feng to suddenly come up with such a sentence? $1 million to buy a bunch of waste stones. Thanks to him for thinking of it. Seeing Lin Wanting frozen there, Qin Feng said indifferently, what? Is the money I offered not enough? If it's not enough, then 2 million would be fine. Hey, no, you're mistaken. If you want it, I'll just give it to you directly, but there's just some confusion. What do you want this pile of waste materials for? Lin Wanting came back to her senses and hurriedly opened her mouth. She didn't understand why Qin Feng was acting in such a strange manner. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I won't bother Ms. Lin with that. After saying that, Qin Feng turned around and walked towards the side, picked up a branch and started picking it out. Chapter 11, The waves of the Yangtze River push forward. What do you want? Lin Wanting frowned. She always felt that Qin Feng was strange, especially the way he picked the wool. You'll know later. Qin Feng replied as a matter of course. It was this scene that made Yen Lao frown. To say that earlier Qin Feng had opened a piece of imperial green with his luck and eyesight. But now, wasn't this just picking an egg from a stone? And as a jade industry veteran level, he can naturally see that the pile of stones in front of him are semi-finished products, and even some have been opened by others. This kid is still pretending to spend $2 million to buy? Who is he pretending to be? However, given what happened before, Yen Lao didn't say anything, but only silently lowered Qin Feng's favorability a bit in his heart. However, Qin Feng didn't know about this and instead walked directly towards a half-cut stone in front of him. Master, can you cut this piece for me again? I'll draw the path for you and cut it as I said. Qin Feng picked up the chalk and made some marks on that half-cut stone before handing it to that cutter master. The cutter master received the chalk-marked stone and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. These scraps had long lost their value in their eyes, and even if they were to make another cut, it would just be a waste of more time and cost. However, looking at Qin Feng's serious appearance, as well as the expressions of Lin Wanting and Elder Yen beside him, who each carried different emotions although they did not say anything, the master finally nodded, picking up the cutter and preparing to start working again. Young man, are you sure you want to cut like this? There's not much material left inside this stone, the cutter master reminded while putting on his protective glasses. Qin Feng smiled faintly with a confident glint in his eyes. Cut it as I say, there's guaranteed to be a surprise. As the roar of the cutting machine sounded, the people around them gathered around and looked at the scene curiously. Elder Yen had his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Time passed by. The sparks of the cutter splashed everywhere, and the smell of stone chips and dust filled the air, until the master cut the stone cutting suddenly realized that the material actually born out of a submist. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, the original seemingly ordinary stone material inside, but vaguely through a touch of purple. This smear of purple intent appeared particularly dazzling under the dim light, as if it was the brightest star in the night sky. This is, Lin Wanting cried out in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Elder Yan's eyes also widened violently. According to his judgment over the years, this piece of material was already scrap. The cutter master also froze. He put down the tools in his hands, staring wide-eyed and carefully checking to confirm that he did not have blurred eyes. The surrounding crowds were even more vocal, with exclamations of amazement. How is this possible? This pile of scrap can even cut out jadeite, and it's still a good quality emerald. This kid's luck is too good. Not bad. You're ing scared. This is purple jade. In ancient times, It was carried by the Empress to symbolize purple energy coming from the east. In the face of the crowd's amazement, Qin Feng just smiled bashfully. He had expected this outcome. Looks like I underestimated this kid. Elder Yen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Originally, he still had a trace of skepticism towards Qin Feng, but now, he was completely impressed. When the master who was deciphering the stone took out the jade in its entirety, the entire jade xian completely exploded. Extremely high-grade purple jade, especially the little bit of white color carried in the middle, almost infinitely close to the glass variety, and by the looks of it, this piece of purple jade should weigh 5 or 6 pounds. If this is carved-out jewelry, it is definitely the best of the best. This, brother, what are you going to do with this material? The stone-solving master wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked with an eager face. I'll take it. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, a well-dressed youth squeezed into the crowd from outside. It's Chen Feiyu, the heir of the Chen group. Immediately, bursts of exclamations came from the surroundings. Hearing someone call his name, Chen Feiyu had a smile on his lips as he raised his eyes to look into the crowd and quickly found Qin Feng. He had just noticed Qin Feng and Lin Wanting when he entered the store. He only saw him walk straight to Qin Feng and said with his head slightly angled, "Your name is Qin Feng, right? Sell me this piece of material. I'm willing to pay $50 million. Not for sale." Qin Feng shook his head and refused. He planned to take the piece of material himself. Moreover, he wasn't short of money right now. He would keep it for himself and plan for it later. Seeing Qin Feng's refusal, a flash of anger surfaced on Chen Feiyu's face. I'm afraid you're not clear. My father is the chairman of the Zhengzhou Jewelers Association. Oh, so what? Qin Feng still had a cloudy demeanor. Chen Feiyu was immediately choked. He then realized that he dared to report his identity. Instead of deterring Qin Feng, he was somewhat unable to get off the stage himself. However, Elder Yen spoke up at this time. Xiao Yu, this little friend is a friend I just met, so don't make things difficult for him. Saying that he was making things difficult for Qin Feng, he was actually trying to find a step down for the other party. After all, these were all dignitaries, and what they came out to earn was a face. Chen Feiyu is also a person who has seen the world. At this moment, someone gave a step, and obediently went down. So it's Yen Lao's friend okay, since that's the case then we'll have a meal together later. Chen Feiyu smiled brightly and turned to leave. The surrounding crowd's eyes became envious and jealous as they looked at Qin Feng. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire Grand Xia who could let Elder Yen protect them. Qin Feng wasn't someone who didn't understand the ways of the world, and understood that this Chen Feiyu wasn't an ordinary person. Many thanks to Elder Yen. Arching his hand, a flash of gratitude flashed in his eyes. No harm done. You can come and find me for tea when you have time in the future. When these words came out, not only were the people around them shocked, even Lin Wanting was a bit surprised. A warm current surged in Qin Feng's heart when he heard these words. He was well aware of the weight of Elder Yan's words. In this circle, to be favored by a senior like Elder Yan was undoubtedly laying a solid cornerstone for his future path. I will definitely keep this in mind, and I will definitely come to visit and ask Elder Yan for advice in the future. Lin Wanting stood by the side, watching the interaction between Qin Feng and Elder Yan with complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng was able to gain Elder Yan's appreciation. If this continued, he would definitely have a great future in the future. Whereas she, Lin Wanting, was only the daughter of a businessman after all. Thinking of this, Lin Wanting couldn't help but tighten her hands, her nails sinking into her palms. Good. A promise is a promise. Elder Yan smiled, his meaningful gaze lingering on Lin Wanting's body for a moment. After Qin Feng and Lin Wanting left, Elder Yan looked at the material played with in the hands of the stone-solving master and couldn't help but lament. Alas, it's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and one generation is stronger than the next. Chapter 12. Your honorable friend, M.S. Lin, when will that money arrive? Qin Feng was sitting in the lobby of the Jade Pavilion, and he wouldn't be embarrassed about his own money. Lin Wanting sniffed and a helpless smile appeared on her face. Don't worry about it, I've already asked someone to proceed with it. The amount is large in quantity. It should only arrive tomorrow. Tomorrow? Not today? Qin Feng was a bit helpless. Right now his mother's illness still needed money. Being able to pay it earlier would also allow him to have an operation as soon as possible. Before there was no money, she had been hanging on with medicine. Now that she had money she naturally wanted to get the surgery done quickly before she woke up. I'm afraid I can't today. That's so. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, slightly disappointed. But if you need money urgently, I can give you some first. Nor did he wait for Qin Feng to say anything to directly pull out his cell phone to transfer money. The next moment, a transfer reminder suddenly popped up on Qin Feng's cell phone. $10 million had arrived in the bank. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A day ago he was a silent junior, but now he had become a billionaire. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, I still need to go to the hospital. Qin Feng packed up and prepared to say goodbye and leave. Lin Wanting, however, suddenly pulled his arm at this moment. Qin Feng, wait a minute. And, what else does Ms. Lin have to do? Qin Feng was puzzled. Are you interested in being our special consultant for Jade Pavilion? Lin Wanting hesitated and summoned up the courage to say. Qin Feng was dumbfounded and said, being your Jade Cuisine's special consultant? I'm sorry, I'm not interested for the time being. If there's a suitable opportunity, I'll consider it. Although he was rich now, he did not intend to do anything, including investing in gambling stones. Our Jade Henna's treatment is good. If you're willing to come, you can be paid $1 million a year. On top of that, vehicles and rooms are allotted. Lin Wanting seemed to have guessed that Qin Feng would refuse and patiently persuaded him. Qin Feng, who heard this, was instantly somewhat moved, thinking that if you had just said that I wouldn't have refused. It's not impossible. Although he was rich now, it wasn't impossible to get a paycheck. Great. Lin Wanting's eyes lit up. Then she said excitedly, then when you're done with your work, you call me and I'll arrange it for you. Qin Feng nodded. Then he did not linger and turned around to walk out of the Jade Pavilion. After leaving the entrance, Qin Feng was stopping a cab to go straight to the People's Hospital in Zhanghai City. Sir, where are you going? The driver couldn't help but ask as he saw Qin Feng's back in the rearview mirror. Qin Feng looked up and swept the hospital sign and said, People's Hospital. After 20 minutes or so, the car arrived at the entrance of the People's Hospital. After getting out of the car, Qin Feng went straight into the hospital, took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and walked straight towards a certain solitary ward. On the hospital bed lay a middle-aged woman around 40 years old, precisely Qin Feng's mother, Lu Guixiang. At this time, Lu Guixiang had already fallen asleep. Her face was pale and haggard, looking extremely weak. Looking at his mom's appearance, Qin Feng was a little hard to bear. His father left early, before he went to college. His mother had tried desperately to save money for his tuition. So after the college entrance exam ended and Qin Feng applied for the most expensive major in the capital, his mother never pushed for it again, but instead worried for her son. Thinking about what had happened during this period of time, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh and reached out to grab his mother's withered wrist, his eyes a little red. Mom, in the future, we won't have to live a hard life anymore, Qin Feng muttered, secretly deciding in his heart that after earning big money this time, he would immediately buy a villa and take his mother out to live. Qin Feng, when did you come? A voice entered Qin Feng's ears. He turned his head and saw that a small nurse was standing at the entrance of the ward looking at him. The woman's name was Bai Ruoshi. She was the nurse in the ward next to Lu Guixiang's, and the other person had been taking care of Lu Guixiang since she was hospitalized. So Qin Feng slowly became familiar with the other person, and usually always chatted idly. Just arrived. Right, Ruoshi. Wait, you help me talk to Dr. Wang. Arrange my mom's surgery as soon as possible. I'll go over to pay later. Qin Feng opened his mouth and said, this is no problem. I'll say hello to Dr. Wang later. You stay with Auntie for a while. I'll go out and get busy. Bai Ruoshi agreed with a smile. Qin Feng nodded his head. After Bai Ruoshi left, he sat on the side of the hospital bed and looked at the still sleeping Lu Guixiang and said softly, Mom, don't worry. When you get better, our family will be able to move out. At night, the streets of Zhanghai City were brilliantly lit, with endless streams of vehicles. After Qin Feng paid the surgery fee, he was about to come out to buy some late-night snacks, and happened to see Bai Ruoshi getting off work, so the two of them walked out together. Qin Feng, tell me the truth. You didn't do anything disorderly or illegal, did you? Bai Ruoshi was a bit happy when she heard Qin Feng say that he paid for the surgery, but she reacted after a while. That was a whole $200,000 for the surgery. After such a long time, she also knew that Qin Feng was only a college student who had just graduated not long ago, so where would he get this $200,000? That's why she asked this question. Don't worry, it's definitely not obtained through those means, and you're still not clear about what kind of person I am. Qin Feng said and told the story of his visit to the Jade Pavilion, but only after describing Lin Wanting and Yan Lao as his honored people. Bai Ruoshi was fine at first, but she was a bit surprised after hearing about Yan Lao. You know Yan Lao? Qin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. Yan Lao was a big shot. Bai Ruoshi was just a nurse. Could she know such a big shot? Well, Elder Yan is on good terms with my grandfather. But congratulations, you have a job in the future. As if she could see Qin Feng's inquiry, she hurriedly changed the topic. What? With so much money, you still don't treat me to a meal? Bai Ruoshi half-heartedly teased. Okay, I'll treat you tonight. The location is up to you. Qin Feng laughed and said cheerfully. He naturally saw the other party's purpose, but if people were unwilling to say, he wouldn't be unwise enough to ask. This is simple. Follow my elbow. Bai Ruoshi nodded, and then she led Qin Feng towards a small restaurant next to the hospital. Qin Feng, this small restaurant tastes pretty good. Both of us are hungry, so let's hurry up and try it. Arriving at the restaurant and finding a window seat, Bai Ruoshi greeted. Qin Feng didn't make any pretense, took the menu and ordered a few dishes, then waited. It didn't take long for the dishes to be served. When the two finished eating, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and in order to prevent his mom from waking up hungry, so he also packed a special copy. Chapter 13, The Rich Man's World. Early the next morning, after Bai Ruoshi went to work, she was the first to tell Qin Feng that his mother's surgery was scheduled for 3 days later. Thinking that there wasn't much to do anyway, Qin Feng prepared to report to the Jade Pavilion. Hey, Ms. Lin, I'm at the door. Arriving at the Jade Stone Cuisine, Qin Feng dialed Lin Wanning's number. Wait a moment, I'll come over to pick you up right away. Good. Qin Feng nodded and hung up the phone. Soon, a black van drove over and stopped in front of Qin Feng. The door of the van was pushed open, and a pair of long, white legs came into view, accompanied by a rich, ethereal fragrance that hit his nose. Qin Feng turned his head to look, and when he saw clearly the appearance of the girl who got out of the car, he was slightly stunned, because what came down from the car was actually Lin Wanting. At this time, Lin Wanting had changed her clothes and was wearing a pink skirt with a pair of white high-rooted shoes, looking pavilion and full of youthfulness. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Looking at Qin Feng's slightly surprised expression, Lin Wanting's pretty face revealed a touch of playfulness. Hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head and said, No, it's beautiful. Thanks. Lin Wanting smiled sweetly, revealing her shell teeth, bright eyes and white teeth. Like a flower, she originally belonged to the type that was delicate and exquisite, and with some dressing up like this, she was even more moving. Qin Feng also did not dare to look directly with it, lowered his head, lightly coughed and said, Miss Lin, then I am now. Lin Wanting pursed her lips and said, You go upstairs with me, I'll give you the entry formalities first. Qin Feng nodded and followed Lin Wanting into the elevator. Following the signage, the two of them arrived at the top floor. Inside a spacious and luxurious office, Lin Wanting asked Qin Feng to wait for her for about 5 minutes while she went to fetch the information. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and waited quietly. A few moments later, a sound of footsteps sounded and Lin Wanting walked out holding the folder. Here's your information. After signing, you'll be the consultant of our group's Jade Xian. Handing the information to Qin Feng, Lin Wanting smiled lightly and said. Qin Feng nodded, took a pen, and after brushing and writing, handed it to Lin Wanting. Lin Wanting looked at the information Qin Feng had written. Her brows frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, Do you have any requirements for a house? If not, I still have a set of villas over at Zhanghai Yuan. Qin Feng looked at Lin Wanting who had a tangled face, and in his heart, he had the feeling that he was just a dirt poor man. He was still torn between buying a villa or a house with the money he just got. This guy, people directly match you with a villa. Zhanghai Court was a high-grade villa area. Although it was not as good as the Nanling Mountain Resort side, it was also worth around $7 to $8 million, and the distance from the hospital is not too far. Well, I'm not picky. Qin Feng nodded expressionlessly. Seeing him with this look, Lin Wanting couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you still need to get used to it. As Lin Wanting said this, she suddenly stretched out her green onion finger and poked Qin Feng's chest as she continued. Elder Yen asked for help to ask if you want to worship him as your master. Hearing her mention Elder Yen, an odd look surfaced on Qin Feng's face. However, this was normal. After all, what was the status of the person? Before determining it, he definitely wanted to probe Qin Feng's thoughts first. In case he was rejected by Qin Feng when he waited for himself to open his mouth, it wouldn't be embarrassing. However, Qin Feng revealed a surprised expression. Elder Yen wants to accept me? Qin Feng's reaction caused Lin Wanting to be stumped for a moment before she smiled and said, You don't want to worship Elder Yen as your teacher? No, I just didn't think of it. Qin Feng shook his head to explain. No matter who knew that Elder Yen actually took the initiative to invite himself to be his disciple, I'm afraid he would also feel a bit fantastical. I guess you wouldn't believe it either. But since Elder Yen said so, if you want to learn then go to him and worship Elder Yen as your master. It will definitely help you. After saying that, Lin Wanting put the information back on the table and stood up. Alright, from now on you'll be our Jade Xian's advisor. Do you have anything to do this afternoon? If not, it's time to go to Yen Lao's side. Nothing else. Qin Feng scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. After all, he wasn't even clear about what an advisor was going to do, so where would he have anything else to do? Alright then, wait for me. I'll explain my work and accompany you over there. After saying that, Lin Wanting turned around and entered the president's office again. 10 minutes later, Lin Wanting once again walked out of the office. Go! Oh! Qin Feng nodded and followed. Lin Wanting threw the car keys to Qin Feng, while the two of them then drove to the outskirts of Zhanghai City. Outside a private mansion that covered an extremely wide area, Getting out of the car, Lin Wanting led Qin Feng into the villa. Inside the villa, various kinds of precious plants were scattered all around, emitting a faint fragrance. An old man in his 60s was sitting in the living room, next to which was a coffee table with many antique paintings, ceramic vessels and other items, and next to it, a Buddha statue was placed, which was lifelike. Elder Yen, Lin Wanting called out and walked inside the living room. It looks like Qin Feng is willing. Upon hearing the sound, Elder Yen turned his head to look at Qin Feng behind Lin Wanting, stroked his beard, and laughed. Hello Elder Yen. I'm really sorry that Qin Feng took the liberty of disturbing you. Qin Feng walked forward, arched his hand towards Elder Yen and said respectfully, Not bad, not bad. Young man is modest and polite, a diamond in the rough. Elder Yen stroked his beard and nodded appreciatively, then said, Alright, let's cut the crap. Are you willing to be my disciple? It is Qin Feng's great honor to be Elder Yen's disciple. Qin Feng nodded, his eyes blazing with fervor. If Elder Yen was willing to teach himself about jade, it couldn't be better. Good. Seeing Qin Feng agreeing, Elder Yen immediately let out a loud laugh before his eyes looked at him and said, Qin Feng, do you know what I am best at? Qin Feng was stunned and puzzled. Appraising jades? He knew that there were many types of jade, from jadeite raw stones, to ice-seeded sunny green glass-seeded jadeite and countless others, and all of these were formed after a long history of evolution over the years, so each piece was of extraordinary value. So what Yen Lao was best at, was identifying this piece. Not bad. Yen Lao nodded his head in satisfaction. What I'm best at is stone gambling, but you don't know that I'm even better at carving. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but look at Lin Wanting beside him. Not to mention, he really didn't know. Lin Wanting saw his face and was afraid that the other party would lose face, so she quickly opened her mouth to explain. Yen Old Man is the carving world titanic figure. Carving skills peak. It is said that the world's high-quality jadeite raw stone, 30% is Yen Old Man personally manipulate the knife carving out. Chapter 14, Worshipping Elder Yen. Saying this, Lin Wanting's gaze fell on the Buddha statue beside Yen Lao, saying, Yen Lao's most skillful is the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Not only is the carving exquisite, but the sculpture is exquisite, and was once known as the first patriarch of Huaxia. Oh, Qin Feng was surprised and said, the carving skill is so powerful, is there no one to learn carving under Mr. Yan's door? Lin Wanting let out a bitter smile and said, you should understand Yan's character. He likes to be original, so he didn't accept any disciples. Then why do you suddenly want me to be a disciple? Qin Feng was even more confused. Hearing the words of the two, Elder Yen smiled before speaking. I'm old. I'm getting older. I'm living one day less. What I want to do most now is to train a suitable heir. Your talent is strong enough to make up for my shortcomings, and I'm sure you'll be better than Blue in the future. Although Elder Yan's words were exaggerated, they were not baseless. Qin Feng's fame in the stone gambling world was not as loud as Yen Lao's, but because of this, he had not yet suffered from worldly contamination. Moreover, his level of understanding and knowledge of jadeite far exceeded that of Yen Lao, making him the most ideal successor to his mantle. How about it? Are you interested in worshipping me as a teacher? Yen Lao's eyes gleamed as he stared at Qin Feng, as if he was a kind grandfather. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised his head to look at Elder Yen and solemnly said, Elder Yen, I won't lie to you. I have resolved to worship you as my master. But what? Elder Yen raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask. I'm only a newcomer who just stepped into this profession. Qin Feng sighed and continued. Moreover, you are the Tarzan of the sculpting world. I really don't dare to blaspheme. Ha ha, no harm no foul. I already understand your situation. Don't worry about that. Elder Yen waved his hand, signaling that there's no need to be concerned, and then said, what you lack the most right now is experience. You only need to follow me and learn. Qin Feng slightly hesitated for a moment before nodding. Elder Yen was indeed capable. Being able to teach him a thing or two was definitely considered a blessing. Seeing Qin Feng finally agree, Elder Yen immediately nodded with a smile. Yen Lao then clapped his palms, and someone immediately carried a chair over, and then placed a set of 4 treasures on it. After Yen Lao prepared the pen, ink, paper and ink stones, he smiled at Qin Feng and said, little fellow, since you chose me as your master, then the relationship between you and I as master and disciple is finalized. Master, please speak. Qin Feng nodded his head with a proper attitude, appearing well-behaved and knowledgeable. There aren't many rules under my sect, but there are. 1. No bullying others. 2. Don't go against the ancestral teachings. 3. Don't be proud and conceited. After saying these 3, Elder Yen paused, and then immediately added, other than that, any of them, as long as they are known to me, they will be severely punished. Yes, Master. Qin Feng carefully memorized these 3 articles. In addition, although there are rules under my sect, they don't restrict your freedom. As the saying goes, if you want to be quick, you don't want to be quick. Elder Yen sighed lightly and said, the main thing for you right now is to raise your eyesight. When your mother's side settles down, you'll come and learn carving from me. Qin Feng nodded. He understood the meaning of Elder Yan's words. Congratulations to Elder Yen for gaining a beloved disciple. Lin Wanting looked at this scene with a smile on her face. After all, now Qin Feng was their Jade Pavilion's advisor, and if there were any problems in the future, he would be considered to be riding on Elder Yan's coattails. Other than that, as far as the jade industry was concerned, their Jade Pavilion could definitely rank in the top 3. Alright, I'm still not clear about what this girl of yours is thinking. You have to take care of Little Wind in the future. Come on, you see the name calling has changed. This if you don't take care of it, I'm afraid that you don't want to mix in the jade industry. That's for sure. Lin Wanting smiled and promised, her eyes flashing with a cunning light. Forming this master-disciple bond with Elder Yen was not only a huge boost to Qin Feng personally, but also paved a smooth path for the future of Jade Shen. Elder Yen sniffed and nodded in satisfaction, a flash of appreciation in his eyes. It is Little Wind's good fortune to have a friend like you by his side. However, remember that true growth needs to be experienced on his own. I understand, Elder Yen. Lin Wanting replied respectfully, secretly pondering in her mind how to better plan Qin Feng's future. In the next 2 days, while Qin Feng was busy with matters of moving and settling in, he also did not forget to find time to visit Elder Yen's studio. Although he was not yet able to formally learn the art of carving, Elder Yen would from time to time explain to him some of the basic theories of carving, as well as the essence of jade appraisal, all of which benefited Qin Feng greatly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when Qin's mother was to undergo surgery, and on the day of the surgery, the early morning sunlight gently sprinkled Qin Feng's face through the gaps in the curtains. He woke up early, and after simply freshening up, he drove to the hospital. In the hospital, a faint smell of disinfectant water filled the air, and people came and went in the corridors. Outside the operating room, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting stood side by side. No need to say much to each other. Lin Wanting gently patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said tenderly, "Don't worry, Auntie will be fine." Qin Feng gratefully glanced at Lin Wanting as a warm current surged in his heart. At this critical moment, having such a friend by his side really made him feel quite at ease. Time passed by minute, and the lights in the operating room were always on. He closed his eyes and silently prayed for his mother, hoping that she would be able to survive this and have a healthy body again. Finally, a few hours later, the door to the operating room slowly opened and the doctor walked out with a tired but relieved smile on his face. The surgery was successful. The patient needs to rest now. You guys can go check on her, but please keep quiet, the doctor instructed. Qin Feng and Lin Wanting hurriedly nodded their heads to indicate that they knew. Afterward, the medical staff pushed the sleeping mother Qin into the ward. Qin Feng followed Lin Wanting into the hospital room, and his eyes landed on Qin's mother on the hospital bed, and his nose turned sour. The mother was still unconscious. Her face did not have the slightest bit of blood color, and she looked unusually haggard. Right, the Zhonghai courtside has been set up, right? Lin Wanting suddenly inquired as if she had remembered something. Well, it's almost done. Qin Feng nodded his head and responded. In fact, there wasn't much need to move things in the house. Most of the things brought were small items, like the furniture and whatnot were all bought from new. Lin Wanting nodded and then said, I'll contact the people from the company now and send the stuff over. Hearing Lin Wanting's words, Qin Feng shook his head. There's no rush. Let's observe for a while before saying anything. I guess it will take some time until I'm discharged from the hospital. Although the surgery was very successful, Mother Qin hadn't been treated before, and it would take some time to recuperate before she could completely recover. Well, it's good that you decided. Lin Wanting nodded her head. Afterward, Qin Feng accompanied his mother and sat down next to her hospital bed. Chapter 15, The Skill of Passing On. Little Wind, you should go to work, do not need to care about me. Besides, the family has everything. Also do not need to find a nanny. Qin mother pulled Qin Feng's arm, said in a serious manner, you are not too young. You should also find a girl to get along and socialize. Speaking here, Qin mother paused, hesitating for a moment. She continued, I feel that this girl, Wan Ting, is good. Mom, don't worry about it blindly. Qin Feng cried and laughed. He wanted to, but he was afraid that Lin Wanting wouldn't be able to look at him. Ugh, you child. Mother Qin glared at Qin Feng and said, this kind of thing can't be delayed. Mom, your son, I'm not a loser in this area. Qin Feng shrugged and laughed. Qin mother snorted coldly, pretending to be angry. Alright, you're rich now anyway. The next step is to get me a grandchild to play with. Listening to his mother's words, Qin Feng smiled. He then realized that his mother was not completely unchanged. After talking to Qin mother for a while, Qin Feng got up and went out, driving directly to Yen Lao's carving studio. Today, he was going to learn the carving techniques taught by Yen Lao. When he arrived at the carving studio, apart from Yen Lao, there was only a man in uniform standing at the side of the studio. "Little Feng, you're here." Seeing Qin Feng enter, the man in uniform quickly greeted him with an eager smile on his face. The man's name was Yan Jing, and he was Elder Yan's son. But the other man wasn't interested in sculpting, and he was quite accomplished in the medical path. This was also one of the reasons why Elder Yan had taken Qin Feng as his disciple. Qin Feng nodded slightly as a greeting. "Brother Jing, I'm going to learn the techniques taught by Elder Yan." Yan Jing's face revealed joy as he said, "That's great. I'll arrange it for you right away." Qin Feng nodded his head and immediately followed Yan Jing to the workroom. This workshop was about 600 square meters in size, with a mahogany table in the center, surrounded by various antique display racks filled with various carving knives, tools, accessories and other items. In the far corner, a large pile of raw materials was stacked. Qin Feng took a closer look and realized that there were quite a few raw materials that were worth a lot of money, much more expensive than ordinary carving machines. Yan old man is wearing a pair of glasses holding a carving knife in his hand, slowly carving on a piece of white jade. His demeanor is focused and serious. Qin Feng did not dare to disturb the other party, waiting patiently. After nearly a bell, Yan Lao finished carving, raised his head and wiped the sweat stains on his forehead, and smiled faintly towards Qin Feng. "Master, you've worked hard. Hurry up and sit down and have a cup of tea to rest." "Ha ha, it's not a problem. My old bones are still tough as nails." "Right, how much did you memorize after watching for so long just now?" Elder Yan said as he pointed to one side of the white jade goddess of mercy that he had just carved. Qin Feng scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Master, disciple is stupid. I haven't mastered it yet." His words were by no means modest. His so-called carving was just the basics. Even if he possessed a pair of glasses that could see through, if he wanted to truly get started, he would still need to practice at least. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Elder Yan's brow furrowed and after some contemplation, he said, "In that case, you try your hand at it and I'll watch it for you." Qin Feng heard this and was both nervous and excited in his heart. This was a rare opportunity to learn. He slowly walked over to the mahogany table in case. His eyes wandered over those exquisite carving knives, and finally selected a carving knife that seemed to be the most basic yet also the most flexible. Taking a deep breath, he carefully picked up the piece of raw jade that had not yet been carved. It was a piece of green field stone with a warm texture and even color. Although not as precious as white jade, it was still a good material for carving. "Master, disciple dares to give it a try," Qin Feng said softly, with a bit of awe in his tone. Elder Yan nodded, a glint of encouragement flashing in his eyes as he retreated to the side, his hands behind his back, his gaze like a torch as he kept a close eye on Qin Feng's every movement. Qin Feng took a deep breath and tried to recall every detail of what Yan Lao had done when he carved just now. He first carefully observed the texture and color of the stone, silently planning a preliminary composition in his mind. Afterward, he lightly opened the carving knife and slowly dropped the knife along what he had in mind. At first, his movements appeared a bit raw, and he was careful with each stroke, fearing that the slightest mistake would ruin the precious stone. But with the passage of time, he gradually found the feeling, the carving knife in his hands as if alive. Every rise and fall is just right. Stone chips flying, delicate lines gradually appeared on the stone surface. Elder Yan watched carefully from the side, nodding or frowning from time to time, giving Qin Feng silent guidance. He realized that although Qin Feng's foundation was weak, he was exceptionally gifted, and had an unusually keen perception and grasp of beauty. More importantly, he had a pair of calm hands, which was an indispensable quality to become an excellent carver. Time passed by, and the atmosphere in the working room became unusually heavy and focused. Qin Feng seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Only the carving knife in his hand and the stone in front of him remained in his world. With the fall of the last knife, he gently blew away the stone debris, and a lifelike lotus pattern appeared on top of the greenfield stone. The petals layered on top of each other, and the veins were clearly visible. "Good." Elder Yan couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. "Little Wind, you really are a talent to be made. Although there are still many shortcomings, your rapid progress is truly rare." When Qin Feng heard this, an indescribable joy and sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. He put down his carving knife, walked over to Elder Yan, bowed and saluted. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will certainly continue to work hard and live up to Master's high expectations." Yan Lao nodded with satisfaction, and then turned to say, "However, the way of carving is vast and profound, and it is difficult to reach the peak with only one's own strength. You need to broaden your horizons and learn more from others. As it happens, there is a national carving art exhibition held in Shanghai in the near future. You might as well go and observe it." Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew that this was a rare opportunity to learn. He quickly nodded his head and said, "Disciple will comply with the order. I will make sure to live up to this trip." Afterwards, Elder Yan taught Qin Feng some more about the essence and insights of carving techniques until the sun set in the west. and only then did the two of them end the day's lesson with great interest. When he left the studio, Qin Feng was in an unusually relaxed and happy mood. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang, and when he opened it, it was actually Lin Wanting who had called. After Qin Feng answered the call, Lin Wanting's dull voice came from the other end of the line as if she was a bit unhappy. "Qin Feng, are you free right now?" Qin Feng hesitated slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 16 Yin and Yang Engravings. Walk with me, okay? Qin Feng thought about it and agreed. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Qin Feng stopped a cab and headed towards the city. Halfway there, Qin Feng received a text message from Lin Wanting, saying that she was already waiting for him downstairs at her Jade Cuisine. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived outside Jade Cuisine only to see Lin Wanting already waiting at the door. "Ms. Lin." Qin Feng got out of the car and took a step towards Lin Wanting. "You're here." A smile appeared on Lin Wanting's face as she said towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and followed behind Lin Wanting towards the interior of the Jade Pavilion. "By the way, why did Ms. Lin suddenly remember to call me?" Qin Feng asked curiously. The two of them hadn't crossed paths too closely. Lin Wanting wanted to speak. Her pretty face lowered in pity. Qin Feng was slightly stunned at the sight, and then reacted that he had slipped his tongue. "I'm sorry, I'm the one who took offense." Qin Feng apologized. "It's alright." Lin Wanting shook her head. "By the way, do you drink?" No need?" Qin Feng said in surprise. "I have a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite here. Don't get drunk." Lin Wanting blinked her big eyes and said playfully. Qin Feng knew in his heart that he guessed that the other party was in a bad mood because something had happened, so he wasn't in a position to refuse. So the two of them came to an upscale restaurant next to Jade Crest, asked for a luxury box to sit down, and ordered the dishes. The dishes were quickly brought up, and Lin Wanting picked up her chopsticks and caught a piece of lobster meat, sending it between her cherry lips, chewing and swallowing slowly. So fragrant. After finishing a whole plate of lobster meat, Lin Wanting wiped the grease stains and said heartily. Qin Feng smiled and concurred. "It's indeed delicious." "Right. What have you learned from Elder Yen recently?" Lin Wanting cast her eyes towards Qin Feng and asked with interest. "Carving." Qin Feng replied truthfully. When Lin Wanting heard this, her eyes lit up and she immediately followed up with, "Any pictures?" Qin Feng was slightly stunned, then smiled. "There are no photos, but I can briefly describe the work I completed today. It was a lotus flower on a green field stone." A hint of yearning flashed in Lin Wanting's eyes as she gently put down her chopsticks and gestured with both hands. "It sounds beautiful. I've been particularly interested in jade carving since I was a child, but unfortunately I'd never had the chance to learn it in depth." Qin Feng sensed Lin Wanting's envy. "Yes, master, he is not only highly skilled. He often said that carving is not only the inheritance of skills, but also the cultivation of the mind." Lin Wanting nodded thoughtfully as she gently took a sip of red wine and continued. "In fact, I came to find you today. Apart from wanting to chat with you, I also wanted to ask you for a favor." Qin Feng froze, and then said with a straight face, "Miss Lin, please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best." Lin Wanting hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "I would like to ask you to represent our Jade Xian but participate in the carving competition sometime later." Qin Feng was slightly stunned. "Ms. Lin, what did you say? Why can't I understand?" Qin Feng asked with a confused expression. "It's like this." Lin Wanting took a deep breath and slowly spoke about the recent situation of the Jade Xian as well as her idea of asking Qin Feng to participate in the carving competition. And at the end, she added, "I know that it's very abrupt to ask you guys to help me win this competition, but there's really no other way for me to do it, so please you must help me." Qin Feng fell into silence after hearing Lin Wanting's request. Lin Wanting was doing this all for her Jade Xian, so that she could win back her jewelry store. However, she also understood that such a request was too much. He didn't say anything, but instead lit a cigarette, looking at the smoke drifting away as his face slowly became calm. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but it was because he was also just starting to learn. "Ms. Lin, I've only just started studying not a while ago." Qin Feng said hesitantly. "I know this will make it difficult for you." But Lin Wanting's gaze changed and she said urgently, "As long as you promise me, win or lose, you'll get $500,000. "Ms. Lin, you've misunderstood. It's not that I find this difficult. On the contrary, I feel honored," Qin Feng said in a calm but firm tone. Lin Wanting couldn't help but smile when she heard Qin Feng say that. "Don't flatter yourself. I just think this matter is troublesome." Lin Wanting said this on her lips, but her expression betrayed her, and she couldn't hide the joy between her brows. "Thanks." Qin Feng smiled without saying anything, only silently gazing at Lin Wanting, his eyes filled with softness. After a while, Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "By the way, tomorrow master asked me to go to the carving art exhibition. Do you want to go together?" "Carving art exhibition?" When Lin Wanting heard this, a glint of excitement flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of hesitation. Would this be too much trouble for you? After all, you're going to study. It might not be appropriate for me to follow. Qin Feng smiled faintly as if he had read her mind. Ms. Lin, in fact, this exhibition is not only a good opportunity to learn, but also an excellent platform to broaden your horizons and understand the dynamics of the industry. As the owner of the Jade Pavilion, if you can learn more about the latest carving techniques and market dynamics, it will definitely be very beneficial to your business. Lin Wanting's heart stirred when she heard this. Qin Feng had a point. Although she had operated Jade Pavilion for many years, she had always been a layman in the art of carving. If she could take this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding, it would undoubtedly be a valuable experience for her. Alright, then I'll shamelessly go with you. However, I have to say it up front, I'm only going to study. I won't cause any trouble for you, Lin Wanting said half jokingly, half seriously, with an expectant smile on her face. Qin Feng nodded and felt a hint of relief in his heart. He knew that although Lin Wanting was strong on the outside, there were times when she was vulnerable and needed support on the inside. The next morning, the sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains, adding a bit of warmth to the morning. Qin Feng and Lin Wanting still met at the entrance of Jade Palace and went to the carving art exhibition together. The exhibition site was bustling with people, and there was a wide array of carvings of all kinds, from the traditional dragon and phoenix and the 3 stars of fortune, to the modern abstract art and portraits. Each piece of artwork condensed the carver's effort and talent. Qin Feng and Lin Wanting traveled through the crowd, stopping to admire them from time to time and exchanging low voices. Look at this work. Its lines are smooth and natural, layered, and give people a feeling of spirituality. It's utilizing a combination of yin carving and yang carving techniques, which requires an extremely high level of skill to achieve such an effect. Qin Feng pointed at an exquisite jade carving and said to Lin Wanting, Chapter 17, The Clowns. Lin Wanting scrutinized the piece with a gleam of admiration in her eyes. It's so beautiful. It never occurred to me that they could become so vivid and artistic after being carved. Qin Feng smiled and continued, This is the charm of carving. It is not just a display of skill, but also an expression of emotion and cultural heritage. Behind every piece of work, it contains the carver's heart and soul and story. Suddenly, an untimely voice came from behind the two. Wanting, you're here too? Hearing this voice, Qin Feng turned his head and saw a man walking over this way. Qin Feng was a bit curious about the other party's origin. After all, entering an exhibition of this level required an entry scroll. The man was holding a brocade box in his hands and was surrounded by a few demurely dressed girls. He was clearly here with some sort of purpose, and when the surrounding crowd saw this, they took a step to the side to avoid it, leaving the passageway open for him to walk. Lin Wanting frowned and said coldly, Lu Yuanhang, we are not that familiar. Lu Yuanhang glanced askance at Lin Wanting's Qin Feng and snorted. I said, why are you ignoring me for the past few days? So it's because you've had a gigolo? Lu Yuanhang's words immediately angered Lin Wanting. Lu Yuanhang, you're shameless. Lu Yuanhang laughed loudly. I'd like to see just how much ability he has to hook you up. Qin Feng heard this and sort of understood what was going on. This guy was afraid that he was Lin Wanting's suitor. Lin Wanting was the only daughter of Lin Zhangnan, the chairman of Lin's Jewelry, and had been pampered since she was a child, with beautiful looks and a hot body, and countless suitors. However, she didn't have a good impression of these suitors, and was even a bit disgusted. Hey, kid, hurry up and get lost if you're smart. Otherwise I'll make you suffer. Lu Yuanhang looked at Qin Feng with a threatening look in his eyes. Qin Feng smiled blandly. Oh, I really want to try. Seeing this, Lu Yuanhang's face instantly appeared with a vicious color as he violently raised his foot and kicked towards Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng's body swayed and easily dodged it. Seeing that Qin Feng had dodged, Lu Yuanhang once again swung his fist towards Qin Feng. However, this time, he didn't even touch the corner of Qin Feng's coat. Qin Feng extended his right hand and grabbed Lu Yuanhang's arm. He then exerted force with his right arm and threw Lu Yuanhang's entire body out, landing heavily on a table. Bang! The table shattered into crumbs, wood shavings flew horizontally, and Lu Yuanhang slumped on the ground, screaming in pain, unable to get up for a long time. Kid, you're looking for death. Do you know who I am? Lu Yuanhang glared angrily at Qin Feng and roared sternly. Didn't your parents teach you that you should know how to respect the old and love the young? Qin Feng asked with a cold smile. Hearing Qin Feng mention his parents, a flash of resentment flashed under Lu Yuanhang's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Kid, if you dare to hit me today, I'll make sure that you'll have to eat your words. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, I'm kinda looking forward to it. Humph, I hope you'll still be able to say such arrogant words later. After saying that, Lu Yuanhang took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Uncle Li? I've been beaten up. The other party is a brat who doesn't know how to die. You quickly help deal with it. Hanging up the phone, Lu Yuanhang stared at Qin Feng with a hideous expression and laughed coldly. You'll have time to cry later. I'll torture you slowly. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I'll wait. Lu Yuanhang gave another wink to the female companion beside him, then said to Qin Feng, Kid, don't leave if you have the guts. Soon, a group of 7 or 8 strong men barged into this showroom, the leader of which was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He walked straight to Lu Yuanhang's side and asked with concern, Hang, what happened? Lu Yuanhang glared viciously at Qin Feng and said, Uncle Li, I just met a cocky guy who beat me up. The middle-aged man twisted his head towards Qin Feng and scanned around before coldly shouting, Which one of those eyeless bastards is it? Stand out for me. Lu Yuanhang pointed at Qin Feng and shouted, It's him. Qin Feng said calmly, I'm the one who hit him. HM? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a chilling tone, Who are you? How dare you hit a hang? You're tired of living. Qin Feng held a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and said, He molested my friend and insulted me. Since that's the case, why can't I move him? The middle-aged man smiled coldly and said, Good, very good, you have guts. Qin Feng lit a cigarette without thinking and faintly exhaled a smoke ring. Qin Feng, be careful. This is a hitman under the Lu family, named Li Bing, retired from the special forces. Lin Wanting pulled Qin Feng's sleeve and whispered. Qin Feng nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. The middle-aged man's face was grim. Your name is Qin Feng? Qin Feng took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring as he calmly said, Yes, very well, since you've admitted it, then come with us. I'm not interested. Qin Feng shook his head. Not interested? Li Bing sneered. You're not qualified to refuse. Come with us. With that, he waved his hand and immediately, a few burly men rushed over, ready to rack up Qin Feng. Right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly moved, only to see his figure rapidly flashing past, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Li Bing, and grabbed him by the throat. One must know that he was not the only one with penetrating eyes. He also had martial arts and Taoist Tongbao's inheritance. Ka-ching! Qin Feng exerted a slight force, and Li Bing's neck instantly twisted and deformed. Cough. Release. Release. Open. Me. Li Bing spoke with difficulty. He felt breathless as if he was about to suffocate. Qin Feng did not hesitate to throw him aside before turning around and leaving. Lu Yuanhang and the others were terrified. Qin Feng was too fast. They could only vaguely catch the residual shadow. Was this still the strength possessed by a human? You wait for me. My father will never let you go. Dropping a vicious sentence, Lu Yuanhang fled in panic, fearing that he would lose his life if he was a second too late. Qin Feng was too lazy to bother with these jumping clowns. Get lost. Looking at the background of Lu Yuanhang's wretched departure, Qin Feng said indifferently, Thank you. Lin Wanting bowed to Qin Feng and thanked him. Although she hadn't been in contact with Qin Feng for a long time, he had given her a lot of security. What is this Lu Yuanhang? Qin Feng inquired. Lu Yuanhang is the second son of the Lu Dafu group in Henghai City. He's used to bullying people. He's been pestering me for a while now. I'm sick of him. Lin Wanting sighed. Sigh. Forget it. He can't hurt me anyway. Let's go shopping first. Qin Feng nodded and left the place with Lin Wanting. Chapter 18, Yuntun Pavilion. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanhang returned to the Lu family with 2 bodyguards. Young master, how was it? Did you clean up that brat? One of the bodyguards asked respectfully. Humph, that bastard calf was simply looking for death. How dare he rough up this young master? I'm very angry right now. Lu Yuanhang coldly snorted. Then, need us to help you? No need. Lu Yuanhang thought for a moment, then commanded. Right, you two hurry up and check this kid's information now. It's best to find out the details of his ancestors and 18 generations. Yes. The 2 bodyguards nodded in agreement. On the other side, Qin Feng accompanied Lin Wanting to buy the gifts and then drove back home. Lin Wanting's mood was obviously much better than when she had gone out, with a relaxed smile on her face. Occasionally, she would even sneak a laugh because she remembered what had just happened, and the innocence and cuteness of it made Qin Feng feel good as well. Today is really thanks to you, Qin Feng. Lin Wanting softly thanked him, gratitude shining in her eyes. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do. Qin Feng smiled faintly and shook his head. A show of hands. It's nothing to worry about. However, it seems like that Lu Yuanhang is indeed a troublesome person, so you'd better be careful in the future. This sentence should be me saying to you, if he moves me, he might still have to weigh it, but you. Lin Wanting glanced at Qin Feng worriedly. You're alone after all. If you annoy them, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Qin Feng was dumbfounded, then patted Lin Wanting's shoulder and said in relief, Don't worry about it, that fool can't threaten me at all. When he returned to the Jade Pavilion, Qin Feng also bid farewell to the other party and drove home alone. Back home, Qin Feng sat on the sofa and thought. He didn't have much to go back to right now, and was mainly following Elder Yen to learn carving. There were actually many more things in Daoist Tongbao's inheritance, but there were some that he couldn't figure out for a while. Just as Qin Feng was pondering, the phone rang. It was a call from Yan Lao. Qin Feng, are you back yet? Yan Lao opened his mouth to inquire. Back, Qin Feng said. Today, I'll teach you a new carving technique. After you memorize every piece of its material and texture, follow the positions marked on the drawings. After a pause, Elder Yan continued to explain. The process of carving should be in order and skillful. For example, the first cut to be made is the key part of the whole, the second cut to be made is to connect the key parts, and the third cut is to be carved from the side. Qin Feng nodded. The techniques mentioned by Elder Yan were not unfamiliar to him. This carving technique is called dragon pattern. Yan Lao said slowly. Dragon pattern is an imperial gift from the ancient emperors, symbolizing imperial power, and has a strong commemorative significance. Well, dragon tattoos are indeed a good thing. Qin Feng marveled. The so-called dragon pattern actually refers to the manufacturing process of an artifact, which is the product of a combination of exquisite carving craftsmanship and superior technique. Right, if you're free tomorrow, accompany me on a trip, Qin Feng suddenly said. Tomorrow? Is there something urgent? Qin Feng asked. Well, there's an auction tomorrow. An auction? Qin Feng froze. This kind of event was usually only attended by large-scale charity auctions or exhibitions. Elder Yan explained. It's all about some antiques, so you can see the world. Oh, so that's how it is. Qin Feng came to a realization. After Yan Lao instructed Qin Feng a few more words, the two disconnected. The next morning, after Qin Feng finished eating, he changed his clothes and prepared to leave the house. He was going to see the so-called antique fair today. In the history of Daxia, the culture of antiques had a long history and had once created centuries of splendor. The value of antiques was also strange, and there were countless antiques of all kinds. Of course, the most important thing in antique trading is eyesight and luck. Otherwise, even if the most precious antique is placed in front of you, you will not recognize it. And the price of antiques is often inflated by speculation, and even reached the point of exaggeration. But whenever you buy a wrong piece of antiques, the loss of money are incalculable. However, there are some antiques that cannot be measured in money. For example, the auction that Qin Feng was about to meet right now, the Yuntang Pavilion. The Yuntang Pavilion was an antique four-story building that covered an area of about 5 or 6 acres and was decorated magnificently. At the entrance stood 4 men and women dressed in uniform black suits welcoming the guests, all of them beautiful and dignified. In addition to that, Yuntang Pavilion also employed a group of employees with special vocational skills, responsible for maintaining the order of the auction. Of course, all of this might be attractive to ordinary people. Sir, please show your invitation. Qin Feng walked to the front door and 2 male security guards held out their hands to stop him. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and dialed Yan Lao's phone number. Hello, it's me. The call was quickly connected. Master, I've arrived at the entrance of Yuntang Pavilion, Qin Feng reported. You give the phone to the leader. Soon after, Qin Feng walked into the Yuntang Pavilion under the watchful eyes of 2 male security guards. This Yuntang Pavilion was lavishly decorated, with a row of display cabinets placed in the center of the hall, on which were displayed various types of antique porcelains, paintings, calligraphy, and jewelry, and on the surrounding walls, a landscape painting and classical oil painting were also hung, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. There were 6 floors in Yuntang Pavilion. The first floor was the hall, the second and third floors were private rooms, while the fourth floor was the auction area. Hello sir, may I help you? Qin Feng had just walked into the hall when a young and beautiful maid came up and greeted her warmly. Qin Feng looked at her and said with a faint smile, I was invited by Elder Yan to come here to participate in the auction. May I ask where he is now? When the maid heard this, her expression immediately became solemn. Please wait for a moment. I will immediately inform Elder Yan, the maid respectfully said. Soon, she brought over a middle-aged man in a tang suit. The middle-aged man was slightly chubby and had an 8-handed beard, looking quite elegant. Little friend Qin Feng, I've heard a lot about you. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the middle-aged man arched his hand and said. When Qin Feng heard this, he was a bit puzzled, mainly because he didn't recognize the middle-aged man in front of him at all. I wonder who you are? Qin Feng asked suspiciously. My humble name is Huang, with a single name of Hai. The middle-aged man introduced himself with a smile. Hello Mr. Huang, may I ask how you know my name? Qin Feng remained a bit confused. Ha ha. Huang Hai laughed brightly and said, You come with me. Qin Feng nodded and followed behind Huang Hai towards the second floor. Stopping in front of a room door on the second floor, Huang Hai knocked on the door before turning his head to look at Qin Feng with a smile. Come in, Elder Yan and the others are inside. Chapter 19, The Work of a Master. Thanks. Qin Feng pushed the door and found that 7 or 8 people were already seated in the room, discussing something enthusiastically. Qin Feng casually scanned a few glances before withdrawing his gaze and nodded his head towards those people before finding a corner to sit down. Huang Hai walked over to the table and sat next to Elder Yan, whispering in a low voice. What? You really want to give something to that asshole? After listening to Huang Hai's narration, Yan Lao's face clouded over and he coldly grunted. Old Yan, take it easy and listen to what Huang Hai has to say. A white-haired old man next to old Yan persuaded him. Humph, this bastard actually dared to take advantage of the fire and deceive us. It's really against him, Yan Lao said angrily. Several other old men also frowned, clearly unhappy with Huang Hai's actions. Old Huang, what do you think? Are you really planning to sell that item? An old man looked at Huang Hai and questioned. Alas, Huang Hai shook his head and sighed. I don't want to sell the item either, but I can't just stand by and watch it gather dust, can I? The many old men sighed at his words, seemingly regretting that Huang Hai had sold the item. After a moment, a red-bearded old man spoke. In that case, then give me the item. When the other few people heard this, they all revealed a look of surprise. The red-bearded old man continued. After so many years, I've always wanted to do some research on that Wu Daozi sending the sun to the Heavenly King diagram, but unfortunately, there's no way to do so. There is definitely someone at this auction who can decipher its secrets. Elder Li, we also know that you like collecting paintings and calligraphy, but that piece is really too important, so it's better to wait until later to study it. Huang Hai shook his head and said bitterly. Elder Li was the curator of the National Museum, and he had spent most of his life's work for the sending sun to Heavenly King. Although he was extremely confident in himself, believing that with his specialized knowledge, he would definitely be able to decipher its mysteries, Elder Li insisted. This is an important cultural relic that relates to the great matter of the rise and fall of the nation. How can we allow others to get their hands on it? With that, Elder Li stood up and was ready to seize the object. However, Huang Hai was prepared for it and hurriedly stepped back to stop it. Both sides argued for a few moments. No one could do anything about it. They could only be at a standstill. Suddenly, Elder Yan jumped up from his chair and angrily cursed. What's all the noise about? I asked you all to come here to discuss the auction, not for you to beat each other up. Hearing Elder Yan's bellowing voice, the arguing Elder Li and Huang Hai instantly shut up. Ahem, don't get excited, Elder Yan, we're just voicing our opinions. Huang Hai coughed dryly a few times and said sardonically. Elder Yan glared at them, then looked at Qin Feng and said, Little Feng, when the objects come up later you also take a look at them. Qin Feng nodded and answered. Not long after, another sound of footsteps came, then a beautiful woman in a cheongsam walked in. At the moment, she was holding a mahogany box in her arms and slowly walked to the center. The woman placed the mahogany box on the coffee table and then slowly lifted it up. A crystal-clear jade Buddha statue was presented in front of everyone. This Buddha statue was about 30 centimeters tall, finely carved and lifelike. The bottom of the Buddha statue was inlaid with a piece of jadeite the size of a chicken egg, emitting a soft green light. Wow, so beautiful. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration, his eyes all being attracted to this jade Buddha statue. The bottom of the jade Buddha statue was made of pure and flawless sheep's fat white jade, and there was a blossoming peony flower carved on the base, adding a bit more spirituality. The entire Buddha statue emitted a faint glow, as if it had come to life, which was astonishing. This is a jade Buddha statue. The starting bidding price is $10 million. Each increase shall not be less than 1 million. The woman smiled coquettishly and explained warmly. I didn't expect this kind of goods to be put up for auction. Huang Hai sneered coldly. The remaining few old men also shook their heads when they heard this. The jade Buddha statue was indeed beautiful, but it was a middle-of-the-road contraption, not something rare. Hearing the words in his ears, Qin Feng hurriedly retracted his gaze. He suddenly somewhat understood why Elder Yan was always the one who said that he would let him see the world. Moreover, all the people in this room were some big shots, so you could have expensive auction items, but you definitely couldn't drop the price. I'm just going to change the next one. The woman's face was also a little unsightly. After all, these people's sense of oppression was too strong. She left the box after putting the jade Buddha statue away. Soon, another item was placed on the table. This time, it was an ancient painting, which slowly unfolded, and instantly, the entire atmosphere in the box changed. Even the air seemed to be filled with a faint smell of ink and time. This painting, without a magnificent mounting, only with the ancient and simple rice paper as the base, but has its own aura of transcendence, attracting everyone's attention. This painting is called Picture of River and Mountain. It is the work of Li Tang, a great man of the Song dynasty. In his later years, the woman softly whispered, introducing it with a bit of awe. As she narrated, the scenery on the picture seemed to come to life. The distant mountains were as dark as a sea, the near water contained smoke, the pines and cypresses were verdant, and the pavilions were hidden. A tranquil and far-reaching landscape mood jumped out onto the paper. In Li Tang's later years, his painting style has become more and more vigorous and thick. This painting not only has pure technique, but also contains the artist's deep emotion towards his family and the world. Elder Yen narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the painting, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Little Feng, take a look and what do you think? Qin Feng heard the words. His heart shook. Although he had dabbled in cultural relics appraisal, but in the face of such ancient paintings, he still felt that his knowledge was shallow. He slowly went forward, hands gently on the scroll, directly opened the eye of perspective. Observe. A few moments later, a strong look of appreciation swept across his eyes, and he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed it is the work of a master." Elder Yen nodded and said with a smile, "Well, Little Wind is right. This is indeed a masterpiece, especially Li Tang's brushwork, which has simply reached the peak." After saying that, Elder Yen turned his head to look at Elder Li and inquired, "Old Li, what do you think?" Elder Li nodded and smiled. "Elder Yen, what you said is extremely true." Listening to the conversation between the two old men, the few people around them were stunned. Could this painting really be so precious? They all sized up the painting but could not find anything special about it. Qin Feng was the only one who looked at the painting thoughtfully, a deep light flowing out of his eyes. Just a moment ago, he found a hint of something different. However, he didn't rush to say anything, but waited for the auction to begin. "Ladies and gentlemen, after we have verified it many times, this picture of the river and mountains was indeed painted by Li Zhongdao in the Tang dynasty. With its superb painting work, rigorous composition, and smooth lines, it is a rare antique work of art." The woman on the stage spoke at length for a long time. "Now, the auction is exactly start. The starting price, 50 million each time the price increase shall not be less than 5 million. Chapter 20, A Map of the Jungle. $60 million. Yen Lao raised his card to bid, and after Yen Lao shouted this, the entire box fell silent. Although they knew that Yen Lao liked to collect antiques, they didn't expect to actually be able to raise the price to $60 million. $70 million. Huang Hai shouted after him, $80 million. Qin Feng said without hesitation. After Qin Feng's words fell, everyone froze once again and then stared at him as if they were looking at a monster. However, Elder Yen spoke up at this time. After all, Qin Feng was his disciple. "Everyone, don't try to grab it from me today. It just so happens that this painting will be given to this disciple of mine as a gift. How about it?" Elder Yen laughed. Huang Hai and a few other old men glanced at each other and eventually did not continue to bid. "Since you said so, Elder Yen, then this painting belongs to you," Huang Hai said. The rest of the old men also said that they had no objections. When Elder Yen heard this, he glanced at Qin Feng with satisfaction. Qin Feng, in turn, flashed him a bright smile. Elder Yen then paid to buy the river and mountain painting, and Qin Feng's pockets bulged quite a bit more. "Ha ha, I've long gotten tired of looking at these antiques and paintings. It's still Little Feng who's great. Without a sound it's amazing." Elder Yen laughed. Qin Feng humbly scratched his head. He, "Master, I'll show you something good." Saying that he stood up and walked towards the painting. "Master, actually, this painting is a fake." The moment these words came out, all the people present revealed a look of contempt. This painting, obviously by a lately Tang artist, was of such a high quality that it was rare in the world, so how could it be a fake? "Little Wind, you are Yen Lao's disciple, but you can't fool around here." Huang Hai rose his face and chided. However, his voice came to an abrupt end in the next second as his eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief, only to see Qin Feng extend his finger and begin to speak. "Seniors, please be at ease and listen to my detailed explanation." Qin Feng's voice was calm and confident as he gently stroked the scroll. "This painting is, indeed, from the hand of a certain great master, but its subtlety lies in the fact that it is not the original, but rather an exquisite imitation." Saying that, Qin Feng's fingers slowly slid over every detail of the picture, from the layers of the mountains and rivers, to the flow of the clouds and mist, to the change in the depth of the ink color at every point. His eyes shone with an insightful light. "Everyone please look here. This rock chapping, although extremely full of Li Tang style, but under the fine taste, but can be found between the strokes of a more deliberately smooth, less the original that has been through the years' precipitation of the vicissitudes of feeling. Then look at this flowing water. Although it is sparkling and lifelike, it lacks the random and unrepeatable beauty given by nature." Elder Yen sniffed, his brows frowning slightly, then stretching again, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. After all, if his own disciple was in the limelight, he, the old man, would have a face to show for it. "Little Wind, you continue," Elder Yen encouraged, while signaling the others to quiet down and listen carefully as well. Qin Feng nodded and continued his explanation. "Furthermore, the inscription and seals of this painting, although they seem to be flawless, they are actually hidden mysteries. A true master of the late Li Tang period had a variety of inscription styles, and the inscription on this painting, although it tries very hard to imitate it, fails to fully capture that freedom and uninhibitedness. As for the seals, although the seal carving skills are superb, the color and age of the seal clay is slightly different from the overall style of the painting, a detail that time cannot deceive. Speaking here, Qin Feng stopped his narration and looked around the room, realizing that the original disdainful and questioning gazes had gradually gained a few more moments of seriousness and contemplation. With a slight smile, he asked the staff for a magnifying glass and gently placed it on one of the fine points on the painting. Everyone, please look here. In the lower right corner of the painting, there is a small patch of almost imperceptible repair marks. Although this repair technique is high, there is still a slight imperceptible color difference between the combination of old and new materials. What's more, below this patch, there is a line of extremely small drop marks hidden, which would be almost impossible to detect without the aid of specialized tools. With Qin Feng's guidance, the crowd came closer, and with the help of a magnifying glass, they were able to see the small line of characters that had almost been forgotten by the years. It was a line of neat regular script. Li Tang landscape. To send his feelings, autumn of the year's eye. At this moment, the box once again fell into a brief silence, before bursting into a chorus of gasps and murmurs. Huang Hai was even stunned. How could he have never imagined that such a seemingly perfect piece of artwork was really an imitation? Little Feng, these eyes of yours, they are truly venomous, Elder Yen exclaimed, his tone full of relief and pride. Qin Feng humbly smiled, retrieved the magnifying glass and gently clapped his hands. Master is overpraising, but that's not even the most important thing. Saying this, he directly tore the painting, ripping it into two halves and discarding it to the ground. This, Yen Lao and the others were instantly confused. Although this painting was a fake, it was still bought for a solid $80 million. Even if the price would be discounted, it was still something worth at least $10 million. What exactly is this operation? Qin Feng, however, did not do any explanation, but the scroll left behind, turned to Huang Hai and the others and said, "Don't be in a hurry, you'll all understand in a moment." Saying this, he had the staff find another blade, and then used his fingers to hold the blade against the bottom of the painting scroll and gently slashed it. The round buckle at the bottom of the scroll actually fell straight down, while Qin Feng didn't care. Instead, he poured it down fiercely. This is a painting hidden inside a painting. Many people had already seen the clues, but compared to a painting within a painting, this was instead simpler and easier to preserve. All that was needed was to remove the bottom round clasp, and then lay the drawing paper flat on the tabletop. Indeed, Elder Yan's eyes lit up as he watched. He had already guessed what Qin Feng was going to do. He only saw Qin Feng roll the drawing paper over and then lightly tapped on it. Huang Hai and the others all looked shocked. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Qin Feng looked at the crowd and said, "This is the authentic copy of the heirloom painting, the picture of mountains and rivers." As Qin Feng's words fell, the atmosphere within the box instantly reached a climax. With everyone's eyes locked onto the newly unfolded painting in his hands, the real painting of mountains and rivers, a rare treasure that had always existed only in ancient records and legends. At this moment, it was so real that it was displayed in front of everyone's eyes, and its degree of shock was hard to express. This mountains and rivers real, compared with the previous fake, is simply a world of difference. Painting of the mountains and rivers, as if with life, every stroke contains the nature of the majestic and delicate, cloudy, both the immortal ethereal, but also not lose the weight of the feet on the ground. The rocks and stones are chapped and powerful, and each stone seems to have been eroded by wind and rain for millions of years, revealing the traces of age and the precipitation of history. Chapter 21 Class Reunion. This is true art, Elder Yen said with a trembling voice, his eyes glittering with excitement and awe. He walked forward and gently caressed the painting. Huang Hai and a few other old men were also in awe as they gathered around and scrutinized the heirloom painting, the expression on their faces shifting from surprise to admiration. "Little Wind, how did you find it?" Elder Yen finally couldn't help but ask, his heart filled with puzzlement. In his opinion, although Qin Feng was exceedingly intelligent, to recognize the authenticity and discover the secret of the hidden painting within the painting in such a short period of time was simply too astonishing. Master, we'll talk about this later. Gentlemen, Master gave me an initiation gift, then I naturally have to send Master a gift of worship. How about this painting, as a gift of worship? Saying that, Qin Feng looked at Elder Yen with a smile on his face. As expected, the moment he said this, everyone looked at Yen Lao with great envy. The painting could be priceless, and Qin Feng's gift of teacher worship to Old Yen was absolutely priceless. "Ha ha, Old Yen, you've received a good disciple." Elderly laughed out loud, while Elder Yen was all smiles and happily agreed to Qin Feng's proposal. The next auction mostly had no leaks to pick up. After all, the appraisers of the other auction were not a dry meal. That painting just now was actually an antique. only it wasn't authentic. So overall, the other party just hit the eye and wasn't wrong. Walking out of the Yuntang pavilion, Qin Feng was ready to leave. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Elder Yen. Little Feng, won't you stay for a meal? Yen Lao warmly retained. No master, there's a class reunion tonight. Then be safe on your way. Yen Lao nodded his head and after a few words of advice, he let the driver send Qin Feng back to the city. After the car was far away, Elderly suddenly walked over to Elder Yen and said with a smile on his face, Old Yen, I've heard that. Is this disciple of yours still unmarried? Upon hearing this, Yen Lao was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Elderly hammed and hawed and said mysteriously, Isn't this my granddaughter? She's about the same age as your disciple. Why don't you set her up? Upon hearing this, Yen Lao glared at Li Lao and said nonchalantly, off you. Let the young people make their own decisions on young people's matters. What are we old men fooling around for? Elderly bristled and muttered, How are you sure he doesn't like it? On the other side, Qin Feng had already driven towards the Zhanghai Hotel. He actually didn't want to come, but his hairdresser and brother Wang Bo kept inviting him, so he agreed. Wang Bo, his family was originally penniless, but when he was in junior high school, his father won $10 million in the lottery, and he was suddenly like the hero of a cool article, soaring to the sky. Other families are looking for a son to become a dragon. Wang Bo can be said to be properly looking for his father to become a dragon. And later there is a mantra, the father of the family Wang However, even so, did not affect the friendship of the two, because Wang Bo's family although rich up, but the character is still unchanged. Still like before, big-headed, no shape. Wang Bo once said, if one day their own money spent, to find Qin Feng borrow, Qin Feng did not refuse. Soon, Qin Feng arrived in front of the Zhanghai Hotel. At this time, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz commercial sedan slowly stopped. Little Feng, over here. Qin Feng followed the voice and saw a handsome-looking young man standing there waving at him. After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, Qin Feng was slightly startled. This was not his own dead friend Wang Bo. Ah Feng, here. At this time, Wang Bo also saw Qin Feng and quickly waved his arm. Qin Feng quickly walked over and touched fists with him, and the two seemed to have gotten 1 point closer. When did you come back? I came back the day before yesterday. This time I came back with a big business deal. Moreover, I also prepared a surprise for you. Wang Bo walked and spoke at the same time. His eyes narrowed, looking particularly lewd. Is it ready to pit people again? Qin Feng teased. Ouch, my good brother. Is Buddy that kind of person? Take a look. The goods that Buddy brought are classy enough. Saying that, Wang Bo pulled out a set of keys and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took it and saw that it was actually a house, or a duplex in a high-end neighborhood. Holy, so generous? Qin Feng asked with glazed eyes, since the transformation was too fast, so now Wang Bo didn't know his current worth. Wang Bo laughed and said smugly, You guessed it, it's for you. Auntie didn't give me a lot of food when she was down, and that job you have now is unstable. If you want me to say it, you'll do it with me. Forget it, I haven't considered changing places for the time being. Qin Feng shook his head and rejected Wang Bo's proposal. As soon as Wang Bo heard Qin Feng say this, he immediately became anxious. Brother, what do you think? When the time comes, I'll give you 30,000 a month, together with the annual salary. It's at least a few $100,000. You have to think about your aunt even if not for yourself. Qin Feng smiled lightly. I have the ability to earn more money now. He was telling the truth. With his current strength, he didn't need to worry about his salary at all, as getting just any item and putting it on the black market could fetch hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, anyway, this house you take first. In the future something need to help despite looking for me. There is also this 200,000. I heard that the aunt's surgery fee is still empty. Wang Bo handed out a bank card. It was not a show at all, but a real give. Qin Feng was a bit touched in his heart, but he didn't take it. Don't worry, brother, I've gotten better now. In the future maybe you'll still have to count on me, Qin Feng said with a smile. Wang Bo scratched his head and didn't insist, putting the bank card into his pocket. After the two entered the hotel, there were already many people waiting for them inside. Instead of waiting for the two of them, it would be better to wait for Wang Bo. After all, this guy is now a diamond in the eyes of others. Right at this moment, a group of well-dressed young men with extraordinary temperament walked over. The leader was a young man wearing a white shirt, about 20 years old, handsome in appearance, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking quite elegant. Youth named Du Ping. In school because Qin Feng studied well, so often suffered from each other's bullying. How to say? His family was considered rich, but this guy just liked to press Qin Feng. So Wang Bo did not have a good feeling about this person. Du Ping immediately greeted Qin Feng and Wang Bo after seeing them. Isn't this our Mr. Wang? Come. We have to catch up today. Chapter 22, Toad wants to eat swan meat. Saying that, he also invited Wang Bo to enter the private room as if he was the master of the house, not paying the slightest attention to Qin Feng who was on the side. Wang Bo frowned and was about to say something, but was stopped by Qin Feng. Since people are too kind to refuse, let's both go in and take a look. Du Ping snorted coldly and looked at Qin Feng. His gaze was gloomy to the extreme. He did not expect Qin Feng to actually dare to dismiss his face in public. Qin Feng, you don't have small guts. Saying that, Du Ping reached out and put his arm around his shoulders. Qin Feng, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders and fearlessly met his gaze. Du Ping, what are you doing? Let go. Wang Bo frowned. Yo, young Wang is angry. Du Ping snorted and looked at Qin Feng, his gaze filled with contempt. What do you mean? Qin Feng frowned. What do you mean? What I mean is that you Toad wants to eat swan meat. Du Ping had a mocking look on his face. I'm telling you, the other Su Shui can't look at you. Hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly felt that being with these people was really meaningless, and immediately prepared to leave. However, just at this time, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Boss Qin, why did you come without telling me? Qin Feng knew who the visitor was when he heard the voice and turned around to see if it wasn't Lin Wanting. The crowd was about to mock Qin Feng, but when they saw the woman's appearance, they stopped talking. Who was Lin Wanting? She was also a well-known strong woman in the entire Zhanghai. Ms. Lin, why are you here too? Qin Feng asked suspiciously. Lin Wanting smiled sweetly. I'm organizing a banquet here tonight. Didn't I send you an invitation? Why didn't you say anything when you came? Isn't this to say hello to my previous classmates? Qin Feng responded without comment. Only then did Lin Wanting see Wang Bo next to Qin Feng, and her pretty eyebrows raised, revealing a puzzled look. In fact, she had noticed Qin Feng just now outside, but today was where the Jade Pavilion was holding its banquet, so she didn't go up to greet him. This was not just about to go up. This was when she saw someone mocking Qin Feng. This one is? Lin Wanting looked at the dumbfounded Wang Bo and felt that this guy was quite interesting. Wang Bo was dumbfounded at the moment. He definitely hoped that his brother was doing well, but he recognized this person in front of him, a proper rich white beauty. There's a saying, fear that your brother's life is not good, and fear that your brother's life is too good. My name is Wang Bo, Feng's youngest friend. Without waiting for Qin Feng to introduce him, Wang Bo took the initiative to give out his name. Wang Bo. Lin Wanting muttered, seemingly searching for the name, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said in surprise, You're not that Diamond King, are you? Wang Bo smiled awkwardly. Ahem. This, sort of. Although it was embarrassing, Wang Bo still maintained his smile. So you're Feng's classmate. Let's go up together if you're interested. Lin Wanting said with a smile. Wang Bo quickly waved his hand and said modestly, Miss Lin is polite. Lin Wanting pursed her lips and did not say anything else. Immediately, the three of them didn't make a stop. They really weren't interested in participating in this kind of classmate climbing meeting. Qin Feng and Lin Wanting walked into the hotel lobby together, and without knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, Lin Wanting deliberately took his arm. Qin Feng, what's wrong with you? Lin Wanting suddenly asked in a low voice. Me? Qin Feng froze, not understanding what Lin Wanting meant. Lin Wanting came up to Qin Feng's ear and whispered, I heard that you gave Elder Yen a pair of mountain and river drawings. Is that true? It's true. That's a gift I gave to my master to pay my respects. How could it be fake? Qin Feng smiled and said. As for Wang Bo, who was following behind the two, when he saw Qin Feng talking and laughing with the other party, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. The one in front of him was Lin Wanting, who was known as the Iceberg Beauty. Who wouldn't be confused when looking at her? After waiting to be seated, Wang Bo couldn't wait to ask. Feng, tell me the truth. What exactly are you doing now? It has only been more than a month since the two of them last met. This guy actually shifted. Wang Bo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really fate. Seeing Wang Bo's nervous appearance, Qin Feng smiled faintly and didn't hide it from him. Actually, I'm just playing with gambling stones, earning 1 billion points of pocket money. Bluffing? How much money can you earn from gambling on stones? Wang Bo bristled. Gambling on stones is a bottomless pit. Although he likes to invest, he has never tried anything that is related to gambling. Qin Feng lazily said. Anyway, it's more reliable than you mixing your life. Cut. Wang Bo disdained it and was unwilling to mention it again. Qin Feng saw Wang Bo's disbelief on his face, so he didn't say anything more. After all, there are some things that are really hard to imagine without personal experience. He gently patted Wang Bo's shoulder and laughed. Bozy, sometimes, the world is much wider than you think. Don't limit yourself to that small circle. When you have the chance, I will bring you to see the real world of gambling stones. As soon as the words fell, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed. A spotlight slowly fell on the center of the stage, and a host dressed in a gorgeous long dress gracefully took the stage. announcing that the banquet had officially begun. Lin Wanting gently took Qin Feng's arm and led him towards the main table of the banquet. Along the way, many guests cast curious and envious gazes at them. After all, Lin Wanting's status in the business world of Zhanghai City was not trivial, and her stance of walking side by side with Qin Feng at this moment undoubtedly made people's thoughts come to mind. "Ms. Lin, who is this beside you?" a middle-aged man asked with a bit of tentativeness, clearly curious about Qin Feng's identity. Lin Wanting smiled faintly and introduced, "This is Qin Feng, my friend and a very talented young man." Her tone was filled with recognition of Qin Feng, causing the surrounding guests to be even more impressed with him. Qin Feng politely nodded his head in greeting to the crowd. Keeping a low profile was most important in this occasion. He didn't show his sharpness too much, but rather, he blended into this high society gathering with a calm and confident attitude. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Wanting proposed, "Qin Feng, don't you have a unique opinion on jade? For tonight's banquet, the Jade Pavilion has specially prepared a few pieces of raw stones for everyone to view and exchange. Why don't we go and join in the fun?" Qin Feng heard this and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. At this moment, hearing Lin Wanting say so, he naturally begged for it. Thus, the two of them walked hand in hand through the crowd and arrived at the Jade exhibition area in a corner of the banquet. Inside the exhibition area, several pieces of raw stones of different shapes and colors were meticulously arranged on a display table, with professional appraisal reports and valuation information attached to them. Chapter 23, I'll give it to you. The guests either stopped to watch or discussed in low voices. The atmosphere was warm and full of anticipation. Qin Feng opened his eyes of perspective and scrutinized the raw stones one by one. Lin Wanting, on the other hand, quietly observed him from the side. Suddenly, Qin Feng stopped and locked his gaze on a seemingly ordinary and uninteresting piece of raw stone. The surface of this piece of raw stone was covered with cracks and impurities, and it was virtually untouched. "Wanting, what do you think of this piece?" Qin Feng turned his head and asked Lin Wanting. Lin Wanting took a closer look at the piece of raw stone and said with a slight frown, "This piece of stone is really not in good shape. Even the appraisal report has a low valuation on it." "Are you sure?" Qin Feng smiled faintly, a confident gleam in his eyes. "Sometimes, the flaws on the outside can often hide the gems inside. I believe in my own vision." Saying this, he walked towards the staff without hesitation, indicating that he would purchase this piece of raw stone. Seeing this, Lin Wanting chose to trust Qin Feng and accompanied him to complete the transaction even though she still had doubts in her heart. In the next few moments, Qin Feng personally operated the knife to decipher the stone. With the roar of the machine and the splash of stone chips, the seemingly inconspicuous raw stone gradually revealed its true face, a crystal clear, warm-colored jadeite gradually revealed in front of the eyes of the crowd. Wang Bo and the sea Qin Feng opened out after the emerald suddenly excited up. Pulling Qin Feng asked, "Wind, how did you find that piece of raw stone in the emerald?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "Intuition." The penetrating eye he possessed was a god-level talent. Such a talent was simply heaven-defying and did not require any basis at all. Cowardly. For his brother to act like a bully, he naturally had a light on his face. After all, just like Lin Wanting said, he had always been the kind of dog big in the eyes of others. Unfortunately, after seeing Qin Feng cut up, many people around him flocked towards Qin Feng. This was because the piece of jadeite that Qin Feng had opened was definitely considered to be a top-of-the-line superb piece. There were a few rich people who knew how to gamble on stones who were already planning to acquire this piece of jadeite. Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to these people at all and instead looked at Lin Wanting by his side. "Give it to you." "Thanks." Lin Wanting smiled sweetly. She knew how much this jadeite was worth, yet Qin Feng had given her such a precious jadeite as a meet and greet gift, which doubled her favor towards Qin Feng. Wang Bo, who was not far away, could not help but sigh with emotion when he saw the scene. "It's truly a blessing of splendor." "Envious?" Qin Feng teased. Wang Bo shrugged his shoulders and said with a look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, "It's quite envious." At the entrance of the hotel, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked peacefully. "Young master, I heard that the kid called Qin Feng is also here." On the driver's seat, the driver respectfully reported to the youth inside the car. The youth sitting in the back row indifferently said, "Got it, continue to keep an eye on it." "Understood," the driver immediately answered. The youth was none other than Lu Yuanhang of the Lu Group, who had originally come here today with the intention of fixing things with Lin Wanting from last time. But upon hearing the name Qin Feng, a wave of anger surged through his heart. "Damn, this stinking woman. When I get my hands on the shares of the Jade Pavilion, I'll play you to death," Lu Yuanhang thought secretly in his heart. At this time, Lu Yuanhang's phone rang. It was his father calling. "Hey, Dad," Lu Yuanhang shouted as he picked up the phone. A majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. "How's the collection going on your end?" Lu Yuanhang frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. "Almost done. just missing 2 shareholders. The other end of the phone added with an exhortation. Try to be as quick as possible. It has to be done within a month. I know, Dad. Lu Yuanhang hung up the phone. His eyes revealed a touch of sinister color. He then picked up his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers. Commanding, help me find out where Lin Jinan is right now. Yes, young master. Inside Zhanghai Court. After sending Lin Wanting to the Jade Pavilion, Qin Feng was ready to take Wang Bo home for a visit. But just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the unfamiliar number on the screen of his cell phone, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but still picked it up. Hello, may I ask who are you looking for? Qin Feng asked. Immediately afterward, a manly man's voice came over. You're Qin Feng, right? Qin Feng was slightly stunned, not expecting this man to recognize him. Who are you? Qin Feng asked in return. The man snorted coldly and said in an icy tone, It doesn't matter what I am. You remember, from now on, stay away from Lin Wanting. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. As the words fell, the call ended. Qin Feng froze in place holding his cell phone for a long time. What did the man on the other end of the phone just now say? Ask him to leave Lin Wanting? Qin Feng shook his head and lost his smile as he muttered. Stupid ass. Who is it? Wang Bo curiously came over. Just an inexplicable person. Qin Feng replied casually. Wang Bo sniffed and didn't bother to pursue the matter. Qin Feng looked at his back. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he resumed his usual smile. The night color was appalling. The Chinese lights were on at the beginning. Inside the most luxurious Western restaurant in Zhanghai City, Lu Yuanhang and another young man were sitting by the window. Lu Yuanhang was wearing a white shirt, tie, and gold-framed glasses. The whole person had a Confucian flavor. Brother Wenbin, I'll definitely be able to successfully take down Lin's group this time. Lu Yuanhang took a sip of red wine and said rather proudly. The young man he called Brother Wenbin had a slim figure, a plate-inch head, and an ordinary look, but his eyes were unusually deep. Yuanhang, let's stick to the plan. We must be foolproof this time, Wenbin reminded. Lu Yuanhang was unimpressed. Don't worry about it, I was prepared. It's good that you're sure. Wenbin nodded, then added, but this matter still needs to be considered carefully. Why? Lu Yuanhang asked doubtfully. Wenbin pondered for a long time, then said, although we have been cooperating with Lin's group for more than 10 years, but after all, during these 10 years, Lin's group has been weakening step by step, and it has been shrinking even more in recent years. Think carefully, over this period of time, has Lin's group ever invested in new projects? Has it ever pushed forward? After listening, Lu Yuanhang pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, no, it seems that not even one product has been launched. That's why I suspect that Lin Jinan is preparing to break the pot and doesn't want to bother with the Lin group. Wenbin continued, in that case, it's very unfavorable for us. I suggest we take the company down before Lin Jinan changes his mind. Lu Yuanhang frowned. Brother Wenbin, I don't think that's necessary. Chapter 24, Wang Bo's Entrepreneurial Program. Oh, Wenbin looked at Lu Yuanhang with some surprise. Lu Yuanhang explained. First of all, it's not like you don't know about Lin Jinan's condition. I'm afraid he won't last long. Since Lin Jinan won't live long, why should I be in a hurry? The most urgent thing is still to bring down Jade Heavens first and seize the portion of equity in its hands. When we take control of Jade Stone Shen, it's the same as controlling the entire Lin's group, and then we'll hand the company over to Big Uncle. Wouldn't that be great? Wenbin fell into deep thought when he heard these words from Lu Yuanhang. After a long time, Wenbin raised his head and said appreciatively, Yuanhang, it's still you who are thoughtful. Lu Yuanhang waved his hand and said, Brother Wenbin, we are brothers. We should support each other. Ha ha, well said. Come on, cheers. At the same time, the Lin clan group's president's office. Lin Jinan was sitting on the sofa, his face full of worry, his hands clenched into fists, his nails almost embedded into his flesh. Chairman, are we really unable to do anything? Secretary Li Lanfang inquired in a low voice. Lin Jinan sighed and said, other than transferring assets, I really can't think of any other way. Chairman, if you're willing to sell Jade Xian, we'll be able to secure at least $10 billion of liquidity. Li Lanfang said softly, no way. I can never sell Jade Stone Xian. Lin Jinan bluntly refused. Seeing this, Li Lanfang could only retreat and said, Chairman, if we don't sell Jade Stone Xian, we can still go to the bank for a loan, or use the companies under the Lin Group to mortgage the loan. Speaking of this, Li Lanfang suddenly had a flash of light and said excitedly, Chairman, I do have an idea. Tell me. Lin Jinan said. Li Lanfang hurriedly said, Chairman, our company is an old state-owned enterprise. Although it has suffered serious losses due to poor management, it still has a certain value. If we are able to sell a portion of our shares, coupled with a mortgage, we will definitely be able to get back a considerable amount of money. and even obtain a huge loan. Lin Jinan fell into silence after hearing Li Lanfang's words. After a long time, he slowly said, "You go and organize this matter." "Yes, Chairman." Qin Feng's house. "Feng, what are you going to do in the future?" Wang Bo asked Qin Feng casually as he lay on the sofa in the living room, eating potato chips. After all, Qin Feng was considered a billionaire now. In fact, the other side asked, really gave Qin Feng asked, what he really did not do what he intended to do in the future. Originally, after the money is to buy a house, to buy a car, and also have a job, the annual income of millions of jade consultant. But suddenly he understood another layer of Wang Bo's meaning. Say, how much do you want to invest? Qin Feng didn't have anything to hide with Wang Bo. He said what he had. Ha ha, it's still you. $5 million in shares. 50% of the shares. The two of us half each. Wang Bo grinned, revealing a bright smile. For them, 5 million was not much, but it was definitely not a lot either. Qin Feng slightly pondered for a moment, then said, I'll give you $10 million. Wang Bo froze when he heard this. He stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes and said in surprise, Feng, you can't be playing a real game with me, right? Are you sure? Qin Feng nodded his head with a serious expression. Wang Bo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, Feng, don't worry, I'll let you return your capital within a year. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was instantly a bit puzzled. Tell me the truth, what are you going to do? Wang Bo saw Qin Feng's serious face, so he also said with a straight face, selling sets. When these words came out, Qin Feng was dumbfounded. This guy takes $15 million and sells sets? Qin Feng immediately had a feeling of crying and laughing. Wang Bo, on the other hand, swore and assured, don't worry, Feng, I'll definitely make money on this set. I've studied it. How? Qin Feng asked curiously. Think about it, the technical content of this set is very low. Originally I was going to use $5 million to advertise. Now you directly inject $10 million. I'll use $5 million to advertise and then $10 million to build the factory. And the sales volume of this thing is so big, there is no worry about selling it. Looking at the other party's headstrong look, Qin Feng was also a bit helpless. You see to it, it's time to rest. Tomorrow I have to go and learn carving from the master. Saying that, Qin Feng stood up and headed upstairs. Seeing this, Wang Bo didn't stop him and just hemmed and hawed and giggled. The next day, Qin Feng woke up and simply washed up before starting to pack his things. Xiao Feng, Xiao Bo has already left, saying something about going to register the company, so you don't have to wait for him. Mother Qin poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted at Qin Feng. Qin Feng let out a carrying his bag and preparing to leave. You can leave after dinner later, Mother Qin shouted as she looked at Qin Feng who was turning around to leave. However, Qin Feng, who heard this, changed his face and said that he was in a hurry to get to work and ran out, because he knew that but whenever he stayed with his own mother, she would definitely urge him to get married, and still let him go after Lin wanting. Yan Lao's working room. After Qin Feng arrived, he immediately greeted Elder Yan. Master, Qin Feng, you slept well last night, didn't you? Elder Yan smiled. Not bad. Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly before saying, Teacher, what am I doing today? You practice and familiarize yourself with the things I taught you first, then I'll teach you to carve. Elder Yan commanded. When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately got excited and hurriedly said, Yes, teacher. With that, he hurriedly found a piece of wood and then took out his carving knife. Elder Yan looked at Qin Feng's skillful movements and nodded in satisfaction. He knew that Qin Feng's basic skills were very solid, so he wasn't worried. 2 hours later, Qin Feng finally stopped carving. Looking at the molded jade pendant in his hand, Qin Feng had an excited look on his face. He handed the jade pendant to Elder Yan and said, Teacher, help me see if it fits. Elder Yan took it and then carefully examined it before saying, Not bad, it's quite good. It's more in line with your characteristics. Qin Feng hemmed and hawed. His mood was soothing. Alright, now to teach you the most crucial part. Elder Yan took a deep breath before saying, First, what I'm going to teach you is how to improve your carving skills. Remember, you've only mastered the simplest of carving techniques now, but that's still far from enough. I want you to learn something more quintessential and to completely improve your carving skills to reach the top master before you can do so. Qin Feng was in awe of what he said and hurriedly pricked up his ears to listen. Elder Yan continued, the so-called top master is one whose carving skills are at the peak and can be called a master, while at the same time possessing great innovation and creativity. Just like the jade pendant you're carving now, it only has a shape, but it doesn't have a god. Chapter 25, The Favorite. What I'm teaching you is a kind of creativity, and I hope that you will be able to rely on your own inspiration and enlightenment to incorporate this carving technique into your own carvings, so that such carvings will have a divine charm and possess the power of the gods and ghosts, which will allow them to take on a life of their own. Of course, the prerequisite is the need for inspiration. Saying this, Elder Yen paused for a moment, then continued. This thing called inspiration is very mysterious. Sometimes it bursts out in an instant, but there are also times when several years may not be able to produce it. I hope that you strive to seek inspiration. As long as you find it, I believe that you should be able to achieve what I said, even better than what I expected. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Although he hadn't found any inspiration right now, he knew that the thing called inspiration was nebulous and could only be groped for slowly. You can try carving people, or your favorite things. Carving living things? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, carving living things. You can carve some characters. Elder Yen nodded before continuing. This isn't difficult, but carving figures? This is my first time. Why don't you come and give me some guidance? Qin Feng asked for instructions. You carve one of your favorite figures first. I'll take a look. Elder Yen pondered for a moment, then said. Qin Feng nodded, then picked up the carving knife on the side and started carving on the table. As the carving knife fell on the table, the entire person seemed to enter the realm of oblivion. With the loss of time, soon Qin Feng's arms began to tremble lightly, seemingly under immense pressure, and at the same time, beads of sweat gradually emerged at his forehead, dripping down the tip of his nose onto the floor, emitting a crisp and pleasant sound. Whew! After letting out a long breath of turbid air, Qin Feng stopped the movement of his hands. He wiped the sweat from his cheeks before looking up at his work. The one he was carving was no other than Lin Wanting. The carving was lifelike as if it was real. Even the pair of beautiful eyes were outlined. Not only that, Qin Feng's face carried a faintly soft expression. Well, Qin Feng turned his head towards Elder Yen with a look of expectation and excitement on his face. Elder Yen, on the other hand, nodded slightly and said appreciatively, I didn't expect you can even carve this, and it's also so evocative. It seems that I've underestimated you. Qin Feng hears Elder Yan's praise and immediately sighs in relief. Then asks, Teacher, which level do you think my carving skills have reached? Elder Yen was slightly silent, then shook his head and said, I don't know. This was the second time Qin Feng had heard these three words, but he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. After all, Elder Yen was a world-famous national expert, and to be able to obtain his affirmation was already very impressive. However, his gaze shone with confidence, clearly not thinking that his carving skills were inferior. He then finished carving all the other pieces on the table and asked for Yen Lao's opinion. Although these are not bad, they can only be described as ordinary. Elder Yen shook his head and then said. This made Qin Feng a bit puzzled. One should know that the piece he had just carved was already considered a very outstanding existence. Don't be too surprised. This is a problem with the carving technique. It doesn't represent the value of these things. When you have eaten up the skill and then carve something, then the value of these things will not be the same. Elder Yen explained. Qin Feng understood, but his heart was still filled with shock. After coming out of Elder Yan's studio, Qin Feng was just about to go back when he felt someone following behind him. He frowned and turned his head to look around before heading towards another street. He wanted to see who exactly dared to follow him. Soon, Qin Feng turned into an alleyway. Since you followed me, then why haven't you shown yourself? Qin Feng said with a cold smile. Immediately afterward, two footsteps slowly came from the darkness before appearing in Qin Feng's line of sight. These two were both wearing black clothes that covered their faces, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. Qin Feng sized up the two men and did not recognize them, so the other two men were silent and just directly pounced towards Qin Feng. Scram! Qin Feng shouted coldly. His right fist swung out violently, hitting the chests of the two men before his strong physical strength erupted, hardening the two men and sending them flying. Although the strength of these two people was not weak, there was a huge gap when compared to Qin Feng. These two were spat out blood and fell to the ground by Qin Feng, unable to get up at all. However, they did not give up, but gritted their teeth and stood up, attacking Qin Feng once again. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth lifted up a sneer as he kicked one of the black-clothed men in the abdomen, directly sending the other man flying out, crashing through the wall and falling to the ground, unable to get up for half a day. Tell me, what exactly are you two following me for? Qin Feng squatted in front of one person and said indifferently, Kid, you'd better let us go, otherwise you're dead. The other person covered his stomach and stared viciously at Qin Feng, threatening. Ha! Qin Feng sniffed and laughed coldly twice before slapping the other man in the face, directly sending him flying several meters away and smashing him heavily on the ground. Qin Feng stood up, then slapped his hand and looked at the other person. At this moment, the other person was already scared out of his wits, shivering all over and his crotch was wet. I say. Seeing Qin Feng looking at him, he hurriedly said, My name is Wang Yong. He is Wang Tao. Xiao Lu asked us to spy on you. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. So these two were sent by Lu Yuanhang. This was to cause trouble, to send people to spy on him. This was Jianghai, and the Lu family was a renowned and powerful family in Jianghai. It shouldn't care to do something like this. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He always felt that things weren't that simple. It was definitely a conspiracy and trickery mostly. Tell me why. Why did you guys come here? Qin Feng indifferently looked at the man and asked in a deep voice. Wang Yang cringed his neck and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Big brother, we really don't know why. He just asked us to monitor your every move. Lu Yong said with a crying face. Qin Feng was helpless when he heard Lu Yong's explanation. So it turns out that he was lying down. But it seems that he didn't provoke this young Master Lu, right? No matter what, this matter still needed to be told to Lin Wanting. After all, he had seen before that this Lu Yuanhang had been plotting against Lin Wanting. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh, and then a lifting leap, over the wall, and left the place. Chapter 26, The Lu Family's Tactics. After Qin Feng left, Lu Yong and the other man in black helped each other and staggered out. And at that moment, a sedan sped up and eventually stopped next to the two. The car window slowly rose, and a handsome face appeared in the two men's line of sight. Wen Xiao, it's all done as you said. If Lu Yuanhang was here he would be able to tell that this person was none other than Wen Bin, Lu Yuanhang's close friend Wen Bin. Well, remember what I ordered? Never leak any information. Wen Bin nodded and said. Lu Yong nodded and then said, we know. After saying that, they got into the car. After the car had traveled for a few minutes, Wen Bin got out of the car and got into another car. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the hotel, Lu Yuanhang sat on top of the sofa. Dad, can we close the net now? Lu Yuanhang asked. There's no rush. Wait for some more time. Lu father waved his hand. Why? Lu Yuanhang asked without understanding. Because there are bigger fish that haven't bitten the hook yet. Lu father said with a cold snort. Lu Yuanhang nodded and didn't pursue the matter further. Lu father took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. The call was quickly connected and a low voice came out. Hey, Lu Dong, what is it that you are looking for me for? An old and deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Uncle Li, help me check. Tonight, did Lin Jinan bring back a young man, around 20 years old? Father Lu said indifferently. Good. The person on the other side of the phone agreed with a slight nod. After hanging up the phone, Father Lu leaned on top of the back of his chair and closed his eyes. Although Lu's group was considered a big enterprise in Zhanghai, and even ranked in the entire Jiangnan province, the real master behind Lu's group was him. He possessed terrifying wealth, as well as monstrous power. No one dared to ignore him even in Jiangzhou. Lin Jinan, I hope you won't let me down, Father Lu muttered, his eyes flashing with a refined light. He wanted to completely annex the Lin group. Before he originally wanted the two families to marry, but this guy actually didn't know how to be nice. Now he could only come in hard. The villa complex of Jianghai Court. Qin Feng returned home and took a shower and changed clothes to rest. After waking up the next morning, Qin Feng was ready to go to work at the Jade Palace. No matter how he said it, he was also on someone's payroll, although most of the time he is not used, but the attitude you should have to give people out. When Qin Feng arrived at the Jade Cuisine, he happened to come across a group of apprentices cutting raw stones. Advisor Qin. After Qin Feng entered, the crowd shouted respectfully. Well, you guys continue. I'll just take a casual look around. Qin Feng nodded and said. Good grin. The rest of the people said with smiles. These people knew very well in their hearts. Could anyone who could open a jadeite of more than $100 million be simple? Especially since Qin Feng's master was Yan Lao, a Titanic-level figure in the jade world. Qin Feng came to the gambling stone field. The place is still overcrowded. This time he didn't wander around, but went straight to Lin Wanting's office. Pushing open the carved wooden door of Lin Wanting's office, a light jasmine fragrance intertwined with the aroma of wooden scrolls, inexplicably soothing Qin Feng's mood by a few points. Inside the office, sunlight poured through the half-open curtains onto the neat desk. Lin Wanting was reviewing documents with her head bowed, her long hair lightly pulled back, and a few strands of broken hair falling unconsciously on her cheeks, adding a few points of gentleness and softness to her. Hearing the door ring, Lin Wanting looked up. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, which then turned into a warm smile. Qin Feng, why are you here? Aren't you going to study carving with Elder Yin today? Qin Feng smiled faintly and walked across to her to sit down. There's something I want to talk to you about. About Lu Yuanhang. Lin Wanting sniffed and frowned slightly, seemingly quite sensitive to this name. What about him? Qin Feng recounted what happened last night in the countryside, and at the end, he looked seriously into Lin Wanting's eyes. I know you've always had mixed feelings about him, but I hope you'll be vigilant. Lin Wanting was silent for a moment after hearing this, her fingers gently rubbing the edges of the documents on the table as if she was thinking about something. Her eyes contained both gratitude for Qin Feng's concern and confusion over Lu Yuanhan's behavior. Thank you for telling me this, Qin Feng. In fact, I have also sensed that there are just some things that are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Are you saying that between your two families, apart from business rivalry, There are other entanglements that I don't know about? Qin Feng keenly captured the deeper meaning in her words. Lin Wanting nodded her head gently, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Yes, over the years, the Lu family's methods have become more and more aggressive, and my father, too, is secretly laying out his plans, trying to find the handle behind them. It's just that these are not deep waters that we can easily wade into. Qin Feng sniffed and pondered in his heart. He understood that the deep water area that Lin Wanting was talking about probably involved some unseen deals. As a friend, he couldn't just stand by and watch, but he also had to act cautiously to avoid becoming a pawn in someone else's chess game. Wanting, regardless of the grudge between your two families, I hope you can protect yourself. If you need any help, just ask. Qin Feng's tone was firm, his eyes revealing an unquestionable seriousness. Lin Wanting raised her head and locked eyes with Qin Feng, a trace of emotion flashing in her eyes. Thank you, Qin Feng. I'm really lucky to have a friend like you. The two of them smiled at each other, and the atmosphere became warm and subtle for a moment. Just at this moment, the office door was knocked on once again, interrupting the tranquility. Mr. Lin, there's a gentleman called Wen Bin outside looking for you, saying that he has an urgent matter. The secretary's voice came from outside the door. When Lin Wanting heard this, her eyebrows tightened once again, and after exchanging a meaningful look with Qin Feng, she sighed softly. Invite him in. The door was pushed open, and Wen Bin walked in a suit and with a smile on his face. However, upon seeing that Qin Feng was also here, his smile visibly stiffened for a split second, and then he quickly returned to his normal state as if nothing had happened. Mr. Lin, please forgive me for taking the liberty of visiting. Wen Bin greeted politely, but his gaze swept over Qin Feng intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Wanting smiled faintly and gestured for him to sit down. Mr. Wen is courteous, please be straightforward with what you have to say. Wen Bin nodded and took out a document from his briefcase, pushing it in front of Lin Wanting. Mr. Lin, regarding that project we worked on before, I have some new ideas and plans that I would like to discuss with you. Lin Wanting took the document and briefly flipped through a few pages with a slight frown. Mr. What? These changes don't seem to be in line with our initial agreement. Wen Bin smiled faintly, a few imperceptible hints of cunning hidden in his smile. Chapter 27, A Hand in the World. Mr. Lin, the shopping mall is like a battlefield. The situation changes rapidly, so we naturally have to be flexible. Just as the atmosphere became delicate, Lin Wanting's cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and raised her eyebrows, then said to Wen Bin, Mr. What? Please wait, I'll take a call. Lin Wanting got up and walked to the window, picking up the call in a low voice. Qin Feng noticed that her face gradually became grave as the call progressed. After hanging up the phone, she turned around and said to Wen Bin, Mr. What? I'm afraid our conversation needs to be interrupted for the time being. I have some urgent matters that need to be dealt with, so let's make another appointment another time. Although Wen Bin was displeased, he could only nod his head in agreement, and before leaving, he gave Qin Feng a meaningful glance. After Wen Bin left, Qin Feng hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, What's wrong? Only to see Lin Wanting rubbing her temples, somewhat helpless and also somewhat angry. These wallflowers, the Lu family bought out those raw stone dealers and won't allow them to provide raw stones to our jade pavilion anymore. As soon as Lin Wanting's words fell, the atmosphere in the office instantly froze. Qin Feng's brows tightened as a sharp glint flashed through his gaze. The lifeblood of every Bai jewelry lay in the supply of raw stones, and if it was cut off, it was tantamount to strangling the company's throat. This stroke is ruthless enough, Qin Feng said in a deep voice, then stood up and walked over to Lin Wanting, softly comforting her. However, Wanting, don't worry too much, we always have a way to deal with it. Lin Wanting nodded her head gently, but the worry in her eyes did not completely dissipate. I know, but the problem is that most of these raw stone dealers have a long-term relationship with us, and with their sudden change of heart, there must be a bigger force behind them. I'm worried that this is just the beginning of the Lu family's full-scale suppression of us. Qin Feng sniffed and pondered in his heart. Wanting, don't be in a hurry. Let me understand the situation first. Qin Feng said as he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Yan Lao's number. A calm voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Hey, little Feng, what's the matter? Master, I have something urgent to ask you, regarding the supply chain problem that Jade Xian has recently encountered. It seems that the Lu family has bought out our raw stone suppliers and cut off our supply. You've been practicing in this industry for many years. Do you have any advice or resources to share? Qin Feng's tone carried a bit of anxiety. Elder Yan was silent on the other end of the phone for a moment, obviously pondering over this issue as well. Little Feng, the problem you've encountered is indeed tricky. The jade industry, especially high-end raw stones, has always been where resources are king. Since the Lu family can make such a move, it means that they have been laying out their plans for a long time. However, you don't have to worry too much. The water in the jade industry is deep. they may not be able to cover the sky with one hand. Master, then do you have any specific suggestions? Qin Feng asked eagerly. First of all, you can try contacting some small and medium-sized raw stone suppliers that you usually have a good friendship with, and see if they are willing to lend a helping hand at the critical moment. Although their supply may not be large, accumulating small amounts will be able to solve a momentary problem, Yan Lao slowly said. Secondly, you can consider expanding your international channels and look for foreign suppliers of raw stones. Although this will increase costs such as transportation and tariffs, it can also effectively spread the risk and avoid being limited by a single market. Elder Yan continued to give advice. Qin Feng nodded as he listened, already having a general direction in his mind. Thank you, Master. That's all for now then. Qin Feng hung up the phone and made a note of Yan Lao's advice just now. There were no absolute enemies in this world, nor were there eternal allies, but there was one, and that was a mutually beneficial and win-win relationship. If one party was in trouble and the other party was indifferent, that could only mean one thing: the other party was not worth relying on. What did Elder Yan's side say? Lin Wanting couldn't help but inquire when she saw that he was deep in thought after hanging up the phone. Elder Yan told us to contact those suppliers that we have cooperation with. Qin Feng paused and added, but I think we have to make a trip now. It's best to directly interface with the raw stone vendors over in Burma. To Maine? Lin Wanting's willow brows slightly frowned, and after a long hesitation, she still shook her head and refused. No way. The raw stone sales channels over in Burma are rather chaotic and there are all sorts of gamblers running rampant. If we rashly go over there, what if? Hearing this, Qin Feng also felt that there was something wrong. After all, he didn't know anyone over there in Burma either, so if he just rushed over there, he was afraid that things would easily go wrong. After all, something like jade had a large amount of money, and once it was targeted by someone with a heart of gold, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Feng sighed, scratched his head in some distress and muttered, what should we do then? It's not as if we're sitting ducks, right? Alas! You help me sit on the Jade Pavilion for the next few days. I'll make some contacts and see if I can find a way out of the country. Lin Wanting was also at a loss and could only try to think of the worst. Qin Feng nodded his head and agreed, and his mood couldn't help but be heavy. 3 hours later, on the outskirts of Nanyang, in a private manor, it was brightly lit and decorated. This is Lu's group's newly developed resort, focusing on leisure and entertainment programs. The manor was filled with guests, mingling and mingling, the stars surrounding the Lu family father and son, lively and extraordinary. The wine table was filled with drinks and laughter. Lu Yuanhan's father, Lu Jun, raised his glass and looked around, smiling brightly. All colleagues have worked hard. Let's have a good time tonight. The crowd chimed in, and a burst of cheers resounded throughout the banquet. At this time, a waiter wearing a tuxedo and white gloves walked into the banquet hall, bent down and lowered his head to Lu Jun, who was toasting respectfully, and said, Director Lu, there are 2 guests downstairs. Lu Jun put down his wineglass, somewhat puzzled. The wine banquet here on his own. Ordinary people simply cannot attend, unless they are some of the connections. He thought carefully and eventually waved his hand, signaling the waiter to bring those 2 guests up. Soon, a tall woman in professional attire and a young man walked into the banquet hall. The people who came were clearly Wenbin, and the secretary beside him, who had an outstanding temperament. As soon as the 2 entered, they attracted a lot of attention to Wenbin's gentle manner. Wen Xiao, welcome. Lu Jun stood up and greeted him with a smile on his face. Although there were a few surprises in his heart, he still maintained the demeanor of a business tycoon on his face. Uncle Lu, I hope you'll bear with me if I take the liberty of disturbing you. Wenbin responded politely. After all, he was now in a cooperative relationship with the Lu family, and had to be slightly more humble in his attitude. Where? Your father and I are old friends. Of course I'm happy that you're here. Lu Jun laughed loudly and invited Wenbin to take a seat. After Wenbin took his seat, that secretary also sat down next to him. Chapter 28, Traveling to Maine. Lu Jun's eyes rolled. Then he said, Wen Xiao, you came to me today. You shouldn't just be visiting me specifically, right? Ha ha. Still can't hide it from Uncle Lu's eyes. Wenbin laughed and said, I came over today because I have something I want to discuss with you. Oh? Lu Jun's face changed slightly, immediately guessing that Wenbin was running towards the jadeite jade. He pretended to be relaxed and said, You want to talk about Jade Xian, right? As you know, there are some disputes within the company. So, Uncle Lu misunderstood. I am trying to talk to you about a deal. Wenbin smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice to Lu Jun's ear. I want to directly open a jewelry store, specializing in contracting, as well as agency rights. Lu Jun sniffed. His pupils shrunk. His heart was secretly shocked. Wenbin actually wanted to swallow this piece of cake alone. His appetite was really big. Wen Xiao, this piece of meat is not so easy to eat. Have you thought about it clearly? This will lead to huge trouble. Wenbin smiled calmly and said, Uncle Lu, This you can completely rest assured. Since I dared to bring it up, I must have already prepared for it. And I am a person who never drags his feet in business. If you are willing to support me, I will give you 30% of the shares at that time. What do you think? Hiss. Hearing the conditions offered by Wenbin, even Lu Jun, who was accustomed to seeing big storms, sucked in a mouthful of cool air and almost exclaimed in shock. According to the current market capitalization of Jade Heavens then, it was already around $10 billion. 30% of the shares are worth at least $2 billion or more. Ahem. Lu Jun forced himself to hold back the agitation in his heart, coughed dryly and said, Wen Xiao, I need to discuss this matter with those shareholders of the company. No problem. Wenbin nodded and said with a smile, however, I hope you'll do it as soon as possible. Good, good. Lu Jun was busy nodding his head in agreement. His heart was even more on fire. All of this, it seemed to be going too smoothly. It was almost as if he was dreaming. It was only just a short while after signing a contract with the Chun family, and Wenbin took the initiative to send it to his door. It was really like someone sending a pillow when he fell asleep. Time passes. In the blink of an eye 5 days have passed, and these points Qin Feng has been sitting in the Jade Xian, but looking at that increasingly scarce raw stone warehouse, he is also a little anxious. Inside Lin Wanting's office, Qin Feng sat at his desk. How's the contact where you are? These raw stones will be at most until the beginning of next month. When there are no raw stones, Jade Stone Xian's customer traffic will absolutely plummet. Qin Feng frowned deeply and his tone was quite serious. He had been pondering over his skill in stone deciphering for the past few days, but the more he pondered over it, the more depressed he became. This damn thing is useless even if he has the skill and no materials. I asked someone to ask. Someone said that they still have a batch of goods on the public disk. I'll have someone send it over right away. Lin Wanting hurriedly consoled, saying that she was about to dial the phone. Before she could finish her words, there was a sudden knock on the office door, followed by a bodyguard in a black suit pushing his way in. This bodyguard came to Lin Wanting with an expressionless face and took out his cell phone and handed it over. General Manager Lin, the intermediary from the Burmese side has come with news, saying that he can go over tomorrow, the bodyguard reported. Lin Wanting was instantly energized and shouted ecstatically, Good, immediately notify the finance and tell them to prepare the funds. The bodyguard nodded and immediately exited the office. Lin Wanting couldn't wait to take out her cell phone and call the intermediary in Maine, waiting for the other party to get through and then started talking. In the middle of the day, Lin Wanting hung up the phone, her face filled with anticipation and said excitedly, We are really lucky. This time when we go to Burma, as long as we butt heads, we won't even need to look at those people as face in the future. Really? That really couldn't be better. Qin Feng's eyes also lit up. For Jade Xian, a stable supply of raw stones was the lifeline, and being able to directly bypass those middlemen, establishing a direct connection with the raw stone miners in Burma was undoubtedly opening up the second vein, and would greatly enhance the competitiveness and profit margins of the Jade Pavilion. However, we have to be careful on this trip to Myanmar, Qin Feng reminded, his brows slightly furrowed, clearly not completely at ease with the upcoming negotiations and dealings. The situation in Burma is complicated. Not only do we have to guard against those mine owners who want to sit on their hands, but we also have to beware of those forces with ill intentions. Lin Wanting sniffed and nodded, collecting the joyful color on her face as she said seriously, You're right, I'll have the security team make all preparations. In addition, I will also bring along a few experienced negotiators. Make sure we can take this batch of raw stones at the best price. In the next few hours, Lin Wanting did everything personally, from the deployment of funds to personnel arrangements to the details of approaching the locals, striving to be foolproof. Early the next morning, Lin Wanting and Qin Feng embarked on a flight to Manan with an elite team of security personnel, translators and negotiators. The plane soon landed at the capital of southern Fujian province, Guangqing Airport. Please follow me. Let's go to the hotel for a moment of rest and recuperation now, and then we'll negotiate with the people from the Burmese side in the evening. As soon as they stepped off the plane, a rough-looking man who was about 1 meter tall greeted them and said respectfully to the crowd, Thank you. Qin Feng nodded his head and developed a favorable impression of the sturdy-looking Han. After all, those who could make it this far were already rare. Walking down the road, Lin Wanting suddenly pulled Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, what do you think of this person? Lin Wanting pointed to the man who was following the crowd to the side and inquired. Qin Feng turned his head towards the man, but realized that he had a straight body, stood upright, had a resolute face, and his eyes gleamed, emitting a stern aura. Qin Feng couldn't help but look at him twice more, his heart marveling that this man's stance was definitely more powerful than that of a bodyguard. Moreover, this man's body revealed a strong odor of blood. Not bad, can be made. Qin Feng gently nodded and praised. Let's keep him by our side then. Lin Wanting gave a playful smile, then said to the man behind her, You'll stay behind tonight to help Brother Qin with various matters. The youth called Ah who nodded his head, squeezing out a hint of a smile on his silent face and said, "Okay, General Manager Lin. Ha ha, that would be a pleasure." Qin Feng said with a smile. Qin Feng, although this Ah who is very good with his hands, he has a wooden and dull nature, so if he encounters something tricky, I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle it properly. As the saying goes, a soldier bears a bear and a general bears a nest. Since he is my chosen secretary, he naturally has to be at the level of a leader like me, said Lin Wanting, patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said smilingly, "Qin Feng, don't blame me for being talkative. This is also for your sake." Chapter 29, The Opening. Qin Feng was dumbfounded and said, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I definitely know how to make trade-offs." To be honest, Qin Feng was still very grateful to Lin Wanting. Even though this trip to Burma was full of dangers, Lin Wanting still had trust in Qin Feng. Lin Wanting nodded and continued, "I'm relieved that you can think this way. We'll be leaving for Burma tomorrow. Remember to look for him if you have any problems then." Qin Feng looked in the direction Lin Wanting was pointing, before noticing that Ah Hu had a loyal look, and his naive demeanor was quite comforting. "Aha." Qin Feng nodded indifferently. "Ah Hu, take them to the hotel to stay first," Lin Wanting instructed, then led Qin Feng away. Ah Hu nodded and turned around to lead the group out of the airport, taking a car to the most luxurious star-rated hotel nearby. It was night, and as night fell, the neon lights in Guangcheng gradually lit up, decorating the bustling city like a dream. Worthy of being the capital of tourism, it's still beautiful. Qin Feng looked at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows and couldn't help but sigh with emotion, then looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Suddenly, his cell phone rang and when he opened it, it was a message sent by Lin Wanting. "Rest early. Be ready to leave at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Looking at the message on his cell phone, he also replied, "You too, good night." Immediately, Qin Feng tripped onto the bed, but he didn't rest. Instead, he was pondering over those things in the inheritance. The inheritance contained many alchemy and talisman-making methods and techniques. Qin Feng had just started now and was at the bottleneck stage, so he decided to give it a try. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the couch, gazed at his spirit, closed his eyes and meditated as he began to guide the aura into his body according to the techniques recorded in the inheritance. This was his first time cultivating and trying it out, so naturally, he did not dare to be negligent and was cautious every second. A cool aura slowly converged into Qin Feng's body, flowing along the meridians to all the limbs and bones, and eventually surging to the Dantian location, turning into a wisp of white mist that surrounded his body. Qin Feng nervously focused on the changes in the Dantian, but after a few moments he sighed in relief. In fact, after possessing the eye of perspective, he was able to see internally, which meant that he could go and observe his internal organs. As the aura continued to converge, Qin Feng was able to clearly feel the subtle changes occurring within his body. The originally empty Dantian was now being slowly filled with soft spiritual qi, as if a barren land was gradually coming to life. He carefully guided this force, following the complex paths in the inheritance as it traveled, each cycle making his control of the aura 1 point finer. Time passed by, and Qin Feng gradually immersed himself in this subtle cultivation state. All the clamor around him seemed to be cut off from him, leaving only himself and the aura of heaven and earth echoing each other in harmony. He felt that his spirit was concentrated like never before and his thinking became clearer and sharper. Right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from the depths of his Dantian. That originally calm white mist began to toss and turn, and there was a vague flicker of golden light, as if some sort of power was awakening. He was startled in his heart and hurriedly followed the records in his inheritance, stabilizing his mind and increasing the strength of channeling his spiritual qi in an attempt to quell this sudden change. However, this force did not seem to be under his control, but instead grew stronger and stronger, eventually condensing into a tiny golden light point in his Dantian. Although this point of light was small, it contained an astonishing amount of energy, causing Qin Feng to feel an unprecedented amount of power surging through his body. He realized that this could be the spiritual power seed mentioned in the inheritance. Just as Qin Feng was about to further explore the mysteries of this spiritual power seed, he suddenly felt a strong sense of exhaustion, as if his entire body had been drained of its strength. This was an overcultivation for the first time, and his body was sending out a warning. Thus, he slowly withdrew his energy and opened his eyes, only to see that the night was deep outside the window and all was silent. Qin Feng gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, his heart filled with unspeakable joy and excitement. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone into the room, Qin Feng was already fully loaded and ready to go. He walked out of the room, only to see Lin Wanting and Ah Hu and the others also ready and waiting for him. "Qin Feng, you look in good spirits." Lin Wanting smiled and joked. Qin Feng smiled faintly and responded, "Yes, I rested well last night." He didn't mention the matter of cultivation. After all, it was his secret and his card. "Let's set off then." Lin Wanting waved her hand, signaling the crowd to follow. The group once again embarked on their journey to Burma. Ha ha, MS. Lin, I've heard a lot about you. A group of people directly made a plane to the Burmese country, and just as they came down from the plane, several black commercial vehicles stopped in front of them. A stout middle-aged man jumped down from the car and shouted. Qin Feng looked up and saw that the other party was more than 2 meters tall and extremely tough and burly looking, especially with the beard left on his face, which added a bit more majesty and dominance. Lin Wanting also revealed a hint of a smile and greeted him. Boss Ma. After the two shook hands, Boss Ma looked at Qin Feng behind her. This is Elder Yan's disciple. Qin Feng, right? Qin Feng nodded back. Boss Ma smilingly patted Qin Feng's shoulder and laughed brightly. Young man, I've heard that you're superb at gambling on stones, so let me open my eyes when you arrive later. Qin Feng nodded slightly and said, since I'm here to look for jade, naturally, there's no shortage of stones to gamble on. Boss Ma laughed and said, truly a smart lad. Go, get on the car. The group quickly arrived at their destination, which was the border town of Myanmar, a jadeite company with quite high specifications. Qin Feng and his group went in and were led by a person in charge into the VIP hall, where dozens of jewelers or professional carving masters were seated, discussing feverishly. As soon as Lin Wanting entered the hall, she instantly attracted the attention of everyone, casting envious and jealous gazes. After all, if you want a beauty of this level, you will attract attention wherever you go. You're here, Mr. Ma. At this time, the person in charge walked over quickly and said to Boss Ma with a smile, you're welcome. Boss Ma reached out and shook hands with that person in charge before introducing Qin Feng again. This is Mr. Wang. Qin Feng gave a polite greeting. He had always had little interest in these types of people and was too lazy to make false pretenses. Mr. Qin is so accomplished at such a young age. What a hero. A greasy fat man took the initiative to walk over and get close to Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at him and responded indifferently. I'm flattered. The fat man hemmed and hawed and laughed dryly twice. This is Boss Zhao. Alright, it's almost time for the opening. Let's go in first. Chapter 30, the gambling exchange meeting officially begins. Boss Ma waved his hand impatiently and led the crowd away from the place. As soon as he entered the interior of the hall, Qin Feng noticed that the layout inside was similar to the ancient Chinese Colosseum. Rows and rows of circular stone benches were neatly placed with a huge stone in the center. These stone benches were specially reinforced to prevent the stone from being damaged when betting up. Qin Feng looked at the stone benches around him, and the corners of his mouth curved inexplicably. These people are quite rich. He looked at the stone chairs and realized that they were all made of mahogany products, and they were also good sandalwood, which was worth a lot of money. Moreover, he also noticed that these stone benches had various patterns carved on their surface, which looked decent. Everyone, please feel free to take your seats. Today's trading activity is about to begin. After a burst of noises, the stone gambling exchange officially opened. Qin Feng looked around and realized that the stones were basically ordinary goods, with only a few pieces of good-looking wool occasionally. He shook his head and retracted his eyes in disappointment. Brother Qin, looking at you, there seems to be something you're not satisfied with? Next to him, who came over and inquired in a low voice. Qin Feng shook his head and did not say anything. Who also knew that Qin Feng didn't want to talk much, so he didn't continue to pursue the matter and quietly accompanied Qin Feng. A moment later, a loud voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Today, I hereby announce that today's gambling stone exchange will officially begin. Immediately afterward, a short old man walked onto the stage and stood on the right side of the host. This is the stone decoding master that our Jade King has invited. I believe that all of our friends here know him. He is our famous stone decoding master in Myanmar. Mr. Lee can be considered the titan of the stone deconstruction world, having personally unraveled countless valuable raw stones and gained the respect of the gambling world. The host introduced to the crowd in a flattering tone. Oh, there's actually such a powerful stone unraveling master? The crowd instantly became interested. After all, most people had heard of some kind of awesome and powerful gambling stone. They hadn't heard of a famous one who was famous for deciphering stones. Everyone wait a moment, I'll send the wool to the stone deciphering room. Deconstruction Master Mr. Lee clasped his fist and arched his hand to the crowd and said, alright. Master Lee smiled and nodded, then led a group of disciples to transfer to the next door's stone decomposition room, ready to open the stone. The crowd gathered at the entrance of Teacher Lee's stone solving room with a look of eager anticipation. Qin Feng, do you think this Mr. Lee can cut out the green? Who approached Qin Feng and asked in a low voice. I don't know, Qin Feng said indifferently. Why don't you have any sense of anticipation at all? Who stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes and some surprise. This thing called sense of anticipation is accumulated by luck, not by talking about it, so why should I have it? Qin Feng gave him a blank look and struck him unceremoniously. Who was dumbfounded, thinking to himself that it was right. Who dared to guarantee that Mr. Lee would be able to unravel a jadeite with a high ice-type head every time. What if it collapsed? However, this is something that Ah Hu definitely did not dare to say in front of Qin Feng. Wow! Right at this moment, an exclamation of surprise suddenly entered the ears of the two. Qin Feng immediately turned his head to look, but he saw a young man dressed in a suit and wearing glasses excitedly rushing towards the stone with a crystal-clear emerald ring. It's green! Oh my god! This is a high ice-grade ice glutinous violet jadeite. This ring is worth at least $5 million. Our luck is too good. The crowd was in an uproar, all gathered in front of the stone. The young man with glasses had joy on his face, holding the emerald with both hands, wishing to hang it around his neck immediately. He just casually bought a piece, did not expect to actually cut up, really makes him happy. Qin Feng is also slightly surprised, because he did not see that the stone is high ice seed, but the skin of the stone does show a deep purple color. However, that color purple is only the size of a baby's palm. Looking is not very rare kind of high-grade ice jade, but things are rare is expensive, especially this kind of purple jadeite, very popular with the rich, often have been speculated out of the sky. As expected, the young man was not happy for a while, but was pulled by people, scrambling to let him sell. This gentleman, we are willing to offer $3 million for the ice glutinous seed violet jadeite you just cut out. I wonder if you are willing to part with it. He, do you think this thing is like turnip cabbages? You want as much as you want? I'll offer $4 million. This jade finger is mine. Get lost. I'll offer $8 million. The crowd was frantically competing, clamoring for the price, fearing that if they were half a minute slower, they wouldn't have a chance to buy it in their hands. In the end, after the young man with glasses hesitated, he chose to sell. Qin Feng sat on the sidelines and watched, not in a hurry to choose the raw stone. Tiger by his side, however, was a bit excited. After all, watching people directly open something worth $10 million, who wouldn't want to try? And at this moment, Lin Wanting had long gone to talk to Boss Ma and the others about cooperation. Brother Qin, should we try as well? I heard from Ms. Lin that you are also very good at this. Hearing this, Qin Feng did not say anything. He was observing. After all, most of the stones here had been screened by others. The probability of jade being opened out from all of them was very low, and if it could be opened out, it would be considered that the ancestors' graves were smoking. Anymore, these appraisal masters of others who were immersed in this kind of raw stone factory area had piled it up just by volume. Come with me. Qin Feng picked for a while and finally saw a touch of green color in a pile of unremarkable raw stones, but just by looking at it, although he didn't know what kind of jade was inside, he could definitely gamble it up. It's it. With that, Qin Feng pulled out his bank card from his pocket and paid for it. Brother Qin, you bought it here? I think you should take a closer look. I see that there's hardly anyone coming over here. Ah Hu hurriedly persuaded. Qin Feng waved his hand. No need to say anything. Have you forgotten what I do? Ah Hu scratched his head, not understanding why Qin Feng was so confident. Qin Feng didn't give him any extra explanation and walked straight towards the stone. Brother Qin, I think it's better to be cautious. Ah Hu remained undeterred and wanted to remind Qin Feng. Shut up. Qin Feng naturally knew that Ah Hu didn't have bad intentions, but he was just a bit too nagging, even more so than that Wang Bo guy. Qin Feng walked to the stone and put the package down, then stretched out his left hand and gently caressed the purple color, slightly mobilizing his body's true qi. In an instant, a warm feeling surged through Qin Feng's entire body, soothing and refreshing. It really is a good jade. Immediately, he directly called out to a salesperson. How much is this piece? Qin Feng asked, pointing at the piece of stone. Chapter 31, The Charm of Gambling on Stones. Sir, you really have a good eye. This is what I just got in today. This raw stone weighs at least 7 kilograms. You can get a discount if you want it. 1 million, the man said with a smile. Qin Feng frowned. 1 million. He. Yeah, I spent $1.5 million when I first bought it, but unfortunately it only opened up this much. Alas, I won't hide it from you. It's the hard-earned money I've saved up for most of my life. Qin Feng nodded. Well, since it's so expensive, I think it's better to change to another one. Qin Feng was about to turn around and leave when he finished speaking. Wait, I see that this brother is quite knowledgeable. Otherwise I'll give you a discount at 800,000. 800,000 on sale. 800,000. 500,000 I'll buy it. Qin Feng said. Brother, this way. 600,000. I've already refunded half of the profit. It's definitely an honest transaction, the man said through gritted teeth. Qin Feng shook his head. 500,000. I'll be spinning my wheels if I don't sell. How could he not see that the stones here were not selling well at all? And he also believed in what the other party said. But he, Qin Feng, was no saintly mother, and the price should still be cut. The man hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth and agreed to Qin Feng. In the end, Qin Feng successfully took the stone for $500,000. Next, Qin Feng didn't rush to choose the raw stone, but took Ahu around the surrounding area. Ahu followed Qin Feng all the way, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. Brother Qin, what are you doing? Shouldn't you have someone help you decode the stones? Qin Feng smiled lightly. Of course there's no need. Let's keep strolling around and find 2 stones to play with. Just watch. Qin Feng was prepared to pick up all the leeks in one breath this time. The price of raw stones here is generally low. Once the green. I'm afraid it must be worth at least 2 or 3 million. He would not mind making a few more. And he also has perspective eyes, which is also the bottom line that he dares to buy this batch of stones. Qin Feng saw many raw stones along the way, all left behind by those who had gambled their way to ruin. Suddenly, he stopped and his eyes landed on a raw stone not far from him. The inside could be said to be full of green, only with some cracks on the exterior. Qin Feng was immediately shocked. This was a match to when he had opened that piece of imperial green, and it was so huge. Under normal circumstances, some teachers see this kind of stone will not want. After all, the appearance of cracks is very large. Even if you open out the green will also appear cracks. All generally these would be treated as scrap to be sold. Hello, how can I sell this stone? Qin Feng looked to the side at a bald man. The other party was the stall owner here. Little brother. No, you'd better get another piece. It was not known if the stall owner spoke out of kindness or what. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng instantly had a slight favorable impression of the man. It's fine, just take this piece. Name your price. The man seemed to look at him and then shook his head helplessly, as if he was seeing a gambler struggling on the edge of life and death. If you want it, I'll give you 100,000. Don't worry, this price is absolutely fair. I spent 130,000 when I first collected it. The bald man of the stall owner sighed and continued. However, little brother, I have to remind you that this stone has too many cracks on its exterior, and the odds are that cutting it out will be a waste product as well. Qin Feng smiled faintly, but in his heart, he already had a plan. His penetrating eyes were not for show, and he had already gotten a glimpse of what was going on inside the stone. That full of emerald green, even if it was separated by cracks, it could not hide its amazing value. Okay, just 100,000. I'll buy it. Qin Feng agreed with alacrity, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and handing it to the stall owner. Swipe it. The stall owner froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Qin Feng to be so quick. He took the bank card and somewhat hesitantly swiped it before handing the stone to Qin Feng along with a receipt. Little brother, I still have to advise you that the water is deep in this business of gambling on stones. Don't go overboard, the stall owner said in a serious tone. Qin Feng smiled and nodded, but in his heart, he secretly slandered, it's not certain who will go to the top. After letting the owner send the stones to the stone decomposition area, Ahu finally couldn't help but speak up. Brother Qin, what are you doing? Buying so many stones, and they're all so unremarkable. Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. Don't be anxious, you'll know later. For now, let's go find someone to decode the stones first. The two of them came to a stall where they were deciphering stones, and Qin Feng handed the cracked stone that he had bought earlier to the stone deciphering master. The stone-solving master was an experienced old man. He took the stone and scrutinized it carefully before shaking his head. Young man, there are too many cracks on the exterior of this stone. I'm afraid it won't be of much use when cut out. Qin Feng just smiled and spoke. Slow down when you cut it. Cut it as I said. Seeing this, the old man did not say anything more and waited for Qin Feng to finish drawing the line before he started unraveling the stone. With the roar of the machine, the stone was slowly cut. The crowd only saw a bright green color leaping out from the cut surface. Even through the cracks, it still couldn't hide its amazing beauty. Crap! This is full green, the old man exclaimed in shock, and the movements in his hands paused for a moment. The surrounding onlookers were also in awe. They didn't expect that such a piece of stone that looked like a waste product could cut out such a high-quality emerald. That green color was rich and vivid, as if it could drip water. Even the cracks could not hide its magnificent light. How is this possible? The stone deconstruction master murmured, clearly shocked by the sight before him. Qin Feng smiled faintly, secretly pleased in his heart. I'm afraid the value of this stone is far more than $10 million. Continue cutting, follow the line I drew. Qin Feng commanded the stone-solving master, his tone revealing an unquestionable confidence. The old man nodded and continued following Qin Feng's instructions. With the roar of the machine, the stone was sliced open piece by piece, each cut revealing the stunning green color. Crap! There's more down there. This is simply a miracle. A burst of exclamations came from the crowd of onlookers as they talked about the amazingness of this stone. Qin Feng, on the other hand, only smiled faintly, as if all of this was expected of him. Eventually, the entire stone was completely unraveled and presented before the eyes of the crowd. The green color was rich and even, as if it was nature's most perfect masterpiece. This is imperial green. How much must this be worth? The stone-solving master murmured, clearly shocked by the value of this piece of jadeite. Brother Qin, is this for real? Ah Hu's eyes widened as he looked at the emerald in front of him, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. Of course it's real. This is the charm of gambling stones. Sometimes, the appearance of a seemingly insignificant stone. Chapter 32, 100, 000, 000 to 100 million. Ah Hu scratched his head with a look of incredulity. Brother Qin, how did you do that? It's simply like a god coming down to earth. Qin Feng laughed and didn't explain too much. The commotion here attracted quite a few passers-by to watch, and when they heard what Qin Feng and Ah Hu said, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Such a big stone had actually been solved by Qin Feng and had opened such a beautiful jadeite. And at this moment someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "This was bought at my stall." As soon as these words came out, the crowd cast their gazes over, only to see a big bald man looking at the scene in front of him with a face of remorse. Qin Feng also noticed the man, but when he thought that the man was about to make a demon, he realized that the other parties suddenly shouted. Instantly, Qin Feng's good feelings towards the man rose once again, which showed that the man didn't have bad intentions. And the other party's purpose for doing so was naturally to sell a few more pieces of stone. After all, whoever's stall had gambled up, there were bound to be others who wanted to rub their luck in it. In response, Qin Feng nodded his head amidst the gazes of the crowd as a response to what the bald man had just said. Now, the bald man became even more excited and rushed towards Qin Feng, his mouth yelling non-stop, "Young man, what a stroke of luck! Remember to come to my stall later." After saying that, he ran towards his stall without looking back. I guess his stall will be very hot today. At this time, a man suddenly started to offer. "Bro, I'll offer $50 million. How about selling it to me?" But before Qin Feng could refuse, he heard someone curse. "Get lost if you don't want to buy it. Little brother, I'll offer 100 million. When Qin Feng heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile as he swept his gaze over the crowd who were excited by this piece of jadeite. 100 million. It might be an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for him, it was just the beginning. "Everyone, thank you for your love, but this piece of jadeite, I don't intend to sell it for the time being." Qin Feng's voice was not high, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, and the crowd instantly quieted down as everyone looked at him in surprise. Ah Hu was also stunned at the sight. He didn't expect Qin Feng to make such a decision. 100 million, that was real cash, enough to clothe and feed many people for the rest of their lives. "Brother Qin, you're not selling?" Ah Hu asked in a small voice, his eyes filled with incomprehension. Qin Feng gently shook his head, a confident light flickering in his gaze. "Ah Hu, remember, true wealth is not measured by money." After saying that, he no longer pays attention to the comments and speculations of the people around him and turns to the stone-solving master and says, "Master, please send the stuff to the 3rd floor for me." "Hey, okay," deconstruction master promised. Immediately holding the emerald followed up. Waiting for the end of the deciphering, Qin Feng paid the money. Took Ah Hu left the raw stone market, leaving a bunch of people looking at each other in disbelief. Meanwhile, at this moment, someone in the 3rd floor had already spread the news that Qin Feng had opened the Emperor Green. "Miss Lin, it looks like Mr. Qin is really good." Boss Ma looked at Lin wanting with a face of envy. After all, he did know that Qin Feng was currently working as a consultant at the Jade Pavilion, so there was a high probability that the Jade opened this time would be brought back as well. In fact, if we really want to talk about it, those who can collect jade here are all big bosses. Although 100 million is a lot, but these people can take it out. But the key lies in the fact that Qin Feng spent $100,000 on that stone alone. 100,000 turned into 100 million. What kind of concept is that? If 1 million could be called profiteering, then 100 million was simply robbery. Impressive indeed. Lin Wanning looked at Qin Feng with a smile and a strange color in her eyes. For Qin Feng, she naturally trusted him, and at the same time, in her heart, she didn't know why. But when she heard other people praising Qin Feng, she would follow suit and be inexplicably happy. When Qin Feng came up, he saw Boss Ma welcoming him with a warm face and a much more respectful attitude than before. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. This Boss Ma has changed a bit fast, right? "Miss Lin, Mr. Qin is coming up." Boss Ma walked up with a smile on his face, holding 2 glasses of red wine in his hands. After handing Qin Feng a glass, Boss Ma poured himself another glass and said, "Mr. Qin, I'll toast you." Boss Ma is polite. After drinking a glass of wine, Boss Ma took the initiative to ask Qin Feng, "I wonder if Mr. Qin is free tonight. Let's have dinner together." Qin Feng waved his hand and politely declined. "I'm afraid I'll have to let you down. I've already made an appointment with a friend." "Oh," Boss Ma revealed a hint of disappointment, then added, "In that case, I don't know when it's convenient for Mr. Qin. I'll invite Mr. Qin again. There's a chance." Qin Feng said vaguely. Alright, in that case, I won't bother you much. After saying that, Boss Ma stretched out his right hand towards Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, welcome to this place. You can call me directly if there's anything in the future. Here's my business card. Oh, I see. Qin Feng took the business card and glanced at it before putting it in his pocket. Take care, Mr. Qin. Come and sit down sometime. I'll be sure to entertain you. After saying that, Boss Ma nodded slightly towards Lin Wanting before leaving with a group of subordinates. Only when Boss Ma left did Lin Wanting say to Qin Feng with a smile, I didn't expect you to be so popular, so it looks like I'm a bit worried. Hee, what's there to worry about? Qin Feng smiled sagely. Are you still afraid that I'll be abducted? Lin Wanting blankly glanced at him. You're the red man in these people's eyes right now. In case I'm tricked away by you, who would I find to cry to? Ha ha ha. The two of them exchanged smiles. Then they left the Jade Market together. Qin Feng drove Lin Wanting all the way and soon, the two arrived at the pre-booked hotel. Have a good rest. The bidding should start tomorrow. This time, we'll strive to bid more, and at that time, we can also show the stone dealers here our strength. When getting off the bus, Qin Feng said to Lin Wanting. Lin Wanting nodded and then took a step towards the inside. Qin Feng, on the other hand, returned to his room. Early the next morning, sunlight spread into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains. Qin Feng opened his eyes and slowly sat up, stretching. Comfortable. Qin Feng moved his muscles and bones and found that his body was filled with surging power, and he was in high spirits as if he couldn't make it through. Ever since he had induced spirit into his body, his physical body was far stronger than normal people, and he now felt that his body was more coordinated, and his speed and strength had grown tremendously. Qin Feng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass window, pushing it open to breathe fresh air. Just after opening the window, Qin Feng saw a delicate figure walking towards the side and could not help but freeze. Chapter 33, Where do we meet in life? Only to see that Lin Wanting was wearing a tulle nightgown, her chest half covered, causing blood to spurt. Especially at this moment, she was lowering her head to fasten her buttons while walking towards the side, her entire body exuding a charming temptation that mesmerized people. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Wanting purposely wore light makeup today. Her skin was fair and tender, glowing and delicate. Good morning. After a short period of being stunned, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth sketched out a playful arc. Just this expression well at least I've dressed up a bit. Lin Wanting snickered, but did not continue to walk forward. When are we leaving? In half an hour. I'll go wash up. Qin Feng said and pointed to the clock hanging on the wall. Half an hour later, Lin Wanting changed into high heels and came next to Qin Feng with her bag. Let's go. Whose side has arrived? Qin Feng said. The two of them went to the parking lot and soon, a black Mercedes sedan drove out of the hotel. The Jade Trading House, located in the suburbs of the eastern part of the city, had just formed a huge venue after occupying several main streets. At this moment, outside the Jade Trading House, a large number of reporters, media and business people from all walks of life had already gathered. After all, today was the day of the bidding, and it was also the large-scale bidding day once every 3 years, where jewelry houses and jade merchants from various countries would come here. The so-called grand event was unfolding under such circumstances, thus attracting a large number of media and businessmen. As the black Mercedes sedan slowly drove into the exclusive parking lot of the Jade Trading House, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting walked out side by side. Both of them were well-dressed with extraordinary temperament, instantly becoming the center of attention among the surrounding crowd. Lin Wanting was dressed in a well-tailored professional outfit, paired with exquisite makeup, appearing both competent and feminine. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was wearing a customized suit today, the straight lines outlining his upright stature, his eyes revealing composure and confidence. Brother Qin, General Manager Lin, this way. Who had long been waiting at the entrance, and when he saw the two of them, he immediately greeted them and led them through the bustling crowd, towards the VIP rest area inside the trading house. Along the way, many merchants and media had cast gazes of curiosity and awe. Occasionally, a few whispers could be heard discussing these two young but imposing newcomers to the business world. Entering the lounge area, a light sandalwood fragrance poured out of his nose, and the environment was tranquil and elegant, in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle outside. Several important people who were also invited had already gathered here, either talking in low voices or meditating alone. Obviously, they were all making final preparations for the upcoming bidding. Qin Feng and Lin Wanting had just taken their seats when a waiter brought steaming fragrant tea. Wanting, what do you think of our chances of winning this bidding? Qin Feng asked softly, his gaze flickering with thought. Lin Wanting smiled faintly and replied confidently, as long as we have sufficient funds, the right strategy, and your fiery eyes, I believe that there is nothing we can't take. However, I have also noticed that there are a few strong rivals, especially those families from Southeast Asia, who have been eyeing the high-end jade market and should not be underestimated. Qin Feng nodded his head in agreement, and then his words changed. Indeed, but it is precisely because of such rivals that this bidding is even more interesting. In the middle of the conversation, a woman dressed in a cheongsam with a gentle temperament slowly stepped into the rest area, and her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. She was the person in charge of this jade trading house, Li Wanru, a powerful woman with a great reputation in the jade industry. Mr. Qin, General Manager Lin, welcome to the two of you. Li Wanru smiled as she walked forward and shook hands with the two of them in greeting. I'm very much looking forward to your performance in this bidding. You're welcome, Ms. Li. We're also honored to be a part of such an event. Qin Feng responded politely, but in his mind, he was secretly calculating his next strategy. As time passed, the bidding conference finally drew to a close. Inside the venue, the lights were bright and the atmosphere was tense and warm. A piece of precious jade raw stone was displayed one by one, and the consultants of other jewelry houses or some rich people who specialized in playing with jade were observing the stones from a close distance. Each piece of jadeite raw stone here was worth more than $10 million. However, at this time, Qin Feng noticed a familiar figure. Wasn't it that Wenbin whom he had met once? Why is this guy here? Qin Feng muttered. Lin Wanting on the side heard his words and followed his gaze, also noticing Wenbin. Wenbin? Lin Wanting was instantly a bit puzzled, somewhat unable to understand why the other party had also appeared here. Logically speaking, the other party was already developing projects in Shanghai at this moment. How could he have run to Burma? Could it be that there was really something fishy in this? Thinking of this, Lin Wanting twisted her head to look at Qin Feng and stared at him with inquiring eyes. Qin Feng shook his head. He didn't feel anything strange, except that Wenbin seemed to recognize himself as well. However, he didn't think much about it and continued to look at the raw stones on the stage, searching for favorable stones. The specifications of this auction were extremely high, and the raw jade stones chosen were naturally all top-of-the-line goods of excellent quality. Qin Feng scrutinized the stones one by one. In fact, each of them has jadeite, but it's a matter of how much. After all, these stones are put here after layers of screening. Think of it another way, if you are the organizer, others in your bidding conference spend tens of millions of dollars to bid nothing, and will never come back. So this is also a way of thinking about selling stone. You can earn, but you can't pit too hard, and you can't play too dirty, or else others won't take you to play in the future. Almost done. Go back. After a selection, Qin Feng got up and left the table with satisfaction. Lin Wanting followed suit and stood up, packed up and prepared to leave. Hey, what are you guys doing? The moment the two had just taken a step, a disdainful and arrogant voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Feng and Lin Wanting turned around at the sound, only to see Wenbin walking over with a few hints of provocation. He was also followed by several men who were also dressed in suits with different looks, obviously his companions or partners. Mr. Weth, what a coincidental encounter. Qin Feng did not change his face and responded in a calm tone, but a hint of alertness flashed in his eyes. Although he did not directly point out why Wenbin had appeared here, his words had implied a deeper meaning. The corner of Wenbin's mouth hooked up into a cold smile as his eyes wandered between Qin Feng and Lin Wanting, seemingly assessing something. Mr. Lin, it's truly a meeting of life. It seems that the two of you are also determined to win this jade bid. Chapter 34, I'm not following. Lin Wanting frowned slightly. She did not like this sudden coincidence. She also didn't like Wenbin's condescending attitude. Qin Feng directly blocked in front of Lin Wanting. Mr. Weth, since we all have the same goal, why don't we each speak from our strengths? So why bother talking too much? Wenbin laughed, a few hints of playfulness in his voice. It seems like the Pro brothers are sure of themselves. Strength determines everything. However, I would like to remind the two of you that the water in this jade world is very deep, and if you're not careful, you might fall head over heels. Qin Feng smiled faintly. That smile contained both disdain for Wenbin's provocation and anticipation for the upcoming competition. Don't worry, Mr. Weth, we will naturally act carefully. On the contrary, Mr. Wen seems to be a little distracted by the Shanghai development project, so I hope it won't affect the progress on your side. These words hit the nail on the head, causing Wenbin's face to change slightly. He did not expect Qin Feng to mention the Shanghai project so directly. That was one of the projects he currently attached the most importance to. However, Wenbin quickly regained his composure and his smile remained. I, Wenbin, have always been able to prioritize my work. Right at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from a corner of the venue, and all eyes were attracted over, only to see a staff member hurrying up to the stage, holding a mysterious raw stone covered in red silk in his hands. It was announced that this was the grand finale of the bidding, a piece of legendary stone rumored to have come from an old pit in Burma, with a high likelihood of opening an extremely high grade of jadeite. Wenbin's eyes instantly lit up as he looked towards Qin Feng and Lin Wanting, the corner of his mouth hooking into a meaningful smile. Inside the private room, Lin Wanting looked at Qin Feng, who had been writing and filling out the bidding form. 18. Isn't $10 million a bit low? I see that many people are looking at that piece. It doesn't matter. We don't expect it to make money anyway. We only need to take these few pieces. It's enough. Qin Feng looked up and smiled faintly. He had just observed number 5, number 10, number 16, and number 28. These were the pieces that had to be taken. Although the others were profitable, there was no need to invest too much. Too much would be somewhat unworthy. Good. I believe you. Lin Wanting smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes blinking a few times, revealing a hint of flirtation, causing Qin Feng to stare blankly for a moment. This woman, she really was something special. However, after just a moment, Qin Feng quickly returned to normal and lowered his head to start getting busy. Right at this moment, the auctioneer in the center of the venue had already begun his introduction of that grand finale raw stone. His voice was full of passion, and every word seemed to be carefully sculpted, aiming to stir the nerves of every jade lover present. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to present next is the grand finale of this bidding session, a legendary stone from the old pit that has been naturally nurtured for millions of years. It is not just a stone, but a treasure given by nature. A miracle stone that is said to be able to produce the finest jadeite. Every inch of it contains unknowns and possibilities, waiting to be opened by a person of destiny. With the auctioneer's introduction, the red silk slowly unveiled, revealing a raw stone that was black in color and covered with tiny cracks on its surface. However, it was these seemingly insignificant cracks that often hid traces of emerald, making the mind wonder. When Bin's eyes stared at the raw stone, eyes flashed with greed and must-have light. The several companions beside him also showed anticipation, obviously all holding great interest in this piece of raw stone. Qin Feng, what do you think of that stone? Lin Wanting asked softly, a hint of nervousness and curiosity in her voice. Qin Feng put down the pen in his hand, gazed deeply at the piece of raw stone, and said after a moment of contemplation, this stone is, indeed, not simple, but if you want to get it, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a small price. Then do you plan to bid for it? Lin Wanting asked after him. Qin Feng smiled faintly and did not answer directly, but turned to look at the clock on the wall. Time was ticking by, and it wasn't far until the bidding started. Let's stick to the original plan as for now. As for that finale raw stone, Qin Feng deliberately paused when he said this, a flash of cunning in his eyes. You'll know later. The bidding conference officially began, and with the auctioneer's order, the venue instantly became tense and enthusiastic. Pieces of stone were pushed onto the auction table one by one, and the prices rose. Qin Feng and Lin Wanting followed the pre-established strategy and successfully took down stone numbers 5, 10, 16 and 28. When the bidding came to an end, the grand finale raw stone was finally pushed onto the auction stage. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax, and all eyes were focused on this mysterious piece of raw stone. Starting price, $100 million. The auctioneer's voice resounded through the venue, drawing a gasp of surprise. Without hesitation, Wenbin raised the number plate in his hand and offered $150 million. Immediately afterward, several other buyers who were interested in this piece of raw stone also joined the bidding, and the price climbed rapidly. Qin Feng suddenly raised the number plate in his hand and faintly quoted a price that shocked everyone. $500 million. The venue was in an uproar as everyone looked at Qin Feng in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that this normally low-key and calm young man would be so generous. When Bin's face clouded over, he didn't expect Qin Feng to make a sudden move at this time, and at such a high price. He glared fiercely at Qin Feng before continuing to raise the price without hesitation. $550 million. Qin Feng, however, acted as if he didn't hear it and just sat there quietly with a faint smile on his face. When the auctioneer asked for the third time if there was anyone else to raise the price, there was silence in the venue and everyone waited with bated breath. 150 million once, 150 million twice, 600 million. Qin Feng raised the number plate in his hand once again, his tone calm and resolute. Hiss. The sound of pouring cool air resounded throughout the entire venue as everyone looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Or rather, he was a madman. 600 million. Oh my god. Someone actually did bid $600 million to compete for this piece of raw stone. Although this piece of raw stone was precious, even some jewelers specializing in the gambling industry were willing to spend huge sums of money to acquire it. But if it opens up okay, but in case it is ruined, then it is a loss of grandma's leg. When Bin's face was unsightly, gritting his teeth, he knew that Qin Feng was deliberately raising the price. However, he had already gotten inside information, and had also gotten a specialized person to appraise it. It could definitely go up significantly. He gritted his teeth and shouted out his latest offer after a cold snort, $620 million. However, when he thought Qin Feng was still going to raise the price with him, Qin Feng suddenly smiled at his side. Mister, Wen is still rich and generous. I won't follow. Chapter 35, Waiting for Your Good News. After Qin Feng and Lin Wanting came out, they noticed that Wenbin was looking over with a sinister expression. If it isn't our Mr. What? Qin Feng wasn't afraid of any Wenbin. He instead smiled and came over. The corners of Wenbin's mouth twitched violently as he glared viciously at Qin Feng, then twisted his head and walked away quickly. Looking at Wenbin's wretched appearance, Qin Feng shook his head and lost his smile. This fellow, I'm afraid he should be related to the Lu family. Lin Wanting blankly glanced at Qin Feng and snapped. You clearly had a chance to win him just now. Oh, why would I want to spend money in vain? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows at the words and said with interest, do you think he's worthy of fighting me with that little money? Don't think about it. This stone won't give us much profit. This guy should still be able to keep his money by spending $300 million on it. Now, ha! Qin Feng laughed and pulled Lin Wanting ready to leave. Ugh! Qin Feng, slow down. What are you going to do? Lin Wanting broke free from Qin Feng's hold and was a bit puzzled. To meet a few friends. Qin Feng walked towards the elevator entrance without looking back. Lin Wanting wrinkled her nose and muttered, meet what friends? It's not like we know each other. On the other side, Wenbin was angrily smashing things in the box, breaking all the glasses on the coffee table, still unable to vent his hatred. Bang bang bang, the door of the room suddenly knocked. Wenbin stubbed out his cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can, then raised his voice and shouted, who? Me. As the words fell, the door to the room opened, and a well-dressed young man stepped in, a polite smile piled on his face. Wen Xiao, you're busy? Wenbin swept him a glance and said indifferently, what are you doing here? The visitor was a local tycoon named Wang Jianren. He smiled and said, Wen Xiao, how about we cooperate tonight? Wenbin glanced at him coldly and mockingly said, didn't you despise me? Why are you flattering me now? Wang Jianren's face turned slightly red, and he sardonically touched his head. No way. I didn't hear that Wen Xiao likes that original stone, so I want to unlock it for Wen Xiao to earn some pocket money. Oh, Wenbin sniffed and raised his eyebrows, staring at him with a smile on his face. Then how are you going to help me unravel it? This I've already prepared. Wang Jianren pulled out a piece of information and handed it to Wenbin. Wenbin took the information and carefully flipped through it, then revealed a satisfied expression. Well, quite exhaustive. It seems that you are fully prepared to come off. Wang Jianren smiled with him. What did Wen Xiao say? Since it's something that Wen Xiao has his eye on, I definitely need to put some effort into studying it. Wenbin smiled. Alright, I'll remember this matter. However, we'll talk about the reward after the stone is solved. Okay, then I'll take my leave first. I wish Wen Xiao a successful outcome. Wang Jianren laughed and was just about to leave when he heard Wenbin call out to him. Wait a moment. Mr. Wang, you're so enthusiastic. I do have another small favor I need you to do. Wang Jianren froze, then his face was filled with smiles. Please speak, Mr. What? As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely do whatever I can. The corner of Wenbin's mouth hooked into a cold smile. It's very simple. I want you to help me to get rid of Qin Feng. His behavior tonight makes me very upset. When Wang Jianren heard this, although he was a little surprised in his heart, he did not show anything on his face. Don't worry, Wen Xiao, I will definitely do this matter properly for you. Good, then I will wait for your good news. Wenbin waved his hand, signaling that Wang Jianren could leave. After Wang Jianren left, Wenbin sat alone in the box, secretly pondering in his mind. He had planted a big headache with Qin Feng tonight, which made his heart very unhappy. Moreover, now that Lin Wanting had completely convinced Qin Feng, in that case, if he wanted to cooperate with the Lu family to take down the Lin family at that time, he was afraid that it wouldn't be that easy. The only feasible thing was to do away with Qin Feng, and then replace him with himself to help Lin Wanting get through the hard times, and then take the opportunity to replace the Lin family's position in Zhanghai City. Thinking of this, Wenbin immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After the phone was connected, Wenbin lowered his voice and said, Hey, has that person arrived yet? You finally contacted me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wenbin was relieved to hear this. A frivolous voice came from the other side of the phone. My plan is this. After hanging up the phone, the corner of Wenbin's mouth brought up an evil smile as he muttered, Qin Feng, tonight, let me send you to hell. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting arrived at the venue. After today's opening, the organizers would invite the jewelers who had come to participate in the bidding to hold a get-together together to celebrate today's fruitful harvest. After the two arrived at the venue, there were already many people over there. As soon as Qin Feng entered the venue, his eyes fell on the front row closest to the stage. This was because there were already 5 or 6 men in suits standing in that place, a few of whom he recognized as competitors for the high price of this auction. At this moment, these few people seemed to be discussing, not knowing what they were saying. Not far away, Wenbin was chatting with a few company executives. Suddenly, Wenbin felt a cold aura shoot from behind him. He turned his head to look aside and realized that Qin Feng was looking at him with an icy stare and had a sneer at the corner of his mouth as if to say, "I'll be right here waiting for you." Looking at Qin Feng's hostile eyes, a killing intent inexplicably rose in Wenbin. "Humph, just wait, there will be a time for you to cry later." Wenbin thought viciously in his heart before turning his head to continue communicating with the executives around him. At this time, Boss Ma suddenly walked over from the side. "Brother Qin, come here for a moment." Boss Ma greeted Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng was slightly stunned at the words and hurriedly walked towards Boss Ma. "Brother Ma, what do you want to see me about?" Boss Ma waved his hand and then looked around with a cautious look. "Brother Qin, let's take a step to talk." Qin Feng didn't ask much and directly nodded in agreement. Thereupon, the two of them walked to a secluded place before Boss Ma slowly said, "Brother Qin, I heard from Manhwa about last night's incident." Alas, he let out a sigh and said with a guilty face, "Brother Qin, this matter is my fault for not thinking well enough. I really didn't expect Wenbin to be such a despicable and sinister villain. He dared to use you to set up a trap to trap you. Brother Ma, you shouldn't be too much in mind. I had expected this matter. It's not a loss at all. Moreover, Brother Ma, I think you are misunderstanding, right?" Qin Feng asked with a leathery smile. "Brother Qin, I really didn't lie to you. Someone on my side has already gotten word that someone is going to assassinate you tonight." Chapter 36, Ready for Action. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance when he heard the words. Sure enough, Wenbin was planning to make a move. He pondered for a moment and gave a thank you to Boss Ma. "Thanks a lot, Boss Ma. If we have the chance in the future, let's exchange things about Jade." Good. Let's make a deal. When the time comes, you mustn't mind my low level." Boss Ma was excited. He was really worried that Qin Feng would ignore him. After all, a Jadeite tycoon like him, where does he care about Jade? Seeing that Boss Ma was happy, Qin Feng smiled faintly. And then he said some more polite words to Boss Ma. The party started precisely, and everyone came to the venue one after another, each looking for a seat of their own. The host of this party was a woman around 30 years old, with beautiful looks and sexy clothes. The woman first spoke a bit of nonsense before announcing that the opening ceremony had officially begun. Pa 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 pa. Accompanied by a string of intense applause, the crowd all stopped talking and gazed ahead, waiting for the program to begin. At this time, the host picked up the microphone and said aloud, "Thank you for all the guests. Today our bidding session has come to a successful conclusion. Next is our dinner time." Afterward, a single beautiful waiter carried gourmet food in a row, and a bottle of red wine was placed on each table. "Gentlemen, this is the fight that we have specially prepared for you, and we wish you all a good time." The host saluted the crowd with a smile. After saying that, she left, and the host had just left for less than a minute when a group of young men and women poured into the venue. These people were both male and female, with the men dressed in a more trendy and handsome manner, while the women were dressed beautifully, looking very eye-catching. When they arrived at the table, they immediately drew sideways glances from the crowd. This included Qin Feng. However, at this moment, he was staring at a familiar figure, his eyebrows slightly raised. Why is it her? Qin Feng was surprised as he looked at a girl sitting diagonally in front of him. The girl was wearing a light yellow long dress, her dark hair falling over her shoulders and her fair and flawless pretty face was slightly powdered. She was bright and colorful, her skin glowing, especially those clear and soulful pupils, which added a few more dainty touches to her, making people unable to resist looking at her a few more times. This girl, she had directly seen the introduction, was the daughter of a local warlord, named Alime. It was only that she was dressed slightly conservatively today, but she still couldn't hide her charming curves and amazing beauty. Qin Feng secretly muttered in his heart, not expecting to meet Alime on such an occasion. He remembered that he had heard of this name in some social occasions before, but had never actually seen her in person. It was said that this daughter of a warlord not only had outstanding looks, but also had a strong character, quite like her father, and was considered a minor celebrity in this city. Just as he was pondering, Alime seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head, meeting Qin Feng's gaze unexpectedly. A hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes, and then the corner of her mouth curled up into a playful smile, as if she recognized him. Qin Feng smiled faintly and nodded politely as a greeting. Alime, on the other hand, gently raised her chin as a response, and then she talked and laughed with the friends beside her. No longer paying attention to him, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually warmed up, with people standing or sitting, talking and laughing together, making it seem lively. Qin Feng, however, appeared to be a bit distracted. On the one hand, he was paying attention to the movements around him, but on the other hand, his thoughts could not help but drift towards Alime. Just then, a waiter walked up to him and said softly, "Mr. Qin, a guest would like to ask you to come over, saying that there are some matters regarding Jade that he would like to discuss with you." When Qin Feng heard this, his heart stirred, but his face did not move as he nodded and followed the attendant to a corner of the banquet hall. There stood a middle-aged man with a rich face and a few shrewd eyes, precisely the famous local jade merchant, Boss Li, elder brother Qin. I've heard a lot about you, Boss Li greeted warmly, reaching out to shake hands with Qin Feng. Qin Feng politely shook his hand and smiled. Boss Li is polite. I don't know what I can tell you? Boss Li hemmed and hawed, lowered his voice and said, Qin old brother, I heard that you are quite accomplished in jade appreciation. I have a newly acquired stone here. I would like to ask for your help to take a look. I wonder if I can show my face. Qin Feng understood in his heart that this was not just a simple matter of helping to take a look, but since the other party had made a request, he could not directly refuse, so he nodded and said, since Boss Li trusts me, I'll do as I'm told. The two of them arrived at a private room. Boss Li clapped his hands and a man outside pushed a cart in. Qin Feng looked at the stone on the cart and scrutinized it carefully. The stone looked ordinary on the outside, but when he held it in his hand, he vaguely felt a warm and moist aura, and he already had a few guesses in his mind. Boss Li, this stone should be from the old pit in Myanmar. From the skin shell, the seed water should be good. As for the inside, it needs to be cut to determine, Qin Feng said slowly, his tone revealing professionalism and confidence. When Boss Li heard this, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes and he nodded his head repeatedly. Elder brother Qin really lives up to his name. He can tell the provenance of this stone with a single glance. To be honest, I bought this stone from an old man at a great price, and I wanted to open it myself, but I was afraid that it would collapse, so that's why I wanted to ask you to help me palm it. Qin Feng smiled faintly and didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned his words around. Boss Li, tonight's banquet doesn't seem to be simple. I heard that someone is planning to make some moves here, so you'd better be careful. Boss Li's face changed slightly when he heard this. Obviously he had also heard something, and he glanced at Qin Feng gratefully. Thanks for reminding me, old brother Qin. I'll pay attention. As for this stone, if you're interested, we can cooperate and split the profits in half. How about it? Qin Feng considered for a moment and nodded. Good, then it's a deal. But regarding the night, it would be best for Boss Li to make preparations in advance. The two of them talked for a few more moments before they dispersed. Qin Feng returned to his seat and realized that Alime was looking at him with a smile on her face, seemingly waiting for him to give an explanation. He smiled bashfully and raised his glass in a gesture, then whispered to Lin Wanting beside him, it won't be too peaceful tonight, so you have to pay attention to your safety. Lin Wanting froze, then nodded with a grave expression. As the person closest to Qin Feng, she could naturally sense that something was wrong. Qin Feng didn't continue talking, and when the banquet was over, he told Lin Wanting to go back first. Instead, he got into another car and traveled towards the hotel. Meanwhile, just after Qin Feng had left, when Bin Side had already informed the assassin, it's time to move. Chapter 37, Transferring the Tiger from the Mountain. As night fell and the light shone brightly, the bustling city was completely noisy and crowded. Qin Feng sitting in the car back to the hotel suddenly felt a sharp brake on the car. He frowned slightly, stabilized himself and looked out through the car window. He only saw that the streets were still bustling with people, but there seemed to be some commotion in front of them, with several cars parked on the road sideways, causing no small amount of chaos. What's going on? Qin Feng asked in a deep voice. The driver was also at a loss and hurriedly explained. I don't know. It's suddenly like this. I'll take a detour. Qin Feng nodded, but a wave of uneasiness inexplicably surged in his heart. He took out his cell phone and quickly sent a message to Lin Wanting, telling her to be careful, and then called the hotel to confirm that there was no abnormality before he felt slightly more at ease. The car bypassed the congested road, slowly driving to the hotel, but just at this time, a sudden change occurred. A gunshot rang out. The driver was directly shot in the head, and the car also crashed straight into a side of the land. So that's how it is. Qin Feng understood even if he was stupid. The congestion just now was just to force him to change his path. Who's so despicable and shameless? Qin Feng roared angrily, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. Intense gunshots continued to ring out, sweeping wildly towards the car he was in. The roof of the car was immediately riddled with holes and glass shattered. If it wasn't for Qin Feng getting down in advance, he was afraid that he would have been shot into a sieve. He raised his head and looked at the black-clothed masked men who were gathering more and more, and let out a cold snort. Immediately afterward, his legs fiercely stomped, and his entire body suddenly catapulted up, like an arrow rushing through the car door and flying out. Those men in black obviously did not expect this to happen, and they froze on the spot. They all thought that Qin Feng was already dead and had no resistance left at all. Where could they have thought that this guy would actually suddenly rise up? Qin Feng rushed out of the car, his right foot hooked, kicked the car door away, and then with the help of inertia pounced on one of the people, and a fist fiercely blasted at his chest, sending him flying backwards with blood in his mouth. the sound of gunshots suddenly rose, a bullet crazy pouring toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng had already thought that the other party would shoot again, and the moment before the other party fired, he directly used his hand to break down the car door, blocking it in front of him. The car door seemed to have turned into a shield under Qin Feng's tremendous force. Bullets hit it with a gust of metallic clashing sounds and sparks, but they were unable to penetrate it in the slightest. He used the cover of the car door to weave in and out of the black-clothed men like a ghost, and every strike was clean, either knocking out or heavily hitting his opponents. Bastard! How could he be so strong? A black-clothed man exclaimed in shock, the gun in his hand almost unable to grip it as fear spread through the ranks. Qin Feng laughed coldly as he violently kicked a black-clothed man who tried to sneak attack from behind while snatching a pistol that had fallen to the ground in his hand. With a backhand, he fired a series of precise shots, and several more people fell in an instant. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The leading black-clothed man finally realized that continuing would only result in total annihilation and hurriedly ordered a retreat, and the remaining men could not care less and fled the scene. Qin Feng did not pursue. He knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long and had to leave as soon as possible. He looked around and after confirming that there were no missing threats, he quickly walked towards the direction of the hotel, calculating the next countermeasures in his mind. Inside the hotel, Lin Wanting had been distracted after receiving Qin Feng's text message. She stood in front of the window, looking at the hustle and bustle outside, the inexplicable uneasiness in her heart growing stronger. Suddenly, a sharp knock sounded on the door and she turned around violently, hesitating for a moment before deciding to open the door. Standing outside the door was the hotel's waiter, holding a letter in his hand with a smile on his face. "Ms. Lin, this is what someone asked me to give you." Lin Wanting took the letter and the waiter left. She opened the envelope and inside was a note that read, "Come to the back alley of the hotel quickly. There is an emergency." The handwriting was unfamiliar, but Lin Wanting intuited that it was related to Qin Feng, and she immediately decided to head there. In the back alley of the hotel, under the dim light, Lin Wanting walked cautiously, when suddenly, several black shadows scurried out from the shadows and surrounded her. "Who are you guys? What do you want?" Lin Wanting forced herself to be calm, but the trembling in her voice still gave away her nervousness. "Humph, it doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that Qin Feng is now in our hands. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you should obediently come with us." A man in black sneered. Lin Wanting's heart tightened, but she knew that she couldn't mess up at this time. She pretended to cooperate, but in reality, she was quietly turning on the emergency contact function of her cell phone, hoping to leave a clue for Qin Feng. On the other hand, when Qin Feng returned to the hotel and realized that Lin Wanting was not in her room, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He quickly pulled up the hotel's CCTV footage and found the footage of Lin Wanting being taken away, as well as the contents of the note. What a good plan to transfer a tiger away from the mountain. Qin Feng muttered as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This was the first time that the thought of wanting to kill someone had surged up in him, and those before were merely for self-preservation. Now, he wanted Wenbin to die in Burma. Inside an abandoned factory building, the lights were bright, and several figures could be vaguely seen walking around inside. Ms. Lin, long time no see. Wenbin sat on a chair, holding a cup of tea and took a sip, the corner of his mouth revealing a sinister smile. Lin Wanting looked at him, her pretty face icy cold, and the depths of her eyes were filled with a strong disgust and hatred, itching to dismantle Wenbin. "Mr. Wen is really a good tactic. In order to catch me he even went so far as to lure the wolf into the house." Lin Wanting sneered. "Ms. Lin is too modest. In terms of plotting and scheming, who can play with you? I'm just following the light." Wenbin laughed out loud. "Humph, Wenbin, I advise you not to make any mistakes. Hurry up and let me go, otherwise you will die an ugly death," Lin Wanting warned. Wenbin disdainfully skimmed his lips and said, "Since I dared to find you to negotiate today, I naturally made a perfect deployment." Before the words fell, 7 or 8 brawny men drilled out from various corners of the plant, staring menacingly at Lin Wanting. "This is to put me to death." Lin Wanting's heart sank. She now finally believed that Wenbin was not just kidnapping. This was a deliberately designed trap waiting for her to jump in. She now had no time to think about what kind of plot this was. Her only thought was to get out of the trap and leave here. "Don't get excited first. This time I invited Ms. Lin over. I just want to talk to Ms. Lin about cooperation," Wenbin said indifferently, seemingly eating her up. "Cooperation?" Lin Wanting frowned and asked doubtfully. "What kind of cooperation?" "It's very simple. As long as Miss Lin agrees to marry me, I will naturally release you." Wenbin smiled as he looked at Lin Wanting, his gaze greedily staring at her body. His heart was dumbfounded. Chapter 38. Adults don't remember the smallest person's faults. Don't even think about it. "I definitely won't agree," Lin Wanting said angrily. She didn't expect this guy to be so bold. She was the grand young lady of the Lin group, and Wenbin was merely trying to use this to take down the Lin group. It's not up to you. Wenbin looked at her contemptuously and said, "You'd better be good and obedient, or else I have ways to make you give in, and I have plenty of time to spend with you slowly." Lin Wanting gritted her teeth and glared at Wenbin, but there was nothing she could do. Now that she was alone, she simply couldn't fight Wenbin and the others, and could only choose to compromise. Just at this time, her cell phone suddenly rang, and Wenbin smiled when he saw Qin Feng on the caller ID. "Wanting, your little white boy is calling, but don't worry, he can't come back." After saying that, he picked up the phone. "Hey, Qin Feng, I'll give you a location. Come here yourself, otherwise, I'll kill Lin Wanting right now." As the words fell out, Wenbin directly hung up the phone and then reported an address. Qin Feng. Lin Wanting was anxious and wanted to rush out of the encirclement, but Wenbin had prepared for it and choked her delicate neck. Lin Wanting struggled, but it was still to no avail. About half an hour's work, 2 cars whizzed by and stopped at the place Wenbin pointed to. Wenbin opened the car door and jumped down. Looking at Qin Feng, who was walking this way, a smug sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He intentionally reported a wrong address, and his purpose was to stall for time because he knew that it was a trap. But Qin Feng still came over without any hesitation. "Qin Feng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As I said, it's time to settle the score between us." Wenbin clenched his fists and said word by word, "Mr. What? We meet again. You really can't wait to die." Qin Feng's face was calm, as if Wenbin's threat did not even exist. Wenbin was furious. This guy was actually so arrogant that he dared to provoke him in front of his men. However, Wenbin also knew that Qin Feng did have the qualifications to be arrogant. After all, Qin Feng used to be a renowned figure in Southeast City, and there were even rumors that Qin Feng's background was extremely deep. However, now Qin Feng was nothing more than a lost dog, even if he was more powerful. So what? This was Myanmar. There were more than a dozen armed men here, and Qin Feng, alone, what was he going to do to save Lin Wanting? Less ing bull for me. Qin Feng, I don't care how awesome you were once, right now, you have to kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise next year's today will be the anniversary of your death. Wenbin said viciously. He had already decided that after settling Qin Feng, he would immediately bring Lin Wanting back to his country, lest the night would be long and dreamy. "I rather think that the anniversary of the death will be you, not me." The corners of Qin Feng's mouth traced an evil arc as he took a step towards Wenbin. With every step he took closer, the temperature of the air around him lowered by 1 point, causing Wenbin's face to change slightly and his heart to pound incessantly. This was a kind of fear that originated from the depths of the soul. Wenbin subconsciously took 2 steps back, staring at Qin Feng in horror as he felt a sense of crisis at this moment. "Bastard, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get this son of a killed. I'll be responsible for anything that happens." Wenbin roared loudly. The few men in black sniffed and without saying a word, pulled out their guns and aimed them at Qin Feng. They were all hired by Wenbin at a high price and would be responsible in case of failure. However, they didn't pull the trigger and instead aimed their guns at Qin Feng's head. "You think you can scare me with just these few broken guns?" Qin Feng snorted and walked forward without fear. "You seek death," one of the black-clothed men said with a scowl on his face. His right leg fiercely kicked out, interspersed with a whistling strong wind, and kicked heavily at Qin Feng's chest. Bang! Qin Feng raised his foot and kicked out, colliding with the man as a powerful forceful chi erupted, sending the black-clothed man flying back several steps. His leg was vaguely twitching as he covered his right leg in pain, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Seeing this, the remaining 3 black-clothed men drew their pistols and aimed them at Qin Feng in unison. "You think these rags can scare me?" Qin Feng shook his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The remaining 3 black-clothed men shouted violently, simultaneously raising their guns and pulling the triggers, as dense bullets poured in. However, Qin Feng stood still, his eyes flickering with a cold, bone-chilling coldness. To be honest, he wasn't sure if he could dodge the bullets or not, but he could observe the timing of his opponent's trigger pull through his eyes. Splat! Bullet after bullet was exquisitely dodged by Qin Feng, shooting into the ground from all angles, setting off layer after layer of smoke and dust. The scene was spectacular. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Wenbin sucked in cool air. His face was filled with horror. This is too outrageous. How can he do this? That can all be bullets. This is just the beginning. The next even more shocking picture appeared in Wenbin's line of sight. Qin Feng's figure flickered left and right, as if he were a ghost, weaving in and out of the gaps between the bullets. His speed was as fast as lightning, and the naked eye could barely catch his trajectory. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 bullets were dodged by Qin Feng. This simply surpassed human limits. Crap! Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 men in black were all dumbfounded and shivered. At this moment, they finally understood why their young master had to kill Qin Feng. "What are you guys waiting for? Keep shooting me!" Whoever kills him first, I'll reward you with $1 million, Wenbin roared madly, but the others didn't even have time to react. 5 or 6 people had already fallen to the ground. Not good. Wenbin's mind trembled tremendously as he turned around and ran, but Qin Feng was too much faster than him. Only hearing a whoosh sound, Qin Feng's figure arrived instantly and grabbed the back of Wenbin's collar. Ka-ching! Wenbin screamed miserably as his entire body was instantly lifted up. Don, kill me. If I die, Lin Wanting will immediately be killed by my people. Wenbin panicked and shouted in a hurry. Qin Feng's brows knitted lightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he loosened his grip on Wenbin's back collar. Qin brother, we have eyes and don't recognize MT. Taishan, you adults don't remember the small man. Just treat me as a fart and let go. Wenbin dropped to the ground and said with a big breath. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at Wenbin. Take me to Lin Wanting now, or else I'll make your life worse than death. Don't ever. I'll take you there. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Wenbin's face turned pale with fear. The current Qin Feng was a different person from just now, exuding a fierce killing intent, and he didn't doubt for a second that Qin Feng would really kill himself. Although Wenbin was greedy for money and liked to take advantage of small advantages, he was definitely a smart person. Compared to money, his life was worth more. Go! Qin Feng snorted coldly and took the lead to walk outside. Wenbin didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed. Chapter 39 Deepest Thanks. Not long after, they arrived at a luxurious villa. This villa covered an area of 300 to 400 meters square and was lavishly and elegantly decorated, revealing an ancient charm. Brother Qin, please come in. Wenbin guided Qin Feng into the villa before walking straight towards the stairway. They arrived at the door of a room on the second floor, and Wenbin knocked on the door, then pushed it open. Inside the room, Lin Wanting was curled up against the wall shivering. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with helplessness and panic, tears flowing down her white pretty face as her delicate body couldn't stop trembling. Lin Wanting knew very well that many thugs with submachine guns must have gathered outside at this moment. She wanted to escape, but did not have the courage to step out of the room, because she knew how difficult it was. Knock knock knock. Qin Feng slowly walked up to Lin Wanting and reached out to pat her shoulder. Oh, don't come over, Wanting, it's me. Qin Feng softly comforted. Lin Wanting raised her head to look at Qin Feng, and the moment she saw him, tears raged like a flood that broke the dike. Oh, she could no longer control her inner sadness and bawled her eyes out, hugging Qin Feng's arm as she cried her heart out, aggrieved to the extreme. Alright, I'm here. Don't be afraid of anything, good girl, Qin Feng said in a warm voice. Aha. Lin Wanting nodded obediently. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, Wenbin coughed violently, his mouth full of blood. You deserve to die. Qin Feng glared at Wenbin and angrily rebuked him, a stern sheen flashing in his eyes. After he picked up Lin Wanting, he slowly walked towards Wenbin, his gaze cold and incomparable, as if he were a wild beast that wanted to devour people. I. Feeling Qin Feng's gaze, Wenbin couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his eyes filled with fear. He had never encountered such a gaze before, as if it was capable of devouring one's soul. Wenbin was so scared that he almost went limp, but he still held on as he gritted his teeth and said, "You'd better not mess around." At those words, Qin Feng paused slightly, then smiled indifferently. As I said, anyone who harms my friends must pay the price. After saying these words, Qin Feng directly raised his fist and smashed it down, accompanied by a dull ringing sound. Wenbin's head exploded like a watermelon as a red and white mixture flowed out. Put. At the same time, a dagger viciously stabbed into Wenbin's chest position, nailing him to the wall in a miserable state of death. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanting couldn't help but scream as she was horrified by the bloody scene in front of her. Qin Feng didn't even bother to look at it as he wrapped Lin Wanting into his arms and said softly, "Don't be afraid, Wanting, everything is with me, I'm here." Continuously stroking Lin Wanting's hair, the soft voice seemed to have magical powers, expelling her panic. Qin Feng gently patted her back, and then immediately pulled Lin Wanting's jade hand and walked downstairs. It was already 5 in the morning when they returned to the hotel again. Zhang Hu and the others had gotten the news a long time ago and had said that they were going to go, but Qin Feng didn't let them follow them. Brother Feng, Zhang Hu, several people rushed to welcome them. How's it going? Did you find out which way those people were? Qin Feng asked indifferently. These scumbags are quite bold. They even kidnapped Miss Lin. Zhang Hu cursed hatefully. He had already accessed the surveillance video and recorded all the faces of those people. Brother Feng, I've already notified all my brothers to blockade the surrounding area. Those dogs can't fly. They definitely can't run away. Qin Feng shook his head. No need. Hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone looked at each other. They thought that Qin Feng was preparing to cast a long line to catch a big fish, but they didn't realize that he had already guessed that the other party would run and had already prepared an ambush. Brother Feng, asked Zhang Hu tentatively, those guys, all dead? Qin Feng said indifferently. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief as their hearts were flooded with horrendous waves. Qin Feng faintly waved his hand and said, "All right, let's call it a night. You go contact the organizer's side for the rest and let him handle it." The crowd nodded. Zhang Hu then personally contacted the organizer's side. The organizer was obviously a bit surprised when he received Zhang Hu's call. After all, this point in time was already considered late at night, and most people were already immersed in their dreams. However, the news that came from the other end of the phone caused him to instantly wake up and lose all sleepiness. "What? You said that Ms. Lin has been kidnapped? What's the situation now?" The organizer's voice carried a bit of anxiety and disbelief. Zhang Hu succinctly recounted what happened, and finally emphasized, "But don't worry, Brother Feng has already taken care of it, and none of those kidnappers have escaped." After hearing this, the organizer was silent for a few seconds, seemingly digesting the information. Afterward, he let out a long sigh, his tone carrying a few hints of celebration and gratitude. "Great, it's really fortunate that Ms. Lin is fine. Please tell Mr. Qin Feng that we express our deepest gratitude to him, and we will properly handle the follow-up of this incident, making sure not to bring trouble to anyone." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hu looked at Qin Feng and reported, "Brother Feng, the organizer side said that they will handle the follow-up properly, and they even thanked you specifically." Qin Feng gently nodded his head and didn't seem to care about these false names. He just said indifferently, "As long as Wanting is fine, nothing else matters." Lin Wanting still appeared to be in a bit of a trance at this point, but Qin Feng's company made her feel quite at ease. She looked up at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with gratitude and dependence. "Qin Feng, thank you. If it wasn't for you." "Don't say that. Wanting, you're my friend. It's my responsibility to protect you." Qin Feng gently interrupted her, unwilling to let her recall those unpleasant experiences. The night storm seemed to have subsided just like that, but Qin Feng's heart was not completely put down. Although this incident was resolved, the hidden undercurrents behind it were far from subsiding. Those who dared to lay their hands on Lin Wanting were bound to have ulterior motives behind them, and all of this needed to be uncovered by him one by one. The next morning, the sunlight poured through the gaps in the curtains and sprinkled in every corner of the room, bringing a hint of warmth to this night that had experienced a storm. Lin Wanting's mood gradually stabilized under Qin Feng's company, and her face regained a few shades of blood. "Let's go back to China tomorrow." Lin Wanting looked at the man beside her with fascination, adoration, and a hint of determination in her eyes. She had fantasized about finding a husband who loved her and spoiled her and loved her and living happily together for the rest of her life. But this was ultimately just a wonderful luxury for her. Therefore, when last night's encounter happened, she chose to hold on to Qin Feng's palm tightly and never let go again. "Good, then I'll pack up my things, and later I'll accompany you to sign those contracts that should be signed, and go back first thing in the morning." Qin Feng nodded his head and agreed. He had also wanted to return to Huaxia as soon as possible. After all, this was a foreign country. Chapter 40, What is this talk of kindness? Soon after, the two of them organized all kinds of information and left the hotel and went straight to the partners' company. After signing the contract at the company and negotiating with the organizer, the two of them took a private jet from the airport back to Daxia. On the airplane, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting quietly leaned back in their seats and rested, neither of them speaking. After the plane lifted off smoothly, the two of them slowly opened their eyes and looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, their state of mind becoming calmer and calmer. Suddenly, Lin Wanting looked at Qin Feng, her eyes flickered, and after a moment of hesitation, she still asked, "Qin Feng, I want to ask you a question. Is that okay?" Qin Feng looked at Lin Wanting suspiciously. Lin Wanting hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth and gathered her courage to ask, "That day, why did you come?" Qin Feng instantly reacted to the fact that Lin Wanting was referring to the day when she saved her from danger, and immediately said with a smile, "The situation at that time was very critical, and I could only save you. As for afterward, I really didn't do anything." Lin Wanting gently nodded, her heartbeat inexplicably accelerating, her pretty face slightly red, somewhat not daring to look directly at Qin Feng's gaze. Seeing Lin Wanting in this state, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth revealed an evil arc. He stretched out his arm and carried Lin Wanting into his embrace, saying softly, "You don't have to worry, nothing happened that night." To be honest, Qin Feng did want to possess Lin Wanting's body. Not only was it lust, desire made him do so, and he also truly liked Lin Wanting, but he wouldn't force her because she was worth cherishing and deserving of this beauty. Lin Wanting's body trembled a little, did not struggle, let Qin Feng hold himself, head pressed against Qin Feng's chest, smelling the smell that belonged only to his body. She felt extraordinarily at ease. At this moment, she even wished that time would stay in this moment forever. By the way, just now on the way to the plane I received a call from the organizer's side, and they said that they would try their best to handle the follow-up, so we can return to our country without worry. Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth, mentioning last night's incident. Lin Wanting froze for a moment and asked, "Has that mastermind been found?" "Not yet." Qin Feng shook his head, a flash of worry between his brows as he continued. "Since those people dared to deal with us at the airport, they must have taken precautions, and I'm afraid it'll be difficult to uncover them in a short period of time." Lin Wanting's eyebrows knitted slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "I know. I'll help find out those behind the scenes. No matter where they are hiding, I'll find them out." "No need." Qin Feng stopped Lin Wanting and said with a gentle smile, "Don't meddle in this matter. I'll handle it. I'll make sure that I bring all those bastards who caused you harm to justice." Lin Wanting blinked her big watery eyes and nodded her head obediently. "I believe you." When the airplane arrived in Jianghai City, it was lunchtime, and the two of them, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting, dined directly at the topmost hotel in the capital. After they were full of wine and food, Lin Wanting suddenly pulled Qin Feng towards the hotel's door. "Wanting, what are you doing?" Qin Feng asked suspiciously. "Accompanying you to buy some decent clothes. There are some things you could care less about, but you have to have them. After all, within important occasions, it's better to dress formally, and your status is different now. You can't always wear this jean jacket with it, right?" Lin Wanting held Qin Feng's arm, pampered like urging, "Hurry up, let's go to the mall first." Okay." Qin Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders and was dragged out of the hotel by Lin Wanting towards the largest shopping plaza in Jianghai. This shopping plaza integrated shopping, eating, drinking, and playing, and contained a wide array of things at exorbitant prices. Isn't this Lin Wanting?" Just as Lin Wanting and Qin Feng were about to enter the plaza, a voice filled with mockery came over. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Lin Wanting's body shook violently, and along with it, her grip on Qin Feng's arm tightened, obviously very sensitive to this voice. Qin Feng looked sideways and saw 3 to 5 men and women of similar age walking down from a Bentley next to him. "It's Lu Yuanhang." Lin Wanting lowered her voice, her shell teeth biting down hard on her pink lips as she stared angrily at one of the men. Qin Feng also noticed the other party. These things definitely had nothing to do with Lu Yuanhang, but now was not the time to tear his face off with the other party. He patted Lin Wanting's small hand, signaling her to take it easy. Lin Wanting took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart, coldly stared at the man walking across the street and chillingly said, "Why are you guys here? Yo, still pretending not to recognize us?" Lu Yuanhang smiled skinlessly and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Indeed ungrateful, just took the money some time ago," and in the twinkling of an eye he turned his face away. "Really chilling nah, he, if I remember correctly, it seems like we don't have any relationship, right? What's this talk about favor and virtue?" Lin Wanting coldly grunted. "Qin Feng, let's go." After saying that, Lin Wanting pulled Qin Feng and was about to leave, too lazy to talk nonsense with this group of scum. "Stop." Lu Yuanhang stopped in front of Lin Wanting. His face grew gloomy, his tone cold and piercing. "Lin Wanting, don't think that this Qin Feng can help you. When the time comes, I will make you kneel before me." Before the words fell, Qin Feng's figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yuanhang. Noisy, ice-cold, bone-chilling words were spat out from Qin Feng's mouth, while his right fist smashed out without warning, precisely hitting Lu Yuanhan's abdomen. Lu Yuanhan's body staggered and his entire body flew backwards, hitting the railing on the side of the road before falling to the ground. It hurts." Lu Yuanhang covered his stomach and screamed miserably. His forehead was covered with bean-sized sweat beads and his face turned white from the pain. You actually hit me. You actually dare to hit me." Lu Yuanhang stared at Qin Feng with bloodshot eyes, staring at him dead on, the color of resentment surfacing in his eyes. "It should be me asking you instead. Who gave you the guts to run here and provoke my woman?" Qin Feng approached Lu Yuanhang step by step as cold killing intent filled the air. Looking at Qin Feng's icy cold eyes, his body exuding a strong fury, Lu Yuanhang's heart beat wildly, his legs and feet shivering in fear as he panicked and said, I was just joking, don't take it seriously." After saying that, Lu Yuanhang hurriedly climbed up and fled in disgrace. Looking at the background of Lu Yuanhang fleeing in a sorry state, Lin Wanting couldn't help but smile. "It's been a long time since I've moved my muscles." Qin Feng stretched his body and turned his head to grin at Lin Wanting. "Come on, let's continue shopping." Lin Wanting pursed her lips and gently answered. Then she took Qin Feng's arm and went shopping with him with a smile and a laugh. Meanwhile, in Jianghai City, the president's office on the top floor of a certain luxury building. Chapter 41, Business Downturn. Bang! A loud bang suddenly exploded, frightening the staff of the secretary's office. Their faces changed, and they looked up in unison to see Lu Jun angrily smashing the teacups placed on the table, scaring everyone into silence, not daring to gasp a single breath. "Waste! The whole damn thing is waste!" Lu Jun roared. "You guys usually brag about how great you are, but now you can't even handle a tiny Qin Feng. You're simply disgracing my face. You're all a bunch of trash. Trash. Lu Jun could not wait to curse everyone at this moment. His heart was filled with violence and ferocity. Mr. Lu, please calm down. The assistant hurriedly pacified Wang Qianlong and smiled bitterly. I think we might have still underestimated Qin Feng. When Xiao has lost his connection over there in Myanmar, I'm afraid that he has already. What? Lu Jun instantly rounded his eyes at the words and roared in disbelief. When Xiao has been killed over there in Burma? Very likely. The assistant nodded solemnly and explained. Rather, the Wen family side in Kyoto has already sent someone over, and when the time comes, they are afraid that they will hold us accountable. Bastard! Lu Jun cursed angrily. Are those sons of ES trying to use this opportunity to eradicate dissidents and take advantage of the situation to swallow my industry? Mr. Lu, we should think of a way to protect ourselves now instead of looking for Qin Feng to settle the score. This matter is definitely that guy's doing. If he knows about Wen Xiao's death, he will definitely point the conflict at us, the assistant worriedly reminded. When Lu Jun heard this, a trace of hideousness flashed across his face as he laughed in anger and said, Qin Feng, well, since you want to die, then you can't blame me. On the other side, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting had returned to the Jade Shen. However, these days, because of the shortage of stones, business had gradually declined, causing the store to almost shut down. Qin Feng scanned around and frowned. It shouldn't be. Even if there is a shortage of stones, business can't be this bad, right? He was aware that many of the regular customers did not only come here to gamble on stones, but also to trade in antiques, which was why the business could grow bigger and bigger, and even dominate in Zhanghai City. Lin Wanting was also puzzled. You go back to your room and rest first. I'll take care of the store, Qin Feng commanded. Lin Wanting let out a hem and turned around to go back to her bedroom. Qin Feng took a few steps inside the store when Manager Li quickly walked over this way. Advisor Qin, you guys are finally back. Manager Li wiped a handful of cold sweat from his head and said eagerly, recently, the store's business is just too bad. Not many people are willing to visit at all. I'm afraid that it won't last until after New Year's and it'll close down. Qin Feng frowned slightly and said, what about those stones? Manager Li sighed and said helplessly, they were sold out a long time ago. The raw materials that came in these days are basically used in the store. You've worked hard these days. Qin Feng apologized. You're out of line to say that. Manager Li hurriedly shook his head and said, although Qin Feng was much younger than him, he knew in his heart that this master was an existence he could never offend. Don't worry, the stone is already on its way to the country. It will probably arrive tomorrow. Also, is there any situation on the Lu family's side recently? Qin Feng asked after thinking about it. Just because he didn't like trouble didn't mean he would be afraid of it. He was just too lazy to take care of it. The Lu family had messed with him twice and thrice. If he didn't give him some color, he would probably still stomp on his nose. Manager Li hesitated for a moment and slowly said, recently, the Lu family seems to have a new project to start. I heard that they are preparing for an auction, inviting all the major wealthy merchants in Zhanghai City to participate. I don't know what the specific project is for the time being. Auction? Qin Feng stroked his chin and muttered, since it's an auction, we should always be qualified to go. Manager Li nodded his head and said, according to the rules, we also received an entrance ticket. Well, since that's the case then you should get ready. After saying that, Qin Feng turned around and left the store. Manager Li stood frozen in place for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. What did he just hear? This grandpa, are you sure you're not teasing me? The next day, early morning, Qin Feng woke up early to wash up, changed into a black suit, with a white shirt and tie. The whole person appeared to be in high spirits, like a fluttering aristocrat. He pushed open the door to his room, and Mother Qin was already waiting for him. Don't give me a run. Finish your meal before you leave. As she spoke, Mother Qin actually directly unlocked the door to her room in order to prevent Qin Feng from escaping. Qin Feng smiled helplessly and rubbed his nose, but he could only make his way to the dining table to wait for his mother's next interrogation. Xiao Feng, it's not that mom is talking about you. Look at other people's wanting. What a good girl. Why can't you pay attention to it? Some time ago, your second aunt told me that your cousin is getting married. Qin mother counted down in a serious tone while serving kanji. Mom, can you stop talking nonsense? Qin Feng was speechless and said with a helpless face. Furthermore, even if I'm willing, other people's wanting may not necessarily be willing. Humph, don't be a stinker. I'm telling you, if you don't settle this matter this year, then don't enter this house in the future, Mother Qin said with a stern face. Hearing this, Qin Feng had no choice but to agree helplessly. Walking out of the house, he drove directly to Yen Lao's studio. Just as he walked in, he heard bursts of cheerful laughter coming from inside. Qin Feng raised his eyes and looked over. Elder Yen, Elder Li, and an unfamiliar woman were sitting on the sofa talking about things, seemingly chatting very cordially. Little Feng is here. Elder Li noticed Qin Feng enter and immediately greeted him. Come and sit. Qin Feng sneaked a glance at the woman, but realized that she didn't look very old, at most around 24 or 25 years old, with a beautiful appearance, a shapely body, wearing a white dress, and a gentle and serene temperament. Elder Li, who is this? Qin Feng asked casually as he walked to Yen Lao's side. Elder Li laughed. I forgot to introduce. This is my granddaughter. Her name is Li Jingya. Jingya, this is Xiao Feng, also Yen Elder's close disciple. Hello. Qin Feng took the initiative to reach out and shook hands with Li Jingya lightly before separating. Hello. Li Jingya's voice was soft, with a hint of warmth that was unique to the Jiangnan water town, and her eyes flashed with curiosity and friendliness. It was clear that she was quite interested in this young man who had suddenly appeared. Elder Yen watched from the side with a smile, his eyes filled with relief as if he was happy for the two young men's first meeting. Ah, little wind, you've come at the right time. We were just chatting about you. Elder Yen stroked his beard and laughed. I heard that you encountered some twists and turns when you went abroad on business this time? Qin Feng smiled gently and said without thinking, it's all minor, it's already been resolved. Rather, it's you here. Why are you suddenly interested in me? Chapter 42 Li Jingya. Ha ha, your kid is quite modest. Elder Li patted Qin Feng's shoulder. It's like this. Jingya has been quite interested in our profession lately, and she always wants to experience it herself. I heard that you've been carving figures lately, so I want you to bring her along. How about it? Willing or not? Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he heard this. However, on second thought, perhaps this was also a kind of fate. Of course I'm willing, as long as Ms. Li doesn't mind me being thick and benign. Qin Feng responded with a smile, but in his heart, he already had a plan. No matter what, people had come, and with Elder Li's status, if he was not happy, wouldn't he be giving his face away? That would be great. Qin Feng, thank you for being willing to take me, Li Jingya said with sincere gratitude. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. No need to be polite. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, since that's the case, then from today onwards, Ms. Li can study with me every weekend. Really? Li Jingya's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. Of course it's true. Is it hard for you to think that I look like I'm cheating? Qin Feng said with a deliberately stern face. Of course not. I'm sure you're not that kind of person. Li Jingya spat out her tongue in a delicate manner and said playfully. Alright, wait, let's go have a meal together at noon. Seeing the harmonious appearance of the two, Yen Lao's face revealed a faint smile, and then he said, by the way, didn't you bring some good materials when you came back? Of course I did. I guess I'll be here tomorrow. At that time, master, you have to get your hands on it, otherwise I'm afraid it'll be a waste to give me such good material. Qin Feng without traces of patting a horse's ass, at the same time the heart secretly sighs. Really or money power potential is more useful. Don't worry, tomorrow you bring it over, I promise to help you palm your eyes. Yen Lao said smilingly, then I'll trouble master. Soon, the time came to noon. The four didn't go out to eat, but let the family's nanny make a table at home. It wasn't until the afternoon that Qin Feng came out of Elder Yan's studio. At this moment, he carried his hands behind his back as he stepped towards the parking lot. Right at this moment, Li Jingya also ran out after him. Qin Feng, wait for me. Qin Feng stopped in his tracks and turned his head in confusion. Ms. Li, what's the matter? I heard Grandpa say that you're going to the Jade Pavilion. I want to go and take a look as well. Is it convenient for you? Li Jingya asked with a smile. Okay. After a slight hesitation, Qin Feng still nodded his head and agreed. Although the Jade Pavilion wasn't far from his home, because the traffic situation in the neighborhood was rather poor and business was not good nowadays, it wouldn't be wrong to bring it along if Li Jingya wanted to see it. So Qin Feng took Li Jingya and headed to Jade Cuisine. When the two of them arrived at Jade Cuisine, they happened to see Lin Wanting, who had just gotten down from the car. Wanting. Qin Feng waved his hand at Lin Wanting while gesturing towards her so that she could see Li Jingya standing beside him. Lin Wanting first froze for a split second before she swept Qin Feng and Li Jingya for a few moments with an odd expression. Eventually, she cast her eyes on Li Jingya, as if she wanted to confirm her identity. Li Jingya's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Wanting, and she took 2 quick steps to pull Lin Wanting's hand and laughed. Sister Wanting, long time no see. Lin Wanting was tugged by Li Jingya's wrist, her eyebrows lightly wrinkled, and she didn't move as she tried to pull out her arm, saying, aha. Li Jingya also detected Lin Wanting's intention of rejection, but she didn't show it either, continuing to hold Lin Wanting's arm with a smiling face. You two know each other? Qin Feng didn't see anything wrong, but seeing that the two of them seemed to know each other, he started to say, let's go. It just so happens that we still have to set up a bit, and the warehouse side has to be added from new. Good. It just so happens that I also want to visit. Li Jingya nodded her head in agreement, and then looked at Lin Wanting and said, Sister Wanting, let's go in together. We're all acquaintances anyway. You guys get busy first, I still have some other things to do. I'll find you to play later. Lin Wanting politely rejected Li Jingya, then rushed at Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, pay attention to your own safety. Got it. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Qin Feng nodded with a smile and watched Lin Wanting leave before heading towards the warehouse area with Li Jingya. This was the place where the entire Jade Pavilion was specialized in placing stone materials, and on weekdays, unless extremely significant exhibitions were opened, this place was basically not open to the public. Qin Feng led Li Jingya to a warehouse in front of a piece of raw stone that he had bought, and then pointed to a pile of stone materials in the warehouse and said, These are the jadeite raw stones that I'm going to sell. Wow! Li Jingya exclaimed, her beautiful eyes glaring round. Qin Feng, you bought so many ah? Qin Feng laughed, yes. This batch is inexpensive and they are all high-quality raw stones. Your vision is truly awesome. Li Jingya gave a thumbs up and heartily exclaimed, That's for sure. Qin Feng nodded without modesty, then said with some bitterness, It's a pity that all the raw stones on the market are too expensive now, and the quantity I bought this time is so large that I'm afraid I won't be able to completely get rid of them in a short period of time. Li Jingya thought for a moment and said, Don't be anxious, just sell it slowly. By the way, how much money do you plan to get in exchange for this batch of jadeite raw stones after selling them? Qin Feng sniffed and raised his eyebrows lightly. This girl couldn't be hitting on something, right? He thought carefully and felt that Li Jingya shouldn't be so bad as to be a pit bull. After all, she was the granddaughter of the titular elderly, so she shouldn't be short of money, right? What? Are you worried that I will cheat you out of your money? Li Jingya blinked her watery eyes and asked. Qin Feng shook his head and said, It's not that I'm afraid that you'll cheat me out of my money. I'm just worried that some of the money I've earned will be pitched away by you. After all, who knows how much savings you, a rich second generation, have. Put. Li Jingya hid her mouth and laughed before giving Qin Feng a blank look. Am I that kind of money grubber? It's true that your grandfather doted on you, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everything you say will come true. Qin Feng shook his head. How can you be like this? Li Jingya pouted her lips and snapped. Qin Feng spread his hands and said, If there's nothing else, I'm going to work, so you can stroll around by yourself. Saying that, Qin Feng turned around and prepared to leave. Li Jingya suddenly pulled Qin Feng's sleeve and pouted. I want to accompany you. Qin Feng glanced at Li Jingya and said, I'm going to work. What are you following? Li Jingya muttered. You can't do it alone. What if you meet a bad guy? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to her. However, in the end, he couldn't argue with Li Jingya, so he nodded his head and agreed. Then led Li Jingya into the workroom to start making jadeite jewelry. Chapter 43, The Lu Family's Downward Spiral. Inside the Lu family compound. Dad, that little brute actually did it in front of so many people. I must want him dead. Must want him dead. Lu Yuanhang roared inside his father Lu Jun's office, his eyes red and full of anger and unwillingness. Lu Jun sat behind his wide desk, his face so gloomy that it could drip water, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop as if he was weighing something. Yuanhang, calm down, Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Being impulsive will only lead to bad things. It's true that kid Qin Feng is not easy to deal with, but he's not flawless either. Plan? What plan? Lu Yuanhang almost roared out, his voice filled with unwillingness and resentment. But the other party's own father, he didn't dare to have a rebuttal. Lu Jun coldly laughed, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Don't worry, I have my own plans. However, before that, we have to clean up the Wen family's side of things first. We can't let our Lu family take the blame for Wen Xiao's death. You go contact the people over in Kyoto and tell them that Wen Bin was killed by Qin Feng. The evidence is overwhelming. When Lu Yuanhang heard this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes and he nodded. Okay, I'll go and do it now. On the other hand, inside the Jade Xian, Qin Feng was concentrating on carving the raw jadeite in his hands. Li Jingya stood by the side, watching him with unblinking eyes, her eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. Qin Feng's hands seemed to have magical powers as if they were magical. A piece of seemingly ordinary stone gradually turned into an exquisite work of art in his hands. Qin Feng, you're really amazing. Li Jingya couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I've never seen such amazing craftsmanship before. Qin Feng smiled faintly and stopped his hand movements, turning his head to look at Li Jingya. Actually, it's nothing. Practice makes perfect. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, you'll be able to do it in the future as well. When Li Jingya heard this, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Really? Then I will definitely learn from you in the future. Qin Feng nodded with a smile and continued to devote himself to his work. Li Jingya, on the other hand, carefully observed from the side and asked some questions from time to time, which Qin Feng patiently answered one by one. Time passed quietly in the exchanges between the two, and in the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Qin Feng looked at the darkening sky outside the window and said to Li Jingya, It's getting late. I'll send you back. Li Jingyan nodded with some reluctance. Alright, then I'll come back to you some other day. Qin Feng smiled and answered, and the two of them walked out of the Jade Pavilion together. After sending Li Jingya home, Qin Feng also drove back to his residence. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up early as usual and prepared to head to the Jade Stone Xian. Shortly after he stepped out of his house, he felt a strong wave of unease surging through his heart. He stopped and looked around, but did not find anything unusual. Am I being paranoid? Qin Feng muttered. However, this feeling of uneasiness grew stronger, causing him to raise his guard. Right at this moment, a black sedan suddenly rushed out from the side of the road, heading straight for Qin Feng. Qin Feng's pupils shrank and his body shape retreated violently, while his right foot violently stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot backward like an arrow off the string. Bang! With a loud bang, the black sedan ruthlessly crashed into Qin Feng's original standing position. The ground was smashed out of a large pit. Seeing this, the driver inside the car flashed a hint of viciousness in his eyes and quickly turned the car around, charging towards Qin Feng once again. Qin Feng's heart was flabbergasted, and without hesitation, he leapt out a few meters to the side, dodging the sedan's renewed charge. Damn, can't wait? He didn't need to think about it to know that this person was definitely sent by the Lu family to give himself a hard time, and it was also very likely that it was done by Lu Yuanhang. Since the Lu family was so desperate for him to die, he would never sit back and wait for death. Since you have to drive everyone to their deaths, let's settle old scores and new ones together. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes as a dense murderous aura flickered in them. His figure shifted and disappeared in place as fast as lightning, and in the next second, he had already appeared in front of the car. The sedan accelerated crazily, charging towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng grunted disdainfully. His left leg fiercely stomped on the ground. The whole person rose up in the air, and then viciously kicked on top of the front glass of the sedan. Instantly, the car directly lost control and flew out horizontally, landing heavily on the side of the street. Boom! The sedan ruthlessly smashed onto the road and instantly exploded. Flames rushed to the sky. Qin Feng indifferently scanned the scene in front of him before taking a step away, leaving behind a mess. When Qin Feng arrived at the Jade Pavilion, he saw that the staff inside were busy unloading the goods. These were all the stones that had been bought from Burma earlier, and among them were some that Qin Feng had purchased himself. Brother Feng, you're here. Zhang Hu, who was in charge of pressing the goods, was busy moving the goods when he suddenly saw Qin Feng coming over and immediately greeted him. Qin Feng nodded and swept his gaze over the piles of newly arrived stones. In his mind, he was secretly calculating how to turn these high-quality raw stones into actual earnings as soon as possible. You get busy first. I'm going to discuss the next thing with Wanting. Saying that, Qin Feng directly walked towards Lin Wanting's office, pushing open the door to Lin Wanting's office. A light jasmine fragrance hit his nose, contrasting with the hustle and bustle outside. Lin Wanting was flipping through a stack of information with her head down, and the sunlight through the half-open curtains sprinkled on her focused face, adding a few moments of softness and serenity to her. Wanting, I'm here, Qin Feng said softly, trying not to disturb her work. Lin Wanting looked up, and when she saw that it was Qin Feng, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Feng, you've come at the right time. I'm in the middle of something to discuss with you. Qin Feng walked over to his desk and pulled over a chair to sit down. Looks like we've thought of a piece. What are you going to do with this batch of newly arrived raw stones? Lin Wanting put down the information in her hands and said seriously, I think we can organize a small stone auction. On one hand, we can attract more customers and increase the exposure of the store. On the other hand, we can also maximize the value of the raw stones through the auction. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Good idea. This will not only quickly recoup funds, but also enhance our Jade Pavilion's brand influence. That's right. I've already started preparing a publicity program, and I intend to use social media and online platforms to warm up. At the same time, I'll also invite some industry celebrities and collectors to ensure the success of the auction. Lin Wanting articulated her plan in a clear and organized manner. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Then my side will be responsible for the screening of the stones, but the Lu family side is also preparing to hold an auction. But it seems like there's an item about a charity dinner. Lin Wanting sniffed and frowned worriedly. What are you going to do? Do you need my help? Qin Feng smiled faintly and said soothingly, don't worry, I have my measure. You only need to focus on preparing for the auction and leave the rest to me. Chapter 44, Teacher and Master. Although Lin Wanting was still uneasy in her heart, she nodded her head when she saw Qin Feng's firm eyes. Good. However, you should also be careful and not put yourself in danger. Qin Feng gently patted the back of Lin Wanting's hand as a sign of comfort. Don't worry, I will. On the contrary, it's you. You've been so busy with work lately, so pay attention to resting and don't exhaust your body. The two of them smiled at each other, and warmth and tacit understanding filled the air. It wasn't until the afternoon that Qin Feng picked out one of the pieces of stone from the ones he had purchased individually. He didn't solve it directly. but rather Quasi went to Yen Lao's side to solve it. After all, for him, a person with penetrating eyes, whether there was any emerald inside would be obvious at a glance. It's just right to let Master have a good time as well. In about half an hour, Qin Feng arrived at Yen Lao's side. Yen Lao came out and looked at the stone material placed on Qin Feng's driven pickup truck and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, there's a high probability that this piece of material will go up inside. Elder Yen smiled with satisfaction. Qin Feng nodded and said, then Master, you solve it, I'll just watch. Elder Yen nodded, then skillfully took the stone and carefully inspected it. Immediately after that, he began to decipher the stone, which was the size of a soccer ball, in the shape of a long oval, with a rough and lusterless surface. Yen Lao used his fingers to touch the skin, and found that there should be traces of jadeite in this piece of stone, and then rubbed his hands together excitedly. Immediately, Mr. Yen picked up the knife and began to decode the stone. Stone after stone was cut away, revealing the grayish-white rough layer inside. It's actually a glutinous variety. Yen Lao was surprised. Although the glutinous seed jadeite was not as rare and precious as the ice seed and glass seed, it was also quite popular in the market, especially if the color is pure and the waterhead is sufficient. The value of the glutinous seed should not be underestimated. Qin Feng was also surprised. Master, this glutinous seed looks like it has good waterhead. Qin Feng carefully observed the jadeite that was gradually revealed, only to see that its color was warm and moist, with good light transmission, vaguely revealing an air of warmth like jade. Yen Lao smiled and nodded, his hands moving more carefully. Yes, this glutinous seed not only has sufficient head of water, but also has even color, without too many flaws. It is considered to be the upper middle grade. Little Feng, your vision is really getting more and more poisonous. As Yen Lao continued to unravel the stone, the entire piece of glutinous seed jadeite was gradually displayed to the two, with its moderate size and regular shape. Whether it was made into a pendant, bracelet or ornament, it could bring out its maximum value. Master, it's time for you to try your hand at it. To say what is the best gift for Yen Lao, there is nothing better than this. The jadeite opened on sight by himself and carved by himself. Ha, you kid. Good. Today Master I will show you two hands. The words just fell. Saw Yen Lao take out a set of carving knives that had been prepared long ago, and his hands flew directly into the evening. A turquoise and clear jade pendant jumped above the jade. It was a pattern of dragon and phoenix. The dragon was the soaring dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, and the phoenix was the phoenix spreading its wings and flying. Good, Master, it's really awesome, Qin Feng exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. Yen Lao, however, shook his head and laughed bitterly after hearing this. It's not possible to defy old age. Just after sitting for more than 2 hours, I feel that my waist is a bit unbearable. Master, you are only 60 or 70 years old. Where are you old? You're a maintenance skill. Don't come and coax me to be happy. Yen Lao laughed and scolded. You kid, hurry back. Remember to come and get it tomorrow, so that you don't mess up this yard of mine again later. He. Qin Feng scratched his head, turned around and ran away. This brat. Yen Lao shook his head and lost his smile. Right, tomorrow you remember to come early. On the second day, at dawn, Qin Feng drove to Yen Lao's place. As soon as Qin Feng entered the door, he could smell a faint pine fragrance intertwined with the fresh scent unique to the stone, which invigorated one's spirit. He walked into the courtyard gently, afraid of disturbing Elder Yan's dream, but found that Elder Yan was already sitting at the stone table in the courtyard. Master, you are awake so early? Qin Feng asked with some surprise. Elder Yan raised his head, and when he saw that it was Qin Feng, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. When people get old, they sleep less. Rather, it's you. I thought you'd be after 8 o'clock at the very least. Qin Feng smiled and said, I'm not used to sleeping. By the way, Master, where is your work? Let me observe it. Yen Lao stood up and pointed to the box next to him. Here, it's there. Qin Feng looked along and saw 2 palm-sized greenish-white jade tiles in the box. The jade medallions were crystalline and glowing with soft fluorescence, and there seemed to be a liquid mist lingering between them, which was marvelous. Master, these jade metals look really beautiful. Qin Feng complimented. It's beautiful? Elder Yan glanced at him, slowly sipping his tea as he slowly said, this is only the most basic. If you want to become a master, you're still far away. Qin Feng froze, then retorted, isn't this quite beautiful? Yen Lao snorted and said, then take a look at the rest of these. Compared to before, which one do you think is more beautiful? Qin Feng took a closer look and found that apart from that piece of glutinous jadeite, the remaining pieces of jadeite were of different colors, but all of them had a muddy and ancient taste. How about it? These jade tiles are much better than the ones you chose, right? Elder Yan said with a smile. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, well, these pieces are indeed better. You can take all of these to the Jade Shin later. When you run the auction you can use them as a gimmick as well. Elder Yen took a sip of tea after he finished speaking. Qin Feng was slightly hesitant. But Master, Yen Lao raised an eyebrow at him and said, "What? Could it be that Master can't help if his disciple has something to do?" Qin Feng hurriedly explained. Master misunderstood. I just, alright, I know what you want to say. Let you take it and you take it. I'm your master. Yen Boss got up his face and said seriously. Hey, I know. Thank you, Master. Qin Feng saw that Boss Yen was a bit upset and quickly agreed. His heart was also touched beyond measure, knowing that just because of Boss Yan's reputation, it wouldn't be a problem to sell these jade tiles for a few small goals. That's good behavior. Elder Yen nodded in satisfaction. Right, do you want to go with me tomorrow? It's just the right time to build up your momentum. Qin Feng hesitated slightly. Master, these are already enough. Leave the rest to my disciple. Oh, you figured out what to do. Elder Yen instantly became interested and asked after him. Qin Feng nodded. Got a thought. With that, Qin Feng told Elder Yen about yesterday's thoughts. So that's how it is. Yen Lao nodded his head. Enlightened. Qin Feng then added, as for these emeralds, I want you to help preserve them first. Master. Yen Lao nodded. There's no need to worry about that. You can do what you want to do without worry. And if you need any help, just mention it to me. Then I will thank Master first. Chapter 45, The Impact of the Auction. Jade Pavilion. After arriving here, Qin Feng placed those jade medals given to him by Elder Yen into the display cabinet. Looking at the neatly arranged and dazzling array of jade tiles, Qin Feng was in a good mood and was even more grateful to Elder Yen in his heart. There were a large number of jade medals, and in order to appear less rusty, Qin Feng divided them into several grades. Some of them of inferior quality were placed on the first floor as advertisements to attract the attention of ordinary customers, while some of the slightly inferior ones were placed on the second floor. As for the rest, they were of course placed on the third floor as pressurized goods. Qin Feng did this in order to highlight the strength of the Jade Pavilion. After all, the location of the Jade Pavilion is not remote, and the surrounding jadeite stores are not small. Although Jade Stone Xian's reputation wasn't weak, it didn't have much of an advantage in other areas, and could only rely on price to win. The reason why Qin Feng dared to directly take out the purpose is to use this to hit the first shot of the Jade Xian, for the future to lay the groundwork. In addition to that, these jade tags were not completely useless. At least, those who were prepared to bid would not doubt the strength of the Jade Palace after seeing these jade tags. Qin Feng believed that with the strength of the Jade Stone Xian, as long as this auction was organized well, the Jade Stone Xian would become famous in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel even better. At this moment, in a cafe outside Jade Stone Pavilion, Li Jingya was sitting by the window, gently stirring the coffee in her cup in her hands as she gazed in the direction of Jade Palace from time to time. Ever since she had witnessed Qin Feng's out-of-this-world carving skills yesterday, her heart was then filled with some curiosity about Qin Feng. Qin Feng, just what kind of person are you? She whispered softly to herself, the corners of her mouth hooking into a faint smile. Just then, her cell phone vibrated, interrupting her thoughts. Picking up her phone, it was a text message from her grandfather. Elderly Jingya, I heard that Jade Pavilion is going to hold an auction. If you're free, you can go and take a look. Having more contact with people in the industry won't do you any harm. A trace of joy flashed in Li Jingya's eyes and she immediately replied, Okay, Grandpa, I'll be right over. On the other side, Qin Feng was busily setting up the auction site within the Jade Pavilion. He personally supervised every detail to ensure that every aspect was perfect. He knew that this auction was not only about the future of the Jade Pavilion, but it was also an opportunity for him to prove his strength to the entire industry. With the gradual completion of the setup work, the Jade Pavilion gradually became lively. Many industry players and collectors who had received invitations arrived one after another, and they were attracted by the exquisite jade medals placed in the display cabinets, stopping to admire and marvel. Qin Feng weaved his way through the crowd, talking to the guests from time to time, introducing the features of Jade Pavilion and the jadeite raw stones to be auctioned. His decent speech and generous demeanor won him the favor of many people. Just then, a familiar figure walked into the Jade Pavilion. Qin Feng looked up and saw Li Jingya wearing a light dress and carrying a small handbag as she came in style. Her appearance immediately attracted the gazes of many people around her, becoming the center of attention in the room. Jingya, what brings you here? Qin Feng asked with some surprise. Li Jingya smiled faintly and said, My grandpa told me to come over to get a long look. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. That's just right. You can witness the strength of our Jade Pavilion. Li Jingya blinked and said playfully, Then I have to take a good look so that I won't be told that I haven't seen the world in the future. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. She was Elder Li's granddaughter. Who would dare to say she hadn't seen the world? The auction finally began. As each piece of jadeite raw stone was unveiled one by one, The atmosphere at the scene became more and more tense and intense. The guests raised their cards to bid for their favorite treasures. Qin Feng stood on the auction stage, his eyes sweeping across the scene, his heart filled with pride and satisfaction. He knew that the success of this auction was not only an affirmation of the strength of the Jade Pavilion, but also a recognition of his personal abilities. Just at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Only Lu Yuanhang walked into the auction venue with a few of his men, and their appearance immediately drew the attention of those present. Qin Feng, your brat is really here. Lu Yuanhang sneered, his gaze filled with provocation and hostility. Qin Feng frowned slightly, his heart secretly on guard. He knew that Lu Yuanhang's visit was by no means a good intention, but at this moment, he had to remain calm and rational. Lu Yuanhang, what are you doing here? Qin Feng asked coldly. Lu Yuanhang laughed and said, I came here to join in the fun. Of course. What? Are you only allowed to hold auctions in your Jade Pavilion and not allow us, the Lu family, to come and observe and learn? Qin Feng sneered and said, observe and learn? I think you're here to smash the scene, aren't you? Lu Yuanhang's face sank and he was about to snap, but he was quietly pulled by the sleeve of one of his men behind him. He turned around, only to see that person approaching his ear and whispering a few words. Lu Yuanhang's face changed slightly when he heard this, then he let out a cold laugh and said, Qin Feng, do you think I will be afraid of you? Let me tell you, my Lu family will replace Jade Xin sooner or later. After saying that, he took his men and swaggered to find a seat, looking like he was watching a good show. Qin Feng ignored Lu Yuanhang's provocation and continued to preside over the auction. However, his heart was secretly on guard. He knew that Lu Yuanhang would never let himself off easily and must always be on guard against his underhanded tricks. As the auction proceeded, one piece of jadeite raw stone was successfully auctioned out. Qin Feng's mood also became more and more relaxed. He knew that the success of the auction had been sealed, and the next thing was how to deal with the aftermath and the possible retaliation of the Lu family. However, right at this moment, the door of the auction venue was suddenly pushed open and a rush of footsteps came. Qin Feng looked up and saw several uniformed police officers walking quickly into the venue. Their gazes were directly locked on Lu Yuanhang. Mr. Lu Yuanhang, we have received a report that you are suspected of being involved in a case of illegal trading. Please come back with us to assist in the investigation. A police officer stepped forward and said. Lu Yuanhang's face changed drastically. He stood up violently and tried to defend himself but was already handcuffed by the police. At this moment, Lin Wanting's figure appeared in the doorway. Qin Feng instantly understood that it was probably the person she had just gone to find. The Lu family, though powerful in Zhanghai, is limited to here. Now that the Jade Pavilion was no longer restricted by the Lu family, it was impossible for the other party to make an issue out of that stone. Qin Feng knew very well that this case was just an accident for the Lu family and would not have much impact on the whole. He walked over to Lin Wanting and asked with a smile, how is it going? Chapter 46, what's in it for me? Lin Wanting nodded her head gently and said, everything went well. After saying that, she spoke to the people present. Gentlemen, just now was just a small episode. You don't need to get hung up on it. The next auction will be the top master in the jade industry. A jade tablet carved by Yan Lao himself. With these words, the crowd that had been slightly agitated by Lu Yuanhang's arrest instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Wanting, and then they looked towards the auction stage in anticipation of Elder Yan's work that was about to make its appearance. Seeing this, Qin Feng secretly nodded in his heart. Lin Wanting's resilience was indeed outstanding. Being able to stabilize the situation in such a short period of time was indeed rare. He gently patted Lin Wanting's shoulder as a sign of encouragement before walking towards the auction stage, ready to continue hosting the auction. Dear guests, thank you all for your patience. Qin Feng's voice spread throughout the venue through the microphone. As Wan Ting said, the next item to be auctioned will be the grand finale of this auction, a jade plaque handcarved by Elder Yan, a leading figure in the jade industry. As Qin Feng's words fell, several staff members carefully carried an exquisite wooden box onto the auction stage and gently placed it on the display table. Qin Feng personally stepped forward and slowly opened the wooden box, and immediately, a warm jade light overflowed from the box. Inside the box, there were several green and white jade tiles lying quietly. The patterns on the jade metals were different, with dragons and phoenixes, landscape writing, flowers, birds, fish and insects. All of them were lifelike and breathtaking. These jade medallions, not only are they made of superior materials, they are the culmination of Elder Yan's many years of hard work. Qin Feng's voice was filled with respect. Each piece carries Yan Lao's deep understanding of jade and extreme pursuit of art. I believe that they will become precious collectibles for all of you collectors to pass on for 100 generations. The crowd was inundated with admiration, and many of them showed eager eyes. They knew that being able to own Elder Yan's works was not only an affirmation of one's taste, but also a symbol of status. The auction officially began. Qin Feng introduced the characteristics of each jade tile one by one. and each fall of the hammer was accompanied by loud applause and cheers. The prices of these jade tiles soared all the way up, far exceeding Qin Feng's expectations. However, just as the auction was nearing its end, an unexpected person walked into the venue. He wore a well-tailored suit, his face was cold, and his eyes revealed an unquestionable majesty. It was the representative of the Kyoto Wen family, Wen Hao. Wen Hao's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the entire venue, and all eyes were focused on him. Qin Feng's heart tightened as he knew that Wen Hao's arrival was by no means a coincidence, and was most likely for Wen Bin's matter. Qin Feng, I have something I want to say to you. Wen Hao walked straight towards the auction stage and said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, but then regained his composure. He signaled the auctioneer to continue with the auction, then walked off the stage and led the other party to the backstage parlor. Mr. What can I do for you? Qin Feng asked in a calm tone. Wen Hao's gaze was like a torch as he looked straight into Qin Feng's eyes. I've heard that the death of my brother, Wen Bin, has something to do with you? Qin Feng's heart flinched, but he didn't move on the surface. Mr. I don't know where you heard the rumor from, but I can clearly tell you that Wen Bin's death has nothing to do with me. Wen Hao sneered. Rumors? Qin Feng, do you think I would easily believe your words? Although my Wen family is far away from Kyoto, it's not like we don't have ears and eyes in this Shanghai city. We know exactly what you did. Qin Feng frowned. Mr. I don't know exactly what you heard, but I have a clear conscience. If Wen Bin's death is really related to me, I am willing to accept any investigation. Wen Hao stared at Qin Feng for a while, seemingly judging the truth or falsehood in his words. After a long time, he suddenly laughed. Qin Feng, you're really hypocritical. My brother is dead, and you can actually negotiate with me as if nothing happened? When Qin Feng heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched twice and he was silent. Although Wen Hao's words were hard to hear, they were reasonable in every sense, which made it hard for him to refute them. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and said, Mr. I'm afraid that you've come to me today not only to seek justice for Wen Bin, right? Wen Hao's eyes gleamed as he looked straight at Qin Feng and said unapologetically, Of course, I still need you to give me a reasonable answer. Qin Feng shook his head and said indifferently, Mr. I don't understand what you mean. If you really want to find the murderer, the Liu family is right there. And a word of advice, Qin Feng, don't cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. Oh, Wen Hao raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, Don't blame me for turning my back on you if you're stubborn. Qin Feng said in a cold voice. A shade flashed in Wen Hao's eyes as he snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? What kind of thing are you? How dare you flaunt yourself in front of me? Looks like there's no negotiation? A cold aura flickered under Qin Feng's eyes as his patience had reached its limit. What? Want to make a move? Oh, I'm not afraid of you today. Don't worry, I'll look into it and find out everything. Wen Hao let out a cold laugh and immediately left with his men directly, not putting Qin Feng in his eyes at all. Qin Feng stood in place, his face turning blue, forcibly suppressing the anger in his chest, trying his best to remain calm as he walked back to the auction stage. At this moment, the auction was still continuing. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings and saw that there was no more chaos, so he sat down and continued to preside over the auction. Only, he was not in a good mood. Wen Hao's sudden appearance had messed up his plans and even almost ruined his auction. By the time the auction ended it was already evening, and after everyone had left, Qin Feng came inside Lin Wanting's office. Qin Feng, why are you coming back at this hour? I've been waiting for you for half a day. Lin Wanting pouted and complained. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. I got caught up in some trouble and dealt with it before getting out of it. Really? Lin Wanting blinked her eyes and smiled playfully. Then what are you going to compensate me with? Qin Feng was stunned. Compensation? Lin Wanting snorted a laugh, her eyes flowing. Just teasing you, but looking at your face you don't look too good. Have you encountered something difficult? Qin Feng sighed and briefly talked about Wen Hao's visit. After hearing this, Lin Wanting's eyebrows knitted slightly, and after pondering for a moment, she said, The Wen family has a huge power, so it's indeed not easy to deal with. But we are not unprepared right now. At least Jade Shin's business is gradually getting on track and our strength is slowly increasing. Chapter 47, 3 points to you. Qin Feng nodded, slightly relieved in his heart. You're right, we just need to do well for ourselves and leave the rest to time. By the way, how were the proceeds from this auction? A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Wanting's face. It was very successful, especially those jade medallions carved by Elder Yen, which fetched sky-high prices. Not only did it return a large amount of money, but it also greatly increased the popularity of Jade Shin. I believe the next business will be even better. Qin Feng's mood also improved a lot when he heard that. That's good. Then we'll have more capital to deal with it. As the two were talking, a knock sounded on the door and Manager Li pushed his way in, holding a stack of documents in his hand. Advisor Qin, General Manager Lin, This is the detailed statement of this auction. Please take a look. Qin Feng took the statement and quickly skimmed through it, nodding his head in satisfaction. Not bad. Manager Li has worked hard. Manager Li quickly waved his hands. Where? It's all thanks to advisor Qin and General Manager Lin. After sending Manager Li away, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting continued to discuss the next plan. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up early as usual and drove to Yan Lao's studio. When he arrived at Elder Yan's studio, Elder Yan was already practicing Taijiquan in the courtyard. Qin Feng quietly stood aside and watched until Yan Lao finished a set of boxing before he went forward to greet him. Master, good morning. Yan Lao looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Little Feng, quite early. How come you're free to come to see an old man like me today? Qin Feng scratched his head and laughed. It's not because I want to learn more from you. Although this auction was a success, I also realized that I am still lacking in many aspects. Elder Yan nodded and said approvingly. It's good that you can have such an awareness. In our line of work, one should always keep a heart for learning. Come on, go inside. I'll give you some advanced techniques in jade appraisal. Under Elder Yan's attentive guidance, Qin Feng spent a fulfilling morning. He learned a lot of knowledge that he had never come across before and gained a deeper understanding of jade appraisal and carving. After leaving Elder Yan's studio, Qin Feng didn't go home directly but drove to the jade market. He planned to personally select some raw stones for his next business. In the jade market, Qin Feng relied on his sharp intuition and rich knowledge to pick out a few pieces of raw stones that looked ordinary but actually contained precious jades. Time passed like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The business of the Jade Pavilion was flourishing under the joint efforts of Qin Feng and Lin Wanting. However, just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, an unexpected news broke the calm. Qin Feng, have you heard? There seems to be a big move on the Lu family's side. Lin Wanting walked into Qin Feng's office with a grave expression. Qin Feng frowned slightly at the news. What big move? Lin Wanting handed Qin Feng a document. They announced that they will be organizing a Jade Expo of unprecedented scale next month, inviting jade merchants and collectors from all over the country to participate. It said that they've also invited some famous jewelers from abroad to help out. Qin Feng took the document and quickly skimmed through it, secretly pondering in his mind. This expo was a great opportunity for the Lu family to showcase their strength, but for Jade Xian, it could be a huge challenge. We can't just sit back and wait for death, Qin Feng said in a deep voice. We must think of a way to deal with it. Lin Wanting nodded in agreement. That's right, we must do something. However, what exactly should we do? After pondering for a moment, a look of determination flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Since they want to organize an expo, then we'll organize a bigger jade cultural festival. Not only should we invite domestic jade merchants and collectors, but also internationally renowned jewelers and designers. We want everyone to know that Jade Xian is the leader of this industry. When Lin Wanting heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Good idea. I'll go and make the arrangements now. In the following days, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting were incredibly busy. Not only did they have to prepare for the various matters of the Jade Cultural Festival, they also had to ensure that the daily operations of the Jade Pavilion were not affected. However, just as they were making intensive preparations, the arrival of an uninvited guest once again shattered the calm. Qin Feng, long time no see. A grim voice resounded within the hall of the Jade Pavilion. Qin Feng looked up and saw Wen Hao slowly walk into the store with a few of his men. He had a smirking expression on his face, making people unable to grasp his true intentions. Mr. What can I do for you? Qin Feng asked indifferently. Wen Hao walked up to Qin Feng and stared at him with a torch-like gaze. I heard that you're organizing a Jade Culture Festival? Humph, what a big deal. Wen Hao sneered at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression remained unperturbed as he sneered back. Where did Mr. Wen start with that? Could it be that Mr. Wen thinks we need your approval to hold a Jade Culture Festival? Of course. Wen Hao's tone was contemptuous. Who doesn't know my Wen family in the entire Xia Jade world? Let's not say that you are a mere Jade Xian. Even the entire Jade world has to look at our face. Now you dare to disobey my order to organize the Jade Cultural Festival? Do you want to die? Hearing Wen Hao's words, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth flared up with a touch of disdain. Mr. You're too lenient in your control. You're not a government department. It's none of your business if I organize the Jade Culture Festival. Wen Hao angrily rebuked. How dare you? Do you know who you're talking to? Isn't it you, Mr. What? Qin Feng spread his hands. Oh, right. Speaking here, Qin Feng suddenly paused and added. On top of that, I also know that you, Mr. Are just the illegitimate son of the Wen family. Mr. I respect you 3 times and call you Mr. If you don't want to be in my company, I won't force myself on you. Call me whatever you want, but you shouldn't have run into my store and threatened me. Wen Hao's face turned blue and he was choked speechless by Qin Feng. Qin Feng continued. I, Qin Feng, have always done things frankly and openly. and I'm not afraid to tell you that if you want to use force to force me, just let your horse come over. After saying these words, Qin Feng looked straight into Wen Hao's eyes. The bottom of his eyes were full of untamed color. Wen Hao took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. You wait for me. After throwing down these words, Wen Hao turned around and left. Qin Feng snorted and did not take Wen Hao's threat to heart. Evening. The Jade Pavilion. Qin Feng was sitting in front of his desk, flipping through a pile of information, his mind constantly recalling the flow of the Jade Cultural Festival. During this period of time, he and Lin Wanting had spent millions of funds to finally get everything ready. Chapter 48, Zhanghai's Branch. This time, the scale of the Jade Culture Festival was extremely grand, and not only were jade merchants and experts from all over the country invited, but even foreign jewelers and designers would be there. Because it was a Jade Culture Festival, this year's expo took the form of an auction. Every buyer has the right to bid. Due to the change in the auction format, many rare materials, fine jewelry and antiques did not need to be auctioned live like before. Qin Feng held a thin pencil and sketched on the paper as he plotted what he should take as the grand finale. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door interrupted Qin Feng's thoughts. Come in. Qin Feng raised his head, his voice calm. The door was pushed open and Lin Wanting walked in quickly, a hint of nervousness and eagerness on her face. Qin Feng, I just received news that the Lu family's side seems to be making moves against our Jade Culture Festival, Lin Wanting said, handing an encrypted file to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the document and quickly skimmed through it, his brows gradually furrowing. The document recorded in detail that the Lu family had not only stepped up their publicity efforts in response to the Jade Culture Festival, but had also secretly contacted many jade merchants and collectors, as well. It seems like the Lu family is determined to go against us this time, Qin Feng said in a deep voice. However, do they think they can stop us with this? It's too naive. Lin Wanting nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. That's right, we can't let them have their way. What should we do next? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Since they want to play, then we'll play nice with them. You immediately contact all the jade merchants and collectors who have confirmed their participation to ensure that they won't change their minds due to the Lu family's threats. In addition, Qin Feng's words changed. We also have to prepare some special exhibits as the finale of the cultural festival. I want everyone to know that the strength of Jade Xian is not something that the Lu family can easily shake. When Lin Wanting heard this, a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes. Good idea. I'll go make the arrangements right now. Qin Feng nodded, and after seeing Lin Wanting leave the office, his gaze once again fell on the encrypted document. Lu family, this time, you are destined to be disappointed. It was already past 11 o'clock at night when Qin Feng walked out of the Jade Cuisine. Just after walking to the parking lot, Qin Feng noticed that the atmosphere around him was a bit strange, as if it was hiding some sense of crisis. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned around before finally locking his gaze on a black sedan not far away. Looks like someone is looking for trouble. Qin Feng let out a cold smile and walked straight towards the black sedan. Inside the black sedan, there was a man in a suit, who was suddenly startled when he saw Qin Feng coming over. The man started the car violently and pressed the horn. Qin Feng was ignored, still slowly approaching the black sedan. When Qin Feng was less than 5 meters away from the sedan, he violently scrambled to the side of the street lamp post, and then jumped up. Qin Feng with the help of inertia, in the air to adjust the posture, and then the right foot on the top of the lamp post, with the help of the lamp rebound force, stood steadily in the rear of the car. Seeing this, a layer of thin sweat seeped out from the man's forehead, cursing Qin Feng, this guy is too ferocious. However, what was even more frightening for the man was still behind, only to see Qin Feng slowly lowering his height and then stretching out his right leg. Qin Feng viciously kicked on the rear trunk of the sedan and the compartment instantly deflated. The man's eyes were wide open, his eyes revealing a strong look of shock. This was a ing power that a human could put forth. He was not a fool. On the contrary, was a professional assassin who had once licked blood from the tip of a knife and had experienced many life and death struggles. However, he appeared as weak as an ant in front of Qin Feng. The man took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Although Qin Feng was very powerful, he still had a chance to escape. The man quickly opened the doors of the driver's seat and the passenger's seat, ready to drill out and escape while Qin Feng was not prepared. However, how could Qin Feng let him have his way? The moment he had just bent down, Qin Feng rushed behind the man as if he was a ghost. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Qin Feng's left foot stepped on the man's back, and his right fist smashed into his neck, elbow, knee and other parts. Bright red blood spilled out from the corners of the man's mouth, and his body struggled violently for a few moments before he died. After resolving the man, Qin Feng dragged him into the car and carefully inspected him, realizing that there were no traces left behind. Then he left. As night fell, the busy streets lit up with neon lights, bustling with activity. At this time, the Jade Cultural Festival had already kicked off. The members of the Jade Association had long since set up a stage near the plaza and placed a large number of display cases in preparation for tomorrow's Jade Expo. However, at this moment, at the entrance of the Jade Culture Festival, two men stood by the side of the road. The two men were stout and full of crossflesh. At first glance, they were not to be messed with existences. Big brother, has the money arrived? A bald burly man asked. The other skinny man took out his cell phone and looked at it, and after seeing the bank's text message, he immediately smiled. It's here. Things are all set up right. When it's done, we brothers will go directly abroad for a while. It's long been set up. A few $1 million to run the expo was burned by us with a fire. Think about it. It's exciting. The bald burly man hemmed and hawed, a crazy look flashing in his eyes. The skinny man also laughed out loud. These bastards, how dare they arm wrestle with Wen Xiao? They are simply tired of living. Alright, let's hurry up and finish the job and leave. The thin man waved his hand and said. A few moments later, only to see that the originally still quiet expo venue, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "It's bad. There's a fire. Hurry up and put out the fire." The crowd cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran towards the expo venue. At the same time, a loud roar suddenly sounded, only to see the center of the expo venue suddenly burst into flames. The expo site was in chaos, and the staff all panicked and ran to the outside of the venue. Inside a high-rise building, Wen Hao stood by the window, looking at the red light that entered his eyes flashing with madness. Ha 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 ha, Qin Feng, don't you want to run the expo? I'd like to see what you'll do. And beside him was none other than Lu Yuanhang. It's still Wen Xiao who's taller. By the way, the matter of young master Wen Bin has been cleared up. Here's the photos sent over from the Burmese side, as well as the information. Saying that, he handed over the documents and photos he just got. Wen Hao took the information and flipped through it, then put it aside. He said indifferently, continue to keep an eye on Qin Feng. As long as he makes any movements, report to me in time. Understood. Lu Yuanhang responded respectfully. Wen Hao pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, what do you think? How does it feel to have your Lu family become our Wen family's branch in Shanghai? When Lu Yuanhang heard this, he first froze for a moment, then immediately became ecstatic. Chapter 49, Negotiating Cooperation. Although the Lu family has been operating in Shanghai City for decades, with a strong foundation, intertwined roots, and extremely large forces, however, it does not have a backstage. And now that the Wen family has become the agent of Shanghai, it is undoubtedly a step to heaven. Moreover, the Lu family as long as the Jade Xian replacement, to that time, the entire Shanghai will be the Lu family at the head of the day into the bucket of gold, which is much more profitable than doing jade business. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly patted his chest and assured, please don't worry, Wen Xiao, I will definitely do my best to serve the Wen family. Wen Hao glanced at him lightly and said, well, I know you have ambitions. However, remember what I explained. No matter what method you use, make sure you get Qin Feng for me. Hearing Wen Hao's words, a sinister expression immediately appeared on Lu Yuanhang's face. Qin Feng was not only his enemy, but also the person he hated the most. Lu Yuanhang could be said to hate Qin Feng so much that he couldn't wait to break his body into pieces and thwart his bones. Therefore, when Lu Yuanhang heard these words from Wen Hao, he nodded without hesitation and assured, don't worry, Wen Xiao, as long as that brat Qin Feng falls into my hands, he definitely won't be able to live any longer. Very well, I hope we have a good cooperation. Wen Hao smiled. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly raised his glass to toast. Qin Feng, who had just returned home, suddenly received a call that the expo was on fire. A bad premonition immediately surged to his heart, and without saying a word, Qin Feng hurriedly drove to the expo venue. Expo venue. At this time the fire was getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately it was only at night and there were no people trapped in it. When he arrived here he saw Lin Wanting watching the fire department put out the fire with an anxious face. After noticing Qin Feng coming over, her eyes instantly became a little red. She choked and said, the fair really can't be done. Qin Feng nodded, his eyes gazing at the blazing flames, anger filling his brows. Don't worry, I'm here, it'll be fine. Qin Feng gently comforted. Lin Wanting raised her tearful eyes and looked at Qin Feng's resolute side face, a strong sense of security rising in her heart. Thank you. Lin Wanting lowered her head and gently stroked Qin Feng's palm as she softly said, fool, don't cry. As Qin Feng spoke, he suddenly saw Manager Li walking towards the side with an ugly face. Mr. Lin, Advisor Qin, it's already been investigated clearly. It's someone who intentionally set the fire, but the suspect hasn't been captured so far, Manager Li said with a grave expression on his face. Damn it, Qin Feng cursed. Lin Wanting gritted her teeth and said, it must be the Lu family and Wen Hao again. Qin Feng sneered, whoever he is, he's dead. Subsequently, Qin Feng turned his head to look at Manager Li and said in a deep voice, notify down. From today onwards, our Jade Pavilion stops selling jadeite wool and closes down for reorganization. Yes, Advisor Qin. Manager Li answered, then hurriedly left. Wanting, you go back first. Leave this place to me, Qin Feng said. Lin Wanting hesitated for a moment, then nodded. That's good, then you should be careful yourself. Afterward, Lin Wanting left. Looking at Lin Wanting's back as she left, Qin Feng shook his head. In his heart, he vaguely guessed who did it, but he couldn't find any evidence. No matter who it is, since they dared to mess with me, Qin Feng, I won't be blamed for being ruthless. Qin Feng snorted coldly and turned towards the fire truck. On the roof of an upscale apartment building somewhere in Shanghai. Dad, Wenhao's side has already given accurate information, but Qin Feng's side still needs us to solve it. Has the expert you found arrived? After Lu Yuanhang hung up the phone, he turned his head and asked. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Jun nodded and said, don't worry, the expert I found is very reliable. Dealing with the Qin Feng is more than enough. When Lu Yuanhang heard this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a grim smile. That's good, that kid Qin Feng, I will make him pay, Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Yuanhang, don't be in a hurry, although our Lu family is powerful, we can't take the enemy lightly. Lu Yuanhang nodded, but the anger in his heart was hard to quell. When he recalled the scene where he was publicly humiliated by Qin Feng, it was as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart, itching and aching. Dad, I know the score, but this time, I must let him know what happens when he offends our Lu family. Lu Jun glanced at his son and let out a light sigh without saying anything more. He understood his son, impulsive in character, but also had an indomitable tenacity. This time, this incident might make him grow up a bit. On the other side, Qin Feng stood in front of the ruins of the expo venue, his gaze deep as if he was thinking about something. Since you guys want to play with fire, let's give you a taste of being burned by fire, Qin Feng said in his heart as a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, it's me, Qin Feng. I need you to look into something for me. A low voice came from the other end of the phone, clearly not surprised by Qin Feng's request. Go ahead. What is it? Qin Feng briefly recounted what had happened and then said, I want to know who's behind this, and also, I want them to pay the price. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said, understood. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng took a deep breath and turned around to leave the ruin site. In the next few days, Jade Pavilion entered a state of closure and reorganization. On the other hand, the Lu family and Wenhao's side were also secretly observing the movements of Jade Stone Xian. They did not expect Qin Feng to be so decisive in shutting down and reorganizing his business, which caught them a bit off guard. However, they did not give up because of this. On the contrary, they became even more determined to get rid of Qin Feng. On this day, Qin Feng arrived early and waited at the entrance of the expo venue, waiting for news of that mysterious person. However, until the sun set, there was still no result. Alas, Qin Feng sighed and helplessly turned around to leave. Even if he was smart, he was ultimately not an undiscovered deity. After Qin Feng left, in a nearby alley, a dark shadow flashed by, and this scene perfectly evaded the camera. Half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived in front of an office building. He glanced at the sign of the office building and then walked straight in. Not long after he entered, a woman in a professional suit walked up to him. After she saw Qin Feng, she smiled and said, Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Feng Qin? I am. Qin Feng nodded his head indifferently and said, Hello, please follow me. The woman made an invitation gesture before leading Qin Feng to an office door. Mr. Qin, my name is Chen Xian. I'm the person in charge of negotiating the cooperation project with you. The woman said, Oh, how did you find me? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Chapter 50, White Cloud Group. In the past few days, the news of Jade Pavilion's closure and rectification had spread. According to normal circumstances, it was simply impossible for anyone to contact them. Chen Xian revealed a hint of a smile and said, Actually, this is all thanks to the blessing of our Miss. Miss said that you used to work at Jade Stone Xian. That's why we were able to find you without any problems. Miss, Li Jingya? Qin Feng was a bit at a loss for words. After all, he didn't know many people, and there were only two who could be called Miss. One was Lin Wanting and the other one was Li Jingya. Mr. Qin, if you say that my young lady will be sad, but she also said that she doesn't need to tell you for now. Just rest assured that she will help on the Wen family's side. After hearing the woman's words, Qin Feng nodded and said, Alright, let's go in and chat in detail. Subsequently, Qin Feng followed Chen Xian into the office and after taking a seat, Chen Xian personally brought over 2 cups of hot tea and placed them on the table. Mr. Qin, we've been keeping an eye on your movements and know that you're now working on jewelry design, but you seem to have been avoiding us, so today, we took the liberty of disturbing you, Chen Xian said politely. Qin Feng took a sip of tea and said, do you think that with my current status, I'm suitable for something like this? Chen Xian nodded, that's for sure. However, we can offer this cooperation to you. You mean, you are willing to provide funding? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Chen Xian coughed lightly and said, it's like this, we intend to acquire your company this time. However, a contract must be signed, which stipulates that the ownership of the company belongs to the company and is under our control. In other words, if the company encounters a crisis, then you must also serve the company. For example, you can help the company tide over the difficulties. Chen Xian's words made Qin Feng a bit confused about their true purpose. Then what should I acquire? Qin Feng asked after a moment of contemplation. Chen Xian said, don't worry, the president still has Lin Wanting as the president. After all, the Jade Xian was not originally an industry within the Lin's group, but was fought down by Lin Wanting. As for Lin's group, we will also help when the time comes. You guys just do your own despite yourselves, Chen Xian said. After hearing these words, Qin Feng fell into the middle of contemplation as he carefully analyzed them and soon came to a conclusion. Although this Chen Xian spoke in a grandiose manner, in the final analysis, she wanted to use the Jade Xian as a springboard to expand her own strength. We are businessmen. We never do losing business. Are you interested? Chen Xian suddenly spoke. Qin Feng smiled and said, what if I refuse? Upon hearing this, a trace of regret surfaced on Chen Xian's face as she said, then we can only settle for the second best and cooperate with the Lu family. But you can rest assured of one thing, we won't suppress you. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng had an approximation in his mind and immediately nodded. I agree, but I still need to discuss this with Wanting. Is it okay if I give you a reply tomorrow? Chen Xian smiled faintly and nodded. Of course it's fine, Mr. Qin is a cautious person. We understand. Then, we will look forward to your good news tomorrow. If you have any questions or need further discussion, feel free to contact us at any time. Qin Feng stood up and shook Chen Xian's hand, thanking her for her understanding and professional demeanor before leaving the office building. Walking home, Qin Feng had mixed feelings in his heart. Returning home, Qin Feng immediately dialed Lin Wanting's phone and spoke in detail about today's meeting with Chen Xian. On the other end of the phone, Lin Wanting was silent for a moment, obviously also thinking seriously. Qin Feng, I think this cooperation is an opportunity for us. Although we've temporarily lost the expo, if we can get the support of this group from Kyoto, both in terms of funds and resources, it will be an important boost for us to get back on our feet. Lin Wanting's voice came through the phone. Qin Feng was slightly relieved when he heard this. That's what I think too. However, we still need to be cautious and make sure that the terms of the contract are in our favor, so that we don't let them take advantage of our predicament to press the price. That's right. I'll go with you to meet them tomorrow and talk about the contract details in person, Lin Wanting proposed. Qin Feng agreed and the two of them hung up after exchanging a few more brief sentences. He sat on the sofa and looked out the window at the night, both anticipation and apprehension in his heart. Early the next morning, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting went to the Li family's company together. Chen Xian had long been waiting there, and when she saw the two of them, a warm smile appeared on her face as she led them into the conference room. Inside the conference room, apart from Chen Xian, there was also a middle-aged man in a suit with a calm demeanor, obviously one of the core members. After both sides exchanged simple pleasantries, they went straight to the point. Introducing myself, my name is Bai Chen. I'm the head of Bai Yun Group's investment department. I'm sure Chen Xian has already talked about all of our matters yesterday. If you've considered it, you guys should take a look at this contract first, Bai Chen said. After saying that, he picked up the folder next to him and handed it over. Qin Feng picked it up and flipped through it, realizing that it was all a share transfer agreement, and as long as he signed it according to the terms on it, his company would belong to the White Cloud Group in front of him. I don't quite understand this share transfer agreement. Please explain, Qin Feng said indifferently. This is a new type of jewelry brand that our group is planning to invest in and build, called Blue Sea, with an estimated investment of 10 billion Dasha coins, and the shares we own take up 35%, which means that Mr. Qin's Jade Pavilion will become our subsidiary enterprise and serve us, Bai Chen said. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng froze a bit, although Chen Xian had already said many friendly conditions for them yesterday, but he didn't realize that the other party only needed 35% of the shares? Crazy? Too much money to know how to spend it? Or do they want to take advantage of the opportunity to pit themselves a sum of money? However, this idea had just popped up and was extinguished by Qin Feng because he knew very well that there was no need for the other party to lie to him. If you really want a Jade Palace, you can cooperate with the Lu family, and then take down the Jade Palace in one fell swoop. And then I'm afraid that Qin Feng can't even get a hair. Thinking about it, Qin Feng settled down. However, Qin Feng did not immediately agree. He deliberately pretended to be in deep thought for a moment before slowly saying, "Our company's main business is jadeite raw materials. What do you want me to serve you?" Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Qian and Bai Chen glanced at each other, their eyes flickering as they secretly let out a sigh of relief. Bai Chen hurriedly said, "Our company intends to invest in the manufacture of jadeite jewelry. You can provide us with the highest quality jadeite raw materials, such as ice seed jadeite, glass seed jadeite, or even high ice seed." Chapter 51 Hiring Professionals. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown and said, "Your request seems a bit harsh. First of all, I don't know what kind of jadeite products you intend to invest in manufacturing. Furthermore, if we invest in jadeite jewelry, wouldn't we be enough? Not to mention the fact that it is still unknown whether your production process and technology can meet the standard." At this time, Qin Feng's heart was filled with doubts. This world's jadeite products market was extremely rich, but the truly top-notch ones were very few, especially jadeite like glass seed, high ice seed, ice glutinous seed, emerald and so on. To put it another way, this moving $10 million of stuff, let you go to carve a handshake directly into the tens of thousands of dollars of stuff. Not to mention things will not be bad. People cannot stand, because this kind of carving things machine simply cannot finish, so can only use people hand carving, can be completed, but it will be a little waste. Old man, take Qin Feng's master Yan Lao. You have to say let him nothing to ponder, carving out 1 or 2 pieces is okay. You let him large quantities for you to carve. It is estimated that it will directly let people beat you out. Oh, don't worry, this point we have already prepared here. When the time comes you just need to get the goods ready. Bai Chen smiled confidently and continued, "In addition, our group will also send the relevant person in charge to your company to help manage and maintain the company's operations. Overall, 65% of the monthly revenue goes to your company. As for the remaining 35%, as compensation, our group will acquire it at a premium of 30%. What do you think?" Qin Feng didn't rush to state his position, but carefully observed Bai Chen for a few moments to make sure that what he said wasn't just empty words before nodding his head and saying, "All right, I promise. However, I hope that before signing the share transfer contract, can you pay a percentage first?" "No problem," Bai Chen said immediately. He then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Soon Lin Wanting nodded at Qin Feng. "Wish us a happy cooperation." A smile also appeared on Qin Feng's face as he stretched out his hand to shake it with the other party. Happy cooperation. Speechless on the way. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting returned to the Jade Stone Xian. Back at the Jade Pavilion, both Qin Feng and Lin Wanting were in an unusually excited mood. "Wanting, this cooperation is undoubtedly a major turning point for us," Qin Feng said to Lin Wanting as he walked. "With Bai Yun Group's financial and technical support, not only will we be able to recover quickly, we will also be able to occupy a more favorable position in the industry." Lin Wanting nodded in agreement. "Yes, Qin Feng. Moreover, their management experience and market channels are what we currently lack." The two of them walked into the office and began to work on preparing the follow-up matters for the cooperation with the Baiyun Group. They needed to organize their existing resources and interface with the White Cloud Group to ensure that the cooperation would go smoothly. A few days later, the first batch of funds from the White Cloud Group came in smoothly, and Jade Heavens began its intensive preparations. Lin Wanting personally supervised to ensure that every penny was spent on the knife edge. They not only redecorated the store, but also introduced advanced equipment and technology to enhance the overall strength of Jade Hen. At the same time, Baiyun Group also sent a professional team to Jade Hennessy. They worked together to formulate a detailed production plan and marketing strategy, and made full preparations for the launch of the Blue Ocean brand. In this process, Lin Wanting also deeply felt the professionalism and strength of Baiyun Group. However, just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, an unexpected news once again broke the calm. One night, Qin Feng received a call from Lu Yuanhang. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yuanhang's voice was full of provocation and threats. "Qin Feng, don't think that you can rest on your laurels just because you have the support of the White Cloud Group. Let me tell you, our Lu family is not that easy to deal with." Qin Feng sneered. "Lu Yuanhang, do you think I'm still the same Qin Feng who was bullied by others before? You'd better put your wits about you now and stop messing with me." Lu Yuanhang laughed loudly. "Qin Feng, don't be too confident. Our Lu family has plenty of means to deal with you. You wait and see." After saying that, Lu Yuanhang hung up the phone. Qin Feng gripped his cell phone with a frown on his face. He had never underestimated the Lu family. After all, the Lu family controlled the most powerful jewelry sales network in Zhanghai. However, Lu Yuanhang actually dared to find someone to deal with him, which was clearly beyond Qin Feng's expectations. Although Qin Feng felt that the Lu family was not to be feared, Lu Yuanhang's behavior still made Qin Feng wary. "Looks like I'll have to take more precautions, but don't worry too much. Just by the Lu family's jumping clowns can't make any waves." After thinking clearly, Qin Feng stopped dwelling on this matter. The next morning, Qin Feng had just finished his breakfast when Ahu knocked on the door of his room and reported respectfully, "Brother Feng, there's been a fatty outside who said he was looking for you, saying he's your brother." Qin Feng froze for a moment, then reacted and smiled. "Invite him in." Ahu led the order and left, quickly bringing the fatty in. "Gu, my boss, you finally showed up, causing me to wait for half a day under the building." Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't be poor. Say it, what are you doing here?" The person who came was naturally Wang Bo, only to see him sit on his butt on the chair, crossed his legs and said, "Hey, this is not the factory opened up, let you go to visit it." However, after hearing his words, Qin Feng's face suddenly darkened. Not that he was angry, and a set factory, he was really embarrassed to go. You'll be fine on your own as the factory manager. I won't go." Qin Feng shook his head and refused. Wang Bo immediately became anxious. "You can't not go. You made this factory. You have to go and give some guidance so that it can be put into use as soon as possible." Saying this, he stood up again and pulled Qin Feng's arm, saying, "Feng, our factory is not simple. I tell you, I specially went to investigate yesterday. Currently we are the only one in the entire Jianghai. When the time comes, it will definitely be a large number of orders." Qin Feng cried and laughed, slapped off his hand and said, "All right, I believe you can handle it. Hurry up and let go of me. I have other things to do today." Wang Bo, however, didn't have the slightest intention of letting go, still tugging at Qin Feng. "I can't handle it, but I can hire professionals to do it." "All right, you cut the crap. Hurry up and let go." "No, I won't let go until you do." Qin Feng was really forced out of his temper. This guy was dead set on not letting go, so he could only admit it. So Qin Feng spent the rest of the day following Wang Bo around the factory. But it should be said not to say, although the factory products are a bit embarrassing, but it is definitely a proper money-making. Chapter 52 River Beach. Just this hasn't even started yet. There are 2 big orders. Alright, just this out of the way, a year will return the capital. Qin Feng also had to recognize the fat man's vision at this moment. When Wang Bo said to build a factory, he didn't even think about it. It was not until now that Qin Feng realized that the original fat man had also left a hand. In this way, the development prospects of this factory were very optimistic. At least, compared to the previous kind of hammer business, is much more robust. In the evening, Qin Feng finally got out of trouble. He ran back to the villa in a puff of smoke, changed his clothes and then drove towards the company. After all, now that he had cooperated with the Baiyun group, although he was only a consultant, there were still many things that he needed to do personally. After arriving at the company, Qin Feng got busy. Since this cooperation was a win-win situation for both parties, Qin Feng not only had to consider the sales volume, but more crucially, the quality of the product. On this point, Qin Feng did not allow any flaws. Fortunately, this factory was his exclusive agent and he was confident in his design. After working for half a day, Qin Feng finally finished handling the work. Phew, there's no situation on the Lu family's side at the moment. It's just that I don't know if the Wen family side will come looking over for Wen Bin's matter. To be honest, to say that before, Qin Feng might still be afraid. But now, as long as you dare to come, let's see if you can walk out of Jianghai again. At the same time, Kyoto Wen family. "Dad, my brother was all killed by that wild boy. Shouldn't he be avenged?" Wen Hao's eyes were red as he looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. Wen Hao was Wen Hao's father. Wen Dongsheng, while sitting next to him, was Wen Hao's mother, Zhou Lanying, only to see that she had changed her usual gentle and virtuous appearance, glaring at Wen Dongsheng with a fierce expression, itching to pounce over and bite him a few times. "Pa!" Suddenly, only to see Wen Dongsheng viciously slap him, angrily scolding, "Shut up, you two, get the hell out of here." Wen Hao, who was slapped by his father, covered his hot and painful cheek, gritted his teeth and stared at his father, saying, "Humph, I won't leave." Wen Dongsheng angrily shouted, "Get lost." Wen Hao sniffed and glared viciously at Wen Dongsheng before turning to leave. Seeing this, Zhou Lanying immediately followed. After the two of them left, Wen Dongsheng took a deep breath to ease the blazing fire burning inside his chest. After a moment of silence, Wen Dongsheng took out his phone and dialed. "Hey, old master, what did the Bai family say over there?" An old but thick voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm afraid this matter is a bit tricky. The Bai family doesn't know how to appreciate themselves. They dared to offend the majesty of the Wen family. The old man can't step in. You let Wen Wu go over there. Make sure to get this little to death, or else in the future, anyone would dare to step on my Wen family's head." Wen Dongsheng frowned slightly at the words. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I'll send someone to Jianghai City." After hanging up the phone, Wen Dongsheng's face flashed with a cold and chilling aura as he muttered, "Surname Bai, since you are so stubborn, then I will not blame me for turning my back on you." After saying that, Wen Dongsheng picked up the landline on his desk and dialed a string of numbers. Soon, A young man in a suit pushed the door in. "Uncle, you called for me?" The youth bent down and respectfully said. When Dongsheng gave a light then said, "Wenwu, this matter will be left to you. Make sure to get this done right. Don't make any complications." The youth named Wenwu nodded his head at the words and said, "Yes, elder uncle, guarantee to complete the task successfully. Go." When Dongsheng waved his hand, after Wenwu exited the room, when Dongsheng pulled out a cigar and slowly smoked it, his eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly pondering something. After a long time, he suddenly snuffed out the cigar and muttered in a low voice, "It seems like we have to get rid of this nail in advance." The next day, Xin Feng had just gotten up from his bed and was about to wash up and then have breakfast when he received an unfamiliar phone call. Xin Feng was slightly stunned, and after a moment of hesitation, Xin Feng still pressed the answer button. "Hello, may I ask who is this?" Xin Feng, 8 o'clock in the evening, see you at the river beach." As the words fell, the phone was hung up, not even giving Xin Feng a chance to wait for a reply. Oddball. Muttering a sentence, Xin Feng shook his head before dressing and getting up. After eating, Xin Feng looked at the information in the company for a while longer before he was about to go out to check on the company when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Xin Feng opened it and saw that a photo was displayed on the screen of his cell phone. ********. These people, really looking for death. This was because the person on the photo was none other than Lin Wanting, and the other party was tied to a chair. Thinking back to the other party's words just now, if he didn't go at 8 o'clock tonight, tomorrow morning, Lin Wanting would be thrown inside a trash can. Good. Very good. You guys have completely angered me. Xin Feng's face was grim as he glanced at the screen of his cell phone. Then he slipped the phone back into his pocket before going out and rushing to the company. Jiang Beach, the most prosperous and lively section of Shanghai, gathers hundreds or even thousands of tourists every day. At this time, in a corner of the river beach, there are 5 or 6 people surrounded Lin Wanting, one fierce and vicious staring at her, not the slightest bit of mercy. Lin Wanting tightly pursed her thin lips, her pretty face as white as paper, her delicate body slightly trembling. One of them, a tall and strong man, hemmed and hawed and laughed lewdly. "Beautiful woman. Brothers have a long night and no desire to sleep. How about accompanying brothers to have some fun? Don't worry, a few brothers will definitely make you feel good," said the strong man, about to reach out and grab towards Lin Wanting. Please don't touch me," Lin Wanting shouted in panic. "Stinking." The other yellow-haired young man sneered and fiercely kicked out a kick to send Lin Wanting's cell phone flying. The cell phone fell to the wall and then split into pieces, scattering all over the place. "You bunch of assholes." Lin Wanting angrily pointed at Yellow Hair and yelled. Yellow Hair laughed out loud at his words. "Bastards? Stinking. I'm telling you, if you don't cooperate obediently today, believe it or not, I'll directly strip you of your clothes." Hearing Yellow Hair's threat, Lin Wanting's body shrank and her pretty face instantly turned pale. Seeing this, Yellow Hair became even more excited, sticking out his tongue and licking his dry lips, smiling lewdly. Hey, beautiful girl, how's the consideration going? As long as you promise to accompany old man for a sleep, I'll guarantee your life. How about it? Dream on, Lin Wanting stubbornly said. Yo, quite stubborn. Then don't blame us brothers for not knowing how to show mercy. Yellow Hair let out an evil laugh and made a look at the other 3 youths, and the 4 of them immediately approached towards Lin Wanting. Suddenly, an icy voice came from outside. Chapter 53, Termination of Cooperation. If you guys don't want to die, mind your own bottom. This person was none other than Wenwu. After he arrived yesterday, he directly kidnapped Lin Wanting and forced her to sign an agreement. A few people's faces changed after seeing Wenwu. Boss, we didn't. It's not like we're just idly flirting. However, what greeted him was a slap from Wenwu. Slap? How many times have I told you guys? Come out with me. Mind your own business. I don't care if you guys feel free to do whatever you want after you're done. But if you're not done, mind your own business, or you won't know how to die in the future. Wenwu glared and drank. Yes, boss, we know it's wrong. Never dare again. Several people were silenced and lowered their heads, hastily admitting their mistakes. They were all clear about Wenwu's background, but because they had practiced martial arts since they were young, their personalities were still ruthless and abnormal. Especially back then, they had also followed Wenwu to do robberies, so they were even more aware of Wenwu's methods. After Wenwu snorted coldly, he looked at Lin Wanting, his eyes showing a fierce color. Bitch, why don't you hurry up and get lost? I'm going to call the police. I'm going to sue you. Lin Wanting shrilled. Sue us? I think you're tired of living. Believe it or not, I'll sell you to a southern island nation right now. Wenwu cursed angrily, then directly slapped Lin Wanting on the face. Lin Wanting also didn't dare to speak in nonsense. She could feel that this man was different from the one who kidnapped her before. He was coming for his life. Meanwhile, Xin Feng was driving and speeding on his way to Jiang Beach, his mood unusually heavy. The news that Lin Wanting had been kidnapped was like a bolt from the blue, causing the anger in his heart to be instantly ignited. Qin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly. The speed of the car had already been raised to its limit, but he still felt that it was not fast enough. The picture of Lin Wanting tied to a chair kept replaying in his mind, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness, which made his heart twist like a knife. No matter who it is, if you dare to touch my woman, I will make you pay a painful price, Qin Feng secretly swore in his heart. Finally, he arrived at the river beach and parked his car in a relatively hidden location, then quickly got out of the car and blended into the bustling crowd. At this moment, it was less than an hour from the agreed time. Qin Feng had to find Lin Wanting as soon as possible. Just then, his cell phone vibrated again and a text message came into view. 8 o'clock sharp. See you under the lighthouse. Qin Feng's gaze condensed and immediately locked onto the lighthouse not far away. It was off the beaten path and was an ideal place for a secret deal or kidnapping. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately walked briskly in the direction of the lighthouse. As Qin Feng gradually approached the lighthouse, he could feel the atmosphere around him becoming more and more tense. Several suspicious-looking silhouettes were roaming around the lighthouse, obviously letting off steam. Qin Feng was secretly vigilant in his heart, but on the surface, he did not move and continued to march steadily forward. As he neared the lighthouse, a low voice suddenly came from the shadows. Qin Feng, you're here. Qin Feng stopped his steps and looked around, but did not find the person who spoke. He said in a deep voice, release Lin Wanting, come at me if you have anything to do. Mr. Qin is indeed a man of love and justice. In the darkness, a figure slowly stepped out, and it was none other than Wenwu. A cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a playful look. Speak, your conditions. Qin Feng coldly looked at Wenwu without the slightest fluctuation in his tone. Wenwu gently applauded and laughed. Mr. Qin is indeed refreshing. My conditions are simple. You die and she lives, or she dies and you die. Before the words fell, a dagger appeared steeply in Wenwu's hand. The chilling dagger flashed with a chilling sharpness. Wenwu held the blade against the throat of Lin Wanting's neck and said grimly, now, you are given two paths to choose from. Either die or take her with you. Lin Wanting was shivering in fear, and her tears couldn't stop flowing down her face. She desperately shook her head and choked. Qin Feng, don't mind me. Run. Wenwu grunted coldly. Run? Oh, Mr. Qin, I advise you that it's best if you don't try. Before you step on this bridge, I've already arranged for snipers, and once you step on the bridge, there will be a bullet to send you to hell. Wenwu had just finished speaking when Qin Feng suddenly looked up at the lighthouse. This lighthouse was about 10 meters tall. While standing on it, one could look down on the living beings from above. If snipers were really ambushed nearby like Wenwu said, it could indeed threaten Qin Feng's life. After all, although he could dodge bullets, he couldn't avoid snipers' bullets. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he swept his gaze around before sneering. Are you sure you want to talk to me about this? What? Could it be that you figured it out? Wenwu raised an eyebrow. Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, I won't risk Wanting's life. However, I want to see her leave safely with my own eyes, and you guys should want more than just my life. As long as you let her go, how about I give you the entire Jade Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Wenwu froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Qin Feng, can't see it, you're quite the sentimentalist. No wonder you can get this little to even risk her life for you. Hearing Wenwu's praise, a wave of anger surged within Qin Feng, but he held back from exploding. I don't need your compliments, now I'll just ask, yes, or no. Qin Feng's voice was icy cold. A sneer surfaced on Wenwu's face. Qin Feng, do you think I don't know what you're playing at? As long as you die, all the wealth you have now will be mine. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he keenly detected the rich bloody aura emanating from Wenwu's body. This kind of bloody aura was by no means something that an ordinary killer could possess. Only those who had too much blood under their hands would possess this special aura. Thinking about all this, Qin Feng's eyes fiercely condensed as a gust of coldness welled up in his heart. If you kill me now, at that time, the Jade Xian will also logically fall into the hands of the White Cloud Group. You won't be able to get a single dime, and if you keep her, at that time, you can also threaten her to terminate her cooperation with the White Cloud Group. If I'm not mistaken, your target is me, right? Qin Feng's words caused Wenwu's pupils to shrink, but he remained calm and laughed. You're right, let go, let that woman go. At Wenwu's command, several of his men immediately loosened the restraints on Lin Wanting and pushed her in Qin Feng's direction. Lin Wanting stumbled a few steps and fell into Qin Feng's embrace, the two of them hugging each other tightly as if they wanted to integrate each other into each other's bodies, to confirm each other's presence and safety. Hurry up, Qin Feng whispered to Lin Wanting, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Chapter 54, Welcoming the Battle. He knew that although he had temporarily saved Lin Wanting, the real battle had just begun. Lin Wanting looked at Qin Feng with tearful eyes. She knew what it meant to part at this moment, but she knew better that staying here would only be a burden to Qin Feng. You have to be careful. She choked on her tears as she turned around and ran in a direction away from the lighthouse under the escort of a few of her subordinates. After seeing Lin Wanting leave safely, Qin Feng slowly turned around and faced Wenwu and his men, without the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, only cold determination. Now, we can have a good talk. Wenwu let out a cold smile and waved his hand, signaling his men to disperse and surround Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I have to say that you are very courageous, but courage doesn't change anything. Today, you are destined to become a strand of dead souls under my Wenwu. Qin Feng smiled indifferently, moving his muscles and bones, his aura surging darkly within his body. Then let me see if you have the ability. Before the words fell, Qin Feng's figure flashed, rushing towards Wenwu like a ghost. Wenwu reacted extremely quickly, his dagger instantly swung out, bringing up a cold light that went straight for Qin Feng's throat. However, Qin Feng's figure was bizarre, as if he was able to freely weave through the air, easily avoiding the strike. Humph, looks like I still underestimated you, Wenwu said in a cold voice, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that not only was Qin Feng strong, but he was also extremely experienced in combat, and he couldn't even take him down for a moment. Qin Feng did not respond, only his attack became more and more powerful. The speed of the two was getting faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged several moves. Every time the weapons collide, there are clanging and crunching sounds, sparks splashing, ear-piercing to the extreme. Clang dash, there was another hard blow, and the two retreated 3 steps each, looking away from each other. Wenwu's face grew serious as Qin Feng's attack was much fiercer than earlier. Again! Wenwu shouted violently, pointing his toes. He rushed towards Qin Feng once again. The dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake spitting out its mail as it stabbed at Qin Feng. This dagger, with its tricky and vicious angle, sealed off all Qin Feng's routes. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth lifted up an arc. His body twisted, dodging this fatal blow, followed by his right leg like a whip, lashing at Wenwu's head. Wenwu dodged sideways, his dagger blocking Qin Feng's kick. Both of them were shaken back a few steps, gazing at each other with a look of scorn in their eyes. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. It seems that I was the one who was gullible before. Wenwu was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. His face once again regained that arrogant and domineering look. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Along with the fall of his words, Wenwu's aura grew steeply, and his entire person became dangerous. Swish, with a dagger in his hand, Wenwu's figure flickered on and off as if he were a ghost pouncing. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a huge sense of oppression, and even breathing was a bit difficult. What a terrifying attack speed! Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. This guy was simply a human-sized tank with amazing combat power. He knew that he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape alive tonight. A frantic look swept across Qin Feng's eyes, and with a clench of his teeth, he actually chose to meet the battle. Seek death. Seeing that Qin Feng actually dared to take the initiative to attack himself, a hideous expression crossed Wenwu's face. Immediately, Wenwu's aura became even more terrifying, and his figure transformed into a residual shadow as he swiftly and incomparably approached towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I didn't expect that you also practiced martial arts. I said, how did you kill cousin Wen Bin? It turns out that you're hiding so deeply. It's a pity, even if you also study martial arts, you're not my opponent at all. Not to mention that your foundation is unstable. Wenwu's speed was strangely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Qin Feng's face, his sharp dagger aiming straight for the vitals of Qin Feng's neck. A horrified look appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. He didn't expect Wenwu's speed to be so fast. There was no way to dodge it. Not good. Qin Feng's face changed drastically. His arms crossed in front of his chest to block the strike. A dagger accurately stabbed through Qin Feng's arms and pierced into his body. The sharp pain caused Qin Feng's brows to furrow even deeper. But Qin Feng did not fall down, and instead of disappearing, the battle intent in his eyes became even more fiery. He knew that this was his last chance. If he didn't seize this opportunity to defeat his opponent, he would never have another chance. Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly threw his head back and roared. The air currents around him seemed to have been exploded by his roar, and a huge mighty pressure spread out. This pressure was so strong that it caused everyone present to change color, their eyes glaring round. Wenwu even couldn't help but take a step backwards, staring at Qin Feng in shock. This guy, he could even raise his battle power. Was he a freak? In this short moment of effort, Qin Feng suddenly raised his left arm and forcefully clasped Wenwu's wrist, yanking it in front of him. The other hand clenched his fist and blasted out, straight at Wenwu's chest. Bang! Qin Feng's fist blasted onto Wenwu's chest with a muffled sound. Plop! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Wenwu's mouth, and his eyes instantly opened wide. Poof! How is this possible? Wenwu's face was filled with incredulity, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could he not expect that Qin Feng's physical body strength was actually so strong that he was able to resist his dagger, not to mention that he also severely injured him with a single punch, which was simply beyond his realm of understanding. One must know that he had been practicing martial arts for many years, and his physical body quality had long since reached a point that was unimaginable to ordinary people. If an ordinary person was under his hand, I'm afraid they wouldn't last more than 10 seconds before they would be wasted. But Qin Feng was actually able to injure his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, causing him to be injured. Ha, ha, when Wu covered his chest and laughed miserably a few times, his eyes resentful. I admit to underestimating you, but now, you must die. A ruthless color flashed in Wen Wu's eyes, and then he pulled out a blackened pistol from his waist and aimed at Qin Feng. The trigger was pulled and a dark bullet shot out, heading straight for Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with vigilance and shock. Wen Wu, this guy was too sinister, even took advantage of his unpreparedness to pull out a pistol to sneak attack. This kind of trick he would never have thought of. At the critical moment, Qin Feng couldn't dodge in time, so he could only reach out to protect his heart chakra, hoping to ward off the shot. But after the gunshot, Qin Feng only felt a pain in his chest, and when he looked down, he realized that a scarlet hole was bubbling with blood. Qin Feng's eyes were instantly covered in blood, and a surge of anger surged out, causing the capillaries in his entire body to instantly swell. Qin Feng clenched his teeth, his eyes narrowing slightly into a slit as he stared at Wen Wu with a chilling gaze. Ha ha ha. Wen Wu let out a wild laugh at the sight, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. What? Surprised? Wen Wu mocked. You think you're great, but you don't realize that in the eyes of a true expert, you're nothing more than a mole cricket. I've killed more than 100 trash like you. He coldly swept a glance at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt, clearly not placing Qin Feng in his eyes. You, damn you. At those words, Qin Feng became furious, his forehead veins bulging. Although Qin Feng was well aware that Wen Wu was telling the truth, he still felt irritated. Chapter 55, completely tearing down the face. Under the extreme anger, Qin Feng violently rushed towards Wen Wu, his right leg carrying a ferocious and dominating wind kicking towards the opponent's chest position. Wen Wu let out a cold snort, his body sidestepped, dodging the kick. At the same time, his left arm explored and slapped his palm towards Qin Feng's head, wanting to kill him in one move. Slap! Qin Feng's reaction was not slow as he turned around in midair and bent his knee into Wen Wu's abdomen, causing the latter's face to instantly turn red and almost spit out blood on the spot. However, he quickly stood firmly on his feet again, a sneer surfacing at the corner of his mouth as he said, I was just making a tentative attack just now. You're dead next. His eyes flashed as he held a knife in his right hand and pointed it straight at Qin Feng's throat. An overpowering killing intent filled the air, chilling people to the bone. Is that so? Qin Feng smiled coldly, his eyes dripping with a strong battle intent. You think this is the end? Qin Wen's mouth lifted up in a bizarre arc before slowly raising his right hand, aiming it at Wen Wu's head and lightly swinging out a slap. Looking at the oncoming palm, Wen Wu disdainfully skimmed his mouth before raising his hand to block it. In the next moment, Wen Wu only felt his right hand's bones make a crunchy cracking sound, and his entire face suddenly twisted into a piece. Ah! Wen Wu let out a mournful and extremely miserable scream, his eyes filled with uncontrollable horror as he hastily let go of the dagger. He covered his right arm and staggered backward several steps, staring at Qin Feng with an unbelievable expression. This slap from Qin Feng had completely shattered his so-called pride. He couldn't believe that he would actually lose in Qin Feng's hands, or lose in a complete masochistic fiasco. How's that? Now you're convinced, right? Qin Feng grinned with a harmless look, only for the smile to fall into Wen Wu's eyes, but it caused him to feel a coldness that pierced his bones. You're an ordinary person. Why did you acquire martial arts? Wen Wu asked as he stared at Qin Feng through gritted teeth. One had to know that poor Wen Wu was not just a figure of speech. Ordinary special forces were like chickens in front of him. Now a martial artist who was several times more powerful than him had suddenly appeared in a small place. How could he accept this? My secret. Why should I tell you? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth lifted up in a hint of teasing. Wen Wu's face sank as his eyes stared icily at Qin Feng. This little white boy was clearly unwilling to reveal his secrets to him. But since that was the case, there was no need for him to stay alive. Wen Wu once again killed towards Qin Feng. His speed was extremely fast, as if he had transformed into a phantom, instantly closing in on Qin Feng. Die! Wen Wu roared. The military spike in his hand flared with a cold aura as he stabbed at Qin Feng's throat. At this moment, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop to freezing point. Wen Wu's attack was very ferocious and swift, like a viper that could explode into a fatal strike at any time. His eyes were sharp and ice cold, and he exuded a bloodthirsty and violent flavor that caused one's heart to palpitate. Not measuring up. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth sketched out a hint of playfulness as he clenched his right hand and directly grabbed the other party's wrist, twisting and dislocating it with a slight force. Wenwu's arm hung down in an irregular shape, his arm bones broken, and the intense pain that drilled through his heart caused him to hiss out. He looked at Qin Feng with a face full of fear, his eyes filled with scorn and panic. He had never thought that Qin Feng was actually so perverted, an ordinary person possessing strength comparable to that of an ancient martial artist. What was even more detestable was that Qin Feng's strength was far superior to his. Who the hell are you? I advise you to let go of me, or else, the Wen family won't let you go. Wenwu trembled. Qin Feng glanced at him coldly, a wisp of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Today, even if the god of heaven comes, he won't be able to save you. Swish! Qin Feng's right fist swayed and ruthlessly struck above Wenwu's cheek. Bang! Wenwu was blown away, his body slamming into a concrete pillar, instantly collapsing a 2-meter-high steel beam and falling within the abandoned factory, splattering the sky with dust. He struggled to get up, his cheeks flaming with pain as his nose blood spurted out. Cough! Wenwu coughed violently, his eyes staring resentfully at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't care about him, but picked up his cell phone from the ground, and after some inquiries, found a phone number to dial out. The opposite party picked up in no more than a few seconds. Hey, did you kill Qin Feng? A hoarse voice came from the other side of the phone. This person was none other than the head of the Wen family, Wen Dongsheng. Wen family, Wenwu can't come back, Qin Feng said indifferently. Hearing these words, Wen Dongsheng on the other end of the phone froze, and a moment later said in a chilling tone, "Little bastard, you dare to kill Wenwu? Do you know what mistake you have made? Dog, you're the ing bastard. Your whole family is a bastard. Let me tell you, if you want to kill me, just let me go. As long as your Wen family dares to enter Zhanghai, then let's see if you can or go out." After saying that, Qin Feng directly hung up the phone, a gloomy luster flashing in his eyes. This Wen Dongsheng actually hit the idea to his own head, really arrogant and cocky. After resolving Wenwu and realizing that no one was paying attention to the movements over here, he took a step to leave. There were many things he had to do right now. The first thing was to send his mother away. Otherwise, with the pissy nature of this Wen family, he would kidnap people around him without moving. Now Qin Feng had decided that since he was already prepared to enter the martial arts path, he would enter it completely and utterly. Anyway, he was already in an undying situation with the Wen family now. After Qin Feng walked out of this dilapidated factory, he immediately dialed Lin Wanting's phone. "Wanting, are you alright?" Just as the phone rang, Lin Wanting couldn't wait to pick up. "Qin Feng, I'm fine. Where is that bastard Wenwu?" Lin Wanting asked eagerly. She was worried that Wenwu would harm Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled faintly and comforted. "Don't worry, that bastard Wenwu has already been cleaned up by me." Hearing this, Lin Wanting's hanging heart finally dropped. As long as it was fine. Be careful when you go out lately. Now that the Lu and Wen families have torn their faces from us, so they are bound to make some crazy moves, Qin Feng admonished. He was afraid that the Lu family and the Wen family would send assassins to assassinate Lin Wanting in anger. After all, these people could do anything when they lost their sanity. "Well, I'll pay attention. By the way, Qin Feng, where are you now?" Lin Wanting asked. Qin Feng reported his address and Lin Wanting hung up with a promise. Qin Feng held his cell phone and after pondering for a moment, he was still prepared to go find his master and ask. After all, the only person he could count on now was Yan Lao. Qin Feng took a taxi to Yan Lao's studio and met him. Yan Lao was fiddling with objects in the courtyard, and when he saw Qin Feng arrive, he hurriedly greeted him and sat down. "What did you come to see old man about?" Yan Lao said with a faint smile. Chapter 56 Lu Yuncheng. "Master, I would like to ask if you recognize some people from the martial arts world." Immediately, Qin Feng spoke about the Wen and Lu families, and when Elder Yan heard this, his brows frowned slightly as a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. He put down the objects in his hands and slowly stood up, walking over to Qin Feng and looking at him seriously. "Little Feng, you are indeed still involved in the strife of these families. The Wen family and the Lu family have considerable influence in Zhanghai and even the entire business world, especially the Wen family, behind which are some complicated forces in Kyoto involved." Elder Yan sighed and continued. "However, since you asked about people in the martial arts world, I do have a few old friends I can introduce to you." Qin Feng's heart rejoiced as he hurriedly asked, "Master, so can these people help us fight against the Wen and Lu families?" Elder Yan shook his head and said in a serious tone, "The martial arts world has its own rules. They won't easily meddle in the strife of the secular world. However, if you can earn their respect and recognition, they might give you some help at critical moments. Remember, true power comes from oneself, and external forces are only aids." Qin Feng nodded. He naturally understood this truth. However, he also knew that it was too difficult to fight against a behemoth like the Wen clan with his own strength alone. "Then master, can you introduce me to a few seniors first?" At least let me understand the situation of the martial arts world, Qin Feng sincerely requested. Elder Yen pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, I can take you to meet someone. He is an old friend of mine for many years and a senior in the Zhanghai martial arts world. However, you have to remember that the water in the martial arts world is much deeper than you can imagine. Qin Feng nodded gratefully, knowing that this opportunity to meet was not easy to come by. Elder Yen led Qin Feng to drive to a remote mountain villa area. It was a secluded environment with lush greenery, a stark contrast to the bustling city. The entrance to the villa area was guarded by specialized personnel, and it was obvious that all the people living here were non-rich or noble characters. In front of an ancient villa, Yan Lao stopped the car. He gently knocked on the door, and a short while later, an old man in a tang suit opened the door. The old man's face was kind, and his eyes revealed an aura of unruffled authority. Ha ha, old Yan, you finally arrived. When the old man saw Yan Lao, he happily greeted him and gave him a big hug. Old Lu, it's been a long time. I've brought you an apprentice here. He wants to meet you and learn about the martial arts world. Yan Lao smiled and introduced himself. Only then did the old man notice Qin Feng standing behind Yan Lao. He looked Qin Feng up and down. A trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Young man, nice essence. Come in and sit down. Let's chat slowly. After entering the villa, the old man personally brewed a pot of good tea, and the three of them sat around the coffee table in the living room. The old man introduced himself. My name is Lu Yunsheng. I am one of the elders of Zhanghai martial arts. Little Feng since you are interested in the martial arts world, then the old man will tell you about the doorways of it. Next, Lu Yunsheng gave Qin Feng a detailed explanation of the grading system, cultivation methods, and some basic martial arts general knowledge of the martial arts world. Qin Feng was mesmerized as he listened, and his knowledge of the martial Dao realm became clearer in his mind. The division of martial Dao was from the 1st to the 9th grade, and according to his current strength, he should be a 3rd grade martial artist. But I am just a little curious. You are in Zhanghai, how did you get involved with the Wen family? Lu Yunqing took a sip of tea and asked with some curiosity. When Qin Feng heard this, he sighed slightly and told the story in detail. Actually, it all originated from my work at the Jade Stone Xian. Wen Bin, the young master of the Wen family, became hostile towards me because of some personal grudges, which ultimately led to the tragedy. After hearing this, Lu Yunqing's brows tightened and he said in a deep voice, the Wen family has always acted in an overbearing manner, but that doesn't mean you can be let off easily. In the martial arts world, grudges are clearly defined and the strongest are honored. If you want to protect yourself, the only way is to continuously improve your strength. Qin Feng nodded, his eyes firm. I understand, and that's why I came to see you today. As the words fell, Lu Yunqing instantly stopped speaking as he did not have any relationship with Qin Feng and there was no need to provoke the Wen family for his sake. Qin Feng, however, looked at Lu Yunqing with a burning gaze. Cough, old Lu, this is the only disciple I have. If you do this favor, I'll give you my piece of treasure. Yan Lao naturally understood the reasoning behind this. There was no such thing as asking for a favor without a gift, although the two of them were friends. But if they helped him, okay. If they helped someone else, it was a different story. This is like you and your buddy. Help you line, others, off what I do. Hey, okay old Yen, I help is not okay, but you have to let this kid in my place to stay for a period of time. After a period of time there is a martial arts will be held in our place. At that time I bring this kid over to see the world. Lu Yunqing said helplessly. After all, he was an old friend and had a treasure in front of him. It seemed too unkind not to agree. Qin Feng was relieved to see this and thanked him. Lu Yunqing waved his hand, signaling Qin Feng to wait a moment and turned to leave. Not long after, Lu Yunqing walked over with a wooden box and handed it over to Qin Feng. He handed the wooden box to Qin Feng and instructed, Kid, inside here is the 5 Thunder Fist recipe that has been passed down for thousands of years in our lineage. It can be said to be our lineage's greatest skill. Qin Feng took the wooden box, feeling its heavy weight, and indescribable excitement surged in his heart. Many thanks, Elder Lu. I will cherish this inheritance and cultivate hard to live up to my expectations. Qin Feng bowed solemnly, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. Lu Yunqing nodded in satisfaction and continued. The 5 Thunder Fist technique is tremendously powerful, but it is also extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring extremely high willpower and physical fitness. You must not be in a hurry. You need to progress gradually and steadily. Qin Feng heard these words and his heart became clearer about the direction of his cultivation. There were no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. The only way to scale the heights was to be down to earth. Since that's the case, then Xiao Feng will be in your hands. Elder Yen had a smile in his eyes as he patted Qin Feng's shoulder. Cultivate well under this senior uncle of yours. Although I don't understand the martial arts path, this senior uncle of yours is a formidable figure. I understand. Lu Yunqing also said, Kid, You have a high level of enlightenment and your cultivation speed is definitely fast. I believe that as long as you cultivate diligently, becoming a 5th grade martial artist in the future should be a sure thing. Qin Feng bowed respectfully. Senior will follow senior's teachings. Well, go back and take care of things. And after you're done, come over here. Chapter 57, Martial Arts Meeting. Lu Yunsheng waved his hand and Qin Feng excused himself and retreated. After Yen Lao sent Qin Feng away, he pulled Lu Yunsheng and went to the courtyard. The two of them arrived in the middle of the garden and sat down on a chair. Yen Lao made a pot of tea and sipped from his teacup. Old man Lu, this disciple of mine, looks quite satisfied? Lu Yunsheng glanced at him and said indifferently, it's not too bad, not too old, and his qualifications are okay. At least it's much better than that bastard kid back then. That kid you're talking about, could it be Song Long? Lu Yunsheng shook his head and cursed with a laugh. Don't mention him to me. My old son's martial arts don't learn properly. He just knows how to make money and earn money. Seeing him is annoying. Lu Songlong, Lu Yunsheng's son, but just like Elder Yan's son, he was not fond of their family's things. Speaking of which, these two old men were helpless enough. Lu Yunsheng had practiced martial arts all his life, but his own son preferred to ponder the ways of commerce and business. And Yen old life gambling stone countless, but also carving unparalleled, from childhood to teach their own son carving, but did not expect the last people actually learn medicine. The key is also in the first class in doing surgery. Zhanghai Jade Xian, Qin Feng directly brought Chen Qian over, while Lin Wanting was also present. Secretary Chen, I'm counting on you from now on at Jade Crest. Now that I've torn my face off with the Wen family, if I'm a Jade Crest it'll only cause Wanting to suffer an undeserved disaster. Qin Feng said in a grave tone after saying what happened before. Ah, the Wen family is so ruthless? Chen Qian exclaimed in shock and was a bit flustered. She knew who Wen Bin was. Oomph, these guys, they are simply too deceitful. Next to her, Lin Wanting's pretty face flushed with cold, gritting her teeth in a rather indignant manner. Qin Feng smiled and touched out a few pieces of paper and handed them to Chen Qian. Secretary Chen, I hope you can utilize these things to acquire the jadeite mines in the entire Zhanghai as soon as possible. Chen Qian results in the things given by Qin Feng. After carefully flipping through them, her pretty face slightly wrinkled. Where did you get these things from? The prices of these things are not low. These things were all new products that had just recently been developed by the Jade Pavilion, with a market value of around tens of millions of dollars. And these things were all designed by Qin Feng himself. Chen Qian was a bit puzzled as to how Qin Feng could suddenly come up with these things. Oh, these things were all researched by me only recently, Qin Feng explained with a smile, knowing that there were concerns in Chen Qian's mind. Don't worry Secretary Chen, these things are all good goods. Not only can they be sold for money, but they can also increase our reputation, as long as we publicize them well. In the future, there will definitely be an endless stream of customers who want to buy products like ours. Hearing this, Chen Qian was finally relieved. After sending Chen Qian away, Qin Feng and Lin Wanting returned to the office. Wanting, the forces behind the Wen and Lu families are far more complicated and powerful than we imagined. I decided to temporarily leave Jade Heights and devote myself to the cultivation of martial arts, Qin Feng said to Lin Wanting with a grave expression. A trace of worry flashed in Lin Wanting's eyes as she heard this. You don't have to worry about this side of Jade Crest Qian. I'll take care of everything together with Chen Qian, but you have to promise me that you must be careful and return safely. Qin Feng gently held Lin Wanting's hand and smiled tenderly. Don't worry, Wanting. In the following days, Qin Feng devoted himself to the cultivation of martial arts. Under Lu Yunqing's guidance, he practiced the 5 Thunder Fist technique day and night, striving to be precise and powerful with every swing. The 5 Thunder Fist technique emphasized dominance, and once it was used, it had to knock the enemy down with a devastating stance. If there was a half step, the work would be lost. Qin Feng followed the essentials of the 5 Thunder Fist technique and insisted on fighting for 3 hours every day. He was only one step away from being promoted to the ranks of a mid-third grade martial artist. Qin Feng was sitting cross-legged on the bed, mobilizing his true qi to travel around his body, flushing his muscles, bones and flesh. A muffled sound was emitted from within the Dantian Qi cyclone, and a majestic force erupted from within Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng felt soothed and relaxed, as if he was in the hot spring water, and his entire body became lazy. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes glowing. The martial realm, 3rd grade martial intermediate, has finally been reached. Qin Feng stood up and stretched his muscles and bones, feeling filled with strength. As he moved his muscles and bones, he only felt as if he possessed an inexhaustible amount of strength. It seems like this Tongbao Taoist's legacy is just fine. Although Qin Feng had the essentials of the 5 Thunder Fist technique, the real cultivation technique he had gotten from the inheritance was the 5 Spirit Secrets. The 5 Spirit skill was extremely powerful as the top technique in Taoist Tongbao's inheritance, and the commotion here caught Lu Yunqing's attention as he hurried over. the moment he saw Qin Feng. Lu Yuncheng was startled. Qin Feng, you actually broke through to the middle third grade martial artist stage? He. Qin Feng laughed and nodded. Well, it was just a fluke. Now that I've advanced to the middle stage of third grade martial artist, I wonder what strength you are. Seen your uncle? Lu Yuncheng laughed. Ha. You'll know in the future. Right now you'll cultivate well. 3 days later I'll take you on a trip to Jiangnan. There's a martial arts meeting there, and at that time you'll be able to meet the people of the martial arts world as well. Martial Dao Society? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had heard of this thing called the Martial Dao Society. That's right, the Martial Dao Society is jointly organized by people from the martial arts world and the Jianghu. The main purpose is to promote exchanges among young people. And this session of the Martial Dao Society can be said to be unprecedented. Lu Yunqing said. In that case, the gold content of the martial arts meeting was quite high. Qin Feng nodded after pondering for a moment. The matter of the Martial Dao Society would be put on hold for a while. Anyway, there were still a few days before the Martial Dao Society, so we would talk about it when it started. By the way, senior uncle, I have something I need to ask you about. Qin Feng suddenly asked. I want to make a trip back to downtown Shanghai. I'm a bit uneasy. Lu Yuncheng raised his eyebrows and said with a slightly deeper meaning. What? Are you afraid of the Wen family's retaliation? Don't worry. You think your master is just good at carving off? Qin Feng sneered. He wasn't afraid of the Wen family at all, but wanted to find the Lu family, so he directly explained the reason. After this period of contact, he found that this master's uncle had a straight nature. Just say what you have to say. That's fine. Come back immediately after you settle the Lu family's matter. I've already enrolled you. At that time if you can't come back, don't be quick, master uncle, I'll punish you. Lu Yunqing nodded his head and agreed to Qin Feng's suggestion. Okay, I know what to do. Qin Feng solemnly thanked him. Meanwhile, inside another villa. Dad, now that the Wen family side has torn their faces off with Qin Feng, what should we do? Lu Yuanhang asked with some anxiety. Sitting in front of him was clearly his father, Lu Jun. Chapter 58, Talking Tough in the Face of Death. Lu Jun was big and thick, fierce looking, with gnarled muscles all over his body and round eyes as big as copper bells, revealing a vicious aura. Humph, that kid dares to provoke my Lu family. He simply doesn't know how to die. Lu Jun gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. He slammed his hands and roared. Yuan Hang, go and call all your men over to me. I want to see what waves Qin Feng, can turn over in Shanghai. Yes, Lu Yuanhang nodded and turned around to leave, when suddenly the phone in his pocket rang. When he finished answering the phone, a sudden wave of killing intent surged on his face, and then he looked at Lu Jun. Dad, that kid has appeared and is heading towards us, Lu Yuanhang said in a deep voice. Good, very good. Intense hatred blossomed in Lu Jun's eyes as he said in a fierce voice, since he dared to take the initiative to come to the door, I have to get him killed today. As soon as the words fell, Lu Jun took large steps towards the door. Lu Yuanhang followed closely behind. The duo quickly gathered their men and walked towards the villa's entrance in great numbers. There were 2 luxury Mercedes parked outside the door of the villa. The doors were open and there were more than a dozen burly men sitting inside. The man at the head had a short tiger back and waist, wearing black sportswear, wearing a big thick chain around his neck and tattoos on his arms. Brother Panther, that Qin Feng is coming soon. How do we clean him up? Lu Yuanhang walked quickly to the big man known as Brother Panther, a sinister light flashing in his eyes. Brother Panther, real name Li Bao, was the Lu family's right-hand man in Shanghai City, known for his ruthlessness and overpowering strength. Brother Pao, I'm relying on you this time. That Qin Feng doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to provoke our Lu family. We must make him look good today. Lu Yuanhang gritted his teeth and said. Li Bao sneered, patted Lu Yuanhang's shoulder and said, Don't worry, young master, today I'll let him know who is the real boss in Shanghai City. Brothers, all give me a boost. Today we will give that kid a little color. As soon as the words fell, a group of henchmen rubbed their fists and clapped their hands, excitement flashing in their eyes. They had long heard of the name Qin Feng, but had never taken it to heart. After all, in Shanghai City, the Lu family was the sky. Even if a dime fell from the sky, it had to be named Lu. Soon, a low-profile black sedan slowly drove up and stopped in front of the villa. The car door opened and Qin Feng stepped out of the car, his eyes coldly scanning around the crowd of gawking tigers. There wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. Instead, he exuded a calm and unhurried demeanor. Qin Feng, you really dare to come? Lu Yuanhang stepped out from the crowd and pointed at Qin Feng with a cold smile. Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, Why wouldn't I dare to come? You think you can stop me with you people? Humph, still talking tough when you're dead. Lu Jun stepped out of the villa in large strides, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Qin Feng, today is the day you die. In the face of the Lu family's threat, Qin Feng only gently shook his head and said in a calm tone, Lu Jun, I had no intention of making an enemy of you, but you have repeatedly pushed me, so don't blame me for being nonchalant. Unpolite? Ha ha ha, I'd like to see how you can be nonchalant. Lu Jun laughed out loud, then waved his hand, signaling his men to make a move. Seeing this, Li Bao immediately led a group of his men to rush towards Qin Feng. In the face of this seemingly unbeatable formation, Qin Feng only smiled faintly. 5 Thunder Fist. With a low shout, Qin Feng's figure surged up and rushed towards the crowd like a tiger descending from a mountain. His fists were wrapped in the momentum of thunder, and each strike was accompanied by a roaring sound, as if it truly had the power of 5 thunderbolts. In an instant, several of his men who had rushed at the front were sent flying out, wailing and wailing. What? Lu Jun and Lu Yuanhan's faces suddenly changed when they saw this. They never expected that Qin Feng's strength would be so formidable, easily defeating their first wave of attack with just their own strength. Together, get him killed for me. Lu Jun roared as he could no longer maintain his composure and hurriedly ordered his men to go up and help. A group of burly men rushed out in unison, all sorts of weapons coming towards Qin Feng. 5 Thunder Fist. Qin Feng blasted out another fist, which carried an astonishing thunderous momentum, as if a wild dragon was roaring. Bang! Several muffled sounds spread in all directions as all of these burly men were shaken back, each of their faces pale beyond recognition. They looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, their faces filled with horror, obviously not expecting this young man to actually possess such terrifying fighting strength. Where was this like an ordinary person? How is this possible? Lu Jun was stunned, staring at Qin Feng in a daze. Not bad, your strength is quite decent. Qin Feng looked at Lu Jun and nodded as he indifferently said, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so this will save a lot of trouble. What do you want? Seeing the killing intent in Qin Feng's eyes, Lu Jun instantly panicked and subconsciously took a few steps backward. What do you guess? Qin Feng asked with a smirk. I'm telling you, this is the Zhanghai Lu family. If you hurt me, you'll never get a good result. Lu Jun colorfully chided. Qin Feng laughed, shook his head and said, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you will never learn. Lu Jun trembled in fear and hurriedly said, Qin Feng, there's something to discuss. As long as you're willing to leave, I can let bygones be bygones for what happened in the past. Forget about the past? He, do you treat me like a 3-year-old child? Qin Feng shook his head and faintly spat out 2 words. Too late. As soon as the words fell, Qin Feng took a step and instantly swept in front of Lu Jun, raising his hand to fling out a slap. The sound of a crisp slap resounded steeply. Lu Jun screamed miserably, half of his cheeks directly red and swollen. How dare you hit me? Lu Jun covered half of his cheek, his eyes spitting fire as he stared at Qin Feng. Too much nonsense. Qin Feng lazily ignored him and continued to strike. Snap, snap, snap. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had already slapped Lu Jun 7 or 8 times, whipping him into a spin in place, blood running from his mouth and nose. Everyone in the surroundings were silenced when they saw this scene. No one dared to go up and talk him out of it. This guy Qin Feng was simply ferocious, not putting Lu Jun in his eyes at all. Lu Yuanhong's face was blue, veins bulging at the corners of his forehead as he hissed angrily. Bastard, do you know what you're doing? You're finished. He was furious because Qin Feng had beaten up the Lu family head in front of so many people, making him feel disgraced. Qin Feng, I'm warning you, it's not too late for you to hurry up and kneel down and beg for forgiveness, or else when my eldest uncle arrives, you'll surely die. Lu Yuanhang grimaced and gritted his teeth. My eldest uncle is a 3rd grade expert. Just you. You're not even worthy to fight him. Chapter 59, 5 Thunderbolts. A 3rd grade expert? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. I'd like to see what kind of a god it is. Good. Since you're looking for death, it's not my fault. Lu Yuanhang let out a fierce smile. He had already notified his eldest uncle just now, and he should be arriving soon now. And when his eldest uncle arrived, Qin Feng would definitely be on his knees begging for mercy. Qin Feng ignored Lu Yuanhang and continued to deal with Lu Jun. A few moments later, Lu Jun was already lying on the ground wailing. Little beast, get lost. Lu Yuanhang glared viciously at Qin Feng and shouted hysterically. Qin Feng glanced at him and said coldly, you father and son, one of you tried to kill me, and the other even sent an assassin to assassinate me. But it doesn't matter. I've long said that sooner or later, I'll take your lives with my own hands. Hearing this, Lu Yuanhong's heart thumped. Qin Feng was right. Both of these things were related to him, and sooner or later, Qin Feng would take revenge. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanhong's face was cloudy and uncertain, momentarily unable to decide whether to escape or not. Qin Feng's gaze was cold. He didn't say a word, and suddenly probed his hand and grabbed Lu Yuanhong's lapel. Lu Yuanhang immediately felt a huge pulling force. The whole person involuntarily tilted forward. His face changed greatly, lost his voice. What do you want to do? Quickly let go of me. He struggled, but in vain. unable to break free from Qin Feng's shackles. Qin Feng, on the other hand, did not hesitate to pick him up and then hit Lu Yuanhang's crotch with his knee. Plop! Lu Yuanhang grunted miserably and bent over in pain. His face twisted and hideous to the extreme. Beads of sweat as big as pea grains trickled down his forehead. Qin Feng had no time to care about Lu Yuanhang's dead or alive. He discarded him with a casual throw and turned to Lu Jun. You, don't come over. Don't you mess around. If you move me, you will definitely die without a burial place. Lu Jun was scared out of his wits and backed up, while moving out his big brother, hoping that Qin Feng would be jealous. You're right, I really shouldn't kill you. Qin Feng nodded and said seriously. Lu Jun was slightly stunned, then he was secretly happy in his heart, thinking that Qin Feng was afraid. Who knew that Qin Feng's next sentence immediately made him dumbfounded? Qin Feng slowly crouched down, stretched out his left hand and choked Lu Jun's neck. His right hand violently raised and slapped Lu Jun's ugly mouth. Slap! This time, the clear and loud slapping sound resounded once again, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Woo! Accompanied by a dismal whimpering sound, Lu Jun's teeth splashed out and landed on the floor one by one. Lu Jun was so furious that his throat gurgled, and in the end, not a single word popped out. Qin Feng stood up, clapped his palms, and laughed coldly. I, Qin Feng, have never been a good person. Since I've provoked me, I have to pay the price. After speaking, he swung his right arm again and ruthlessly blasted Lu Jun at his chest. Karu! The sound of bones breaking resounded as Lu Jun's entire body bowed like a shrimp and curled up. Qin Feng let go of his palm and allowed Lu Jun to fall limply to the ground. At this moment, Lu Jun's body was in intense and unbearable pain. His face rose to the color of pig's liver, and he had difficulty breathing, like a drowning man on the verge of death. Stop it for me! Suddenly a violent shout came from the distance, accompanied by the sound of breaking air. A silhouette swept across the sky like lightning, heading straight for Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned slightly as he turned to look at the speeding figure, his heart secretly on guard. The person who came was none other than the eldest uncle Lu Yuanhang mentioned in his mouth. The real powerhouse of the Lu family, Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang had a stout figure with gnarled muscles. His face was iron blue, his eyes were rounded, and a palpitating aura surrounded his body. He was clearly enraged. Junior, how dare you? How dare you injure someone from my Lu family? Lu Zhengyang shouted angrily, his voice echoing in the air like thunder. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into a cold smile, facing Lu Zhengyang's pressure. Instead of having the slightest fear, he was full of wariness. The people of the Lu family provoked me first. I'm just returning the favor. Humph. Strong words. Today, I will let you know what happens when you offend my Lu family. Lu Zhengyang was furious. His figure stormed up like a furious lion, pouncing straight at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's figure flickered, easily dodging Lu Zhengyang's attack, and at the same time, he blasted out with a backhanded punch, the wind whistling, with a sound of breaking air, directly forcing Lu Zhengyang to go. A mere third-grade martial artist, how dare you act recklessly in front of me? Lu Zhengyang laughed coldly, without flashing or avoiding. He met him with the same fist. The two fists collided and a deafening roar erupted. Waves of air spilled out in all directions and swept up the surrounding dust and fallen leaves. Lu Zhengyang's figure swayed slightly, while Qin Feng used the force to take a few steps back and steadily stood on his feet. Somewhat interesting. A trace of surprise flashed across Lu Zhengyang's eyes. He did not expect this young man to have such strength that he was able to fight with him without losing the battle. The good show has just begun. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth slightly raised. The five spirit skill in his body operated to the extreme. His body's true chi boiled as a majestic power surged through his body. Five Thunder Fist. Qin Feng let out a low shout. His figure stormed up once again. This time he no longer held back, and he unleashed the power of the Five Thunder Fist with all his might. With each punch swung out, the roaring sound continued, shaking the air. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyang's face became grave. He was able to sense the terrifying power contained in Qin Feng's punch, which should never be underestimated. He took a deep breath and mobilized his entire body's true chi in preparation for Qin Feng's fierce attack. The two of them exchanged blows once again, their fist winds whistling. Each collision caused people's hearts to tremble. The surrounding crowd had already retreated for fear of being affected. As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. Qin Feng relied on the overbearing power of the Five Thunder Fist to tangle with Lu Zhengyang. Both sides were evenly matched, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. However, just when the two were in the middle of the battle, a sudden change occurred, only to see Lu Zhengyang suddenly figure show, like a ghost disappeared in place, reappeared has come to the back of the Qin Feng. A palm shot out, directly to the vitals of Qin Feng undershirt. This change was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Qin Feng could not help but feel a chill in his heart, but he reacted extremely fast. Body side, narrowly avoided Lu Zhengyang's sneak attack. What a cunning old fox. Qin Feng cursed in his heart. while his vigilance towards Lu Zhengyang was raised to the extreme. As expected, Lu Zhengyang did not give up after his attempted attack. Instead, he attacked even more fiercely. He utilized his rich combat experience and deep internal strength advantage to continuously pressure Qin Feng in an attempt to find a breakthrough and kill him with a single blow. In the face of Lu Zhengyang's fierce attack, Qin Feng did not panic in the slightest. He took a deep breath and operated the 5-spirit skill to condense his entire body's true qi on top of his fists in preparation for a counterattack. 5 Thunder Blast. Qin Feng storm shouted, his body shape violently high jumped to the midair with both hands clenched fists and violently struck down. At that moment, only 2 thunderous fist shadows cut through the void and blasted towards Lu Zhengyang with a force that destroyed the sky and earth. However, when Qin Feng's fist shadow bombarded on the shield only to hear boom, a loud sound, the shield instantly collapsed into countless fragments that flew in all directions. Lu Zhengyang was also shocked by this horrifying force and retreated back and forth, his face as pale as a sheet of paper with a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Lu Zhengyang looked at Qin Feng incredulously. He had never seen such a strong young man before. Chapter 60, A Chance Encounter with a Baby. Qin Feng's strike of 5 thunderbolts was as unstoppable as a heavenly god descending to earth. The crowd of onlookers were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that the Lu family would end up in such a way. Lu Zhengyang was a long-established martial arts expert, but he actually suffered such a big loss under a young man. Big brother. Seeing this, the Lu family's crowd rushed forward and supported Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang's face was ferocious, his eyes staring resentfully at Qin Feng as he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, how dare you hurt me? Today's shame, my Lu family will return it 100-fold. Qin Feng clapped his hands and laughed with a disdainful expression. Old thing, just by you? I'll be waiting. After saying that, Qin Feng no longer paid attention to the Lu family's crowd and turned around to leave, leaving behind only a dashing back. After Qin Feng left, he didn't rush home, but instead wandered around the streets. He had been in Jiangcheng for quite some time, but he had been so busy with his cultivation that he had yet to properly stroll through the city. Zhanghai was an ancient city with a long history, and ancient buildings abounded on both sides of the streets, filled with a strong cultural heritage. Qin Feng was in a happy mood as he walked and enjoyed the street scene. "This gentleman, do you want to come and take a look at antique paintings and calligraphy? This store has a new batch of good goods. You'll be satisfied." At this moment, the yelling of the owner of an antique store on the side of the road attracted Qin Feng's attention. Anyway, he was going to follow Lu Yunqing to Jiangnan to participate in the martial arts conference in 3 days, so there wasn't much to do now. Thinking of this, Qin Feng stepped into the antique store. As soon as he entered the store, a faint sandalwood scent hit his nose, refreshing one's mind. The store was filled with a wide array of antique paintings and calligraphy, including porcelain, jade, calligraphy and painting, and so on. Qin Feng casually browsed, his eyes sweeping over one antique after another. Qing Qianlong Qinghua Tangled Lotus Pattern Plate, Zhen Yuan, Ming Xuanda Blue and White Seawater Dragon Pattern Plum Vase. Fake. With the help of the eye of perspective, Qin Feng could easily distinguish the authenticity and value of the antiques. "Boss, how do I sell this painting?" At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze was attracted by a landscape painting hanging on the wall. The painting was finely crafted with a far-reaching mood, and it was not a mortal product at first glance. Hearing Qin Feng's question, the antique store owner hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face and said, "Your honor has a good eye. This painting is the authentic work of Wu Daozi, a great painter of the Tang dynasty. It's worth a lot of money." Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he heard this. This boss really dared to brag. Wu Daozi was a painting saint of the Tang dynasty. His authentic paintings existed in very small quantities. Each one of them was worth a lot of money. How could it possibly appear in this kind of small store? However, Qin Feng did not break down the boss's lies. Instead, he pretended to look interested and asked, "Oh, since it's an authentic painting of Wu Daozi, then boss, name your price." Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be genuinely interested in purchasing it, the antique store owner was instantly happy in his heart. With a twinkle in his eye, he stretched out 5 fingers and said, 5 million. One price, no less. 5 million? Qin Feng said in mock surprise. "Boss, your price is too outrageous, right? Although this painting is good, it's not worth this much, right?" Seeing that Qin Feng was about to cut the price, the antique store owner hurriedly said, "My lord, you don't know. This is the authentic painting of Wu Daozi, and this painting is very well preserved. It's definitely a rare treasure. $5 million is definitely worth every penny." Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. This boss really doesn't give up without seeing a rabbit. He was about to continue bargaining with the boss when a sudden clamor came from outside the store. "All get out of my way. Whoever dares to get in my way, I'll kill him." An arrogant and domineering voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, a burly man with a stout body and a face full of crossflesh huffed and puffed his way into the antique store. This burly man was followed by a few minions, all of them fierce and vicious. Not a good fight at first glance. When the owner of the antique store saw this, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly smiled and said, "Hey goo, isn't this Brother Tiger? What wind blew you here? Cut the crap. I'm here to collect the debt today." The burly man known as Brother Tiger slapped his hand on the counter, shaking the antiques above with a tremor. "Brother Tiger, you see we have no past grievances and no recent enmity, are you not?" The antique store owner wanted to say something else, but was rudely interrupted by Brother Tiger. "Less ing bull. I came today to smash your store." After saying that, Tiger grabbed an antique on the counter and slammed it down hard on the ground. Bang! With a crunching sound, the piece of antique was instantly split into pieces. "Ah, my Tang Sankai." When the antique store owner saw this, he was so distressed that he jumped to his feet. "Smash it for me. Smash this Thai store to pieces." Tiger laughed wildly and commanded his men to smash it for a while. "Stop." Right at this moment, a clear voice rang out at the entrance of the store. The crowd followed the voice and saw Qin Feng with his hands in his pockets, looking at them with a bemused expression. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up into a playful smile. This Tiger came just in time. "Kid, who the are you? Dare to mind my business?" Brother Tiger twisted his head to look at Qin Feng, a ferocious light showing in his eyes. "You're not qualified to know who I am." Qin Feng's tone was indifferent, not putting Brother Tiger in his eyes in the slightest. "However, if you dare to touch anything in this store again, I guarantee you'll regret it." "Yo-ho, not a small mouth." As if Tiger had heard some funny joke, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "A brat whose hair hasn't even grown. How dare you pretend to be a pussy in front of my old man? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are." Qin Feng impatiently waved his hand. "I'll give you 3 seconds to take your people and get the hell out of this store. Otherwise, or else you mother." Tiger didn't wait for Qin Feng to finish his sentence. He roared angrily, copied a nearby mahogany chair, and slammed it down towards Qin Feng's head. "Watch out!" the antique store owner exclaimed and subconsciously closed his eyes. However, the expected screams didn't ring out. Instead, there was a bone-cracking sound. He cautiously opened his eyes, only to see Qin Feng still standing in the same place, with a disdainful sneer on his face, while the mahogany chair had already been broken into 2, scattered at his feet. Tiger froze, and those juniors behind him also froze. How could they not expect that this weak-looking young man had such a terrifying strength? "Now, can you roll?" Qin Feng patted the dust on his hands, his tone indifferent as if he was stating an insignificant trifle. Tiger gulped, a flash of scorn in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. "Kid, do you know, Pa?" Chapter 61 Unveiling the Painting. Before Brother Tiger could finish his words, Qin Feng backhanded him and slapped him hard on the face. Tiger's sturdy body, like being hit by a speeding car, directly flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. "Noisy." Qin Feng coldly spat out 2 words, then he no longer paid attention to Brother Tiger, turned to look at the antique store owner and asked, "Boss, this painting, I'll buy it, 100,000, right?" The antique store owner was already stunned by the scene in front of him. When he heard Qin Feng's words, he then reacted and hurriedly nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. "Yes, 100,000. One price." "Swipe the card." As Qin Feng said, he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. The antique store owner took the bank card and swiped it with trembling hands. Ding! With a crisp beep, the machine spat out a small ticket POS and the transaction was completed. "This, little brother, do I need to wrap it up for you?" The antique store owner looked at the small ticket in his hand and was still in a bit of disbelief. "In fact, even if it is 100,000 he has earned, this thing is all he recovered from the old goods market. At that time the collection is also about 10,000 yuan. What do you want?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. No. The antique store owner hurriedly shook his head, jokingly. How would he dare to have an opinion now? This master is a ruthless person who even dares to beat up Brother Tiger. Qin Feng no longer pays attention to the antique store owner, but walks straight to the landscape painting and reaches out to gently stroke the scroll. An authentic painting of Wu Daozi? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He had just seen that there was something good trapped inside. Although he didn't want the previous one, it was still good, and the only way to know exactly what it was to wait for it to be unveiled. Qin Feng ignored the antique store owner's shock and walked straight out of the store with the landscape painting. Behind him were Tiger's moans of pain and the panicked footsteps of those juniors. "This kid, he's really ruthless." The antique store owner looked at Qin Feng's departing back and muttered, but there wasn't much sympathy in his eyes. It was more of a kind of gloating. Tiger's gang, who were usually arrogant and domineering, had long been annoying people in this area, and they deserved to be kicked in the teeth today. Qin Feng didn't have time to pay attention to these. His mind was now filled with that landscape painting. After returning home, he couldn't wait to open the scroll and scrutinize it. The painting's delicate brushstrokes and far-reaching mood were indeed superior. But what Qin Feng was really interested in was the painting hidden in the scroll. There really is something odd. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a playful arc as he took out the tools for uncovering the painting. After all, uncovering a painting like this was not something that could be uncovered with just eyesight. If you exert too much force in one place, it would be easy to destroy the entire painting inside, and the layer outside would also be destroyed along with it. Taking out a cicada-like blade from the toolbox, he took a deep breath, steadied his hand, and carefully scratched along the seams of the scroll. As the blade traveled, a faint musty smell came to his nose. This painting, hidden long enough, hissed Dash. As the last layer of paper was uncovered, the true colors hidden behind the landscape painting were finally revealed. It was a picture of a lady. The woman in the painting was wearing a light veil. Her eyebrows were like a picture, lazily reclining on a consort couch, and in her hand was holding a fan, slightly covering half of her face, adding a few points of femininity. TSK, this painting work, this charisma, it's definitely the real work of Tang Pak Fu. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. This was worth much more than the layer of landscape paintings outside. He estimated that if this painting is offered for sale, it will at least be this number. Thinking of this, he made a gesture of 8, and his eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door interrupted Qin Feng's thoughts. Who is it? So late? Qin Feng got up with some impatience, walked to the door, looked through the cat's eye and froze. Standing outside the door was a woman with a tall figure and colorful appearance, and it was clearly none other than Lin Wanting. She was wearing a black low-cut evening gown, her slender legs hidden under the hem of the dress. A head of wavy curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her red lips were lightly opened, as if she was speaking of endless temptation. But it was at this moment that the other party's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Qin Feng froze for a few seconds before reacting and hurriedly opened the door. Wanting, it's so late, why are you here? Lin Wanting didn't say anything, just lowered her head, tears falling down one by one like pearls on a broken string. What is going on here? Who bullied you? Qin Feng instantly panicked. From the time he had known Lin Wanting, he had felt that the other party was a solid image of a strong woman. Even when she was kidnapped by the two Wen family brothers, she hadn't been like this towards now. Woo. Lin Wanting still didn't say anything. She just cried even more. That pearly appearance. Looking at Qin Feng's heart was broken. Don't cry. Don't cry. Tell me what's wrong. I'll help you out. Qin Feng, Lin Wanting choked, half unable to say a complete sentence. You come in first and talk. Qin Feng hurriedly pulled Lin Wanting into the house, closed the door, and poured another cup of water and handed it to her. Lin Wanting took the cup of water and drank a few mouthfuls before her emotions stabilized a little. Say, what's wrong? Qin Feng asked in a soft voice. Lin Wanting raised her head and looked at him with tearful eyes, biting her lips, wanting to speak. Did something happen to the Lin group? Qin Feng asked. Lin Wanting shook her head and nodded again before saying, my dad, he mortgaged the company. Mortgaged it? Why? Didn't the White Cloud group side agree to help? Qin Feng frowned. He was tricked and ended up somehow giving a contract to someone. Lin Wanting couldn't help but cry again as she said this. Qin Feng froze, then realized that it must be the Wen family side that was messing with him again. But he had seen a lot of father pits, but this was the first time he had seen a daughter pit. So what now? Qin Feng asked. My dad owes them $1 billion, and now my dad is going to let me sell the Jade Xian. Lin Wanting couldn't say any more as she said this, burying her head between her legs, her delicate body trembling slightly. Qin Feng was instantly enraged. These sons of ES, how dare they hit Lin Wanting's idea? Did they do anything to you? Qin Feng asked, a hint of murderous aura in his tone. Lin Wanting shook her head and said, they said that they would give me 3 days, and if I couldn't pay back the money within 3 days, then, on what? Lin Wanting bit her lip and didn't say anything, but Qin Feng had already guessed the answer and a chill flashed in his eyes. Chapter 62. What is the end of those who touch my Qin Feng? Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I won't let them touch a hair on your head. Seeing the determination in Qin Feng's eyes, a glimmer of hope lit up in Lin Wanting's heart, but she was still a bit worried. But, don't worry, I have my own methods. Qin Feng interrupted her, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. He wasn't the old Qin Feng anymore. He was now armed with supernatural abilities, and with all that knowledge about antique treasure appreciation in his mind, he could definitely compete with anyone. Wanting, do you trust me? Qin Feng looked at Lin Wanting and asked seriously. Lin Wanting looked at Qin Feng's determined eyes and inexplicably settled down in her heart as she nodded her head. Seeing Lin Wanting nod her head, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curved up into an arc before he reached out and gently stroked her cheek, saying, trust me. Everything will be fine. Feeling the warmth of Qin Feng's hand, Lin Wanting's cheeks slightly reddened, and her heartbeat accelerated indisputably. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Feng, accompany me. Qin Feng was already interested in Lin Wanting, but he had been in the way of all sorts of things before. But now that the beauty was in his arms, wouldn't he be worse than a beast if he refused? The night was silent, and the next morning was early. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the curtains and sprinkled on the messy bed. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was Lin Wanting's exquisite sleeping face. Her long hair was scattered around the pillow like a waterfall, with a few strands falling mischievously on her fair cheeks, making her look even more charming. Qin Feng couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle the strands of hair in front of her forehead, his fingertips feeling the delicacy and smoothness of her skin. Last night's scene replayed in his mind like a movie, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This woman, she's really a demon. Seemingly sensing his touch, Lin Wanting's eyelashes fluttered slightly and slowly opened her eyes. With 4 eyes facing each other, time seemed to stand still. Good morning. Lin Wanting's voice carried a hint of hoarseness from just waking up from sleep, and her cheeks flushed with a tantalizing blush. Morning. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into a bad smile. Did you sleep well last night? Lin Wanting blanked him and pouted. It's all your fault. Qin Feng laughed out loud and took her into his arms as he lowered his head and kissed her red lips. After some warmth, Qin Feng got up and dressed. You're leaving here? Looking at Qin Feng fully dressed, a flash of loss passed through Lin Wanting's eyes. Fool, of course I'm leaving. How else can I help you solve your problems? Qin Feng scratched her nose and said dotingly. But, Lin Wanting was about to say something. She knew in her heart that $1 billion was not a small amount. Even Qin Feng was afraid. Don't worry, I said that everything is with me. A flash of confidence flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Just wait in peace and be your Jade Pavilion boss lady. After saying that, Qin Feng turned around and left the room. Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Lin Wanting had mixed feelings in her heart. She knew that Qin Feng was doing it for her good, but she really didn't want to make things difficult for him anymore. After leaving his residence, Qin Feng directly arrived at the Jade Pavilion. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Wanting's father, Lin Jinnan, pacing back and forth anxiously. Qin Feng, you're here. Seeing Qin Feng, Lin Jinnan hurriedly greeted him as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Uncle Lin, don't be anxious, speak slowly. Qin Feng helped Lin Jinnan sit down and poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Alas, it's all my fault for being deluded and being tricked, Lin Jinnan said remorsefully. Now that the company's capital chain is broken, and the bank side is urging for loan repayment, I really had no choice but to. A flash of coldness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. One family, let's wait and see. Let's see how I'll play you to death this time. There were still 2 days before the martial arts meeting, but 2 days was enough time for Qin Feng. Since the Wen family had chosen to play dirty, don't blame him for Qin Feng's lack of morality. Qin Feng and Lin Jinnan talked for a long time and finally figured out the beginning and end of the matter. The reason why the Lin group had encountered a crisis this time was entirely because the Wen group had joined forces with other plutocrats to create a mess. Among them was the largest gang in Jianghai, the Green Dragon Society. Originally, the Green Dragon Society was just an ordinary society, not daring to arm wrestle with these large-scale entrepreneurs. At this time, someone came up with a poisonous plan. The people of the Green Dragon Club contacted the Wen family, implying that the Wen family to help the Green Dragon Club to take the territory of Jianghai City. Thus the current scene occurred. Lin Jinnan was taken to an underground casino by a friend, and then he was set up. After listening to Lin Jinnan's narration, Qin Feng snorted coldly. Humph, Green Dragon Society, you're looking for death. Today, I'll go to him, the Green Dragon Society, to get a statement. Lin Jinnan was a bit shocked when he heard this and hurriedly stopped it. Xiao Feng, don't you dare. Although Qin Feng is now Elder Yan's disciple, but after all, you are single and weak, and you will definitely suffer losses if you rashly deal with the Green Dragon Society. Qin Feng ignored Lin Jinnan's worries. In his eyes, the Green Dragon Society was nothing more than a bunch of rabble, not worth mentioning at all. A cold aura flickered in his eyes and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Uncle Lin, just rest assured, a mere Green Dragon Society. I haven't put it in my eyes yet. But, Lin Jinnan wanted to persuade again, but was interrupted by Qin Feng waving his hand. Uncle Lin, just wait and watch the show. Qin Feng patted his shoulder, his tone filled with confidence. I'll let them know what happens to those who touch my Qin Feng. After saying that, Qin Feng turned around and walked out of the Jade Pavilion. Looking at Qin Feng's departing back, Lin Jinnan's heart was filled with mixed feelings of both worry and anticipation. After Qin Feng walked out of the Jade Stone Cuisine, he directly dialed a phone. Hey, help me find out where the Green Dragon Society is. I'd like to see what kind of cowards and snakes dare to touch my woman. Putting down the phone, Qin Feng stopped a cab and headed straight to the headquarters of the Green Dragon Society. The headquarters of the Green Dragon Society was located in an abandoned factory building on the outskirts of Shanghai City, which was dirty and surrounded by a rotten atmosphere. As soon as Qin Feng stepped out of the car, he smelled a strong odor of blood. He frowned and lifted his foot to walk inside. Inside the factory, a group of brawny men wearing black undershirts tattooed with various patterns were gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. "Boss, are we really going to help the Wen family against that kid called Qin Feng?" A burly man with a scar on his face asked. "Humph, the Wen family has given us a large sum of money. We, the Green Dragon Society, have always taken people's money and do things for them." A bald man sitting at the top snorted coldly. "Besides, that kid is just a brat with a bit of skill. What's there to be afraid of? But I heard that kid is Yen Lao's disciple, and he also has a great relationship with those who cultivate martial arts," Scarface said with some concern. Chapter 63, Exterminating the Entire Green Dragon Society. "What are you afraid of?" The bald big man slammed the table and roared. "What's wrong with Yen Lao? A bad old man who can only carve is just a bad old man. As for those people in the martial arts world, humph, this is Shanghai. It's my turf. Even if he's related to the martial arts bigwigs, I'm going to make him eat his words. Boss is right. Asterisk 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 him." Those surrounding minions chimed in. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of idiots." Right at this moment, a voice filled with sarcasm suddenly resounded within the factory. The crowd followed the voice and saw that a youth in black casual clothes was slowly walking towards them. "Who are you? Dare to trespass our Green Dragon Society? You're tired of living." The bald big man roared angrily. Qin Feng ignored him and walked straight to him. The corner of his mouth curved up in a teasing arc. "Are you the president of the Green Dragon Society? Zhao Long? Kid, you seek death." Zhao Long became furious and copied a beer bottle on the table and smashed it towards Qin Feng's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the beer bottle in Zhao Long's hand was shattered by his kick before it could touch Qin Feng. Glass shards flew everywhere and Zhao Long's arm was cut with a bloody gash. "Ah!" Zhao Long screamed miserably and covered his arm as he retreated back and forth. "Just you want to move me?" Qin Feng smiled coldly. "You really don't know what you're doing. Get on! Give me on! Get him killed!" Zhao Long covered his arm and yelled at the surrounding minions. Seeing this, those juniors copied their weapons and rushed towards Qin Feng. A bunch of mole crickets. A flash of disdain flashed across Qin Feng's eyes as his figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled sounds rang out within the factory, and before those minions who rushed towards Qin Feng could react, they were all knocked to the ground by him, wailing in pain. In the blink of an eye, only Zhao Long was left standing in the entire factory. He looked at the scene in front of him, his face pale and his legs trembling unceasingly. Qin Feng walked towards him step by step, and with every step, Zhao Long's heart sank downwards. "Who are you? We don't seem to have any grudges." Zhao Long swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a trembling voice. Qin Feng sneered, a cold aura appearing in his eyes as he grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "Didn't you just say you wanted to get me killed?" Zhao Long's throat felt like it was being strangled by an invisible hand as he struggled to squeeze out a few words. What do you want?" We have no grievances or enmity." "No grievances?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with mockery. "Who sent you guys to deal with me? Do I need to remind you?" Zhao Long's face changed and his eyes flickered, clearly not wanting to tell the truth. "Not saying?" Qin Feng exerted a slight force on his hand. Zhao Long immediately felt it hard to breathe and his face flushed red. "Cough. I'll say, said Zhao Long with difficulty. It's the Wen family. The Wen family that gave us a sum of money and let you guys do what?" Qin Feng's tone was ice cold, killing motives appearing in his eyes. Let us take you. Zhao Long's voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end, it was almost inaudible. "Speak!" Qin Feng roared angrily, frightening Zhao Long to the point where he trembled. Let us break your limbs. Then, Zhao Long's voice trembled and broke. "Then what?" The killing intent in Qin Feng's eyes intensified. Then throw you into the river to feed the fish." After finishing those words, Zhao Long felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. His body was drenched in cold sweat. Qin Feng let go of his hand, and Zhao Long instantly fell limp on the ground, panting heavily. "One family." A cold aura flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. The corner of his mouth curved up into an icy arc. "Very well, you guys really have a lot of guts." He slowly crouched down and looked at Zhao Long on the ground as he said in a morose tone, "Go back and tell the Wen family that their good days are over. I'll make them pay for what they've done." After saying that, Qin Feng no longer paid attention to Zhao Long and turned around to walk out of the abandoned factory. Night fell and the lights came on. Inside a splendid villa in Kyoto, the head of the Wen family, Wen Dongsheng, was sitting on a sofa, savoring red wine with a smug smile on his face. "Dad, just don't worry. I've already arranged for the people from the Green Dragon Society to deal with that brat, and I guarantee that he'll be left in the lurch." Wen Hao stood at the side and said with a flattering face, well done. When Dongxing nodded his head in satisfaction. That brat, how dare he go against my Wen family? He's simply seeking his own death. Dad, do you think that kid would really know about antique appraisal? Wen Hao suddenly asked. Humph, a brat, what does he know about antique appraisal? It's just claptrap. When Dongsheng said disdainfully, can that kid still turn over the sky? Dad is right, that kid is a clown. Not enough to worry about. Wen Hao quickly agreed. Right at this moment, a servant ran in a panic, his face pale and trembling. Master, it's bad. Something has happened. Panicked. What's the decency? When Dongsheng frowned and rebuked unhappily. Master, the Green Dragon Society. The servant stammered, unable to say a complete sentence in half a day. What happened to the Green Dragon Society? Speak. A trace of bad premonition suddenly rose in Wen Dongxing's heart. The Green Dragon Society was exterminated. The servant took a deep breath and finally said a complete sentence. What? When Dongsheng and Wen Hao's faces immediately changed drastically, and they dabbed to their feet. What did you say? The Green Dragon Society was exterminated? How is this possible? Wen Hao's face was filled with disbelief. The Green Dragon Society was the biggest underground force in Jianghai City. How could it be destroyed just by saying it was destroyed? It's true, Master, the servant said with a crying face. I also just got the news. It's rumored. Rumored what? Speak quickly. Wen Hao roared as he grabbed the servant's collar. It's rumored. The servant was so scared that his face turned pale and he couldn't speak clearly. Is what? Why don't you say it quickly? Wen Hao was so anxious that he jumped to his feet. It's a young man, one person, who destroyed the entire Green Dragon Society. The servant finally finished the sentence in a broken voice before his eyes rolled over and he directly fainted in fear. One person exterminated the entire Green Dragon Society. When Dongsheng and Wen Hao were instantly struck by lightning and froze on the spot. A terrifying thought surfaced in their minds. Could it be that kid? No, it couldn't be. How could that kid possess such strength? Dad, what should we do? Wen Hao asked anxiously. When Dongxing gritted his teeth. That brat, how dare he find someone to take revenge on my Wen family? I will never spare him. Chapter 64, Traveling to Jiangnan. He then turned his head to Wen Hao and said, Hao, immediately call up the two brothers Fei and Biao and go with me to meet that brat for a while. Okay. Without saying a word, Wen Hao hurriedly ran out of the room. At this moment, inside another manor, boss, just received a message. A middle-aged man in a black suit came to a tall and sturdy young man and respectfully said, Speak, someone has moved the Green Dragon Society. The youth sniffed. His face was without ripples as he indifferently said, Got it. Then, the middle-aged man continued with some hesitation. Boss, should we make a move? The youth smiled and pondered for a moment, slowly shook his head. No need, let that kid make a mess. It doesn't affect anything anyway. Yes, the middle-aged man answered and retreated. After Qin Feng settled the Green Dragon Society, he went back to look for Lin Wanting. It was already late when Qin Feng returned to his residence, but Lin Wanting was still waiting anxiously in the living room. Seeing Qin Feng return unharmed, her taut nerves finally relaxed and her eyes instantly moistened. You're back, are you alright? Lin Wanting's voice carried a hint of trembling as she quickly stepped forward to welcome him. Qin Feng smiled faintly and gently patted her back as a sign of comfort. Don't worry, I'm fine. The matter of the Green Dragon Society has been resolved. When Lin Wanting heard this, a warm current surged in her heart while she also felt a wave of fear. Thank you, Qin Feng. Lin Wanting hugged Qin Feng tightly as tears slipped down once again. Qin Feng tenderly stroked her back and said softly, You're my person, isn't it right for me to help you? Hearing these words, Lin Wanting's heart became even sweeter and she couldn't help but murmur, I'm willing to do anything for you. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth sketched an evil arc as he embraced Lin Wanting into his arms. Wanting, do you know that you look beautiful today? Lin Wanting's pretty face flushed red as she shyly said, Hate it, you're making fun of me again. You're not allowed to comment on me indiscriminately. Qin Feng smiled and came to Lin Wanting's ear, saying with a bad smile, Because in my mind, you are more delicate and beautiful than a flower. Lin Wanting glared at him poutingly. Early the next morning, Qin Feng greeted Lin Wanting before departing for where Lu Yunxin was. After all, it was time to leave today. Tomorrow was the day when the martial arts meeting would begin, and there could be no delay. The place where Lu Yunxin was located was not far from Jianghai City. After only an hour or so, Qin Feng arrived inside the other courtyard. Elder Lu, I'm back. Qin Feng walked straight towards Lu Yunxin and bowed his hand. Seeing Qin Feng, Lu Yunxin nodded and said, Sit down, have breakfast first. With that, the two sat opposite each other. The servants quickly served breakfast. Lu Yunxing personally moved his chopsticks to give Qin Feng a fried egg and smiled. Try this egg. Although the flavor is a bit worse, but it's better because it's rich in nutrients. Thanks. Qin Feng didn't make any pretense, picked up his chopsticks and ate. While the two of them ate, Lu Yunqing inquired with concern, "How are things settling down for you? Thanks to your blessing, it's basically resolved," Qin Feng said with a faint smile. Lu Yunqing rejoiced. "That's great. Since that's the case, let's set off later. Jiangnan's side is already waiting." "Aha!" Qin Feng nodded in agreement. After having breakfast, Lu Yunqing ordered a few disciples to guard outside the gate of the Baiyan while he and Qin Feng got into the car and prepared to head to Jiangnan province. The convoy drove away from the villa area in great numbers. Qin Feng looked through the window at the scene of hurried dodging on both sides of the street, and the corner of his mouth drew a cold arc. It was because he knew that there were martial artists from the Wen clan amongst this martial arts meeting. It wasn't until the sun set that Qin Feng and his group arrived in Jiangnan and made their way to a luxurious hotel building. "Let's go. I guess the others have already arrived. Tomorrow is the martial arts meeting. You kid must win for me," Lu Yunqing exhorted. Qin Feng nodded and then followed Lu Yunqing into the hotel. After entering the hotel, the waiter quickly brought them to a luxurious box on the 5th floor. Pushing open the door of the box, Qin Feng saw that dozens of people had already gathered inside the box. On top of that, the tables, chairs and benches had all been emptied, leaving only a spacious round table. On both sides of the round table, there were also rows of seats. Qin Feng scanned around and fixed his gaze on the seats on the left side near the door, only to see 3 old men sitting there. All 3 of them were crane-haired and immortal, especially the one at the head, who had a long flowing beard and a head full of silver hair combed into a bundle, which was quite majestic. Each of these 3 old men had an extremely strong aura, with the lowest cultivation level being at the peak of the 5th grade, and the most powerful even having stepped into the middle of the 6th grade. Qin Feng guessed that these 3 old men should be the 3 giants of Jiangnan province. Old 6. When Lu Yunsheng walked into the room, the rest of the crowd stood up and bowed in greeting towards him. "Well, everyone please take a seat. No need to be formal." Lu Yunsheng smiled lightly and then, the crowd took their seats. "Elder Lu, is this kid the Qin Feng you were talking about?" At this moment, the 3 gray-haired old men near the door suddenly asked. After the 3 of them glanced at Qin Feng, their brows furrowed in unison. Lu Yunsheng smiled and nodded. "Not bad. This is little friend. I'm sure all of you should already know each other, right?" The crowd all nodded their heads, indicating that they knew each other. "Little friend Qin is so young, yet he possesses 3rd grade strength. It's really rare nah," a short and fat old man in a black robe said. Qin Feng looked at him and nodded his head indifferently in greeting. "I'm flattered." Another old man chimed in. "Young friend Qin is indeed qualified to participate in this session of the Martial Arts Society." The last old man, however, shook his head and lost his smile. "This session of the Martial Arts Society is very dangerous. Although little friend Qin's strength is not weak, I'm afraid that it's still not enough to look at when he meets a true expert." Hearing a few old men talking about it, Qin Feng immediately raised his eyebrows and said in his heart, "All these people seem to be rushing for my martial arts meeting quota. Do they all think that my martial arts meeting is no match for the ones organized by other provinces?" Qin Feng's mind raced as he thought about countermeasures. The venue of this martial arts meeting was set up in Jiangnan and was jointly organized by the topmost forces in Jiangnan. So every province's delegation needed to obtain the approval of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association in order to participate. Qin Feng's main reason for attending the martial arts meeting this time was to use the opportunity of the meeting to enhance his strength. Right now, it didn't seem to have much effect. Noticing the change in Qin Feng's complexion, Lu Yunsheng patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Young friend Qin, relax. No matter what the outcome is, old me will support you." Qin Feng nodded with a smile. Chapter 65, The Martial Arts Meeting begins. "Elder Lu, since everyone is here, good." Lu Yunsheng nodded his head, then cast his gaze towards the 3 old men. This time, the rules of the martial arts meeting are different from the previous years, and among them, there are some descendants of the great families from Kyoto, Lu Yunsheng said solemnly. As soon as the words fell, the 3 old men's complexions all became grave. The Kyoto great families, that was definitely not something they could mess with. But you guys don't need to worry. All these sons of the families from Kyoto are just coming over to see the world. Furthermore, as long as you keep the status quo, it doesn't matter. Yes. The 3 old men hurriedly nodded their heads in response after hearing this. Early in the morning of the next day, the martial arts meeting was finally convened. It was a luxurious hall that occupied an entire floor, and the hall was filled with tables and chairs. At this moment, many people were already surrounding the hall and whispering. Qin Feng arrived here in the company of Lu Yunsheng. After he took in his surroundings, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This year's martial arts meeting is quite lively. I hope there will be some exciting battles. Lu Yunsheng stroked his beard and said, "Don't worry, Elder Lu. Today will definitely be a battle between dragons and tigers." Qin Feng laughed. Lu Yunsheng laughed. "Ha ha ha, You kid will give me a facelift. Qin Feng shrugged and did not say much. At this moment, dozens of robust black-clad bodyguards walked in from the doorway and headed straight towards the ring in the center of the hall. Gentlemen, the host on the ring was a hot-bodied beauty who wore a black cheongsam, her concave and convex delicate body perfectly presented, only to see the beautiful host say in a sweet and creamy voice, "Thank you all seniors for the honor of attending this martial arts meeting. Today is the day that the Jiangnan martial arts meeting opens. I believe that all of you can't wait to get into the ring, right?" A cheer erupted from the scene as the beautiful host finished her sentence. The beautiful host playfully spat out her fragrant tongue and continued, "Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. So next, our judges will promulgate the list of this year's martial arts society." After speaking, the beautiful host retreated to the edge of the ring. First round of competition, begin. Contestant number 1 to the ring, the beautiful host shouted. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed out beside a table in the eastern corner of the ring, and then swiftly swept into the ring. Hiss! So fast! Seeing the appearance of the person who had entered the ring, the spectators present all sucked in cool air. It's Yang Tianchen of the Kyoto Yang family. Yang Tianchen of the Yang family. It's said that he once served in the special forces of the Kyoto military region. He's been through 100 battles and is very strong. The people watching the battle around them were talking. In the center of the ring, Yang Tianchen indifferently scanned the surroundings. "If you guys want to fight me, feel free to come," Yang Tianchen coldly said. "Who dares to come and die?" Yang Tianchen's arrogant words caused the entire arena to boil. Immediately afterward, the other participants couldn't help themselves. As martial artists, they were all high-minded and proud people themselves. Who could stand this kind of provocation? "Yang Tianchen, don't be wild." A lanky, solidly muscled youth stood up and shouted angrily before leaping into the ring. Boom! The youth landed on top of the ring, instantly kicking up a strong wind. It's Wang Yang from the Wang family. Both of these two are not bad. I wonder who is actually better. No matter what, there will be a good show. The crowd exchanged low voices. Wang Yong's stout figure exuded a beast-like aura, as if he was a moving mountain, which was shocking. On the ring, Wang Yang stared at Yang Tianchen with cold eyes, grinning fiercely. "Yang Tianchen, aren't you powerful? Come and beat me." Yang Tianchen shook his head with a cold smile and said indifferently, "With you, you're not qualified to be my opponent." Arrogant to the core. Hearing Yang Tianchen's words, Wang Yang became furious and immediately pounced out. Just like a cheetah, a fist smashed into Yang Tianchen's abdomen. Yang Tianchen snorted coldly and raised his leg to sweep out. Bang! The moment the fists and legs collided, a terrifying force erupted, and the two figures retreated out almost simultaneously. Yang Tianchen and Wang Yang retreated 7 or 8 steps respectively before stopping. "Ha! Not bad." Yang Tianchen narrowed his eyes and a sinister smile came out of his mouth. Wang Yang, on the other hand, glared at Yang Tianchen with a face full of grimace, itching to eat Yang Tianchen. But that's where it stops. Trashy goods like you, I can crush you with my hand. After Yang Tianchen finished saying this, he clenched his right hand into a fist and lashed out a whip leg towards Wang Yang. "Seek death." Wang Yang roared violently, his arms blocking in front of his body, taking this blow hard. Stump. Wang Yang retreated back and forth, almost falling outside the ring. This Yang Tianchen, so domineering, he repelled Wang Yang with a single move. Looks like the rumors are true. A clamor resounded from all around. Damn it! After being easily repelled by Yang Tianchen, Wang Yang gritted his teeth. "What? Admitted defeat?" Yang Tianchen coldly asked. "Humph, Wang Yang, haven't lost yet." Wang Yang roared and instantly rushed towards Yang Tianchen. Wang Yang's speed was very fast, like running thunder, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Yang Tianchen's side. Boom! Wang Yang swung his sandbag-sized iron fist and fiercely blasted at Yang Tianchen's head. This was a one-punch-to-kill stance. However, at the critical moment, Yang Tianchen's body slightly swayed and dodged the blow. What? Wang Yang's face changed slightly. Yang Tianchen's reaction speed was actually faster than his own. Yang Tianchen's stance was far beyond his expectations. Not only did he dodge this strike, he even counterattacked. Yang Tianchen kicked out with his right leg. Wang Yang's pupils suddenly shrunk and he hurriedly retracted his fist to defend against it. Boom! Yang Tianchen's powerful leg directly hit Wang Yang's arm. Ah! Wang Yang screamed in agony as his entire arm drooped down like it was weak and boneless. Roll down! Yang Tianchen snorted coldly, and his right knee viciously toppled over. Bang! The blow hit Wang Yang squarely in the chest, sending him flying out. Put! Wang Yang spat out blood and fell to the bottom of the ring. Although Wang Yang didn't die, he had already lost his fighting strength. This scene stunned all the spectators around. This Wang Yang was a member of the Kyoto family, the Wang family, and although his strength wasn't considered the strongest of the bunch, he was still the best. But, defeated just like this. At this moment, Qin Feng was also looking at the person on the stage with a surprised face. Elder Lu, what's this guy's origin? And the capital city Yang family, how does it compare to the Wen family? Qin Feng asked suspiciously. Unexpectedly, Lu Yunsheng snorted. The Wen family is nothing compared to the Yang family. The Yang family has been in the military for generations. There's still one alive now. His Wen family is nothing but a small family, mixing up to a third-rate family by virtue of his predecessor's favors. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 66, Third-Rate Families. This Wen family, actually just a third-rate family? Qin Feng, let me tell you, this world is not as simple as what you see on the surface. Lu Yunshan laughed meaningfully. Qin Feng bristled and did not continue to pursue the matter. Seeing this, Lu Yunsheng pointed at another person in the ring and said, "See, this guy can be called the young master of Kyoto. His name is Li Nan. He is the son of one of the big families of Kyoto, the Li family. His strength is very strong. Moreover, his master is a well-known ancient martial arts expert in Kyoto. His strength is not to be underestimated." "Oh, this Li Nan is so strong?" Qin Feng asked with considerable interest. "You won't know if you try later, but don't blame me for not reminding you. If you can't get the top 3, don't blame the old man for me flipping out." When these words came out, Qin Feng was instantly bitter. Although this Lu Lao in front of him was his master Yen Lao's friend, but this guy was an old codger with a rather short temper. Once he got mad it wasn't fun. Qin Feng cursed this pitiful bastard in his heart. Fine. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. Although these people were strong, he believed that he could still get a top 3. Qin Feng suddenly noticed that Li Nan seemed to be stealing glances at himself with his afterglow. Qin Feng's eyebrows flickered. This Li Nan, did he want to deal with himself? Li Nan was the second young master of the Li family's direct lineage, and was only 20 years old. Who else? At this moment it was young Tianqian who had already defeated 3 challengers and was looking at the crowd under the stage with a smug expression. The scene instantly quieted down, and no one dared to go up. "I'll do it." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from under the stage. The crowd turned to look, only to see an unfamiliar young man slowly walk out from the crowd. The crowd present looked at him with some surprise. This person was none other than Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng hadn't participated in any competitions before, so the crowd was a bit puzzled. Is this kid not afraid of death? Actually taking the initiative to come forward. We can't even beat him. This guy will definitely be abused like a dog. Ha. I think this kid is trying to take advantage of the opportunity to show off. What an idiot. Doesn't know how much he weighs. There will be a time for him to cry later. The crowd under the stage was talking. All of them felt that Qin Feng was out of his depth. Only Lu Yunsheng didn't say anything. "Kid, I advise you not to ask for trouble." Yang Tianqian didn't launch an attack at the first opportunity, but instead warned. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't the ruthless type, and there was no need to lay his hands on someone weaker than himself. With these words, Qin Feng looked at the other party with high regard. Of those he had encountered before, most of them were ruthless people who struck out to take lives. "Don't worry, go ahead and strike with all your might. I'll take it." Qin Feng's legs were pressed down and he appeared to be very indifferent as he waited for the other party to strike. Arrogant. Yang Tianqian let out a cold shout and swept violently towards Qin Feng. Yang Tianqian's speed was extremely fast, as if he had transformed into a black shadow, pouncing towards Qin Feng in an instant. Good timing. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he had already prepared to meet the enemy. Yang Tianqian's 2 palms came out. His left palm was like an eagle's claw, exceptionally sharp, grabbing towards Qin Feng, and his right hand was like a scaly dragon probing its head, ferocious in power. The 2 streams of powerful qi attacked, carrying a strong wind that blew the corners of Qin Feng's clothes. This guy's strength is good. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance. He could clearly feel that the other party's strength was similar to his own. However, for Qin Feng, there was still no pressure. The 2 streams of forceful qi collided into one place, and a sound of fried beans emanated from the 2 of them. Thump! Yang Tianqian retreated several steps in a row, a trace of gravity flashing through his eyes. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was motionless. In 2 exchanges of moves, Qin Feng stabilized the situation, causing Yang Tianqian's face to darken. Good! Loud applause erupted from the stage. Worthy of being the son of the Yang family in Kyoto, Yang Tianqian's strength was truly extraordinary. Again, Yang Tianqian roared, his body's spirit energy running to the extreme as he blasted out with a fist. This time Yang Tianqian's force was far greater than before. However, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped on the ground with his right foot, and with the power of the rebound, he swung his right fist out, straight into the yellow dragon. The air resounded with the sound of exploding muffled thunder as the 2 terrifying forces collided. Qin Feng's figure retreated half a step. Yang Tianqian, however, retreated 5 or 6 steps before stopping. This time, Yang Tianqian's face became even paler. This guy, how could he be so powerful? Yang Tianchen was shocked, because before this, he had never heard of Qin Feng's name. It wasn't even clear which sect's disciple he was. Again! Yang Tianchen roared angrily and charged again. Qin Feng shook his head and impatiently lifted his right foot, and with a loud bang, Yang Tianchen was kicked out. Ouch! Yang Tianchen wailed as he covered his stomach. The kick he had just received was too vicious, directly cramping his stomach. The crowd looked at Qin Feng on the stage in shock and dismay. This strange young man had actually kicked and injured Yang Tianchen. Yang Tianchen of the Yang family, known as one of the top geniuses in Kyoto, was actually injured here, and the injury appeared to be quite serious. This guy's strength, could it be that he was really a master of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? You! Yang Tianchen stared at Qin Feng with indignation. Qin Feng glanced at Yang Tianchen and said indifferently, "I'm just here to spar. If you're not convinced, let's continue fighting. I admit defeat." Yang Tianchen gritted his teeth. He wasn't stupid. Qin Feng's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. If he were to tough it out, he might lose half of his life today. "Thank you, I apologize." Qin Feng arched his hand. However, Yang Tianchen didn't hold a grudge. Instead, he laughed with a big grin. "Ha ha, but don't, you won't be thankful later, and you're also very strong." His words, however, made Qin Feng a bit puzzled, but soon Qin Feng understood the other party's meaning, only to see Li Nan looking at him with goodwill. Brother, you're very strong." Despite his words, he took a step to the top of the ring. As soon as Li Nan stepped onto the stage, a chorus of hoots and hollers rang out from the stage. Unlike the unfamiliarity they felt when facing Qin Feng earlier, the crowd present was clearly more familiar with this Li family's great young man. Young Li is planning to personally teach this brat a lesson. There's a good show to watch. That's right, this kid's hands are too hard. He actually beat young Yang like this. Do you really think that this is a place where anyone can run wild? Hey, this time we're in for a treat. I've heard that this Li Xiao is a practicing martial artist, who grew up under the master of Xing Yiquan, and his kung fu was very good. Even if this kid is more powerful, he probably won't be able to get away with it. There was a lot of talk around, and the words were full of contempt for Qin Feng and admiration for Li Nan. Li Nan stood opposite Qin Feng with a kind smile on his face as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother, your hands are really extraordinary. My name is Li Nan, Kyoto Li family. I wonder what is brother's name." Chapter 67, Goodbye to Bairuashi. Qin Feng glanced at him lightly, not letting his guard down because of the other party's politeness, and said in a calm tone, "Qin Feng, so it's brother Qin, nice to meet you." Li Nan was still smiling. "I see that brother's hands are extraordinary. I guess he must also come from a famous family, right? I wonder where your teacher comes from." Qin Feng shook his head and said indifferently, "No sect." "Oh, no sect?" A glint flashed in Li Nan's eyes, but the smile on his face did not diminish. "That's truly a wunderkind." Qin Feng did not answer, but just quietly looked at him, waiting for his next move. "In that case, then brother be careful." As soon as Li Nan's words fell, his body suddenly started, as swift as a cheetah, heading straight for Qin Feng. Shingy fist, avalanche fist. Li Nan blasted out a fist, hitting Qin Feng straight in the chest, the wind whistling, carrying a fierce and domineering force. If this punch were to hit solidly, even a rock would have to be shattered. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't panic, and with a slight movement of his feet, his body moved sideways like a ghost, easily dodging Li Nan's attack. What a fast stance! Li Nan was startled in his heart, but his reaction was not slow. As he missed with one strike, he immediately changed his stance and turned his fist into a palm, slapping towards Qin Feng's chest. Splitting fist. This palm was powerful and heavy, carrying a mountainous momentum, as if it wanted to slap Qin Feng into a meat cake. However, Qin Feng still did not change his color. His body was once again slightly flanked, and he dodged Li Nan's attack as lightly as a feather. What a handsome lightweight! Seeing this, the crowd under the stage could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Li Nan's heart grew more and more surprised as he landed two moves in a row. He didn't expect the seemingly ordinary young man to possess such profound and unpredictable stances. "It seems that I have underestimated you." Li Nan took a deep breath, the battle intent in his eyes blazing. "However, I'm going to get real next." As soon as the words fell, Li Nan's body's aura changed abruptly. A stern aura erupted from his body, like a sheathed sword, sharp and clear. Again, Li Nan let out a low roar. His body shape changed once again, rising up in the air like a scaly dragon. His palms transformed into dragon claws, carrying an aura that tore everything apart, grabbing towards Qin Feng. This move was Li Nan's true strength. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes finally became a few points heavier, not daring to be the slightest bit contemptuous anymore. Good timing. Qin Feng did not retreat but advanced. His right fist clenched tightly as he blasted out with a fist to meet Li Nan's palm. Boom! Li Nan only felt as if he had been hit by a large truck. his body immediately flew backwards and landed heavily on the edge of the ring, his face pale and a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. How is it possible? Li Nan looked incredulously at Qin Feng in front of him. How could he have never imagined that his strongest attack would be so easily dissolved by the other party? Who the hell are you? Li Nan struggled to stand up, his eyes shocked as he looked at Qin Feng. He finally realized that he had kicked the bucket this time. Qin Feng glanced at him lightly and said in a calm tone, "I'm just here to spar, so why are you being so bitter? Cutting a deal?" When Li Nan heard this, he was so angry that he spat out blood. "What do you call this, a sparring session? You're clearly here to smash the scene." Qin Feng ignored his anger and simply said indifferently, "If you're not convinced, we can continue." Li Nan was so angry that his face turned blue, but there was nothing he could do about it. He knew that he was not Qin Feng's opponent at all. Right at this moment, a voice interrupted the contest between the two. "All stop. This is just a martial arts competition, not a life and death battle. What are you doing?" The person who spoke was none other than Lu Yunsheng, who had brought Qin Feng here to see the world and naturally wouldn't let him feud with the children of these great families. Once these words came out, Li Nan, who had already had his brain filled with anger, instantly came to his senses. As a son of a great family, he still had this bit of temperament, but just now, he was infuriated by Qin Feng. "Brother Qin, I lost." Before the words fell, Li Nan walked towards the stage. As soon as Li Nan lost, naturally, no one dared to go on stage, and they all obediently admitted defeat and left. In this situation, even a fool would know that going up to provoke Qin Feng was completely looking for abuse. Although Qin Feng was arrogant, he did have arrogant capital. At this moment, Lu Yunsheng walked up to Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Qin Feng, you did well today. However, you can't afford to mess with these big family's eunuchs for now, so don't act impulsively in the future." Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Then he understood what Lu Yunsheng meant and said with a faint smile, "Thanks for reminding Elder Lu. I'll make a note of it. Well, follow me." Lu Yunsheng waved his hand, signaling Qin Feng to follow him out. With that, the two of them walked down the ring and went straight to the location in the center of the hall. The gazes of all the guests present converged on the two of them. "Grandpa Lu, long time no see." When Lu Yunsheng and Qin Feng appeared in the center of the banquet, a girl instantly ran over, delight written all over her pretty face. She was wearing a snow-white dress, and her shiny black hair was draped over her shoulders, making her look elegant and fresh. However, Qin Feng froze when he saw the other party. The other party was no other than the nurse who had helped him in the hospital. "By Ruwashi." "Ruwashi?" Qin Feng was surprised. "Why are you here?" Lu Ruwashi smiled sweetly. "I came here specifically to attend the banquet." "Oh?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and seemed to understand something. "You wouldn't be the young lady from the Bai family, right? You guys know each other?" Lu Yunsheng looked at Qin Feng and then at Bai Ruwashi. A strange feeling suddenly surfaced in his heart. He always felt that these two had some sort of relationship. Bai Ruwashi gently nodded her head, a smirk surfacing from the corner of her eyes. When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel that the world was really small. He smiled and responded, "In that case, I'm really thankful to you for what happened before. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid that the Jade Pavilion would have been taken away by the Wen family." Qin Feng was truly grateful to the other party. After all, at that time, the Wen family had already pushed the Jade Stone Xian to the brink of extinction, and if not for the timely injection of capital by the White Cloud Group, it was feared that it would have already changed ownership. "You're welcome. Besides, aren't we friends?" Bai Ruwashi smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Qin Feng's side face as she asked, "How are you doing now?" Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, shrugging his shoulders easily. "Pretty good." After saying that, he raised his eyes and looked around, realizing that the atmosphere around him was slightly odd, with many people's gazes staring at him. Cough. "So what? Let's go to the restroom and have a seat first." Qin Feng coughed dryly twice, then took the lead and walked towards the rest area. Seeing this, Lu Yunsheng immediately opened his mouth and said, "You young people chat, this old man of mine won't get involved. There are still some things waiting for me to deal with over there." After saying that, Lu Yunsheng smiled and patted Qin Feng's shoulder as he turned around and blended into the crowd, leaving Qin Feng and Bai Ruwashi side by side. The two of them walked towards the restroom. Chapter 68, Do you like it too? The lounge was warmly and elegantly decorated, with soft lights sprinkled in every corner, creating a tranquil and cozy atmosphere. Qin Feng and Bai Ruwashi found a seat by the window and sat down. Outside the window was a night scene of the city and lights. It was a stark contrast to the quietness inside. "I really didn't expect to meet you here," Bai Ruwashi said softly with a few gentle smiles in her eyes. "Ever since we parted ways at the hospital last time, I thought we wouldn't see each other again." Qin Feng smiled faintly and shook his head. "Actually, I should be the one to thank you. Without the help of you and your family, I might have lost the Jade Stone Xian." Bai Ruwashi gently shook her head and said seriously, We are friends. Helping each other is the right thing to do. Moreover, I'm sure that even without my help, you'll be able to find other ways to get through this. The two of them chatted about their respective recent situations, from work to life to some lighter topics, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed and happy. Shin Fong realized that when he spent time with Bai Rawashi, he could always feel a rare sense of ease and comfort. By the way, as Miss Bai family, why would you come to a place like this, Jianghai? Shin Fong looked at Bai Rawashi with some suspicion. According to common sense, a girl with a noble status like her must stay in one of those mansions. How could she show up as a nurse in a hospital? Alas, hearing Shin Fong mention this, Bai Rawashi sighed and said quietly, because my family pushed me too hard. My father even made me join a marriage. Saying this, she smiled bitterly. Bai Rawashi hadn't lied about this statement. In recent times, her parents had been urging her to marry someone. Moreover, when she ran away to Shanghai to become a nurse, it was also to avoid her family's marriage union, and she found a random place to escape. It seems like your big family isn't that good either, Shin Fong said and laughed to himself. In fact, he had once still envied the children of those big families, and it could also be because he was rich, so he was still very unfavorable towards this kind of union. However, he also understood in his heart that this was a means by which other people's big families were able to prosper. Like those big families in Kyoto, no one would dare to guarantee that they could always prosper. But this does not negate the power of those families in Kyoto, such as the Wen family, in Kyoto at best even a third-rate family, but before or will Shin Fong almost killed in Burma. Yeah, not a good mix. It seemed like it was the first time Bai Rawashi had heard someone use the word mixed to describe it, so she had a slight smile on her face, as if those things in her heart were liberated. She whirled around and began to confide in Shin Fong. Like those gossips in the big families, what this son was caught running the bar, that lady is keeping a male model or something. In response, Shin Fong could only say one thing, rich people really know how to play. Well, told you so much. You don't mind on the line. In the future to come to the capital to find me. I arrange you. Perhaps after talking with Shin Fong for a long time, Bai Rawashi's speech also took on a bit of a Jianghu flavor. Ha ha ha, good. Then I'm not polite. I'll designate to look for you when the time comes. Shin Fong laughed aloud. He knew that Bai Rawashi's character was very simple and kind. Since he promised her, he would naturally do it. About 2 hours or so later, the guests excused themselves and left the venue, while Shin Fong and Bai Rawashi both had dinner at the hotel before returning to the hotel. After returning to his room, Shin Fong washed up and was just about to lie down to sleep when suddenly the phone rang. Picking it up, it was actually Fatty calling. Hello? Fatty, what's wrong? Shin Fong asked suspiciously. It was so late and suddenly called. I'm afraid it wasn't something urgent. Ah phone, where are you now? Hurry up and come save me. Wang Bo's urgent voice came from the phone, as if something big had happened, that the sky had collapsed. Fatty, calm down and speak slowly. What's going on? Shin Fong raised his eyebrows and inquired. Wang Bo spoke rapidly and recounted the cause of the whole thing. During this period of time, because of the good benefits, Fatty also earned a lot of money, which does not have money to float, so they came to Jiangnan Casino side to play. In fact, not him, is a friend brought him to, initially also won a lot, was thinking of not playing, but his so-called friend lost a lot, and then pulled the fat man, then gambling. Gambling the fat man inexplicably owed a lot of debt, and rushed to notify Shin Fong to come over to save his life. Tell you what, where are you guys in Jiangnan? I'll go over to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Shin Fong changed his clothes and hurriedly went out. The Jiangnan Casino was actually not far from the hotel he was staying at. Shin Fong drove for about 20 minutes before arriving in front of the Jiangnan Casino. This was one of the top high-end private casinos in the whole of Jiangnan, beautifully decorated, with a fresh and elegant environment, and the value of the gamblers coming in and out of the casino was definitely not expensive. After getting off the bus, Shin Fong walked straight in and went into the elevator after checking in at the front desk. Just walked in, Shin Fong will see there are 5 or 6 youths are gathered together to smoke and chat, and they talk about nothing more than some dirty jokes. There are girls. Looking at the gangly aura emanating from a few of the youths, Shin Fong couldn't help but frown. Although they were all wearing suits and wristwatches, they looked quite stylish. However, Shin Fong could be certain that this group of youths were not any good, and the aura on their bodies did not fit into the category of a rich dude at all. Instead, they looked more like triad members, or some unorthodox gangsters or the like. At this moment, a familiar figure suddenly flashed by Shin Feng's side, and the other party noticed him as well. Shin Fong, you're also good at this? The man stopped and turned around to stare at Shin Fong, the corner of his mouth outlined in a smirk. Young Tianchen? Upon seeing the man, Shin Fong narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go. Go in together and play for a while. It's not easy to run out from home. You have to amuse yourself. Today's consumption. Brother please, Yang Tianqian grabbed Qin Feng and walked towards the interior of the casino. Qin Feng, however, didn't go in with the other party, and opened his mouth to say, "Brother Yang, you go in first, I still have some things to take care of." His words immediately aroused Yang Tianqian's interest, because in his opinion, with Qin Feng's stature placed in this kind of place, he was also considered a party of greatness, so he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Do you want me to help?" In fact, he just wanted to join in the fun and was idle anyway. Hearing his words, Qin Feng was however happy in his heart. What was the status of the other party? The young master of the Yang family in the capital. Alright, then I'll thank Brother Yang first. At this moment, Qin Feng didn't care, pulling the other party inside. He was in dire need of finding a helper. This person Yang Tianqian was the most suitable. Chapter 69, Flower Sister Jiang Yuechan. When the two of them went in, they immediately attracted the attention of other people. After all, to them in this kind of dress, it seems to be a rich son of a rich family to spend time. "Welcome." A man dressed as a manager immediately greeted them. "Are you the manager here?" Qin Feng spoke directly. "Yes, sir, what do you need?" The manager immediately said respectfully, his attitude appearing unusually enthusiastic. "I'm here to look for someone, a fat man. Release him to me immediately." Qin Feng's tone was less than polite, even revealing a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, a sneer appeared on the manager's face. "So it's here to smash the scene." When the surrounding waiters heard these words, they immediately surrounded this way, and some of them even pulled out knives from under the counter. "Damn, kid, you've gotten fat. You dare to spread your wildness here? Believe it or not, I'll chop you to death." A young man with dyed yellow hair walked over and glared at Qin Feng with a sinister gaze. The other dozen or so thugs were also rubbing their fists, ready to strike at any time, obviously having planned this in advance. "I'm saying it once more, release the people to me immediately, otherwise, I'll smash your venue." Qin Feng faintly swept a circle of the crowd, not paying any attention at all. "Yo drink, you're still ing crazy, brothers on, get him the hell." Yellow Hair laughed angrily, waving his arms and taking the lead in charging over. Snap! Qin Feng slapped up and slapped the other party down on the ground. Immediately afterward, he reached out and pinched the other party's neck before exerting a fierce force. Ka-ching! The sound of bones shattering instantly resounded throughout the entire arena, accompanied by screams and wails. After a short period of silence, all the gamblers were stunned, including that manager, whose face turned white. This Nemo was too bullish, right? They were all just ordinary people. Where had they experienced such bloody and brutal images? Scram! After throwing Yellow Hair to the ground, Qin Feng scolded in a stern voice. However, Yang Tianqian behind Qin Feng was watching all this with a bland face, but Qin Feng realized that this kid seemed to be particularly fond of pretending. He actually slowly lit a cigarette after he made his move, but he didn't care either, and walked towards that lobby manager. "I'm telling you once more, immediately, release the person to me, otherwise, I'll demolish this casino of yours." Although the manager was scared, he still didn't intend to release the person, but opened his mouth to threaten. "Releasing people is impossible. Do you know whose venue this is? Sister Jiang Manhwa. If you dare to mess around, you'll definitely not be able to eat." He gritted his teeth and threatened. Qin Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense and kicked over the lobby manager before heading straight upstairs. By this time, the casino's security guards had already reacted and immediately rushed over. Unfortunately, before they could get close to Qin Feng, they were blown away by his punch. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the door of a luxurious room and pushed the door in. Inside, there were 4 people sitting on the sofa playing cards. The table was full of chips, looking like they were enjoying themselves. Seeing Qin Feng barge in, the 4 men raised their heads at the same time. "Yo, which immortal is this? Actually so arrogant?" The man sitting at the head of the sofa immediately mocked Qin Feng upon seeing him. A few of them were the casino's top brass and could also see that Qin Feng's body was extraordinary, but they weren't afraid. Qin Feng ignored them and walked straight towards the front. Seeing this, the man sitting on the sofa on the left side of the room's face suddenly changed and stood up, coldly looking at Qin Feng. "Kid, do you know whose field this is? I advise you to obediently kneel down and kowtow and apologize. I'll spare your dog's life. Is that so?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows for a moment, then an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Since you guys want to die, then I'll fulfill you." Saying that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his entire body instantly catapulted out, his right leg lashing out as if it was a steel whip. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and immediately afterward, the crowd saw a black-clothed man fly out backwards and fall onto the wall. This scene immediately caused everyone present to freeze. They hadn't expected at all that Qin Feng's speed was actually so fast. Defeating the black-clothed man with a single move was simply appalling. "Crap! You damn dare to injure my brother. Brothers, give me to him." The man in black struggled a few times before barely standing up, then pointed at Qin Feng and roared angrily. This guy was obviously a lot smarter than the others, and didn't make a direct move, but instead called his own brothers before contacting the forces behind him, in the expectation that he would clean up the guy in front of him with the help of others. Qin Feng slightly frowned, seemingly feeling a bit troubled. He had just casually slapped his hand and did not use any internal energy, but even that was astonishing enough, and he didn't expect this group of people to not be scared away. However, Qin Feng did not intend to stop there. There was only one word to deal with this kind of scum, and that was to beat them up. Snap! Qin Feng struck again. A slap directly slapped on the black-clothed man's face. This slap could be considered to be of immense power, and the man in black directly planted himself on the ground and fainted to death. Crap! Seeing Qin Feng's actions, the remaining three couldn't help but swallow their saliva as infinite fear rose in their hearts. This guy was truly a madman, actually beating up even his own people. Brothers, let's fight him. The three of them glanced at each other and finally made a decision. Then they took out their weapons and pounced towards Qin Feng. Boom! Unfortunately, just 3 seconds later, they were lying on the ground, bruised and swollen, moaning in pain. Just as Qin Feng was about to proceed, a sound of high heels suddenly came from the stairway. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Feng looked at the sound and saw a woman dressed in a red cheongsam and high heels, with an elegant and charming demeanor, revealing a mature flavor all over her body, walking in style from above. Her face was exquisite and flawless, her long hair flowing and her beautiful eyes flowing as if she was born with beauty. Her body even exuded a mature imperial sister charm, causing many of the surrounding gamblers to steal glances over. And beside her, there stood two burly men with big bodies. This little brother. It's not appropriate for you to cause trouble on my turf like this, right? The red-skirted woman walked over and looked at Qin Feng and said softly, her voice crisp and pleasant with a magnetic quality. Qin Feng didn't say anything, his gaze calmly gazing at the other party. This woman gave him a dangerous aura. He knew that this woman was by no means idle. As expected, a moment later, the red-skirted woman continued to speak. My name is Jiang Yuechan. I'm the owner of this casino. I don't know what your name is? Qin Feng. Qin Feng simply reported his name, but his gaze was fixed on the woman as he asked, where are my friends? Shouldn't we release them first? Chapter 70, is it possible to win back? Jiang Yuechan didn't say anything and had someone bring Wang Bo out. At this moment, Wang Bo was covered in cold sweat. It was not difficult to see that he had just suffered. Jiang Yuechan walked to a gambling table and her slender fingers casually fiddled with the chips on the table. Her eyes, however, stayed on Qin Feng as if sizing up an interesting antique. Little brother, your friend played a bit big with me and owes a little money. Jiang Yuechan covered her mouth and laughed softly. Look, shouldn't you settle the bill first and we'll talk slowly? How much is owed? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. No joy or anger could be heard in his tone. Not much, just $50 million. Jiang Yuechan said casually, as if $5 million was no different from $5 in her eyes. $50 million? Before Qin Feng could say anything, Wang Bo on the side screamed first, Sister Hua, I obviously only borrowed $10 million. Jiang Yuechan frowned and coldly swept a glance at Wang Bo, scaring him into immediately closing his mouth. Little brother, look, this account is a bit messy. Why don't you ask your friend what's going on? Jiang Yuechan looked at Qin Feng with a smile on her face, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Of course Qin Feng knew what was going on. This woman was clearly trying to blackmail him. However, he didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters, but wanting him to bleed for nothing? Was he, Qin Feng, the type of person to be bullied? Money is fine, but I have a question. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up into a playful arc, but his gaze never left Jiang Yuechan's charming face. Being stared straight at by Qin Feng like this, a trace of panic unexpectedly rose in Jiang Yuechan's heart, but she was, after all, someone who had seen great storms. Quickly calming down, she flirtatiously ruffled the broken hair around her ears, her red lips lightly opened. You ask, you said that my friend lost money gambling with you, so can I win it back? Qin Feng's tone was flat, not the slightest fluctuation of emotions could be heard. Of course, Jiang Yuechan agreed without even thinking, but in her heart, she secretly laughed coldly. The money that went into her pocket, still want to take it back? Dream on. Qin Feng pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it to a waiter beside him, which contained the dividends from Jade Xian. The waiter swiped the card with trepidation and looked at the POS balance displayed on the machine. Cold sweat came down. He had worked in the casino for so long, and it was the first time he had seen a guest who was so generous. Jiang Yuechan's eyes flowed and she said in her heart, it seems to be a big fish. She hid her inner excitement and said with a delicate smile, young Qin is really a refreshing person, so let's get started. Wait. Qin Feng's hand playing with the chips lurched as the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. I have a habit of playing something exciting. Oh, what kind of excitement does young Qin want? Jiang Yuechan asked with interest. but secretly raised her guard in her heart. Qin Feng did not answer, but only cast his gaze towards the cold woman who stood not far behind Jiang Yuechan and had been watching with cold eyes. The woman was dressed in black and had a pretty face, only her eyebrows carried a heroic aura, and in her hand, she was holding a tang sword tightly, so she was not an ordinary person at first glance. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, a hint of coldness flashed in the black-clothed woman's eyes. Her fingers holding the hilt of the knife slightly exerted force, and a stern aura instantly locked onto Qin Feng. The temperature around them seemed to have dropped a few points. The other gamblers and waiters all felt an invisible pressure and stopped their hands, looking nervously over. I'm going to bet with her. Qin Feng was unmoved. The smile at the corner of his mouth instead became more playful. You! The black-clothed woman became furious and was just about to snap, but she was stopped by Jiang Yuechan. Ah Xiao, don't be rude. Jiang Yuechan chided in a low voice, then turned her head to look at Qin Feng, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. Young Qin, are you sure you want to bet with her? She is our gold medal dealer here. No one has ever been able to win at her hands. Is that so? All the more reason for me to give it a try then. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, his tone full of provocation. Good. Since young Qin has such a taste for it, then I'll lay down my life with you. A trace of coldness flashed in Jiang Yuechan's eyes. Then she gave a wink to Ah Xiao. Ah Xiao, go and have some fun with young Qin. Yes, miss, Ah Xiao respectfully replied, then turned around and walked to the gambling table, her eyes glaring sternly at Qin Feng. How do you want to bet? Just play the simplest. Dice. Qin Feng casually picked up a dice and flexibly spun it on his fingertips. Guess the size. How about it? Okay, Ah Xiao agreed without hesitation. In her opinion, in any gambling game, as long as she wanted to win, no one would be able to win against her. Cool. Qin Feng snapped his fingers and said to the waiter at the side, bring over $100 million in chips. The waiter froze for a moment. He had worked here for so long, but it was the first time he had seen someone bet such a large amount right off the bat, and it was also a bet with Sister Xiao. He subconsciously looked at Jiang Yuechan and saw the latter nodding slightly before he hurriedly went to prepare the chips. Soon, 100 million chips were piled up on the gambling table like a small mountain, emitting a tantalizing glow. Qin Feng looked at Ah Xiao on the opposite side. He still didn't believe it. He still could lose even though he had the eye of perspective, plus the gambling skills and the Tongbao Taoist's inheritance. At this moment, Yang Tianchen, who hadn't said anything, couldn't help but walk over to Qin Feng's side and ask, Brother Qin, do you know how to gamble? Although Yang Tianchen believed in Qin Feng's strength, gambling this kind of thing wasn't something you could do just because you had the strength. The key was the technique. Just watch me perform. Spinning around, Qin Feng looked towards Ah Xiao who would be on the opposite side of the table. How about a hand of $100 million? This word out, the crowd present is again a shock. This ING is playing dice, not fried gold. A handful of 100 million, guess the size. Crazy, right? Ah Xiao was also shocked by his words, although she is an expert in gambling. But such a large amount of money, or have to ask Jiang Yuechan first. She turned to look at Jiang Yuechan, only to see the other party smiling and saying, since young Qin has said so, then how can we not take it? Receiving Jiang Yuechan's reply, Ah Xiao wasn't hesitating. Let's begin. Ah Xiao looked focused. Her white and slender index finger gently tapped on the table, making a crisp ringing sound. Once, twice, 3 times. The surrounding gamblers all held their breaths, staring at the table with unblinking eyes, fearing that they would miss a single detail. Although they didn't know what this young man who had suddenly appeared was about, judging from the way he dared to call Ah Xiao's bluff, he was by no means an idle person. Young Qin, please guess. Ah Xiao clasped the dice cup firmly on the table. His tone was flat but carried an unquestionable majesty. No rush, no rush. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. He picked up the red wine on the table and gently shook it. Taking a deep breath, a rich wine aroma immediately filled the air. Good wine, really good wine. Chapter 71, 100 million to start. Qin Feng's careless look instantly made Ah Xiao feel a bit upset in her heart as she coldly asked, Young Qin, do you want to guess or not? If you don't dare, it's not too late to admit defeat. Qin Feng put down his wine glass, stared scorchingly into Ah Xiao's eyes, and said word for word, of course I'm going to guess, and I'm going to guess. He deliberately paused for a moment before slowly uttering 3 words. 2, 3, 5. Small. Ah Xiao's face also changed slightly, although she was confident that her gambling skills were superior. Young Qin, are you sure you want to guess small? She took a deep breath and reconfirmed. Of course I'm sure. Is Miss Ah Xiao afraid? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into an evil smile, his tone filled with a provocative meaning. Joke. Ah Xiao snorted coldly before violently lifting the dice cup. The moment the dice cup opened, time seemed to stand still. Everyone stared wide-eyed and deadpan at the 3 dice on the gambling table. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Silence. Deadly silence. On the gambling table, 3 dice lay there silently. 2, 3, 5. Small. Qin Feng not only guessed it, but also guessed the number of points on it. 2, 3, 5. Small. These 5 simple words were like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the casino, and everyone was stunned, as if they had been nailed, not moving at all. How is this possible? I don't know who in the crowd shouted first. Immediately afterward, the entire casino was like a pot exploding, talking and clamoring, the noise almost toppling the roof. My goodness, he actually did guess, and he even guessed the number of points. This is too evil. Who is this kid? How come I haven't seen it before? Ah Xiu's face instantly became incredibly ugly, pale and bloodless. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't utter a single word, and her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the dice on the gambling table as if she wanted to stare a hole through them. How is it possible? This was absolutely impossible. She was the number 1 expert by Zhang Yuechan's side. No one had ever been able to cheat under her nose, and it was even more unlikely that anyone would be able to guess her points. However, the truth was right in front of her eyes, so she couldn't believe it. Qin Feng looked at Ah Xiu's expression of having seen a ghost and was secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't move and just smiled lightly. Miss Ah Xiu, I apologize. Saying that, he reached out his hand and was about to take the 100 million chips on the table. Slow down. Ah Xiu suddenly came back to her senses and pressed Qin Feng's hand, gritting her teeth. You cheated. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a smirk. Ms. Ah Xiu, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Do you have any evidence when you say I cheated? Ah Xiu was at a loss for words. She couldn't say that she had never missed a hand. So Qin Feng must be cheating, right? Ah Xiu wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by Zhang Yuechan who was at the side. Ah Xiu, shut up. Although Zhang Yuechan's voice was not loud, it carried an unquestionable majesty, and when Ah Xiu heard this, he obediently shut his mouth. Only the eyes that looked at Qin Feng were still filled with the color of resentment. Zhang Yuechan looked deeply at Qin Feng. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. Young Qin really is a good tactician. It's us who lost. Saying that, she winked at Ah Xiu, who reluctantly loosened Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng didn't care and took the 100 million chips in front of himself, then looked at Zhang Yuechan with a smile. Sister Hua is refreshing. Since this is the case, am I free to go? Zhang Yuechan laughed coldly in her heart. You want to run after winning 100 million? How could it be that cheap? He, young Qin is joking. This has just started. Why don't you let me play a few games with you next? Qin Feng let out a light laugh, but his eyes looked at Zhang Yuechan playfully. This woman, her knitted brows and smile were all charming, but in her bones, she was ruthless, much harder to deal with than that Ah Xiu. How does Sister Hua want to play? I'll play along. Qin Feng casually threw the chips back onto the table, making a crisp thumping sound, causing a commotion among the surrounding spectators. Zhang Yuechan covered her lips and laughed lightly, her eyes flowing with an indescribable flavor. Young Qin is indeed a refreshing person. So let's play something exciting. Just bet on. She deliberately lengthened her tone, her eyes swept over the dice cups and poker on the gambling table, and finally landed on the roulette wheel on the side. Let's bet on the roulette wheel. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Roulette wheel? What kind of medicine is this woman selling in her gourd? He would like to see what tricks this woman could play. What about the rules? Simple. Zhang Yuechan's red lips lightly opened, exhaling her breath like orchids. Just bet on the size. 1 game to determine the winner. How about it? 1 game to determine the winner? The surrounding spectators were in an uproar. The stakes could be huge. A game to win or lose could be the flow of hundreds of millions of dollars. Qin Feng didn't move, but in his heart, he sneered. This woman is really a lion. He pretended to be contemplative, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop. It's a bit too boring to settle for 1 game. How about this? We each pick a number on the roulette wheel. Whoever's number appears first wins. How about it? A hint of surprise flashed through Zhang Yuechan's eyes. This kid, his appetite is not small, actually wants to play such an exciting one with her? She smiled sweetly. Is Qin Xiao sure? The number on this roulette wheel is 38. This probability thing? If you believe it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. Qin Feng interrupted her and stared at her with sharp eyes. Sister Flower, you wouldn't dare, would you? Afraid? Zhang Yuechan looked like she had heard some funny joke and laughed like a flower. I've grown up so much that I still don't know how to write the word afraid. Just do as you say. The temperature around them seemed to plummet, and the atmosphere of the betting game instantly became tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Feng and Zhang Yuechan, not daring to utter a single breath. The Dutchman wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with a slightly trembling voice, both of you, please place your bets? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. Counting the 100 million just now, minus the 50 million owed by my friend. $150 million. I'll bet on number 17. Jiang Yuechan's beautiful eyes narrowed. This kid is really arrogant. She wasn't willing to show weakness either. Her tone was icy cold. Call. I bet on number 24. The Dutchman took a deep breath and started the roulette wheel. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and the colorful lights intertwined, dazzling people. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone's heart was in their throat, staring nervously at the tiny white steel ball. The steel ball bounced on the roulette wheel, skimming over the numbers that Qin Feng and Jiang Yuechan had bet on again and again, making people's hearts skip a beat. Chapter 72. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy? Finally, the speed of the steel ball slowed down, hovering back and forth between no. 24 and no. 17, as if it would fall into one of the grids at any time. Jiang Yuechan stared tightly at the roulette wheel, breathing heavily, her hands covered in sweat. Qin Feng, however, appeared unusually calm, as if everything was under his control. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The steel ball that was about to stop suddenly seemed to be pulled by some force, violently bounced up, jumped a few times on the roulette wheel, and finally landed steadily on number 17. The Dutchman's voice trembled as he announced the result. How is it possible? Jiang Yuechan's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the roulette wheel as if she wanted to stare a hole through it. Sister Hua, it looks like the goddess of fortune is on my side today. With a victor's smile on his face, Qin Feng slowly stood up and looked condescendingly at Jiang Yuechan. Willing to gamble and willing to lose. I'll just laugh at this $100 million. Right at this moment, Jiang Yuechan suddenly moved. She reached out like lightning and grabbed Qin Feng's wrist, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. Kid, you dare to cheat in my territory? Before the words left her mouth, the gamblers who had come together to join in the fun were immediately cleared out by the surrounding waiters and thugs. In less than a minute, the only people left in the entire casino were Qin Feng, Yang Tianchen, and the tied-up Wang Bo. The smile on Qin Feng's face instantly disappeared and his eyes became as stern as knives. He backhanded Jiang Yuechan's wrist and his tone was cold and piercing. What is Sister Hua's intention? Is it because you want to renege on your debt? Jiang Yuechan's wrist was pinched to the point of raw pain, but she still forced herself to remain calm and sneered. In my territory, no one has ever dared to cheat. She fiercely exerted her strength, trying to break free from Qin Feng's grip, but realized that his hand was like an iron vice, not moving at all. Sister Hua, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Qin Feng added a few points of force to his hand. His tone was morose. Whether I have cheated or not, you know it in your heart. Jiang Yuechan's face changed slightly. Of course she knew that Qin Feng had not cheated. Just now that was just a test. But how could she be willing to admit defeat so easily? Do you know who I am? Jiang Yuechan gritted her teeth and said, dare to sow your wild oats in my territory. You're impatient with life? A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he sneered. Then I would like to ask Sister Hua, who the hell are you? He violently flung his hand and pushed Jiang Yuechan away, his eyes coldly scanning the surrounding bodyguards and fighters. With these people, you want to stop me? Jiang Yuechan stabilized her stance, and a trace of uncertainty flashed through her beautiful eyes. She could tell that Qin Feng was not an ordinary person, but what exactly was his origin? At this moment, Yang Tianchen, who had been by Qin Feng's side, suddenly spoke. You must be the daughter of Tiger Jiang. Jiang Yuechan's pupils slightly contracted as Yang Tianchen's light sentence was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hit her heart. Jiang Tiger was her father's nickname, and he was considered to be the #1 resounding figure on the road, relying on the gray industry over the years, accumulating a considerable amount of wealth, and he was omnipotent in both black and white. But little known is that the river tiger only her so a baby daughter, usually pampered her, in the mouth for fear of melting, hold in the hands for fear of falling, and even a sentence of heavy words are not willing to say. This is also the reason why she, a woman, can open the casino to such a large size in Jiangnan. After a short period of shock, Jiang Yuechan quickly regained her composure as she smiled contemptuously. Since you know who I am, why don't you hurry up and obediently apologize? Perhaps, if I'm in a good mood, I can still spare your dog's life. Qin Feng laughed, laughing recklessly and openly, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Spare my life? With just you? Also worthy? You're looking for death. A burly man who had been standing behind Jiang Yuechan roared angrily, waving a casserole-sized fist and smashing it towards Qin Feng's face. Humph, something that doesn't know how to die. Qin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids, just casually stretching out a hand and lightly catching the powerful punch. What? The big man's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. He felt as if his fist had struck a piece of hard steel, unable to shake it at all. With this much skill, how dare you come out and disgrace yourself? A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes and his 5 fingers snapped. Ka-ching! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible as the big man let out a pig-killing scream, his entire arm twisting at a bizarre angle, clearly broken. Ah! The surrounding bodyguards and thugs sucked in a mouthful of cool air when they saw this, looking at Qin Feng with eyes filled with horror. They were all ruthless characters who licked blood from the edge of their swords, so they could naturally see that the young man in front of them was definitely a ruthless one. Go! All of you get on me! Get him dead! Zhang Yuechan's face turned blue as she screamed hysterically. Although those bodyguards and fighters were fearful in their hearts, they didn't dare to disobey their boss's orders and could only charge up with their heads. Unconscionable. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked up into an icy arc as his figure weaved through the crowd like a ghost. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and pig-killing screams. In less than a minute, those aggressive bodyguards and fighters were all lying on the ground, wailing, and none of them were able to get close. Zhang Yuechan was completely dumbfounded. How could she not expect that with so many people? She couldn't even deal with a young man. You, what exactly are you? Zhang Yuechan's voice trembled, her eyes filled with fear. You don't deserve to know yet. Qin Feng glanced at her coldly. After saying that, Qin Feng no longer paid attention to the pale-faced Zhang Yuechan and turned towards Yang Tianchen and Wang Bo. Are you alright? Yang Tianchen asked with concern. It's fine. Qin Feng shook his head and looked towards Wang Bo. How are you? I'm fine. Wang Bo said in shock, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knew that if it wasn't for Qin Feng's timely appearance, he was afraid that he would be accounted for here today. It's good that you're fine. Qin Feng patted his shoulder. Let's leave here first. Good. Yang Tianchen and Wang Bo nodded and followed Qin Feng out of the casino. Wastes. All a bunch of wastes. Zhang Yuechan furiously slammed the chips on the table on the ground. What's the use of me raising a bunch of wastes like you? Miss, should we inform the master? Ah Xiao asked cautiously. Inform him? Let him see my joke? Zhang Yuechan sneered. I'll settle my own matters on my own. Ah Xiao, go and find out for me what these two guys are from. Ah Xiao led the order and left, while Zhang Yuechan sat alone in the empty gambling hall with mixed feelings in her heart. She had never felt as frustrated and powerless as she did today. A seemingly ordinary young man was able to defeat her and her men so easily. Chapter 73. Why is this woman here? Meanwhile, Qin Feng's trio had already left the casino and were walking on the busy streets. The night was already deep and the city under the neon lights was even more mesmerizing. Qin Feng didn't seem to have taken the conflict just now to heart. Feng, when did you become so awesome? Wang Bo finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and broke the silence. He still had palpitations when he recalled the thrilling scene just now, and if it wasn't for Qin Feng, he would probably have been beaten into a pig's head by now. Qin Feng let out a light laugh and replied without a care in the world. As far as those crooked guys are concerned, I can fix them with a single finger. It's just that I never had the chance to show it before. Blow? You can blow all you want. Wang Bo didn't believe it at all, but his eyes were full of excitement. After all, who doesn't have a dream of being a martial arts warrior, and to have such a powerful brother? It's all energizing to think about it. Yang Tianchen watched the two gags from the side, but his heart was secretly surprised. Although he hadn't known Qin Feng for long, but from his stance and that inexplicable gambling skill just now, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Right, Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This is my hairy little man, Wang Bo. Just call him Fatty. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Wang Bo. This is Brother Yang, Yang Tianchen. Yang Tianchen was stunned by Qin Feng's sudden introduction. Then he smiled and nodded to Wang Bo. Hello, Brother Yang. Nice to meet you. Wang Bo also hastened to politely shake Yang Tianchen's hand. He wasn't stupid, rushing that situation just now and still being able to look calm. This person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Feng couldn't help but lose his smile at the sight of this douchebag. Let's go. Go back first. There are still things to do tomorrow. Soon, the three of them returned to the hotel of the organizer of the martial arts meeting. Qin Feng went back to his room to rest after arranging a room for Wang Bo. On the other side, Zhang Yuechuan had already gotten Qin Feng and Yang Tianchen's profiles. She was fine when viewing Qin Feng's profile, but when she saw Yang Tianchen's profile, she froze. The second young master of the Yang family in Kyoto? How did this great god come to Jiangnan? Immediately, she thought of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Society that her father had mentioned to her earlier, and only then did she slow down. I see. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Zhang Yuechan's mouth. I can't move the Yang family members, but you, a big landlord, still want to turn the tables? Zhang Yuechan picked up the phone and dialed a number. A moment later, she hung up the phone and snorted coldly. Qin Feng, right? I'll see how long you can bounce around. Early the next morning, Qin Feng walked out of his room early. However, when he arrived at Wang Bo's room, he realized that the guy was still huffing and puffing, so he didn't care about the other party and turned towards the hotel lobby. When Qin Feng arrived at the hotel lobby, he found that Yang Tianchen was already waiting there. He was dressed in white casual clothes, holding 2 cups of soybean milk in his hands. He smiled and raised his hand when he saw Qin Feng. Feng, this way. Brother Yang. Good morning. Qin Feng walked forward and took the soy milk, a little surprised. How did you know that I like sweet soy milk? Yang Tianqian smiled mysteriously. Guessed, how about it? Guessed right? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and took a sip of soy milk. Let's go. Go eat something. There's something else later. The two of them slowly finished their breakfast and walked towards the martial arts venue. Today's venue was even more lively than yesterday's. It was packed with people. Almost all of the famous and prestigious martial arts families in Jiangnan were present. Qin Feng and Yang Tianqian's arrival did not attract too much attention. Brother Yang, didn't the competition finish yesterday? Why are there suddenly so many more people today? Qin Feng lowered his voice and asked. Yang Tianqian smiled faintly and explained. Jiangnan Martial Arts Society, as the name suggests, is an event for the martial arts community in the Jiangnan region. It is held once every 3 years. What we competed yesterday was just the internal field. The next ones are mostly fighters that some rich people find to compete with, and it is also considered to be a way to bring honor to one's own face. Qin Feng suddenly realized. No wonder so many people tend to rush. Originally there is this layer of meaning in it. Right at this moment, the crowd suddenly stirred up, only to see a middle-aged man wearing a black power suit with a sturdy figure dragon walking into the venue. He was followed by a group of disciples also wearing power suits, each with a calm and steady breath. At first glance, they were practiced fighters. Look, it's the owner of the Taiping Martial Arts School, Iron Palm Water Drifting, Xie Tianxiong. He's the favorite to win this conference. The surrounding people were talking and looking at Xie Tianxiong with awe in their eyes. Qin Feng also sized up Xie Tianxiong with interest. This guy did seem to have a couple of skills. No wonder he could become a dominant party in the Jiangnan martial arts world. Xie Tianxiong seemed to sense Qin Feng's gaze and turned his head to look over. As the 4 eyes met, Xie Tianxiong unexpectedly felt an invisible pressure come over him, causing his heart to shake. After the two of them stared at each other for a moment, Xie Tianxiong suddenly let out a cold snort and averted his gaze, as if Qin Feng was some small person who was not worth mentioning. What's the point of pretending? Yanking some 250? Qin Feng cursed in his heart. This Xie Tianxiong's stance was too big. Those who didn't know thought he was the king of heaven. Seeing Qin Feng's unhappy face, Yang Tianqian reminded in a low voice. Brother Qin, don't pay any attention to these people. These are some martial artists amongst the commoners. Their strength is very strong for ordinary people, but against a real martial artist, they're not even a match. Qin Feng bristled in disbelief. Halfway through his sentence, Qin Feng suddenly stopped speaking, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Yang Tianqian asked curiously, what's wrong? Qin Feng smiled in a mysterious manner. Nothing, you'll know when the time comes. Yang Tianqian wanted to ask again, when an old man walked up on the podium. He cleared his throat and said aloud, fellow martial arts practitioners, welcome to all of you gathered at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Conference. I am an untalented old man. As the host of this conference, the old man rambled on about a bunch of scenes, listening to Qin Feng drift off to sleep as he looked around in boredom. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a woman not far away. The woman was wearing a long red dress, with a tall and curvy figure, and a head of long, shiny black hair draped over her shoulders. What's worse, she exuded a mature and charming aura all over her body. A pair of soul-stirring peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to see through a man's heart, making people unable to resist wanting to fall under her pomegranate skirt. Jiang Yuechuan, why is this woman here? Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Yang Tianqian reminded, Brother Qin, don't be impulsive later. This woman's father, Jiang Tiger, is not that easy to deal with. Speaking here, Yang Tianqian suddenly paused as he saw Jiang Yuechuan walking towards the side. There was a hint of a playful smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous light. This couldn't have come to settle the score with me, right? Qin Feng's heart thumped as an ominous premonition surged through his mind. Jiang Yuechuan twisted her water snake-like waist and stepped on her high heels as she approached with a clatter. Chapter 74, The Big Man. Yo, isn't this Mr. Qin? How did you fall to hanging out with a bunch of stinky fish and shrimp? Jiang Yuechuan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her tone filled with sarcasm. When the people around them heard this, they all cast strange gazes at Qin Feng. Who is this brat? How dare he mess with Tiger Zhang's daughter? There's a good show to watch. This kid is going to have bad luck. Yang Tianqian frowned and was just about to open his mouth when Qin Feng stopped him. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Yuechuan with a smirk and playful eyes. Who did I think it was? So it's Miss Jiang. What? It's only been a few hours since I've seen you and you miss me so much? Bah! Who misses you? Less self-involved. Jiang Yusukeda's pretty face reddened and spat. This guy, still as oily as before. Don't want me? Then why did you come to find me? Could it be? Qin Feng deliberately stretched his voice. His gaze swept around Jiang Yuechuan's bumpy and delicate body. finally resting on her full breasts, the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. You are shameless. Jung Yusakeda was shy and angry. This guy's eyes were too licentious. Looking at her heart was hairy. How am I shameless? I'm just stating my guess. Shinfeng spread his hands with an innocent face. Didn't Miss Jiang come to ask me to go to the hotel at night for an in-depth exchange? You're talking nonsense. Jiang Yusakeda was so angry that she was trembling. This guy was simply too detestable. He even molested her in front of so many people. I'm talking nonsense? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into a playful smile. Then tell me, what are you doing here? I came to. Jiang Yuehuan was momentarily speechless. She couldn't say that she came to pick a fight, could she? What? Can't say it, right? Qin Feng pressed step by step, his tone filled with mockery. Since you can't say it, then get lost and don't be an eyesore here. Jiang Yusakeda was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth, itching to pounce on this asshole and bite him to death. At this time, an old man who had been standing behind Jiang Yusakeda suddenly stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Kid, who are you? How dare you be rude to our young lady? Old thing, who are you again?" Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at the old man, disdain in his eyes. Bold, the old man shouted angrily as a powerful aura erupted from him, pressurizing the people around him to retreat. What a strong aura. This kid is dead. How dare he provoke such an expert? This is going to be a good show. The surrounding people were murmuring, their gazes towards Qin Feng filled with sympathy and gloating. Stop! Right at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, an even more powerful aura came from the direction of the podium, stiffly stopping the old man's attack. The crowd followed the voice and saw a hale and hearty old man in a tang suit slowly walking. It was clearly none other than Lu Yunsheng. Elder Lu. The old man's face changed when he saw the visitor, and he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Jiang Henian, how dare you? Lu Yunsheng swept the old man with an icy gaze, his tone filled with killing intent. Jiang Henian's face was ugly. He knew he had kicked the iron plate this time. Today is the time for the martial arts society to start, so I won't bother with you. Take your people and get out. Lu Yunsheng snorted coldly and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Jiang Henian was so scared by Lu Yunsheng's few words that his face turned ashen. He didn't dare to retort in the slightest. He could only glare at Qin Feng fiercely, and slink away with Jiang Yusakeda and the others. Before leaving, Jiang Yuehuan still didn't forget to turn around and glare viciously at Qin Feng, that look as if she wanted to eat him alive. Qin Feng didn't care about her eyes. You brat, you really don't know the heights of heaven. The Jiang family is not one to be messed with. Lu Yunsheng looked at Qin Feng, but there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. This brat, with his fearless character, was somewhat similar to him when he was young. If they mess with me, they'll have to weigh whether they're good enough or not, Qin Feng said indifferently, a powerful confidence in his tone. Lu Yunsheng laughed out loud. Good boy, you have guts. However, you don't have to worry too much about the Jiang family. With me around, they wouldn't dare do anything to you. Qin Feng nodded. He knew that Lu Yunsheng was a respected Tarzan in the martial arts world. With his words, the Jiang family would indeed not dare to act rashly. When this martial arts meeting is over, I will introduce you to a great person, Lu Yunsheng said meaningfully. A big shot? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, his heart vaguely anticipating something. You'll know by then. Lu Yunsheng sold the story without saying much. The martial arts meeting officially began, and martial arts experts from all over the country gathered together in a very lively scene. Qin Feng sat in the audience seat, boredly watching those contestants on the stage as they went back and forth with their moves. To be honest, the strength of these people was really not worth mentioning in his eyes. Not much different from a child playing house. It's really getting more and more unruly. An old voice came from the side with a hint of hatred. Qin Feng turned his head to look. The one who spoke was an old man wearing a gray robe. His hair was white but hale and hearty, a pair of eyes gleaming. When the old man saw Qin Feng looking at him, he smiled faintly and asked, "Little brother, this is the first time you've come to participate in a martial arts meeting, isn't it?" Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Sort of. Why, are you a regular here, old man?" The old man stroked his beard and said, "When I was young, I used to show off my skills in this martial arts meeting. It's just a pity that the years have not been kind to me. Now it's the waves of the Yangtze River pushing the waves of the previous generation, and the generation of the new is changing into the old." Qin Feng smiled and did not answer. Seeing Qin Feng's lack of interest, the old man asked, "Little brother, you don't look as if you're too interested in this martial arts meeting?" "Nothing interesting." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "The strength of these people is really not worth mentioning." When the old man heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Oh, listening to what little brother means. It seems that he is a martial arts practitioner?" "A little bit," Qin Feng said indifferently. "Ha ha, little brother is really modest." The old man laughed and said, "How about this? When the martial arts meeting is over, the old man will be the host and treat little brother to a meal. Let's have a good chat about martial arts. How about it? Qin Feng originally wanted to refuse, but on second thought, since this old man was a martial arts practitioner, he might know something, so he nodded and said, then I'll be respectful. When the old man saw Qin Feng agree, his face immediately revealed a joyful expression. At this time, the competition on the stage was nearing its end. The two contestants were fighting hard, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that their strengths were only between Bo and Zhong, and I was afraid that they would have to fight for half a day more if they wanted to separate the winner from the loser. These two guys, what a waste of time. Qin Feng shook his head and stood up, ready to leave. Seeing this, the old man asked, little brother, you're leaving? Well, there's nothing more to see in this martial arts meeting. Qin Feng said, I'll come back to you after it's over. The old man nodded and said, good, I'll wait for you here. Chapter 75 Jiang Yusaka's Apology. Qin Feng bid farewell to the old man and had just walked out of the venue not too far when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is it? Qin Feng picked up the phone with a hint of impatience in his tone. Mr. Qin, it's me, Jiang Yuechuan. A cool voice came from the other end of the phone. It was none other than Jiang Yuechuan who had just left. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. He did not expect this woman to find his door again so soon. Something wrong? Let's find a place to talk about what happened last night. Jiang Yuechuan's voice sounded much calmer than earlier. Qin Feng thought about it. Since the other party took the initiative to ask for peace, it wouldn't hurt to meet. Okay, you say the location. It's at that cloud-hidden tea house in the neighborhood. See you in half an hour. Jiang Yuechuan hung up the phone after saying that. Qin Feng put away his cell phone and turned towards the Yuning tea house. This tea house was quite famous in Jiangnan and had a tranquil environment, making it a good place to talk about things. Half an hour later, Qin Feng walked into the tea house and saw Jiang Yuechuan sitting by the window at a glance. She had changed into a plain white dress and her long hair was gently pulled up, making her look particularly gentle and attractive. Qin Feng walked straight to sit down opposite her, and the waiter then came forward to ask what he needed to order. 2 cups of Longjing. Qin Feng directly ordered tea, then looked at Jiang Yuechuan. Say, what is it that you are looking for me for? Jiang Yuechuan smiled faintly. That smile carried a few points of helplessness. Mr. Qin, what happened last night was indeed me being abrupt. On behalf of the Jiang family, I apologize to you. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, not expecting Jiang Yuechuan to be so direct. I accept the apology. Then what? Then, I hope we can turn our differences into peace. Although the Jiang family has some power in Jiangnan, they also know that there is a world outside of people. Our Jiang family admires Mr. Qin's strength. Jiang Yuechuan's tone was sincere. Qin Feng let out a light laugh. I don't dare to be admired. I just hope that in the future, the kind of unpleasantness that happened last night won't happen again. Of course. Jiang Yuechuan nodded his head hurriedly. Also, regarding last night's bet, I would like to ask Mr. Qin, how did you manage to make such an accurate prediction? Qin Feng smiled faintly as he picked up his teacup and took a light sip. It's just a gambling skill. No big deal. A trace of curiosity flashed in Jiang Yuechuan's eyes, but she didn't continue to pursue the question. She was clear that there were some secrets that could not be inquired about casually. In fact, she originally wanted to find someone to get Qin Feng killed. But just now, after they went back, Jiang Henian found her father. Hearing this news, Jiang Tiger was naturally boisterous, but after learning about Qin Feng's relationship with Lu Yunsheng, he instantly caved in. In fact, it couldn't be said that it was him who caved in, but it was Jiang Yuechuan who opened his mouth. Mr. Qin, I know that last night's incident has upset you, but please believe that it wasn't the Jiang family's intention. Jiang Yusaka's tone was sincere, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in her eyes. The Jiang family has had a foothold in Jiangnan for many years, and although they have some family roots, they are also well aware that the waters of the Jianghu are deep and they should not make enemies easily. Qin Feng nodded slightly. He didn't fully believe in Jiang Yuechuan's words, but there was no need to tear his face off at this time. Furthermore, it wasn't like he had suffered any losses, so the big deal was that he would just up and be done with it. Qin Feng let out a light laugh and placed the teacup back on the table with a crisp ringing sound. Ms. Jiang, you don't need to talk to me about these scenes. I, for one, don't like to beat around the bush. So what exactly do you want to do here today? You might as well say it straight. Jiang Yuechuan froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Qin Feng to be so direct. She had originally prepared a belly full of words and techniques, wanting to probe Qin Feng's reality in a sideways manner. Now, it seemed that this trick didn't seem to work too well on Qin Feng. She bit her lip and simply opened the window of heaven as well. Good. Mr. Qin is quick to speak. Then I won't hide anything. I came here today because I want to ask Mr. Qin to join the Jiang family and become our. Stop. Qin Feng interrupted her without hesitation, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Ms. Jiang, do you think I look like someone who lacks money? Or do you think that the Jiang family can give me anything that I, Qin Feng, cannot obtain? Jiang Yuechuan's face stiffened. She knew that Qin Feng was right. In last night's gambling game, Qin Feng had easily won away hundreds of millions of assets, which was enough to prove that his financial power was not bad. Moreover, as she had previously seen from Qin Feng's profile, this guy was also a master stone gambler, so it wasn't difficult to make money. Mr. Qin is mistaken. Jiang Yuechuan hurriedly explained. I am not trying to bribe you with money. It's just that the Jiang family has been operating in Jiangnan for many years and has extensive connections and resources. So if you're willing to join us, we'll definitely do everything we can to help you. Help me? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud as if he had heard some joke. What do I need your Jiang family to help me with? Against the Wen family, do you dare? When these words came out, Jiang Yuechuan froze. To be honest, she had thought of using Qin Feng's gambling skills to open a branch over in Jianhai. However, she had overlooked one point, and that was Qin Feng's rival, the Wen family in Kyoto. Even if the Wen family was a third-rate family in Kyoto, it wasn't something that could be compared to the likes of them, not even her father, Tiger Jiang. Mr. Qin is joking. Jiang Yusakata quickly regained her composure, but there were a few more points of caution in her tone. Our Jiang family will naturally not interfere in the Wen family's affairs. I just think that with Mr. Qin's ability, if he can get the Jiang family's help, he will definitely be able to make a big splash in Jiangnan. Make a big splash? Qin Feng snorted disdainfully. I need your Jiang family to help me make a big impact? This part of Jiangnan, I haven't put it in my eyes yet. This arrogant tone of his made Jiang Yuechuan feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Mr. Qin, I know that you have extraordinary skills, but the Wen family is after all a family from Kyoto, with deep roots that should not be underestimated. Jiang Yuechuan tried to remind Qin Feng, hoping that he would understand what was at stake. Qin Feng, however, looked as if he had heard some heavenly joke and laughed up in the air. Kyoto family? In my eyes, they're nothing more than a bunch of rustic dogs. You! Jiang Yuechuan was so angry that her face turned white. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be so arrogant and cocky, completely disregarding the Wen family. What? Does Miss Jiang think I'm wrong? Qin Feng tightened his smile and stared sharply at Jiang Yuechuan. Since I dare to say it, I must have my backbone. Wen family, I will make them pay sooner or later. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, causing Jiang Yuechuan's heart to tremble. She realized that she had still underestimated Qin Feng. This man was far more complicated and dangerous than she had imagined. Mr. Qin, I came here today with sincerity. Jiang Yuechuan took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in her heart. I admit that I had underestimated you before, but I hope you can understand that one more friend is better than one more enemy. Friend? Qin Feng repeated these two words playfully. Miss Jiang, do you think, between us, we can be friends? Chapter 76, Confess your faults with sincerity. Stand up straight when you're being beaten. Jiang Yusakata was momentarily speechless. Between them, only last night the swords were drawn. Today they are talking about friends. It is indeed a bit ridiculous. Mr. Qin, I know you still have misunderstandings. About me. Jiang Yusakata bit her lip. Last night's matter, I can explain. Explain? Qin Feng interrupted her. Ms. Jiang, I'm a person who doesn't like to listen to explanations. I only believe in what I see. Last night, that's not what you said. Jiang Yuechuan's face flushed. She did say some not so nice things last night, but that was also for the sake of the family's interests and had no choice. Mr. Qin, Jiang Yuechuan still wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Qin Feng's impatient wave of his hand. Alright, Ms. Jiang, you don't need to say any more. I still have things to do, so please go back. Qin Feng gave his expulsion order. Although Jiang Yuechuan was unwilling in her heart, she knew that she would not be able to convince Qin Feng today. Mr. Qin, I hope you can reconsider my proposal. The Jiang family's door will always be open for you. After saying that, Jiang Yusakata stood up and turned around to leave the tea room. Looking at Jiang Yusakata's departing back, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked into a cold smile. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and when he opened it, it was actually a call from Lu Yuncheng. Hey, Elder Lu. Qin Feng picked up the phone. Qin Feng, why aren't you at the hotel? I came out to take care of a few things and will be back soon. Over in Kyoto, it seems like someone is checking up on you. Lu Yuncheng's grave voice came from the other end of the phone. Checking on me? Qin Feng frowned. Checking me for what? I'm not sure about the specifics, Lu Yuncheng said, but I heard that it seems to be related to the Wen family. Li family? A hint of coldness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. It seems like they really can't wait to come and seek death. Qin Feng, what are you going to do? Lu Yuncheng asked. Since they want to play, then I'll have a good time with them. Qin Feng sneered. I'd like to see what tricks they can play. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with an icy cold light. Kyoto, one family, wait for me. I, Qin Feng, will soon kill you. He was originally of the character that if people didn't offend me, I wouldn't take offense, but if people offend me, I would take offense. The Wen family was so aggressive, even resorting to assassination. If he didn't fight back, there was no telling what tricks the other side would use at that time. After returning to the hotel, Qin Feng did not go out, during which Wang Bo returned to Jianghai first because he still had things to do inside the factory. Until the day the martial arts meeting ended, Lu Yunsheng called Qin Feng out, saying that he wanted to introduce him to a few people. Elder Lu, is it the few bigwigs from the martial arts meeting that you want to introduce? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Of course, apart from them, where else would it be anyone else's turn? Lu Yunsheng laughed mysteriously. Don't worry, the person I'm introducing to you this time is definitely the one you need the most. Oh, that would be something to meet. Qin Feng was a bit surprised that Lu Yunsheng would introduce such a big shot to him. Let's go, don't keep them waiting, said Lu Yunsheng, leading the way towards a certain compartment. Pushing open the door of the room, the two of them walked in, only to see four old men with pale hair sitting inside. But these people didn't want to be as twilight as the old men of ordinary people's homes. On the contrary, everyone's eyes were shining with extraordinary vigor, even though they were all 70 to 80 years old. However, they were still full of energy and it was evident that they must have been masters in their youth. However, when Qin Feng saw the old man in the center, he was a bit embarrassed. He suddenly thought of something, which was that he had previously agreed with an old man saying that they would meet and talk after the martial arts competition that day. He didn't realize that he had forgotten about it after meeting with Jiang Yuechuan, and now that he saw it again, he realized that he seemed to have broken his word. Well, old sir, the latecomer went back on his word. Please chastise him. Qin Feng didn't care. Admitting one's mistake should be sincere. Taking a beating should be upright. Waiting for someone to say it was better than saying it himself first, lest it look awkward to be mentioned later. Qin Feng's sudden move made the atmosphere in the box become somewhat subtle. Lu Yunsheng froze for a moment, then smiled and rounded up the situation. Ha ha ha, Elder Wu, this kid is just Harry. Don't get familiar with him. Wu Lao stroked his beard and said with a smile. No harm, no harm. Young people, a little delay is normal. Old man also understand. Saying that, he also gave Qin Feng a meaningful look. Qin Feng was looked at some heart Harry. This old man would not want to settle scores, right? Lu Yunqing didn't know about the little episode between the two and pulled Qin Feng to introduce them one by one. This is the heir to the Hong Fist, Hong Tianba Hong old man. This is the heir of Bagua Peng, old Mr. Dong Haichuan Dong. This is the heir of Xingyi Quan, old Mr. Sun Lutong Sun. Hearing these few names, Qin Feng immediately stood in awe. These were all titanic figures in the martial arts world. Any one of them could start a sect, and he didn't expect that they would actually gather together today. The three old gentlemen all just nodded their heads slightly in greeting and didn't say anything more. Kid, don't just stand there. Why don't you call someone? Lu Yunsheng reminded. Hello seniors, Kid Qin Feng, new here. Please give me more guidance. Qin Feng respectfully bowed. A few old gentlemen responded indifferently. Qin Feng, this time I called you here because there is something I want to discuss with you. Elder Wu spoke. Elder, please speak. It's like this. We heard that you have a knack for appraising antiques, so we thought of bringing out our own collection and letting you give it a poem. Seniors are too polite. The late generation is just a little bit knowledgeable. How can I be worthy of the word poem? Just take a look. Just take a look. Qin Feng modestly said, but in his heart, he was muttering, what kind of drugs are sold in the gourd of these old guys? Little friend Qin, don't be modest. We've heard about your skills for a long time. Hong Tianba laughed loudly, his voice like a bell. I have a treasure in my hand. I've always wanted to find someone to appraise the authenticity of it, and today I just want to take this opportunity to ask Qin to help me look. Saying that, Hong Tianba took out a palm-sized wooden box from the cloth bag he carried with him, carefully opened it, only to see an ancient and simple jade pendant lying quietly inside. The jade pendant was in the shape of a dragon. The carving was exquisite and lifelike. The body was emerald green, emitting a glistening luster under the light. At a glance it was not a mortal product. This? Qin Feng's pupils shrunk slightly. Little friend Qin, you recognize this jade pendant? Elder Wu stared at Qin Feng with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see something on his face. This jade pendant, said Qin Feng after a pause, pretending to be contemplative. It looks like a Hatian jade from the Han dynasty. The carving is superb, and it's worth a fortune. Chapter 77, Baby's Hot. Ha ha ha, little friend Qin really has good eyesight. Hong Tianba stroked his palm and laughed, but an imperceptible glint flashed in his eyes. However, Qin Feng turned his words around and pointed at the bottom of the jade pendant. There seems to be a tiny crack at the bottom of this jade pendant. which cannot be seen at all without a closer look. It's highly likely. Extremely likely what? The crowd held their breath and asked nervously. It's extremely likely. It's fake. Qin Feng spoke in a shocking manner and directly threw out a heavy bomb. What? Hong Tianba's face changed as he violently stood up and pointed at Qin Feng angrily. Kid, do you know what antique means? Old Mr. Hong, calm down. I'm just judging based on my experience. Qin Feng said indifferently. If you don't believe me, you can find other experts to appraise it. Old man. I've been in the antique world for most of my life. What treasures haven't I seen before? Do you still need a little doll to teach me things? Hong Tianba blew his beard and glared, obviously very dissatisfied with Qin Feng's judgment. Old Hong, what little friend Qin said isn't without reason. These days fakes are rampant. We have to be on guard. Dong Haichuan rounded off the conversation. Yes, old brother Hong. Just let little friend Qin take a closer look. What if it's real? Sun Lutong followed suit and advised. Hong Tianba snorted coldly and whisked his sleeves to sit down, but his face was still ugly. Qin Feng was not intimidated by Hong Tianba's anger as he gently put the jade pendant down, the corners of his mouth curling up in a playful arc. Old Mr. Hong, don't be in a hurry to get angry. Qin Feng said slowly. Since I said that this jade pendant is fake, I naturally have my reasons. Look at the dragon's eyes on this jade pendant. Although the carving is alive and well, the luster at the pupil is too dull and lacks a hint of spirituality. Hearing this, several people around them picked up magnifying glasses and carefully observed it, and it was true as Qin Feng had said. Although this dragon's eye was lifelike, it lacked a trace of divinity. Hong Tianba's face immediately became a bit ugly, but he still said stiffly, this doesn't mean that my jade pendant is a fake, right? Maybe it's just that the carver's skills are lacking? Old Mr. Hong is right. Qin Feng smiled. Based on this alone, it is indeed impossible to determine the authenticity of the jade pendant. However, I have another discovery. I wonder if you old man would like to hear it. What discovery? Although Hong Tianba's mouth was strong, his heart had already begun to beat the drums. The reason why he cared so much about this jade pendant was because he had spent tens of millions of dollars to buy it from a man who was a backslider. And at that time, that man swore that it was a treasure that had been passed down from the imperial family of the Han dynasty, and that it was worth a lot of money. But don't think that people are rich. People like Hong Lao who specialize in martial arts really don't have much money, mainly because they don't have much use for it either. And this tens of millions of dollars, or he took it from his own son. If this jade pendant was fake, wouldn't he lose a lot of money? Look here. Qin Feng pointed at the bottom of the jade pendant and said, although the material of this jade pendant is top-grade Huitian jade, the jade is too pure and lacks a sense of age and precipitation. Instead, it looks like modern synthetic Huitian jade. Qin Feng spoke in a shocking manner. What? How is this possible? Hong Tianba instantly exploded as he snatched the jade pendant and scrutinized it, and his face became increasingly ugly. This is impossible. This jade pendant is clearly an old. Hong Tianba suddenly paused as he seemed to realize something and his face became even more ugly. Old brother Hong, are you alright? Dong Haichuan asked with concern. I'm fine. Hong Tianba took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he looked at Qin Feng, a trace of gratitude and helplessness flashing in his eyes. Alright, old Hong, let's end this matter here. Elder Wu said indifferently. Little friend Qin is right. There is indeed something wrong with this jade pendant. You'd better get rid of it before you get into trouble. I'll leave first then. Actually daring to trap me. I'm afraid that I don't know how my old man fought his way out back then. Saying that, Hong Tianba turned around and left without even a single greeting. After Hong Tianba left,